Chapter 381 Imitation Suzaku Sword. Although Duinmuki tried his best to encourage Zhu Xiaobao to come out, he also knew that if he wanted to go to Zirwei country, the risks he would face would definitely not be small, and he could only sneak in quietly at the beginning. You don't necessarily need to go to Zirwei country with only tens of thousands of female warriors to ask for an explanation. Right? I don't even know who to look for. Therefore, we can only sneak into Zirwei Kingdom to find out the exact identity of Zhu Xiaobao before we can make further plans. This requires careful planning, including who to take, where to start, and it is also necessary to improve Zhu Xiaobao's kung fu. This guy's cultivation has reached the level of a first-level martial artist. But his combat effectiveness is not. He is only at the level of a first-level samurai. Of course, when his special attack is launched, it can often have unexpected effects. But it is a unique move after all, and it can only be used once in a blue moon. You have to calculate the footwork and position before you can use it when the opportunity arises. Therefore, the top priority is to improve his basic combat effectiveness as soon as possible. Of course, Princess Wen has not been idle. She also knows that she needs to improve her cultivation as soon as possible. She has a foundation, so she has recovered a lot in the past 2 months. After so many years of accumulation, she is actually only one step away from becoming a great martial artist. Worse, on the other hand, it also shows that her divine beast bloodline allows her cultivation to improve much faster than ordinary people. Now when he has nothing to do, Zhu Xiaobao often sparries with Princess Wen. But after all, he is still no match for Princess Wen. And he is always defeated by Princess Wen in the end. He didn't care. He got up shamelessly and continued to practice. It is indeed very energetic to practice with a beautiful woman. And she also wants to take advantage from time to time. Unfortunately, Princess Wen's defense is tight, and Zhu Xiaobao does not take advantage of it at all. Instead, he gets kicked hundreds of times on the butt. Of course, Zhu Xiaobao didn't dare to use his special move against Princess Wen. If you don't control it well, it will really hurt someone. Dang! With a clear sound of swords and weapons clashing, Princess Wen's imitation Suzaku knife was cut into pieces by Zhu Xiaobao's short knife. Although he did not use his special move, Zhu Xiaobao is still the most proficient in this set of Mandarin duck knives. With the help of weird footwork, he could fight Princess Wen for 20 or 30 rounds. But he didn't expect that in the end, he cut off Princess Wen's sword. It's disgusting. I only have such an 8th grade sword, and you cut it off. Princess Wen also complained, stomping her feet in pain. Hey! What's the matter? I'm helping you build a higher grade one. So that's it, Zhu Xiaobao said nonchalantly. Hey! Shit, Xiaobao. You can see clearly. This is an 8th grade sword. It cost me 10,000 taels of gold to make it. You said it is easy. Princess Wen is now familiar with Zhu Xiaobao. His speech was also infected by him. He was no longer literate, but often scoffed and scolded. There is no way. If you are with Zhu Xiaobao, you can't maintain your previous elegant demeanor. This guy can always make people angry. Sister Rome, don't you know that this young master is not only extremely smart, but also a master of weapon refining? I made this short sword myself. It should be able to reach the 9th grade, Zhu Xiaobao said proudly. Really? Then you can make one for me. But the style must be exactly the same as this one, Princess Wen said dubiously. This sword is a replica of the Suzaku sword that has been passed down by the tribe for thousands of years. No problem. But why does it have to be this style? This style doesn't look very good, Zhu Xiaobao asked, a little puzzled. I can't explain the specifics. Only by using this sword can my sword technique exert its strongest power. Only then will there be a faint hot sword energy. Now, Princess Wen no longer has to deliberately hide it. Hidden. The two of them are heading in the same general direction now. Both are the Purple Rui Kingdom. Moreover, both of them have the blood of mythical beasts, so they can talk about more topics. Okay, I still have a small piece of meteorite iron there, and I'll add it to it for you to make sure that the resulting knife is sharper and harder than the original. Zhu Xiaobao was quite generous, and took the only piece of meteorite iron he had. Come out. No! Meteor iron is cold in nature, and will weaken the fire attribute of this knife. My knife has already been filled with Skyfire Essence Stone. You can just use this cut-off knife and smelt it again to make it. No. Thinking of Princess Wen rejecting Zhu Xiaobao's kindness. It turns out that her sword has attribute bonuses. Oh. No wonder your sword is always filled with hot sword energy. It turns out it is fire attributed, Zhu Xiaobao explained in sudden realization. Humph. What do you think? Otherwise, I would spend so much money to build this knife. Princess Wen also said a little proudly. Okay. Let's see how powerful the reforged fire-attributed sword can be. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly felt itchy and was ready to make the sword. However, he didn't dare to trust him this time, and even specially called his old apprentice to help him build it together. Because the old apprentice's internal strength is much stronger than him. He can control the strength of the hammer chain just right. No one can compare with the old apprentice at this point. The old apprentice looked at the broken knife and then at Princess Wen, with a look of surprise on his face. Is this the Suzaku sword? Although it was an imitation, the old apprentice was now interested in Zhu Xiaobao's life experience. And Princess Wen, this imitation Suzaku knife was a bit strange. He is now becoming more and more interested in the bloodline of mythical beasts. More importantly, he must go together this time. He always feels that there will be unexpected dangers this time. So this time, the old apprentice worked extra hard and built this imitation Suzaku sword in just 10 days. What's surprising is that it is a mid-level 9th grade magic weapon. This is already the highest grade sword made by Zhu Xiaobao. When Princess Wen got this knife, she was so pleasantly surprised. She didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao really wasn't bragging. This knife was better than she expected. When used, the fire attribute sword energy released by this knife was even more powerful. Hot and sharp. But the strange thing is that others using this knife can't stimulate this hot knife energy. This made the old apprentice even more curious about the bloodline of the mythical beast. When they fought again, Princess Wen cut off Zhu Xiaobao's dagger with one blow, which made Zhu Xiaobao stunned. Is this considered self-inflicted? Originally, Princess Wen wanted to come and comfort Zhu Xiaobao. But Zhu Xiaobao grabbed Princess Wen's hand and kept groping for it. You? Little rascal. Let go! What are you doing? How can you behave like this when others see you? Princess Wen was immediately frightened and anxious. Her face flushed, and she shouted in a low voice. Well, I just want to feel if your hand is so hot. No, it's very warm. It doesn't have that burning feeling. Where does the hot sword energy on the knife come from? Zhu Xiaobao said seriously. But he didn't stop at all, and even held Princess Wen's hand and refused to let go. Xiaobao! Let go! Wu Yu is here! Princess Wen almost burst into tears and suddenly exclaimed. What? Where is it? Where is it? Zhu Xiaobao even shook off Princess Wen's hand and suddenly looked far away. After looking around for a long time, he still couldn't find Wu Yu. Oh! It seems I saw it wrong! Princess Wen covered her mouth and snickered, then turned around and walked away, leaving Zhu Xiaobao standing there in a daze. Master! Wu Yu seems to have really arrived. The old apprentice came over and said without knowing it. Fart! Why didn't you tell me just now? Where are you? Zhu Xiaobao shouted angrily. Before he finished speaking, he saw Wu Yu quickly rushing to Zhu Xiaobao. Xiaobao! I'm back! Are you happy? Happy! Happy! Zhu Xiaobao suddenly said a little scared. Hey! What's your expression? Why do you look so scared? Wu Yu asked warily. Ah! Huh? No! I was so happy and overwhelmed when I saw you! Zhu Xiaobao quickly stretched out his arms and gave Wu Yu a big hug, which finally resolved the embarrassment. But when the two of them were together at night, Zhu Xiaobao talked about going to Zirui country. Wu Yu immediately objected fiercely. It's too dangerous for just a few people to go to Zirui country. Wu Yu didn't want Zhu Xiaobao to be in danger at all. In her opinion, Zhu Xiaobao should live in such a safe environment. I don't believe in the bloodline of mythical beasts. I don't agree with you going to Zirui country. If you want to go, you have to take me with you. Otherwise I won't worry. Wu Yu said firmly. What are you worried about? With my old apprentice here, no one can hurt me. Besides, I have to figure out my own life experience. Only if I figure out these things can you be happy. That's what it is. It was very easy for Zhu Xiaobao to deal with Wu Yu. But Wu Yu was speechless after just a few words. Really? I will be happy after you go there? But why am I still worried? Wu Yu asked with a blushing face. In fact, Wu Yu also discovered that something was wrong, including Yu Dan, Ing Xiuxiu, and Lu Tong. Lu Fang. There are 5 women, but none of them are pregnant. This can only mean that there is something wrong with Zhu Xiaobao. Don't worry. Let's go and check secretly this time. Nothing will happen. You don't want me to annihilate my descendants, right? Zhu Xiaobao said a little depressed. Okay then. You must be careful. Wu Yu could only nod her head and said, Now the 19th princess is really inseparable from her. Fortunately, with her old apprentice by her side, Wu Yu can feel relieved. But Wu Yu worked very hard that night, doing it 5 times, which made Zhu Xiaobao so tired that he couldn't get up the next day. Wu Yu hurried back again. Now she can only spare 1 or 2 days a month to meet Zhu Xiaobao because there are too many things going on at Princess Island. But unexpectedly, only 3 days after we returned, the great Lord Ice and Fire arrived and found his old apprentice. You are going to Zirui country? Yes, great lord. The old disciple was in awe of this great lord of ice and fire. He was the second-ranked great lord and was much stronger than him. I'm here to remind you that there is another great venerable living in the Purple Rui Kingdom. You have to be careful when you go this time. And how much do you know about the bloodline of mythical beasts? The venerable Ice and Fire asked calmly. Road. Not much is known. But it seems to be true. Okay. I'll tell you something. Yes. Chapter 382, Well Prepared A. The great Lord of Ice and Fire made a special trip to find him, which somewhat surprised the Lord of Fairy and Meat. Although I know that the great Lord Ice and Fire has a close relationship with the Wu family, generally speaking, I will never care about these trivial matters. Even if it is Wu Yu's relationship, he will not come forward easily. Moreover, Venerable Wine and Meat could feel that Venerable Ice and Fire came to him in person because of the bloodline of the divine beast. There should be 2 clansmen with the blood of the sacred beasts in Zirui Kingdom now. One is the inheritance family of the White Tiger Divine Beast, which is the Yu family. The other one should be the inheritance family of the Suzaku Divine Beast, the Zhu family. As for the inheritance of the Xuanwu Divine Beast, the heirloom family disappeared a long time ago. I don't know if there are any descendants. And I don't know if they are in the Zirui Kingdom. Lord Ice and Fire said slowly. In fact, she didn't know much about the current situation of the Zirui Kingdom. After all, I haven't been there for several years. Oh, what about the family that inherits the Azure Dragon Divine Beast? Where are they? Venerable Wine and Meat nodded, and then asked again. This has nothing to do with you. They are not in the Zirui Kingdom. As long as you know the current situation, it's okay. I'm here to remind you that this trip to the Zirui Kingdom may not be peaceful. The Zirui Kingdom has been there as constant civil strife, and now it is divided into 2 parts. You should know it, the great Lord of Ice and Fire said with a stern expression, as if he did not want the Lord of Wine and Meat to ask about the family that inherited the Azure Dragon Beast. Okay, I'll be careful. Well, you said earlier that there is a great venerable in Zirui Kingdom. I don't know who it is. The Fairweather Venerable asked a little hesitantly. He was worried that his strength was inferior to the 9 great sages. He is too weak among the people. If he meets the top-ranked great master, he will really feel a little guilty. Well, it's Lord Feng. Back then, this guy relied on his speed talent to follow me quietly. He was injured by me and fled to the Purple Rui Kingdom. The great Lord of Ice and Fire said a little depressed. If it weren't for Lord Feng back then, the speed was too fast. So she killed Lord Feng, because this guy dared to peek at her bathing. So the great Lord Ice and Fire became a little annoyed when he mentioned this Lord Wind. Oh, that's good, Venerable Meat and Wine said with a sigh of relief. Venerable Wind ranked 8th among the 9 great venerables, only 1 higher than himself. The Fairweather Lord believes that with his current strength, he should be able to defeat the Wind Lord, because the 7th-ranked Master Join is no longer his opponent. So he felt relieved all of a sudden. Don't take it lightly. Master Feng has not stopped making progress over the years. I know that your cultivation has improved a lot, but he has not slacked off either. And if you want to protect the little treasures, it may not be so easy. Seeing the relaxed expression of the fair-blooded venerable, the venerable immediately said a warning. Yes, yes, yes. The Lord of Wine and Meat hurriedly lowered his head and responded repeatedly. But he was very strange in his heart. The great Lord of Ice and Fire seemed to be very concerned about the safety of Zhu Xiaobao. Are you also fascinated by those delicacies? Okay, I'm leaving first. If you send a message to Luovong Island about anything, I will also know about it. I will come forward when necessary. After speaking, the great Lord Ice and Fire left. Only the old apprentice, who was a bit stupid, was left. It sounds like this great venerable not only attaches great importance to guarding the bloodline, but also attaches great importance to the little treasures. He actually rushes there personally when necessary. Where did my master, his master, get such great respect? Just because of the divine beast blood in him? But what does this have to do with Lord Ice and Fire? Duinmuki was fully prepared for this trip to Zerway country. He first needed to establish relationships with the merchants in Zerway country, because he needed to rely on their merchant ships to successfully enter Zerway country. This time, I returned to Zerway country was different from the last time. The last time was to avenge Xiao Shalong. Fast in and out. And it was still at the very edge of the northern Zerway kingdom. So there were not too many obstacles. But this time it's completely different. Not only do you have to infiltrate Zerway country, you also have to stay for a while. So there is quite a lot of preparation work to do. So it's urgent. But it still takes a long time to be fully prepared. During this period, Duinmuki and Zhu Xiaobao also paid close attention to the situation in Daxia and the movements of Kingswood Jialenga. What they were most worried about was whether someone would invade Lingyu Mountain while Zhu Xiaobao was away. Now King Ming and His Highness the Sixth Prince are completely united and have equally divided King Wen's fiefdom. But there is no harmony between the two. They are all cunning and suspicious people, and they cannot be honest with each other. At first, King Ming felt that he had taken advantage. The territories he divided were relatively prosperous areas, including processing, commerce, culture and entertainment. Even the place where he now lives was originally Prince Wen's mansion. But gradually, it was discovered that the territory divided by His Highness the Sixth Prince was actually more affordable, because most of them were grain-producing areas. And now grain is the most important strategic resource. As for the merchants, restaurants, and various processing industries that were originally prosperous, as the war progressed, they were now increasingly depressed. However, the price of food was soaring every day, which made King Ming very depressed. But now we can no longer argue with His Highness Sixth Prince. Opposite the two of them, the eldest prince was staring eagerly. The eldest prince was also very angry. He didn't expect that after spending so much energy, the income in the end was not as much as that of King Ming and King Sheng. What was even more unhappy was that the iron or mines in King Ming's half of the fiefdom had to be distributed to Kingswood Jialenga. Jialenga made it clear that she would no longer advance forward, and she was also eager to consolidate her rear. Therefore, the eldest prince was very jealous of His Highness the Sixth. He took out the 14th princess as a threat, but His Highness was unmoved and just said lightly, "It's up to you." In the face of huge interests, His Highness the Sixth Prince did not care about the life or death of his sister at all. In fact, he had known for a long time that the 14th princess was under house arrest by the first prince. But he had always pretended not to know and showed trust in the first prince. So his success was actually partly attributed to the 14th princess. Now he was asked to give the eldest prince the fief he had just acquired. And of course His Highness would not do it, being ruthlessly rejected by His Highness the Sixth Prince. The eldest prince was so angry that he wanted to eat the 14th princess alive when he came back. The 14th princess was immediately frightened to the point of peeing and howling loudly. Not to mention, the excrement in the crotch of the crotch made the eldest prince lose interest immediately. In addition, the 14th princess was now as fat as a pig and could not be said to be a beauty. So the eldest prince had nothing to eat from her. If you are interested, if you dare to let the eldest prince eat people, you should also choose beautiful ones. So pretty and delicious. Having someone clean up the 14th princess again frightened the 14th princess, and she spent the whole day in fear. But she didn't expect that Murong Feng would save her in the end. Although Murong Feng didn't like the unruly and dissolute character of the 14th princess, he was grateful that she told him in detail about Zhu Xiaobao's deeds in the imperial city before he went to Luofeng Island, which was why he went to Luofeng Island as an envoy. It went very well, and he also cured his illness. So he took her with him with a little effort. The eldest prince still wanted to give her this face. Murong Feng is not staying with the eldest prince now. She is building a manor for Kingswood Jialenga in Shimei County. Isn't it because Jialenga likes the lifestyle of Daxia Kingdom? This is also what the eldest prince promised. So now Murong Feng can only design and supervise the work personally, and no one else can use those novel things. In fact, Murong Feng also consciously avoided the eldest prince, and she had gradually developed the intention to leave. But where can I go? After thinking for a long time, her eyes turned to Luofeng Island. What is even more striking is that the Thunderbolt Gate and the Mecha Gate have now officially moved to Liuhe County, which is the part of the fiefdom abandoned by King Ming. Now King Ming's fiefdom has not increased much. That is, there is an extra back garden, Shiyuan City. But the current geographical location is much safer than before. Not only does the Heihe River serve as a natural barrier, but also Shiyuan City serves as a retreat place. So overall King Ming is quite satisfied. After having a clear understanding of the general situation of the surrounding forces, Duanmuchi decided that there would be no worries in a few months. And then he prepared to leave for Zirui country. But the selection of personnel was a bit difficult. Unexpectedly, the people around Zhu Xiaobao were clamoring to follow him, which made Duanmuchi very embarrassed. This time he planned to have no more than 50 people. After all, he was going to stay for a long time, and too many people would easily attract attention. Besides, this time, we need to understand Zhu Xiaobao's life experience and experiences clearly before making a decision. So we don't need a lot of people. Duanmuchi along must be brought with him. What they are best at is inquiring about information. And Tong Wuxin is familiar with various situations at sea. So they must go together. You must bring Jumei with you. She may cause a lot of trouble if she stays here. Coupled with the old apprentice, Zhu Xiaobao thinks these people are enough. But unexpectedly, Mu Chunyi also insisted on following him. Claiming to take good care of his master, this time Zhu Xiaobao did not bring Ying Xiuxiu and others. And in the end, it was his old apprentice who helped intercede. And then Mu Chunyi was brought along. What was even more unexpected was that Yu Shuang and Yu Shui also clamored to go. But Zhu Xiaobao firmly denied it. These two people would only cause trouble if they went. And Zhu Xiaobao left the 3 lucky treasures in the spirit this time. Crossing the mountain requires the two of them to control it. What's more, if there is a war, the two of them will definitely take the lead. Of course Yudan won't go either. Lingyu Mountain can't live without her now. Because isn't Yui pregnant? The candidate was finally decided. And Zhu Xiaobao still wanted to tell Yu Qianhe that she was the mother-in-law after all. And she couldn't hide the bloodline of the mythical beast from her. Unexpectedly, Yu Qianhe behaved very strangely after hearing this. After being silent for a long time, he said, "If you have confirmed your identity and status in the royal family and have any decision, come back and tell me right away." Chapter 383, Well Prepared B. Zhu Xiaobao felt very strange about Yu Qianhe's words. It was neither against him going to Zirui Kingdom nor telling him to be careful. Instead, he asked him to confirm his status and identity in the royal family and then repay her. Is there any relationship between the Lingyu tribe and the Zirui Kingdom? Reminiscing that the female warriors of the Lingyu tribe and the royal family of the Zirui Kingdom both have the surname Yu. Zhu Xiaobao seems to have found something. Mother-in-law, is there any relationship between your Lingyu clan and the Yu family of Zirui Kingdom? Both have the surname Yu? Zhu Xiaobao asked tentatively. Well, you guessed right. There is some connection. But if you are a small role in the royal family, there is no need to know. Come back obediently and stay in Lingyu Mountain for me. If you really have an extraordinary status, the status is extremely high. Then if you come back, I will tell you the details. Maybe our female warriors will be used by then. Yu Qianhe looked at Zhu Xiaobao with a complicated expression and said, It's been hundreds of years. I never thought I would go back one day. Zhu Xiaobao came out of Yu Qianhe's place full of doubts and returned directly to Yudan. He asked Yudan carefully, but Yudan didn't know anything about it. It seems that only the elders of the Lingyu tribe and above can know this. Yudan is too young. Although he has succeeded as the island leader, he does not know all the secrets yet. However, Zhu Xiaomao just thought about it. If it is as Yu Qianhe said, he is just a small role. Then don't you know that he has no interest in knowing these secrets anymore? Just think of those princes and princesses in Daxia who have no fiefdoms. Although they have noble status, they have no status or power. They are just waiting to die. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly became a little nervous, looking at his dignity. Could he be a very unpopular member of the royal family? Sister, what is your status in your clan? Are you a very important person? Zhu Xiaobao approached Princess when a little uneasy and wanted to know her status in the clan. Don't the two of them have something in common? They are both clansmen with the blood of mythical beasts. Huh? I am the right protector of the clan. If I am willing, it is not difficult to succeed as the clan leader, Princess Wen said proudly, and then looked at Zhu Xiaobao, who was a little sad, and couldn't help being surprised. This little fat guy has never been. He was smiling. What happened today? He seemed very troubled, so he couldn't help but ask, What's wrong with you? You seem to have something on your mind? Alas, I'm afraid that I have to go all the way to Zirui Kingdom and find out in the end that I am just a member of the royal family with no status. Do you think it would be embarrassing to go there? Zhu Xiaobao said, very depressed. Even if you don't have status, as long as you have this status, it's not impossible to get to the top. Just like the original 19th princess. Didn't she develop from being powerless? After listening to Zhu Xiaobao's words, Princess Wen couldn't help but feel happy. But she was also surprised in her heart. If this was really the case, it would be quite disappointing. So she immediately smiled comfortingly and said, "Don't think too much. My intuition has always been very good. Yes, you are not an ordinary descendant of the royal family. Well, with your intuition, I feel more at ease. Come on, sister, give me a hug. Please comfort me." Zhu Xiaobao grinned immediately. He knew Princess Wen's intuition, and it was very accurate. "Get out!" Princess Wen couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Now Princess Wen was very familiar with this guy's rogue behavior, so she kicked him out unceremoniously. Another day later, Zhu Xiaobao and his party finally set off. But they did not mobilize any troops. Everyone only knew that Zhu Xiaobao went to Luofeng Island, so no one became suspicious. Only Yu Dian cried quietly when he returned home. After all, it would probably take several months for Zhu Xiaobao to leave. When they arrived at Luofeng Island, Duinmuki had already prepared a merchant ship with a lot of goods on it. Anyway, he also needed a lot of daily necessities when he went to Zirwei country, so he just happened to load them together. Then set sail with the caravan of Zirwei Kingdom. This caravan was also carefully considered by Duinmuki. The most important thing is that the caravan manager was rescued from pirates by Tong Wuxin and others in a colorful boat. So they have always been grateful to Tong Wuxin and others. There is no problem at all with this requirement. They already have strong financial resources in Zirwei Kingdom, and even the palace ministers do not dare to embarrass them. However, Zhu Xiaobao's boarding of the merchant ship was still extremely secretive. No one knew that Zhu Xiaobao stayed in the cabin and did not come out very often, because all the merchants in charge knew him. His current identity is that of a young master. Duan Muqi is in charge, and Mu Chunyi is the maid serving beside him. The old apprentice is dressed like an old family member. It was the first time that Zhu Xiaobao was not escorted by the 3 auspicious treasures and the colorful ship. So Zhu Xiaobao was really worried. But look at the 50 people around them. They are all highly skilled in martial arts, and they also carry a lot of strong bows and crossbows. It should not be a problem to deal with ordinary pirates. Besides, there are more than a dozen escorting warships around. The journey was uneventful. Even Duan Muqi nodded in praise. It seems that the 19th princess has managed this area very well, and those pirates no longer dare to do business here. The journey was smooth. After more than 10 days of sailing, we finally landed on the border of Zirwei Kingdom. This is the southern purple country. But when they got ashore, Zhu Xiaobao found that the port was quite lively, while other places were still relatively desolate, with few homes and towns around. The steward of the caravan explained with a smile. "This place is still far away from the hinterland of Nanzi Rui country. We need to change carriages and walk for 2 days. So there are not many people here, but there are quite a few bandits. You'd better go follow us for another 2 days, and it will be safe once we pass Four Hammers Town." "Ha ha! Thank you, Brother Fan. That's exactly what I meant. Why is it called Four Hammers Town?" Duan Muqi cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Ha ha! That's because the 2 generals who guarded that town were brothers. They both used 2 hammers. Later, the town was renamed Four Hammer Town. Now the people in charge are their descendants, who are highly skilled in martial arts. Those bandits don't dare to go there to commit crimes." The steward surnamed Fan is very familiar with various places along the way, and is also quite familiar with Sikwi Town. "I see." After another 2 days of bumps, the group finally arrived at Sikwi Town. After breaking up with shopkeeper Fan, Zhu Xiaobao finally walked out of the carriage, making his first public appearance in more than half a month. But what disappoints Zhu Xiaobao is that this Sihui town is not very prosperous. It is similar to the original Shiyuan city. The population is not very large. The people on the street are also sparse, and the clothes are relatively simple. "This is the southern Zirwei Kingdom? Isn't it said that it is much more prosperous than the northern Zirwei Kingdom? Why is it still so disappointing?" Zhu Xiaobao asked disappointedly. "A border town is definitely not much better," Duinmuki said calmly without being surprised at all. "Let's stay here first, then have a good meal. I'm a little tired of eating all the dry food these days." Tong Wuxin also jumped off the horse and stretched out. "Huh? Delicious tofu soup? I want to eat tofu soup." Jumei's sharp eyes saw a small shop from a distance, with the words, "Delicious tofu soup," written on the facade. Chapter 384 Two Idiots A. Everyone was a little surprised, especially Zhu Xiaobao. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed that he had not promoted tofu to Zirway Kingdom. The ones that could produce tofu were Southeast County and the fiefdom of King Ming, as well as the fiefdom of King Wen. These places originally had tofu workshops. Later, when the war broke out, the 19th princess was besieged by King Wen of the Ming dynasty. Later, the 7th princess also took the opportunity to participate, causing the 19th princess to finally withdraw from Shiyuan city. In anger, Zhu Xiaobao cut off the supply of salt brine, and all the tofu workshops closed down one after another. But now there is actually tofu soup here, which makes everyone very happy. After traveling long distances for so many days, they all want to eat a bowl of fresh and tender tofu soup. But when this delicious tofu soup was served, everyone couldn't help but be disappointed when they tasted it. This was not tofu soup at all. It's just cooked beans ground into powder, and then mixed with bracken, etc., which is a paste of bean flour, which is far worse than real tofu soup. Boss, this tofu soup of yours is not authentic tofu soup? Are you deceiving me that I have never eaten authentic tofu soup? Zhu Xiaobao reluctantly ate a bowl, then slapped the table and shouted, "Ha ha! Sir, please forgive me. This is indeed not the kind of tofu soup produced in Southeast County. But it took my shopkeeper a long time to figure it out. But it is also very popular." The waiter in the shop ran over quickly, and he was quite honest and explained with a smile on his face. "Oh, let me tell you. That's what happened. Hee. Whatever. Go get some coarse salt, and I'll show you the real tofu soup," Zhu Xiaobao said suddenly. But he couldn't help but act on a whim. "I want to show it myself." "Oh? What is coarse salt?" the waiter asked in a daze. They only have one kind of salt, so there is no difference between coarse salt and refined salt. "Ha ha! Xiao my young master likes to joke. Don't mind. Go and do your business." Duan Muqi said bye-bye with a smile. Hey, old man. No, money is in charge." "What do you mean?" Zhu Xiaobao said, very dissatisfied. They bought a bankrupt small business before coming to Zirway country. So now they are all under the name. The identity of this business firm was publicly revealed in Zirway Kingdom. The original owner of this business firm was named Qian. So now Zhu Xiaobao is the young master Qian, and Duan Muqi is the manager Qian. "Master, we are here to investigate your life experience. If there is news in a few days that authentic tofu soup appears in Sikwi town, many people will immediately think of you, the master of Luofeng Island," Duan Muqi said in a low voice. Zhu Xiaobao would never consider such details. "Oh, okay. Then I will forcefully serve all the best dishes here." Zhu Xiaobao then realized that he still had a lot to learn when he was away from home, although it can't compare with the food in Lingyu Mountain. After eating dry food for so many days, it is now replaced with fresh dishes, which is barely acceptable, and the taste is SOSO. Originally, Zhu Xiaobao wanted to comment on it. Then I thought about it and let it go. Duan Muqi seemed to consciously want to train Zhu Xiaobao. When he arrived in Zirway Kingdom, he basically let Zhu Xiaobao make the decision. As long as it was not a mistake in principle, he would do what Zhu Xiaobao wanted. Among the group, Princess Wen, like Zhu Xiaobao, basically never shows up, either staying in the room or in the carriage. Her return this time is also extremely confidential, so she is even more cautious than Zhu Xiaobao. After resting for 2 days in Sikwi town, I once again wanted to travel to the hinterland of Nanzi Rui country. The trading company they bought was in the imperial city of Zirway Kingdom, so they were heading towards the imperial city. However, the information he found along the way made Zhu Xiaobao a little disappointed, and he was still uneasy in his heart. "Old man, have you known this for a long time? Are you sincere in telling me?" Zhu Xiaobao and Duan Muqi are sitting in the same carriage. They are now Mr. Qian and Manager Qian. Of course, they cannot be like other guards, riding a horse. I know a little bit. Not very detailed, Duan Muqi said with a somewhat embarrassed smile. In fact, he had already found some clues, but he was afraid that Zhu Xiaobao would not come to Zirway country again if he found out. So he didn't tell Zhu Xiaobao. On the contrary, it was only after arriving here that Zhu Xiaobao found out clearly. But these news are really shocking. According to reliable information, there are actually hundreds of royal members of the Zirway Kingdom, namely the princes and princesses. But this is not the point. The point is that those princesses are normal, but these princes are very abnormal. Most of them have brain problems, are short and fat, and have delayed development. They are commonly known as idiots. There is only a very small chance that it will be normal. But once it is a normal prince, he is the best among people. Not only is he extremely qualified, but he is also very handsome and tall. The reason is most likely because the power of blood is too powerful, and ordinary people cannot bear it. Those who can withstand it rarely become the best among people. The more Zhu Xiaobao listened, the more furious he became. He seemed to be one of those abnormal people. Could it be that he was really a fool? So now he understands why Duanmuqi never told him directly, but came here to let him investigate on his own. Guess Duanmuqi has known about it for a long time, for fear that Zhu Xiaobao would not be willing to come to Zirwei country if he knew the truth. Why the H? I am so unlucky. It's okay to be sold as a slave, but after tracing the root cause, I have become a fool? What do you think I came back for? Aren't I asking for trouble? Zhu Xiaobao is a little bit, he said dejectedly, looking at Duanmuqi with eyes full of resentment. This old man was deliberately embarrassing himself. No. 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 How can you be a fool? Which fool can be as smart as you? That's why I insisted on letting you come back to prove that you are not a fool. Even if you are still the smartest fool. Duanmuqi shaking his head, and shaking his head again, to build up Zhu Xiaobao's confidence. Get out of the car! Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaobao kicked Duanmuqi out of the car without any courtesy. Finally, we arrived at the Imperial City. The Imperial City of Zirwei Kingdom was not inferior to that of Daxia Kingdom. The Imperial City was bustling with people buying and selling. There are many shops and restaurants along the street. Patrolling officers and soldiers pass by on the street from time to time, and it can be seen that the security situation here is still very good. But Zhu Xiaobao was not in the mood for sightseeing. As soon as he arrived at Qian's shop, he was the first to get in. He was afraid that when people saw him, they would immediately think of the two idiots. This made Tong Wuxin and everyone cover their mouths and snicker. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao has grown a lot in the past 3 years. But the allusion to the two fools was a huge blow to him, and he still has to adapt to it for a while. Humph! You all tell me. The current situation is very complicated. There are a large group of idiots recorded in the palace. Which one am I? It is said that there are several idiots who disappear every year. Zhu Xiaobao sat there. He said with a groan. There is also a lot of information on the table about those two idiot princes, and they have been investigated in detail. Their age, biological mother, and the extent of their stupidity have all been recorded. This is the result of the investigation these days. Well, this is a very difficult question, but as long as we filter based on time, the scope is much smaller. Now the Purple Rui Kingdom is divided into the Southern Purple Rui Kingdom and the Northern Purple Rui Kingdom, and they were separated only 3 years ago. The original emperor was named Yu Qianrou. 2 years after taking the throne, she and her original uncle Yu Huafeng had an internal conflict. The two sides mobilized millions of troops and fought for a month. Later, Yu Qianrou retreated to the throne, Zirwei Kingdom, and Yu Huafeng occupied the southern Zirwei Kingdom. Since there was a 1,000-foot canyon separating the two places, Yu Huafeng was unable to attack it. This has resulted in the current situation. Duanmuqi quickly told the situation in Zirwei Kingdom in detail. Then according to your opinion, which family am I the second fool? Don't tell me I'm still from the down-and-out northern Zirwei Kingdom. Zhu Xiaobao's heart felt cold again, and he had some vague memories. I seem to have a sister? Could it be Yu Qianrou from northern Zirwei Kingdom? Well, I have already screened the two idiots who disappeared 3 years ago. Oh, there are 3 princes who are not missing. 2 of them are Yu Huafeng's sons, and the remaining one is Yu Qianrou's brother. Duanmuqi's work efficiency is very high, and he has already identified Zhu Xiaobao among the 3 candidates for the second fool. After all, these are princes. How come 3 of them were lost so casually? Don't these princes even have any guards around them? Zhu Xiaobao asked in annoyance. Maybe there are too many fools. Even the emperor is upset. One less is another. Unexpectedly, the old apprentice said bluntly behind him. Hey, disciple, come here. Come closer. Come closer. Come closer. After hearing this, Zhu Xiaobao smiled at his old apprentice. Master, what are you doing? Why am I so nervous? The old apprentice asked, cautiously approaching little by little. I'll chop you to death. An unfilial disciple like you is one of the best. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly pulled out his kitchen knife, shouted, and then jumped up and started hacking away. The old apprentice, who was chasing him, ran around the yard. Master, I was wrong. You are not a fool. The old apprentice begged for mercy while running. I will hack and kill you today. Everyone looked at the pair of master and apprentice, who were chasing each other fiercely in the yard with dumbfounded eyes. Of course, they also knew that with the old apprentice's martial arts, Zhu Xiaobao could not hurt him even a hair. But at this moment, a gloomy voice suddenly came from the courtyard. I didn't expect that a dignified meat-and winner would be so elegant. He would actually have a great time playing with a fool. Just when everyone was in shock, the old apprentice had already snatched the kitchen knife from Zhu Xiaobao's hand and quickly dodged in the direction of the sound. Dang! 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 There were more than a dozen sounds of hand-to-hand combat, and no one even saw a figure. The two of them had already touched each other more than a dozen times. Huh? I didn't expect that this kitchen knife is a magical weapon? What a pity! Lord Wind, I didn't expect you to dare to come to my door. Let's see if I don't hack you to death today. Hee. Okay. Lao Jiao, let me see if you have made any progress in these years. I'll chop. I'll chop. I'll chop. 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 Chapter 385 Two Idiots B. Who would have thought that just after arriving in the imperial city of Zirwei Kingdom, they would meet a great venerable, and it was Venerable Feng who ranked higher than his old apprentice. However, this fight between the two was actually inseparable, and the old apprentice did not lose at all. But the speed of the two of them was too fast. Even though they were in the yard, they could not be seen clearly at all. In other words, Duan Muqi and Princess Wen's martial arts were higher, and they could roughly see two vague figures, and Zhu Xiaobao could also sense the location of his kitchen knife. Surprisingly, Zhu Mei's eyes had been following the movements of the two figures, as if they were not affected by their speed. Master Feng was simply astonished. He didn't expect that his martial arts had improved over the years, and in order to improve his combat power, he also specially learned the Tiger Claw magic skill of the White Tiger clan. Now he still has in his hand the magic weapon that he spent a lot of money to build. 2 stainless steel tiger claws. But now he was chopped beyond recognition by the old apprentice. Moreover, the old apprentice's sword skill seemed crazy. But combined with the weird pace, he didn't get any advantage at all, and tried to avoid the power of this kitchen knife. This made Master Feng both shocked and angry. Could it be that all his training in the past few years was in vain? Originally, I was thinking of challenging Lord Jiuyin, but now it seems that I am at the bottom? However, the old apprentice was eager to kill. After all these years, he finally defeated Feng Zunzi once. He chopped even harder with the kitchen knife in his hand, and he just surrounded Feng Zuinzheng, not giving him a chance to escape. You must know that once Feng Zun takes advantage of his speed, no one will be able to catch up. Humph. Lao Jiao, you want to trap me with a peerless magic weapon? You think too simply. Farewell. Feng Zuinzheng had no choice but to fall back into the yard again and snorted coldly. But at this time, he waved his long sleeves and swung it toward Zhu Xiaobao. Venerable Wine and Meat was immediately shocked. He did not expect Venerable Feng to actually attack Zhu Xiaobao. Come and distract him. Poor Zhu Xiaobao couldn't dodge this blow at all, so he reluctantly turned around, but was still thrown by the sleeves of Master Feng on his back. Although it looked like ordinary long sleeves, it was thrown out by these great masters. That is no less than a heavy hammer. Before Zhu Xiaobao had time to scream, he had already flown up like clouds and mist. Fortunately, the direction he flew out was exactly where Jumei was. He saw Jumei reaching out to catch Zhu Xiaobao, and turned around very naturally, dissolving the huge power contained in Zhu Xiaobao. Even Master Feng was surprised. This tall and strong female man was able to resolve this move of his. You must know that this move may seem like an understatement, but in fact Master Feng had already used 50% of his power, before he had time to think too much. Lord Feng dodged and shot out. This time, the old apprentice could not catch up. Although he immediately used the Yuanong sword's footwork, it was already a step too late, and was caught by Feng. His Holiness distanced himself. Ha ha ha! Lao Jiao, if we want to compete in speed, I will take second place, but no one will dare to take first place. Master Feng turned around and laughed when he had time to do so. Boom! With a soft sound, Master Feng, who had been so proud just now, suddenly fell down. This meant that he had extremely high kung fu. Before landing, he forcibly turned over and rolled around, so that he did not fall too hard. Embarrassing. Ah? Great Lord of Ice and Fire! Why are you here? I've been hiding here. And you still refuse to let me go? The last time I was injured by you, it took me 5 years to recover. What else do you want? Like? Master Feng got up from the ground and shouted in fear. Now he has been injured by the great master of ice and fire, and can no longer run. Humph. Of course I will kill you. The great lord of ice and fire just fell down. It turned out that the great lord ice and fire also followed Zhu Xiaobao and others to the Zirui kingdom. Firstly, she was not worried about Zhu Xiaobao's safety. Secondly, she also had her own purpose. Because the fire attribute skills of the Suzaku clan were very useful to her. Attractive. I've seen the great reverend. The old apprentice ran over panting at this time. He was too fat and was already very tired from this battle. I don't accept it. You two join forces to stop me. Even if you kill me, you will be laughed at by others. Besides, even if I offended you back then, I have already paid a sufficient price. You still want to kill the second time? Isn't that too graceless? Lord Feng covered his chest and shouted. He was really afraid that Lord Ice and Fire would kill him. Humph. Well, as long as you answer me a few questions honestly, I don't have to kill you this time. Although the great Lord of Ice and Fire was wearing a veil, his face was still a little ashamed. After all, he killed Feng Zun like this. It is indeed a bit damaging to one's own reputation. Have you learned the White Tiger Divine Claw from the White Tiger clan? Lord Ice and Fire asked with some interest. Yes, but I didn't get it by force. But they voluntarily let me learn it. I am now the prince's teacher. As soon as Master Feng heard that there was a way to survive, he immediately gave a thorough explanation. Oh, it seems that you are still not satisfied with your ranking. You actually came up with this method? Then let me ask you again. Where are the two princes who disappeared 3 years ago by Yuan Feng? How old are they? The great Lord Ice and Fire asked calmly. I don't know about this either. Who cares about these two fools? Master Feng said casually without thinking. Well, just say it honestly, and don't tell me anything else. The great Lord of Ice and Fire said in a deep voice. Yes. I really haven't noticed this. How about I go back and check it for you? But there is an agreement between the great sages not to participate in worldly affairs? Master Feng was suddenly shocked. He said quickly, but he was a little surprised in his heart. Why did the great Lord Ice and Fire become interested in these idiots? Humph. You are not allowed to interfere in secular affairs? Didn't you just hurt a fool? The great Lord Ice and Fire was also a little dumbfounded. Could this little treasure really have evolved from a fool? Yes. I just used that idiot to distract Lao Jiao so that I could run away. How about I go back and check for you? Anyway, it's easy for the prince to check these things. Master Feng. He immediately said a little aggrievedly, but he reacted quickly enough and immediately offered to help find out about this matter. Well, go ahead. I'll give you 2 days. Lord Ice and Fire nodded, then waved his hand and sent Lord Feng away. Even though Lord Feng was also one of the 9 great sages, he was stunned. He didn't even dare to reply, so he left dejectedly. He endured the pain and hurried back to the prince's mansion. Thank you, Fairy, for your help, the Fairy Lord said quickly and respectfully. Trash! I asked you to protect Zhu Xiaobao, but he was still injured. You are really useless. The great Lord of Ice and Fire scolded him without any politeness. Yes, I was too careless. I didn't expect that Master Feng would use such a sinister move to disturb my mind. But I just noticed that he didn't use any force. Xiaobao should be fine. The Venerable nodded repeatedly to admit his mistake. He was also very depressed. He did not expect that such a thing would happen again. Forget it. Go back first. Take good care of him. Before he finished speaking, the great Lord of Ice and Fire had already disappeared. The old apprentice could only shake his head and smile bitterly. I am afraid that his own kung fu will never be able to keep up with this great lord. But when he returned to the yard of the shop, the old apprentice discovered that something unexpected happened, and Zhu Xiaobao never woke up. It turned out that although he was caught by Jume was wearing soft armor and had a breast shield on her chest. Their breast shield was only the size of a bowl, but hers had a small face. The basin was so big, so when Zhu Xiaobao bumped into her, he was hit hard, and he still hasn't woken up. Have you really become a fool? This is worse than being a fool. The old apprentice suddenly felt confused and asked with a sad face. Didn't he just want to protect Zhu Xiaobao in the camp? Now that it has become like this, How can I explain this to the great Lord Ice and Fire? It's okay. I've checked him out. It shouldn't be a big deal. He should be fine after tonight. Duanmuchi shook his head and said. But on the second day, Zhu Xiaobao still didn't wake up, which made everyone feel a little panicked. But there was nothing they could do. On the contrary, Lord Feng came again. But he did not come to see Duanmuchi and others, but met with Lord Ice and Fire, Lord Wine and Meat. Fairy! I have found out clearly that the two princes who disappeared 3 years ago are actually dead. The reason was that two fools fought, and one was killed on the spot, while the other was seriously injured and was killed by you. One Feng was so angry that he slapped him to death. Of course, there was no news about this matter, so he buried it quietly. So he just thought he ran away and got lost. The prince himself arranged for the aftermath of this matter to be handled. Master Feng said respectfully. Oh, you did a good job on this matter. Go back. The great Lord Ice and Fire nodded, letting Lord Wind go for the time being. But, Fairy! I need Fairy to cast spells to heal the internal injuries in my body, Lord Feng said with a grin. Yesterday, he was knocked down from the air by the great Lord Ice and Fire, and his body was filled with the power of the great Lord Ice and Fire. The ice finger can only use half of its power now. The key is that now the whole person is feeling cold and very uncomfortable. But I can't solve this kind of ice finger. Otherwise, I wouldn't have worked so hard and come here early in the morning. Humph. After 5 years of rest, you will be able to fully recover. Go ahead. The great Lord of Ice and Fire said expressionlessly. Ah? Great Master. Isn't this going to cost me my life? I have so many enemies. Master Feng immediately shouted in fear. Well, okay. Let me untie half of it for you first. If you can satisfy me before I leave, I will untie it all for you before I leave. Thank you. Fairy! Okay. You can go. Yes. After hearing the information brought back by his old apprentice, Duanmuchi couldn't help but feel his heart sink. I didn't expect that he is really Yu Qianrou's younger brother. But Yu Qianrou was captured by Zirui Kingdom. Chapter 386. Tiger's Shadow on Moonlit Night. What troubles Duanmuchi the most now is that Zhu Xiaobao hasn't woken up yet, which makes these people very anxious. Zhu Xiaobao is the absolute center of this group of people. Isn't it just for him that I came to Zirui country this time? Although Duanmuchi is proficient in medical science, he is far from reaching the level of Guzhen. So Duanmuchi asked his old apprentice very worriedly. Senior, the last time the great sage took action against Xiaobao, did he leave any hidden injuries? According to him, my pulse condition should wake up tomorrow morning. I'm not sure about this. What I saw at first was that there was definitely no serious attack. As for whether there were any hidden injuries, I can't tell. The old apprentice was also a little confused. At first, he thought it was nothing serious. But now Zhu Xiaobao has been they didn't even wake up, which made the old apprentice start to worry. Even though the old apprentice is slightly better than Master Feng now, it is because of Zhu Xiaobao's kitchen knife and the weird footwork. In terms of true cultivation, he is still a little behind Master Feng. This gap between the great sages is difficult to overcome. After all, everyone is training hard and hopes to take a step further and reach the realm of martial saint. Although everyone knows that hope is slim, no one wants to lose it. After all, that is the highest goal in the hearts of these great venerables. However, the old disciple still has someone to rely on, and that is the great Lord Ice and Fire. He quietly told the great Lord Ice and Fire about the situation. Unexpectedly, the great Lord Ice and Fire was very calm. It doesn't matter. There is nothing wrong with his behavior. It'll be fine in a few days. But you, if necessary, can go to the palace. Maybe you can find something. Huh? What did you find? The old apprentice was a little confused. What the great Lord Ice and Fire said was a bit meaningless, and the old apprentice couldn't understand it. You don't have to ask any more questions. You can just go there when the time comes. In the palace, Venerable Wind will also provide you with appropriate help. The great Venerable Ice and Fire waved his hand, and then disappeared. Unexpectedly, Princess Wen came to see her old apprentice the next day, and Princess Wen was injured. Although she hid it well, she couldn't escape the old apprentice's eyes. You want me to go to the palace? What for? The old apprentice said, a little surprised. Is this what the great Lord Ice and Fire said? But the old apprentice was not so respectful in front of Princess Wen. Just kidding. He is one of the 9 great sages. No matter how noble Princess Wen is, he will not take her seriously. Yes. Senior, this is related to the safety of Zhu Xiaobao in the future. Of course, it is also related to the country of our Suzaku clan. Please help me. Senior, of course, it is just to investigate, and you do not need to do it yourself. Princess Wen was very happy. She said respectfully. Of course, she also knew the agreement between the 9 great sages not to interfere in worldly affairs. Well, I hope you won't lie to me, or you Xiaobao to achieve your own goals. The old apprentice stared at Princess Wen for a while, and then said, although there was advice from the great Lord Ice and Fire, he was not willing to do things for others. Of course, except Zhu Xiaobao. Senior brother, just go there. I'm really worried about Master. Mu Chuanyi next to him said a little uneasily. Zhu Xiaobao never woke up, which made Mu Chuanyi very worried. As soon as he heard about the safety of Zhu Xiaobao, Mu Chuanyi couldn't help but speak. Okay. Do you want me to help you find someone or something? The old apprentice originally wanted to go, because the great Lord Ice and Fire had already told him. But he didn't understand how the great Lord Ice and Fire prescient. It's a woman. Her name is Zhu Xian, and she is also the protector of our Suzaku clan. But now she has betrayed us and is hiding in the palace. She has now become the double monk of the second Prince Yu Shicheng. Princess Wen's real name was Zhu Rong. She is the right protector of the clan, slightly higher than Zhu Xian. But Zhu Xian is several years older than her. She is still less than 30 years old now. But her cultivation level has far exceeded that of Princess Wen. The reason why Princess Wen was injured was because she wanted to explore the palace at night, and was injured by the palace guards. They never found Zhu Xian's hiding place. Okay, I understand. The old apprentice nodded. Although for others, going to the palace compound is more difficult than going to heaven. But for great venerables like them, it is not that difficult. It should be said that it is quite easy. Just like Zhu Xiaobao's cave heaven in paradise. Such a high difficulty did not trouble the old apprentice. And he could still come and go with ease. So the old apprentice didn't take it seriously. In the middle of the night, the old apprentice rarely changed into a pair of night clothes and entered the palace easily. However, he was a little confused when he got inside. The palace is too big, with thousands of houses. Where can I find a woman like Zhu Xian? Fortunately, Lord Feng arrived in a short time. His current injuries were temporarily suppressed by Lord Ice and Fire, and it did not affect his performance. However, the atmosphere when the 2 great sages met was not harmonious. Both of them stared at each other, fully alert. In the end, it was the Fairweather Venerable who spoke first, and said with a smile, Hey, Venerable Wind, don't stare at me. You are no longer my opponent. I'm afraid the rankings of these 9 great venerables will change. Humph. Aren't you relying on the sharpness of that kitchen knife and that weird footwork? Otherwise, are you still the same as before? Feng Zun snorted angrily. Didn't you also learn the Tiger Claw magic Kung Fu from the White Tiger clan? You are willing to give the prince some martial arts instruction. Probably just to learn the Kung Fu clan's Kung Fu and martial arts skills from the White Tiger clan. The old apprentice also fought back. Humph. Anyway, our affairs are not over yet. I will settle the score with you then, Master Feng said angrily. Unlike the Fairweather Venerable, he doesn't care so much about rankings. He cares very much about his ranking. He was originally second to last, but now he is ranked first from last. It's up to you. But I can tell you that Lord Jiuyin was already defeated by me. It took more than half a year to recover from his injury, the old apprentice said proudly. He is now the 7th-ranked Great Lord. Oh? You actually defeated the old witch Jiuyin? Master Feng suddenly felt a chill in his heart. I'm afraid he really can't defeat this Fairweather Master. Then Master Feng said very bluntly, Aren't you looking for the second prince? Come with me. I will only take you to the second prince's villa. I won't care about the rest. Don't say I didn't remind you that this second prince it's not simple. Even I have never been in his place. It's a bit weird. It turns out that the prince taught by Feng Zun is the eldest prince. But Yuan Feng has 2 extraordinary sons. The prince is already very strong. But this second prince is even more perverted. He is only in his early 30s, and has already reached the martial arts level, the cultivation level of Zun. And he was just promoted to Wuzuan in the past 6 months. In other words, it was this woman named Zhu Xian who was quickly promoted to martial master after she arrived. Of course, Feng Zun heard it from the prince occasionally. But he was the great martial lord, so he didn't care much about Wuzun's cultivation. Only he knew how difficult it was for the martial lord to be promoted to the great martial lord. It was only now that he saw that the great Lord Ice and Fire and his old disciple wanted to investigate this woman named Zhu Xian, that he became a little alarmed that the second prince's promotion speed was too fast. And this woman played a key role in this. When we arrived at the second prince's villa, the surrounding area was heavily guarded, and it was difficult for the second prince to show his face. As for the intrigues among other royal families for the throne, matters of life and death do not exist here between these two brothers. The second prince Yu Shichang has no intention of inheriting the throne. What he is obsessed with is stimulating the blood of the mythical beast in his body. And the current emperor of Nanzirui Kingdom, Yuan Feng, also pays more attention to the second prince, compared with other people. Those of them who have the blood of divine beasts are more eager to stimulate the blood of divine beasts in their bodies, which means that they can reach the cultivation level of a martial saint. Although the defense was tight, it was not a problem for the old apprentice. He had already rushed in with a few ducks. Seeing this made Master Feng feel a little uncomfortable. The master's kung fu had indeed improved a lot. In the end, he couldn't help but followed in. He might as well see what special abilities the woman who could make the great Lord Ice and Fire take seriously was really special. Once inside, it is easy to find. There are not many servants here, and the place is not very big. It is very remote and quiet. The two of them found an artificial rockery. Although it was artificially piled, it was still more than 10 feet high. It was a good place for practicing. The two approached quietly, but were still far away. With their extremely high cultivation, they discovered that there was someone on the rockery. And they were still practicing the skills of the White Tiger clan, because this kind of momentum was very familiar to Lord Feng. And the prince, I would also make this kind of sound when I was practicing. But now the sound was much stronger than that of the prince. And it was vaguely shocking. Don't even think about the White Tiger clan's spiritual cultivation method. Only their clan members can practice it. Venerable Wind said quietly to Venerable Wine and Meat. He had already tried it. Without the blood of the divine beast, it had no effect at all. I don't want to practice their skills. I just came to see that woman. What's so special about it? The old apprentice shook his head, and then looked at the second prince coming out of the rockery, and a woman sitting cross-legged on the ground. Also meditate and practice. The man and woman on the rockery are both wearing white clothes. They are really handsome and charming. And the woman is charming. This daughter should be the Zhu Xian that Princess Wen mentioned. She does look outstanding. What surprised the two great venerables even more was that Zhu Xian's eyes suddenly opened, and he looked at the place where the venerable Fairweather lords and the others were hiding. Then he frowned a little doubtfully, and finally seemed to be sure that there was nothing abnormal. After that, he slowly closed his eyes again and continued practicing. But Venerable Wine and Meat and Venerable Wind were both shocked. This woman's cultivation was at the peak of a great martial artist. She had not even reached the level of a great martial artist. She actually had such a sensing ability. It had to be said that it was completely beyond their imagination. Fortunately, the two of them were highly cultivated and were not discovered. But the scene that followed was indeed more shocking. The second prince Yu Shicheng, who was standing aside, suddenly stretched out his arms, raised his head slightly, and let out a sound like a tiger's roar. This was nothing. To him a light gray tiger shadow appeared behind him. This tiger shadow made the two great sages stunned with shock. Is this the legendary mythical beast? This is the phantom of the divine beast that can only be condensed by activating the blood of the divine beast. And is this illusory tiger shadow the legendary white tiger? The two looked at each other, both a little confused. Although they were great martial lords, they didn't know much about the bloodline of divine beasts. But now it seems that once the bloodline of the mythical beast is stimulated, the potential of this kind of person is definitely huge. Standing on a tree further away, the great Lord of Ice and Fire looked a little dazed. But he was also very surprised. He never thought that it was really possible to activate the bloodline of a divine beast. Although the tiger shadow inspired by Yu Shicheng is still very shallow and weak, it at least shows that he has already got a glimpse of the secret. This trip is well worth it. After returning from the palace, the old apprentice only told Princess Wen about Zhu Xian, but did not mention anything about Yu Shicheng. This could only be told as a top secret to Zhu Xiaobao. And of course, it could not be told to outsiders. Now, the second prince Yu Shicheng can be considered Zhu Xiaobao's cousin. But don't forget, all the little treasures also have the blood of mythical beasts. Zhu Rong knew the exact whereabouts of Zhu Xian, and she had achieved her goal. Although she was a little uneasy, there was no need to stay in the imperial city anymore. In the afternoon, Princess Wen, Zhu Rong, suggested to Duan Muqi that now that it was confirmed that Zhu Xiaobao was Yu Qianrou's younger brother. He should rush to Beiziri country as soon as possible. Although Duan Muqi has been guarding against this Zhu Rong, because she is so different from the previous princess one. And she is weird in everything. So she has to be on guard. But we must also admit that there is really no need to stay here now. They must rush to northern Zirwei country as soon as possible. That's where Zhu Xiaobao wants to go. But then the problem came. There was a huge mountain stream separating the northern and southern Zirwei kingdom. It was because of this mountain that Yuan Feng did not continue to conquer Yu Qianrou, forming a confrontation between the north and the south, because Yu Qianrou destroyed several cable bridges connecting the two sides at the last moment. It is now very troublesome for the north and south Zirwei kingdom to communicate with each other. They have to take a long way around and go around the sea. It doesn't matter. I know a secret passage that can pass through the mountain stream. But horses can't pass it. Unexpectedly, Zhu Rong said with certainty. No problem. As long as people can get there. If Xiaobao hasn't woken up yet, let Zhu Mei carry him there. Upon hearing this, Duan Muqi said overjoyed. But I became more and more wary of Princess One. This woman seemed to have changed since she arrived in Zirwei Kingdom. Her eyes were confident, and she was quite well informed about all kinds of information. More importantly, she had been following Zhu Xiaobao. Man, he was not in a hurry to find his own people. A few people were left behind at Qian's shop, which gave them a place to stay in Nan Zirwei country. And the rest set off with Zhu Rong. Since Zhu Xiaobao never woke up, he still prepared a carriage. At worst, this carriage will be unnecessary by then. What surprised Duan Muqi even more was that the old apprentice was now very excited about the execution of the northern Zirwei kingdom. In the past, he was worried about Zhu Xiaobao's safety, so he came with him. But now I am working even harder than before. After walking all the way north for another 4 days, we reached the dividing line between the north and south Zirwei kingdom, the huge mountain stream. When we arrived here, several people suddenly ran over from the front. When they saw Zhu Rong, they immediately saluted, and then without saying much, he led everyone in another direction. After walking on the cliff for half an hour, they came to an Eagle's Mouth cliff, and there were people waiting for them here. When they saw Zhu Rong, like the people in front of them, they saluted and then left the Eagle's Mouth cliff. A rattan rope was thrown from the top. It turned out that the method they used was to use the rattan rope to swing people over. And the distance here is also the closest. It should be said that even a little bit of martial arts can do it. Tong Wuxin was the first to swing over, followed by Duan Muxialong and others. And then Zhu Mei was carrying Zhu Xiaobao on her back. Although she was huge and heavy, her strength was unmatched. One step up, 2 legs as soon as he kicked off. He landed steadily on the cliff opposite. After walking for another half an hour, I finally saw a village. I bought a new carriage here for Zhu Xiaobao's exclusive use, and then continued on. He thought he had arrived. But Zhu Rong said with a smile that there were still at least 2 or 3 days to go. Only then did Duan Muqi understand that the area of the northern and southern Zirwei kingdom was probably not much smaller than Dashia kingdom. There were some discrepancies in the previous maps, and many places were not marked. However, Mu Juni has tried his best to draw out all the omissions along the way. After walking for another 2 days, they reached a fork in the road. Zhu Rong said to Duan Muqi, "You can take a rest when we reach Beiqiao town. Further ahead is the imperial city of Zirui kingdom. I'll take another road. I want to go back to my tribe first, and we'll see you later." Okay. Here is Princess Laowen. Duan Muqi cupped his hands, and he was still used to calling Princess One. Ha ha. There is no need to mention the identity of Princess One here. I am the left protector of the Suzaku clan, Zhu Rong said lightly. Then she also held her hands and left with her people. Why did she leave? Didn't she say she wanted our help? Tong Wuxin asked, a little puzzled. Ha ha. Of course. We have to see Xiaobao's identity recognized first before she will come to talk to us again. But I feel that we may still need her help in many places in the future. This matter is not urgent. It will be done later Beiqiao town. We will send out personnel immediately to find out the details of the Suzaku clan. Duan Muqi twisted his beard and said with a smile, as if things were progressing more and more interestingly. Not long after leaving, what was unexpected was that Zhu Xiaobao actually woke up. Everyone was cheering this time. But Zhu Xiaobao's expression was indeed a bit strange. He seemed to be trying his best to recall something. He didn't have the same smiling expression as before. He felt as if he was a different person. Chapter 387 Reality is Cruel. When they arrived at Beiqiao town, Duan Muqi waved his hand, and the Inn was booked. The owner of the inn was very happy. He hadn't had such a generous big customer for a long time. Just kidding. Zhu Xiaobao is also half the owner of Luofeng Island. Now it is not enough to be rich in the world, but it is definitely more than enough to be rich. Xiaobao, what's wrong with you? Did you remember something? What Duanmuki is most troubled about now is Zhu Xiaobao's state. Something seems wrong. Well, I bumped into Jumei's breast protector, and I seem to be woken up. I also remembered some of the past things. Zhu Xiaobao was still sitting on the bed, saying a little listlessly, "Oh, that's a good thing. How about it? Have you ever thought about whether you are a member of the royal family of the Purple Roy Kingdom? Have you ever thought about the people closest to you? Then, if you are like this now, doesn't it mean that you are still normal?" Duanmuki asked eagerly. "Oh, it's just because I think about it that I feel uncomfortable. Oh, I won't talk about it anymore. I'll just cry if I talk too much," Zhu Xiaobao said in distress. "Why? Could it be that you really were before?" Duanmuqi said half of the words hesitantly, but he didn't dare to say the other half. "Yes. Once you recover your memory, you have to face the very painful reality. I was really a fool before. All I can remember is a sister named Yuqianro. There are 4 other fools like me. The fools are called Dabao, second treasure, 3 treasures, and 4 treasures. I am the youngest, so I am called Xiaobao. As you can tell, I am the smartest among the 2 fools." "One," Zhu Xiaobao said, extremely depressed. No, 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 no. That's not the case at all. You are as smart as a fool. Once your potential abilities are activated, you become extremely smart." Duanmuki waved his hands repeatedly and said. He was a little embarrassed. The most important thing now is to establish a good relationship among the young people. It is really difficult for Zhu Xiaobao to gain Bao's self-confidence and eliminate his inferiority complex. When he wakes up, he has to face such a cruel reality. It is difficult for anyone to accept it. "Well, okay. Let's not talk anymore. Now I just think about it. The original Xiaobao's mind is also a mess. That is, the intelligence level of a 6 or 7-year-old. I still have to sort it out. I have to sort out many scenes. Only analysis can determine what's going on." Zhu Xiaobao sighed. "Then what should we do next? Should we go directly to the Imperial City, or return to the palace in another way?" Duanmuqi asked again. "Well, let's first understand the situation in Beizirui country. I'm also sorting out my thoughts. My mind has been a little confused these days. If a fool returns to the palace people won't admit it." Zhu Xiaobao thought for a moment before saying, Okay. Hey, brother-in-law, don't feel inferior. From your few words, I know that you are still the same little treasure. I won't have the slightest grudge. And I won't tell this matter to anyone." "Out?" Duanmuki said thoughtfully. "Go away. What you said is like comforting a fool." Zhu Xiaobao gave Duanmuqi a hard look, and then snorted angrily. Duanmuqi left Zhu Xiaobao's room in a bit of embarrassment. As soon as he went out, he saw his old apprentice and Mu Chuanyi guarding the door, as well as Jumei, who was also waiting there worriedly. "Ha ha. Okay. Everything is normal. Don't you worry, Jumei. Go and help the young master change his clothes," Duanmuki quickly said with a smile on his face. At least he was relieved. Zhu Xiaobao was not recovering from the disease, memory and loss of original magic and wit. "Hey. Okay," Jumei said happily, and then entered the room. "What are you doing? You? Help me change my clothes? Wait, you have been helping me change my clothes and wash my clothes these past few days?" Zhu Xiaobao suddenly asked in a panic, remembering a lot of important things at once, which seemed a bit scary. "Yes, you are not my master. Who else will do it if I don't do it? Ing Xiuxiu and the others are not here?" Jumei said matter-of-factly, reaching out to help Zhu Xiaobao change clothes. Stop, Jumei. Stand there for me. Then you saw it? Damn it. How could this happen? Is there no one else but you?" Zhu Xiaobao shouted in shock, shrinking back. "Go to the foot of the bed and look at the huge beauty in horror." "Yes." Sister Wuxi went out to find out the news. And Mu Chuanyi didn't have much energy, so it was just me. "Oh, by the way, Princess Wen also comes over to help sometimes. She is such a good person." "Jumei is still there," he said carelessly. "Oh my god. How could this happen? It's over. It's all gone. That giant beauty. Can I see your butt? Zhu Xiaobao looked up to the sky and shouted. He really regretted not taking Ying Xiuxiu and the others with him. It's a good idea to bring at least one. But he wanted to recover his losses. So he asked, very annoyed. Ah, you are the master. You have the final say. Jiumei was ready to take off her clothes without any scruples. But she just didn't understand what this master wanted to do. Anyway, she only knew what Zhu Xiaobao said. Stop. 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 Forget it. You'd better not take it off. I don't want to recover the loss. Zhu Xiaobao shouted in even more panic. He didn't expect that he was extremely smart and could do nothing to deal with this stupid girl. Nor, looking at her tall and strong figure, I immediately lost my confidence. Don't worry. I used to raise cattle and horses. I took care of those animals. And I helped pull out some of the calves. Not to mention, no wonder you always say that you are awesome. It turns out that you are really far behind those breeding cows. Those bullwhips are bigger than yours. Jiumei still said enthusiastically. In her eyes, it is probably the same as taking care of those cattle and sheep. And there is nothing taboo about it. Shut up. Stop talking. Zhu Xiaobao shouted angrily, and then asked helplessly. Forget it. Forget it. Jiumei, I am your master. Right? You must do what I say. Bar? Of course. Am I not doing well? Jiumei was a little confused when Zhu Xiaobao asked. After thinking for a while, he said, she has been very happy since she followed Zhu Xiaobao. So she has always regarded herself as Zhu Xiaobao's person. When Zhu Xiaobao wanted to return the slave contract to her, she was not willing. Okay, you did a good job. But from now on, you are not allowed to tell anyone else about the things you helped me change and wash up with. Except Wu Yu, Ying Xiuxiu and the others. Do you understand? Zhu Xiaobao nervously warned Jiumei repeatedly that Jiumei didn't have any scheming intentions. If she talked about everything outside, what's the point? Oh, I know. Jiumei nodded, a little confused. Are these trivial things important? After changing her clothes, Jiumei sat by the bed. Zhu Xiaobao didn't let her go, so she waited there obediently. Zhu Xiaobao used Jiumei as a cushion and leaned on Jiumei's back. Not to mention that Jiumei's back was quite comfortable to lean on. But Zhu Xiaobao leaned there and thought about his thoughts. Jiumei, you said that Princess Wen also came to help me during the past few days when you took care of me? Zhu Xiaobao asked with a frown. Yes. She did a great job. Much more careful and thoughtful than what I have to do. Jiumei nodded and said, although she works very hard, she also knows that what she does is a bit rough. Well, Princess Wen, Zhu Rong, what on earth do you want to do? I haven't been able to wake up these days because of the medicine you gave me. You even peeked at my private parts. Huh? I will definitely recover the losses later. Zhu Xiaobao leaned there and thought to himself, as if he had started to fall asleep after drinking the decoction fed by Princess Wen. But he didn't tell Duan Wuqi about it. Zhu Xiaobao thought about it for a long time. But it seemed that he still couldn't sort out too many clues, because the original Yu Xiaobao's memory was too simple and too confusing. And he couldn't even figure out what other brothers and sisters he had. And they must not be very close, because in his memory, he only remembers Yu Qianrou, the original third princess, most clearly. Others have no impression at all. It seems that he has gradually adapted to the fact that Jiumei is waiting by his side, and Zhu Xiaobao is no longer so entangled. On the contrary, the relationship between the two has become closer. I don't know if it is to comfort himself, but Zhu Xiaobao feels that Jiumei is at his side. The image of Mei Mei also became more beautiful, and Jiumei became more attentive to Zhu Xiaobao, finally able to move around freely again. Zhu Xiaobao felt inexplicably excited. He even made a special trip to the kitchen and cooked a few dishes by himself, planning to have a good toothpaste in the evening. I haven't had a good meal since I left Lingyu Mountain. Now that his identity has been confirmed, there is no need to hide it. Sooner or later he will return to the royal family. Firstly, he wanted to meet Yu Qianrou, the sister who cared about them the most at the beginning. And secondly, he also wanted to find out the culprit for being sold as a slave. Zhu Xiaobao's small taste of knives has already made the waiters and bosses of Ruyin a little stunned. They know the elegant art by smelling the aroma. The aroma of these dishes has already made them salivate. I still haven't seen the specific color yet. In addition, they took out the burning knives they brought, which made the owner feel that this group of people was very special. Duimuki was the happiest when he was sitting next to Zhu Xiaobao. Of course, He was relieved to see that Zhu Xiaobao was back to normal. So he had a great time during the dinner. He even drank several glasses of wine for the first time. Normally, he would only drink a few drinks and not drink more. This time, Zhu Xiaobao specially rewarded Jumei with 2 jars of top-quality burning knives. It was actually hush money. But Jumei didn't care about this. Of course, she was overjoyed and drank happily. Just when everyone was enjoying their meal, Tong Wuxian suddenly hurried back. Seeing that Zhu Xiaobao had woken up, Tong Wuxian was also very surprised. And then immediately reported to Duan Muqi, "Sir, I just woke up. I got a piece of news. In half a month, the 2 princes-in-law will compete in a martial arts field. They will win or lose based on martial arts. The winner will be named the King of England and will guard and govern Pingyang County, which is the county we are in now." "Oh, Xiaobao, do you know how many sisters you have besides Yu Qianrou?" After hearing this, Duan Muqi turned his head and asked in confusion. "I don't know. Except for Yu Qianrou. I don't know anyone. And I don't even have any impression at all." Zhu Xiaobao shook his head helplessly. Chapter 388 Opportunity Arises A. Although Zhu Xiaobao's answer was disappointing, Duan Muqi ignored it and was thinking about the deeper reasons for this matter. Generally speaking, if you want to be crowned king, it will be a big deal. Either this person has a lot of credit, or this person has a lot of influence, or maybe this person is so powerful that even the emperor can't control him. And being crowned king is just a compromise. But it is rare for 2 princes-in-law to compete for the King of England. It only shows that the internal peace of the northern Zirwei kingdom is not so peaceful. It is very possible that the emperor is using one family to suppress another. Although he still doesn't know the whole story, Duan Muqi feels that this is an opportunity for Zhu Xiaobao to return to the palace. And according to the information Tong Wuxian gathered, many big families were invited to watch the competition this time. This made Duan Muqi's eyes light up. Since all the big families were going to watch the battle, it was a great opportunity. "We have to find a way to sneak in. I really want to see this sister of mine," Zhu Xiaobao also said with some interest. "No. If my prediction is correct, people from the Suzaku clan will definitely be invited to such a big event. Then Zhu Rong, the right protector, should come to us." Duan Muqi shook his head and smiled. "Huh? Are you so sure?" Zhu Xiaobao asked a little doubtfully. "Bet. If I lose, I won't smoke cigars for 3 days. If I win, you will cook for me for 3 days," Duan Muqi said confidently, and then said to the people around him, "You can also choose to take sides. Let's see who among us wins." "Okay. My old apprentice here and Zhu Mei are definitely on my side," Zhu Xiaobao said with great interest. He didn't care about winning or losing. He could only cook for Duan Muqi for 3 days. No. Master, I want to side with Duan Muqi this time. Because even if you win, it won't do any good," the old apprentice said quickly, shaking his head. You are so shameless. Just to eat for free for 3 days?" Zhu Xiaobao cursed angrily. "Master, I also want to be on the old man's side. I also want to eat," Zhu Mei also said timidly. "Go away, you foodie." Zhu Xiaobao felt a little bit betrayed. "We are also on Mr. Duanmu's side," Tong Wuxian, Mu Chunyi and several other people present also said in unison. "Do you think I really look like a fool?" Zhu Xiaobao asked sadly. "Yes." Unexpectedly, it was said in unison again. 3 days later, Zhu Xiaobao and the others were still staying in Beiqiao town. According to Duan Muqi, they were waiting for Zhu Rong. But 3 days have passed, and there has been no movement at all. Everyone is very suspicious that Duan Muqi made a wrong judgment this time. Duan Muqi was very calm. He was playing chess with Zhu Xiaobao. When they had nothing to do, Zhu Xiaobao made a chess game and wanted to play chess with Duan Muqi next time. Unexpectedly, Duan Muqi jumped in right away and became obsessed with this kind of puzzle game. However, Zhu Xiaobao was still sure of victory at the beginning. But after only 3 days, Duan Muqi had already made great progress and could occasionally reach the endgame. Hey! Didn't you say that the front soldiers can't be moved easily? What kind of opening is this? Duan Muqi was a little at a loss. He didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao's opening would not only include the front guns and flying phase games, but also the random ones. Let's make another start. This is called a pan-headed horse. You've never seen it before. If I don't give you some clues, you still think you are a master? Zhu Xiaobao said with a proud smile. There were dozens of various openings in his memory. Yes, it is very easy to take care of Duanmuchi now. Well, I'll go back and study it carefully. Well, this kind of chess still requires skill. Although Duanmuchi was defeated again by being killed, he was still very satisfied. He is now completely obsessed with this kind of chess. With a cup of tea and a piece of chessboard, he can start a fierce attack. This is definitely a great joy in life. At this moment, Muchuni from outside the door came in and reported that Zhu Rong was here. Seeing Zhu Rong again, Zhu Xiaobao felt his eyes light up. Her current outfit was completely different from before. She was wearing a blue jacquard dress, with a gold crown on her head, and her body was decorated with bits and pieces. Product. It makes a jingling sound when walking. There is also a silver collar around the neck. It looks very much like the costumes of a certain ethnic minority in later generations. There are still faint smile lines on her face. She no longer has the aristocratic air of princess when before, but has a bit more charm and beauty like a young woman. Ha! You came just in time. I have something to ask you, Zhu Xiaobao said preemptively, as soon as he saw Zhu Rong. Oh? The old man resigned first. Duanmuchi was a little surprised, but he also had the good sense to put away the chessboard and go out. Ha ha! You're awake, and you seem to be recovering well. Although Zhu Rong was a little surprised, she still said with a smile, Humph! You should know best when I will wake up. Right. Zhu Xiaobao stared at Zhu Rong and hummed. Yeah, that's about it. Why? Is this why you left me alone here? Zhu Rong didn't seem to be panicked at all and asked calmly. Humph! Not only this, but also let me touch it, Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile, grabbed Zhu Rong's hand, and moved it close to her, and did the same with the other hand. Ready to move. What are you doing? I'm not one of your guards, Zhu Rong said with a bit of anger. What are you doing? When I was asleep, were you helping Jumei change my clothes? Zhu Xiaobao said angrily. Yes. Is it wrong for me to take care of you? Zhu Rong really didn't understand what Zhu Xiaobao meant this time. Humph. That I am not seen out by you. No. I have to look back. I have never suffered such a big loss, Zhu Xiaobao said plausibly. Just for this? Zhu Rong was completely speechless this time. Just for such a trivial matter? In her eyes, Zhu Xiaobao is just a little kid. You have nothing to say. Please give me justice, Zhu Xiaobao hummed proudly, reaching out and grabbing Zhu Rong's left breast. Suddenly, Zhu Rong's body trembled violently, and the accessories all over her body made jingling sounds. Let go! If you don't let go, I'll go back. Originally, I came to take you to the martial arts field this time, Zhu Rong suddenly shouted in a low voice, a little embarrassed and anxious. She didn't expect Zhu Xiaobao's skills were so fast that she had no time to react. What was even more embarrassing was that I still felt a little weak. Only then did I realize that the Zhu Xiaobao in front of me was no longer the stupid kid 3 years ago, but a young man who was beginning to mature. That will happen in 10 days. Let me settle our accounts first. You even drugged me, so I have to settle accounts with you. Zhu Xiaobao didn't even flinch and was still looking inside, exploring. This made Zhu Rong immediately burst into tears. You are wronged. Without my medicine, you can't remember the past at all. Do you think you remembered it yourself? I was the only one who helped you remember it. Zhu Rong really had 2 words on her face. Xing Qing burst into tears and looked at Zhu Xiaobao with resentment. But he didn't resist anymore. He just stared at Zhu Xiaobao with such resentment. Really? Zhu Xiaobao was also stunned. Although the other party no longer resisted, he couldn't help but stopped. But he still asked doubtfully, I really didn't lie to you. Besides, I just helped you change your outer clothes. The rest was made by Jumei. She didn't want others to touch you. Also, who is going to help you change your underwear? I still think it's dirty, Zhu Rong said in a low voice. And at the end of the sentence, her face was flushed. Yeah. Now, let's get down to business. Zhu Xiaobao reluctantly retracted his paw, and then said seriously, Hate it. You bully me. Sooner or later, I will come back with revenge. Zhu Rong said a little annoyed. But seeing Zhu Xiaobao pretending to be serious now, she still couldn't help but want to laugh. Coming out of the room, Zhu Xiaobao summoned others to discuss. Zhu Rong's face was still a little red at this time, but her expression was calm, trying not to let others notice her guilty conscience. You mean we can blend in with your guards and enter the martial arts arena together? Then we can meet you Qianro? Duanmuchi looked at the invitation displayed by Zhu Rong, which was given by Beizirui Kingdom, sent by the Suzaka clan. No. That way I don't have to come in person. Zhu Rong shook her head and said, involuntarily glancing at Zhu Xiaobao. What I'm thinking, I don't have to be bullied by this bastard anymore. Oh. As expected. This King of England has a great influence on you. Duanmuchi nodded and smiled. Yes. The one who has the most hope of becoming the King of England now is Li Yuanwu. His family is also the largest aristocratic family in the Zirui Kingdom. And he is also the consort of the second princess. I don't want him to become the King of England, because the area under the jurisdiction of the King of England. This is the area. Once he becomes the King of England, he will be very detrimental to our Suzaka clan. Zhu Rong said, a little worried. You don't want me to fight for this King of England, do you? Zhu Xiaobao asked, a little surprised. I guess you are not Li Yuanwu's opponent yet. His martial arts is already at the peak level of a great martial artist. I just hope you can recognize Yu Qianrou before their competition begins. And then stop this. Zhu Rong said. Xiaobao glanced at it, and then expressed his thoughts. Are there only two families competing for the King of England this time? Can't other people participate in the competition? Duanmuki was still thoughtful. After reading the invitation letter to the Suzaka clan, he suddenly asked, because the invitation letter did not state that only these two families were competing for the throne. Of course not. However, other aristocratic families do not have this strength. So these two families are fighting. But Li Yuanwu has a higher chance of winning. Zhu Rong shook her head and said, understood. Let's do this. We will start setting off tomorrow. Go straight to the Imperial City. Duanmuchi smiled confidently. The opportunity has arisen. Chapter 389 Opportunity Arises B. This time Zhu Rong also brought her own clan members. But their Zhuge clan is a matrilineal clan, and women are superior to men. Zhu Rong's 20 personal guards are all female guards, and the remaining 50 male guards are obviously based on their status. It's one level lower. And there are also some servants, totaling just over 100 people. But there are two elders in the middle. Their cultivation is actually at the martial master level. But they are withdrawn and unsmiling, and they spend most of their time in the carriage. Duanmuki had also made preparations for a long time. He spent a lot of money to buy 4 carriages, one of which was specially prepared for Zhu Xiaobao. His image was easier to recognize, and he didn't know if anyone knew him. So in order to, for safety reasons, he stayed in the carriage. The people of the Zhuge clan did not have any contact with Duanmuchi and the others. Duanmuchi and the others just followed Zhu Rong and the others. Even though there were 2 martial lords, they did not notice that there was a great martial lord among Zhu Xiaobao. There was little communication between the entourage of both parties. But Zhu Rong and Zhu Xiaobao were constantly communicating along the way. She spent a lot of time sitting in Zhu Xiaobao's carriage. Zhu Rong explaining to Zhu Xiaobao the details of the northern Zirui kingdom. It turns out that since Yu Qianrou was defeated by the emperor's uncle Yu Huafeng 3 years ago, although the Zirui kingdom is still nominally the Zirui kingdom after retreating here, its strength has been greatly reduced. And this place is originally more backward and barren than the southern Zirui kingdom. So here development can be said to be quite difficult. Besides, the families here were not very peaceful at first, because this place did not belong to the Zirui kingdom at first, but was slowly annexed by the Zirui kingdom. It turns out that there are still commercial exchanges between the north and the south, which can indeed drive the development here. So the situation is relatively stable. And the big aristocratic families have also developed steadily. But then Yu Qianrou burned down several bridges connecting the two places, and development began to slow down in the past few years. And Yu Qianrou's strength is not enough to deter these big families. So the behavior of Beizirui Kingdom is also very turbulent. Later, due to the marriage of several other princesses and big aristocratic families, the situation in the Zirui Kingdom was barely stabilized. However, as the strength of those big aristocratic families became stronger and stronger, their appetites became bigger and bigger, and they wanted Yu Qianrou to admit they infect lands and became kings, allowing them to have greater autonomy. Among them, the 2 families that are causing the most trouble are the Li family and the Qin family. Among them, the Li family is more powerful, with a private army of 200,000 people. This is just on the surface. As for how many things they have going on secretly, neither knows. The reason why we now want to compete for the fiefdom in Beiqiao town is because there is the seaside to the west. Because there is no longer a war between the North and South Zirui Kingdom. And everyone wants to reopen large-scale trade routes. And shipping is undoubtedly the most convenient way. Convenient? So the two families fought hard for the fiefdom of the King of England. All it takes is sending out their own private soldiers. It can be said that they were concerned about the snipe and clam competition between other aristocratic families and the fisherman's profit. So the two families finally decided to let the princes of the two families compete to determine the outcome. And the winner would become the first prince of the northern Zirway kingdom. Moreover, the eldest sons of these two families are all married to princesses. One is married to the second princess Yu Qianhong, and the Qin family is married to the fourth princess Yu Qianding. But judging from the information available, the second prince-in-law Li Yuanwu has a greater chance of winning. Why are you so opposed to Li Yuanwu becoming the king of England, and would rather let Qin Wei become the king of England? Zhu Xiaobao felt a little dizzy, but he still listened patiently. This was what he needed to know. So as soon as Zhu Rong finished speaking, he immediately asked, because the Li family was originally married to our Suzaku clan, Li Yuanwu and Zhu Xian made a marriage contract. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xian actually betrayed the tribe and went to Nan Zirway Kingdom to get together with Yu Shicheng. Otherwise, Li Yuanwu will not become the second prince-in-law. Therefore, the Li family has a lot of dissatisfaction with our Suzaku clan, especially Li Yuanwu. He has always been grudge. He has come to our clan several times to provoke troubles. If he were not afraid of the members of the clan, the elders are so advanced in cultivation that they have already started fighting. Zhu Rong said a little depressed. Hey! So the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Since the Li family and the Qin family are at odds, then you hope that the Qin family can win and even be on good terms with the Qin family? Zhu Xiaobao looked at Zhu Rong and couldn't help but smile. He can still see through this calculation. Well, although I say that, if Li Yuanwu really becomes the king of England, we are not afraid of him. How can we still act recklessly in our own fiefdom? We, the Suzaku clan, are not easy to mess with. Zhu Rong nodded, but he still said it very forcefully. But even if I recognize Yu Qianro, I can't help you. Zhu Xiaobao asked, a little puzzled. Of course, you are completely back to normal now. And you are far better than the average person. You don't know how important a normal prince is to Zirui Kingdom. And you have all kinds of unpredictable abilities. Not to mention that there are more than 100 people around you. He is a great venerable person. And this alone is enough to frighten those aristocratic families who are ready to take action. Zhu Rong said eagerly. Hee. My little ability is nothing in front of you. Even if the great master is by my side, haven't I been drugged by you? I've suffered a lot. Zhu Xiaobao laughed. Said, you are such a hateful little bastard. Well, as long as you can help me stop Li Yuanwu from being crowned king, I will let you get your advantage back. Zhu Rong said with a bit of resentment. But when she saw Zhu Xiaobao smile, it looks like I'm really lying in my heart. Let me think about it. I didn't expect that I would be involved in such a mess when I came back. If I had known, I wouldn't have come back. Zhu Xiaobao muttered, cupping his cheeks. He still faced a lot of challenges in his return this time. The risk. I don't know if Yu Qianro still recognizes herself. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao really has no intention of joking with Zhu Rong right now. He is thinking about how to quickly get the recognition of the royal family. Otherwise, with the people he brought, he may not be able to defeat so many imperial guards. After arriving in the imperial city, Zhu Rong immediately found a place to settle down and contacted the spies in the imperial city to learn about the latest situation. Zhu Xiaobao quickly called Duan Muqi to discuss how to succeed with one blow. Haha. It doesn't matter. In fact, this kind of scene looks dangerous. But in fact it is not. Those aristocratic families are watching with cold eyes. Who will come forward? Haha. Although the great martial lord does not interfere in worldly affairs, he did not say that he cannot protect himself. Master? Duan Muqi waved his hands firmly and said, that's right, old disciple. This time I, the master, want you to behave well. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaobao was overjoyed. Why did he forget that there are 9 great sages in the world, and only one in the Zirway Kingdom? Position, and it's still in the southern purple country. Master, you haven't taught me the dried chicken you promised yet? The old apprentice said with a bit of resentment. To be honest, he didn't pay attention to this martial arts competition at all. He was only thinking about what he had eaten last time. Zhu Xiaobao never taught him how to make air-dried chicken. He had secretly made it several times, but he couldn't make it taste that good. Why are you so stupid? I've taught you a few times, and you still haven't learned it. Come with me, and I'll teach you one more time. If you can't learn it again, don't say you are my apprentice when you go out. I'm afraid of being embarrassed. Zhu Xiaobao immediately shouted angrily, forgetting even the most important things, and took his old apprentice to the backyard. Duan Muqi was immediately stunned. The master and apprentice were really weird. They actually abandoned their serious business to make dried chicken. When Duan Muqi arrived in the imperial city, he immediately started collecting all kinds of information and intelligence. Duan Muqi had been sent to the imperial city long ago. He was not as relaxed as Zhu Xiaobao. He had started preparations early. It was only the most basic thing for Zhu Xiaobao and Yu Qianrou to recognize each other. What he wanted to do was how to quickly calm down the situation in the Zirwei Kingdom after Zhu Xiaobao restored his status as a prince. He had even sent people to meet Liu Mountain, wait for his message, and if necessary, pull the people from Liu Mountain and Princess Island over. After a few days of getting to know each other, everyone felt that this northern Zirwei Kingdom was not as good as the original Shiyuan city, which was quite lively in the Imperial City. But there were 20,000 troops stationed inside the Imperial City, and 200,000 troops stationed outside the Imperial City. This shows that Yu Qianrou is in a very difficult situation now. She can only keep the safety of the Imperial City first before deploying heavy troops around the Imperial City. She now has a total of 500,000 or 600,000 troops. It can be said that it is stretched. And those aristocratic families are all ready to make a move once they are granted the title of King of England. Other aristocratic families will also propose to grant the title of king and land and operate independently. So this time the King of England must not be sealed. Zhu Xiaobao also wandered around the imperial city for several days. He was looking for any business or channels that could quickly improve people's livelihood. Now it seems that he has to start with burning knives. The things done here are also similar to those in Shiyuan City. They are very simple, and the output is not high. Beans are the crops with the highest yield and the most popularity. So this gives Zhu Xiaobao the conditions to return to his old business. A few days passed in the blink of an eye, and the date for the martial arts competition arrived. Zhu Xiaobao was still sitting in the carriage, following Zhu Rong and the others, and entered the martial arts arena in the imperial city smoothly. Although Yu Qianrou's strength is limited, the momentum of the martial arts arena is very majestic now, with flags flying everywhere and 20,000 soldiers standing in a circle around the martial arts arena. And all the major families arrived one after another. Although the number of the Suzaku clan is not large, the tribe that inherits the blood of the mythical beast is still very respected. They are located very forward, not very far from the general platform, only less than 100 steps away. Finally, all those aristocratic families arrived, and the emperor of northern Zirwei Kingdom, Yu Qianrou, also drove in slowly on a Luan chariot. There were 5,000 imperial guards at the front and rear guarding each side. Zhu Xiaobao stretched out his neck in great anticipation. What kind of person was his third sister? Chapter 390, Opportunity Arises. See, as the eunuch sang loudly, the emperor has arrived. All the civil and military officials, and all the children of the aristocratic families bowed down and saluted. See, your majesty? They behaved very respectfully. Everyone, get up. A very soft voice came from the commanding platform, but everyone present could hear it. The old apprentice immediately judged that Yu Qianrou's cultivation level was not low, and she should have the cultivation level of a first-level martial artist. She is already very good for her age. Zhu Xiaobao doesn't care about her martial arts. He wants to see if this sister can be impressed by her first. Although he was only 100 steps away, he had a telescope, and no one noticed the fat man among the crowd. It's her! It's her! I remembered her as soon as I saw her. As soon as Zhu Xiaobao saw Yu Qianrou's appearance, he shouted excitedly. The innate blood and family affection made him unable to help himself. I was very excited, but I had no impression of the other princesses. What's even more surprising is that Yu Qianrou seemed to have some kind of reaction. She suddenly raised her head and looked towards the Suzaku clan, as if she was looking for something. Then he frowned, seemed a little confused, and turned around and asked softly, Are those people over there from the Suzaku clan? It's the Suzaku clan. The leader today is their right protector Zhu Rong. The eunuch next to him immediately replied respectfully. Yeah, got it. Why did I have a very strange feeling just now? As if someone very familiar and close is looking for me. Yu Qianrou frowned again and said, and then asked, Later, Dabao, is there any news about Si Bao, Xiao Bao and the others? It's been 3 years. No one has been heard. Nobody has been seen. And you don't know how to do things? Damn it. Slave, but we haven't found any clues in the past few years. Not only us, but also Nanzirway Kingdom has searched for it more than 20 times. But there are no clues. This great eunuch is also considered he has followed Yuchinro for more than 10 years. And he is also a martial master himself. And he is also the only martial master beside Yuchinro. Forget it. Actually, I should have thought that they might not be alive anymore. I just don't want to believe it. But just now I felt really strong. It was like Debeo, and the others were looking for me. Especially the little one Bao, who is the closest to me, is not stupid at all. Yuchinro said heartbrokenly. I was about to say something else. But below the general stage, the two aristocratic families were already quarreling. It turned out that the rules of the competition were being read out just now. The servants on both sides were trying to boost their master's momentum. So they tried their best to slander the other party. The more they talked, the more angry they became. And the two sides started to get ready to fight. Presumptuous! Your Majesty the Emperor is still here. How dare you be so presumptuous? The great eunuch immediately yelled in a sharp voice. Although his voice was shrill, the intimidating power of this kind of martial master was still very strong. And servants from both sides were immediately crowded. I don't dare to speak out anymore. Let's begin! Yuchinro said a little impatiently. In fact, she had no choice but to reluctantly agree to make this. King of England, now coming to watch the battle is actually to be a witness to both sides, so that the losing side will not perform martial arts. The market refuses to admit its fault. The members of the Li family and the Qin family all stepped out of the way, and each rushed out a war horse from behind. The generals of both sides came forward. Coming out of the Li family camp was a general in his 40s, of medium build, and the weapon in his hand was actually a steel spear. It was Li Yuanwu of the Li family. The person who rushed out from the Qin family camp was tall and burly, holding a long-handled mountain axe in his hand. He looked very powerful at first glance. He is the sixth princess's consort, Qin Wei, the eldest son of the Qin family. Qin Wei, if you know what's going on, just stand down and save yourself from being knocked off your horse and losing face. Humph! Li Yuanwu, others are afraid of you, but I am not afraid. I have wanted to deal with you a long time ago. Qin Wei suddenly shouted angrily. He can be said to be invincible on the battlefield. He rarely loses, so he has always been very confident, coupled with his natural supernatural power. Of course, he is determined to win the fiefdom of the King of England. Okay, then I will convince you that you have lost. Li Yuanwu raised his gun, urged his horse forward, and took the lead in attacking. When the two of them fought, everyone felt that Qin Wei had the upper hand at first. His mountain-breaking axe was powerful and heavy, and his moves were also very skillful. Every move was extremely ferocious. He could split Li Yuanwu into two with just one strike. Half. This big guy still has some strength, but his moves are too slow, and he can't turn. If I hit him with a copper stick, I could kill him. Jumei looked at this and shook his head, looking down on Qin. What a great effort. The old apprentice nodded approvingly. Although Jumei is usually a bit silly, her talent in martial arts is unparalleled. Now she can fight 50 even if she faces the two sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui together. You will lose the round. Xu Xiaobao is now on the horse watching the battle. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to see it. However, he could also see that Li Yuanwu responded more calmly, and his marksmanship was also very tricky. He often stabbed out with one shot, leaving Qin Wei in a hurry. But Qin Wei's desperate fighting style is a losing-lose style of playing, which makes Li Yuanwu a little helpless. He may not really fight him desperately. The two fought for 20 rounds, and finally Li Yuanwu found a flaw and stabbed Qin Wei's horse in the butt with a steel gun. The horse immediately screamed in pain, then stood up suddenly, and forcibly Qin Wei fell to the ground. Li Yuanwu also jumped off his horse, threw away the point steel gun in his hand, took out the sword from his waist, and rushed towards Qin Wei. Now the two of them were fighting each other on foot. Qin Wei got up from the ground, a little embarrassed, and hurriedly pulled out the sword from his waist, and fought back. When they met again, without the advantage in strength, Qin Wei became more and more passive, while Li Yuanwu became more and more skillful, and his body skills and moves surprised the old apprentice, as he seemed to be a bit like Feng Zunzi. Number of ways. Poof! Li Yuanwu turned around and stabbed Qin Wei's wrist with his sword. Qin Wei could no longer hold the single sword and fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, Li Yuanwu kicked Qin Wei to the ground, and the sword in his hand was immediately pointed at Qin Wei's throat. Humph! You should be lucky. If it weren't for your identity as the consort, he is a dead man now. Get out! Qin Wei covered his wrist, feeling ashamed, annoyed, and a little unwilling. But he could only retreat in despair. If your skills are not as good as others, there is nothing to say. Ha ha ha! Who else is dissatisfied? Just come out. I promise to make you all convinced today. Li Yuanwu shouted proudly, and walked back and forth in the middle of the field twice, just to give those who returned the favor a bit of a shock to the fantasy family. Your Majesty, my son Li Yuanwu has completely defeated Qin Wei. No one here dares to challenge him again. This position of King of England should belong to my son. The head of the Li family stepped forward at this time. He bowed to salute and said loudly, Well, now that the outcome has been decided, the position of King of England will be decided. Yu Qianrou looked at the head of the Li family in front of her, and spoke helplessly. In the middle of the conversation, a lazy voice suddenly came. Who said no one dares to fight? I'll let him be happy for a while. Who? Who is talking? Get out of here! Li Yuanwu was furious, but he couldn't find anyone for a while. But he was also sure that the voice came from the Suzaku clan. He had always been resentful of the Suzaku clan. Why? Now even more furious. Humph! You don't have any etiquette. After all, I am also a prince. Just because of this, you are not worthy of being crowned king. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao slowly rode out from the crowd on horseback. The man in front of him was holding the horse. She is a huge beauty, and behind her is a fat old man. Huh? You are not a member of the Suzaku tribe. Who are you? Why did you mix in with the Suzaku tribe? The head of the Li family also turned around, and saw that Zhu Xiaobao's clothes were not the clothes of the Suzaku tribe at all. So he couldn't help but ask, TSK, didn't I tell you? I am the Prince of Zirui Kingdom, and my name is Yu Xiaobao. Third sister, do you still know me? Zhu Xiaobao looked at the head of the Li family impatiently, and then became very eager, looked at Yu Qianrou and shouted, Yu Xiaobao? He is Xiaobao? Yu Qianrou was shocked, feeling like she was hallucinating, and it felt very unreal. Although she has been trying her best to find those princes with low intelligence, it is actually a kind of self-comfort, as if as long as she is looking, they will be found. But now suddenly Yu Xiaobao really appeared, and she was still so surprised that she stayed there and looked at Zhu Xiaobao. Ha ha ha! If you want to impersonate, find a suitable person. Who doesn't know that the princes of Zirui Kingdom are all two? The head of the Li family burst out laughing, but he immediately thought that the words, two fools, must not be used, although everyone knows what he said. The royal family of Zirui Kingdom has never admitted it or made it public. Now saying so is tantamount to a crime of treason. So he just held back the last two words. If you dare to slander the royal family again, you will be killed without mercy. Zhu Xiaobao looked at the head of the Li family coldly and said, Dad, what nonsense are you talking to him about? If you don't accept it, then I'll beat him until he accepts it. Li Yuanwu might as well just use force to solve the problem. Anyway, the opponent has no background behind him, so there is no problem in killing him directly. Hey! Just for these words, it's not an exaggeration for me to kill you. Jiumei, go teach him a lesson. But don't kill him. After all, he can be regarded as the second consort. My brother-in-law, Zhu Xiaobao said with the riding whip pointed at Li Yuanwu and smiled lightly. You're looking for death. Li Yuanwu was immediately furious and struck with the single sword in his hand. The force of this move was not small, because he was a little surprised when he saw Jiumei's tall and strong figure, even stronger than Qin Wei just now. You are looking for death. Jiumei even threw away the copper stick in her hand and rushed forward. She did not use short weapons such as swords because they were too light, so she usually used a pair of fine steel claws for close combat. I learned this from Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. Crack! Crackle! Crackle! In front of Jiumei, Li Yuanwu couldn't even come face to face with him, and he was hit by Jiumei's iron claws one after another. If Zhu Xiaobao hadn't said it first, he would have been almost crippled at this moment. Chapter 391 Verification on the spot, eh? Everyone present was stunned. They did not expect that this female man was so strong. Even though she was so tall and strong, her movements were not slow at all. Her two iron claws were fast and precise. Although Li Yuanwu was wearing armor, but he was still beaten to a pulp, because he couldn't withstand Jiumei's powerful strength. And even though he was wearing heavy armor, he was still shocked to the point where his energy and blood surged, and his internal organs were almost shattered. In the end, Jumei kicked Li Yuanwu over with one kick, and then stepped on Li Yuanwu's back with one foot. She turned around and asked Zhu Xiaobao, "Master, do you want to step on Li Yuanwu a few more times?" No need. No need." Zhu Xiaobao also recovered from Zhu Mei's violent display, quickly jumped off the horse and walked over. After all, this is his second brother-in-law, and he did this as soon as they met. During the meeting ceremony, Zhu Xiaobao felt a little embarrassed. When he walked up to Li Yuanwu, Zhu Xiaobao knelt down and said with a smile, I'm sorry. I didn't expect you to be so weak. If I had known this, I would have stopped you earlier." But having said that, with your little effort, you still seem to be a little short of what you want to be like as the King of England? How dare you? How dare you insult my Li family in public? At this time, the head of the Li family, Li Mingqi, was already going crazy. He had just recovered from the shock. He didn't expect that this female man was so powerful in combat. And I can't see her cultivation level yet. But at this time, Li Mingqi could no longer care about so much. People from so many families were watching. He wanted to restore face to the Li family. He winked at his own camp, and two people immediately came. He rushed over quickly and headed straight for Zhu Xiaobao. It can be seen that Zhu Xiaobao is the leader, and that female man is just his servant. At this time, Yu Qianrou also recovered from the shock. Not only was she shocked by Zhu Mei's performance, but what made her stunned was the Yu Xiaobao in front of her. When she recovered from the extreme shock, only then did she see Zhu Mei beating Li Yuanwu violently. She originally wanted to stop him, but she stopped because she didn't want to call Li Yuanwu the King of England either. The other aristocratic families were just watching the fun, and no one would take the initiative to help the Li family. They were already scheming among themselves. Now that the Li family was beaten, it was too late for them to be happy. What's more, the two martial lords enshrined by the Li family haven't taken action yet. The reason why the Li family is the most arrogant among all the great families is because they have invited two martial masters, which other families cannot compare to. Other big families only enshrine one martial lord at most, and most of them don't have any martial lord in charge at all. Therefore, with the glance of the head of the Li family, two warrior-level worshippers rushed out quickly. Although they were also shocked by Zhu Mei's strength, they did not take this skill in their eyes. But when they came up to fight, a warrior-level worshipper couldn't handle Zhu Mei. Although Zhu Mei was a bit passive, she could barely resist it. Even if she received one or two blows on her body, she didn't care at all. This made the martial master who rushed to take action a little embarrassed. He was a mighty martial master, but he couldn't handle such a female man. If this spread, wouldn't it become a joke? He looked fierce and he picked up an iron ruler and fired 13 moves in a row. Each move was aimed at Zhu Mei's acupuncture points. Zhu Mei was a little embarrassed and kept dodging, but she did not forget to hold Zhu Xiaobao in the crisis. And at the same time, she stood in front of Zhu Xiaobao, for fear that he would be hurt. Want to run away? It's not that easy. If you offend our young master, then let's keep him alive. Another martial lord also took action. He stretched out his hand directly towards Zhu Xiaobao. Slow down. Slow down. If you dare to be disrespectful to my master, even if you ask me, my apprentice, to take action. Unexpectedly, the fat old man behind Zhu Xiaobao suddenly appeared in front of Zhu Mei, and no one could see him clearly. How did you get in front of Zhu Mei? You're looking for death. Wu Zun in front suddenly shouted viciously, and the iron ruler pointed directly at the old apprentice's chest. His move of dragonfly touching water seems to be an understatement, but once it is hit, it can destroy the opponent's martial arts. The speed is too slow. But he didn't expect that the old apprentice didn't even stop. He passed by the martial lord, and flew directly towards the martial lord behind him. And the martial lord in front seemed to be like being hit by a body-holding spell. He actually maintained the action of taking action just now, as if he was performing slow motion, and his movements became slower and slower. He watched Zhu Mei pulling Zhu Xiaobao farther and farther away from her. Wu Zun behind him was shocked. Before he could say anything, his old disciple grabbed his wrist. The two of them didn't look like they were fighting. Instead, it seemed like the old disciple was trying to make friends with him, because the old disciple was so sure was looking at him with a smile. But the martial lord's eyes were extremely frightened. Only he knew that the other party turned out to be a great martial lord. Everyone present couldn't understand. The scene now was too weird. They saw the old apprentice hooking the necks of the two martial lords with a smile. But the two martial lords turned out to be submissive. What was even more ridiculous was that the two of them were being raped. The old apprentice stretched his neck and had to bend down to cooperate with the old apprentice. Because the old apprentice was much shorter than them. This action was very uncomfortable and frustrating. But the two martial lords didn't complain at all, and just let the old apprentice hang their necks. Tell me, do you still want to take action? If I read correctly, you two have studied with Master Feng for 2 days. Right. The old apprentice hooked their necks and asked with a smile. This is such a big deal. The sound was only heard clearly by the two of them. Senior, Master Feng has been teaching us for 3 days. We were not sure at first. But the old apprentice pointed out the origin of their movement skills. And of course they were sure. The fat old man in front of them was indeed, he is a great venerable. But, Senior, according to the agreement, your great lord cannot do anything in worldly matters. Another martial lord was still a little confused, and asked tremblingly because of his courage. Humph! Yes, there is an agreement. But if you attack my master, that's another matter. The old apprentice's face also darkened. Your master? The two martial lords suddenly felt that their brains were not enough. Is there another great martial lord present? I have never heard that any of the 9 great martial arts masters have a master-disciple relationship. You really don't have any discernment. The old apprentice let go of the two martial masters at this time, turned around and walked towards Zhu Xiaobao. Then he supported Zhu Xiaobao diligently and asked flattering questions. Said, Master, are you okay? These two people are ignorant. I have already communicated with them. They all know they are wrong. Suddenly, the two martial lords behind the old apprentice looked at each other, dumbfounded. Is this the master of this great martial lord? No matter how you look at it, it's so disharmonious. Everyone present had the same expression. It was easy to spot the master and apprentice pair. But I didn't expect that the roles of master and apprentice were completely reversed. I didn't expect it at all. This fat old man was actually the apprentice, and the little fat man was the master. Humph! Tell them to get away from me! Don't delay me from doing my business! Zhu Xiaobao raised his head, without even looking at the two martial lords, let alone Li Yuanwu, who was still lying on the ground. He started directly from Li Yuanwu's. He stepped over and walked towards Dian Jiangtai. His eyes were fixed on Yu Qianrou sitting on the dragon chair. The head of the Li family, Li Mingqi, originally wanted to get angry. Before he could figure out what was going on, the two martial masters let each other go so politely. The most unbearable thing for him was that he actually stepped over Li Yuanwu without even looking at him. You two seniors! Why are you like this? Li Mingqi rushed over angrily, wanting to accuse the two martial lords. Although he was very angry, he was still respectful. After all, martial lords are extremely difficult to find in northern Zirwei country. Master! Don't worry! The two martial arts masters immediately came over and whispered in his ears. Then, they saw Li Mingqi's face change drastically, and they didn't care about regaining their face. They held Li Yuanwu in silence. He returned to his own camp. The two martial lords were even more grateful. The old apprentice did not kill him, nor did he make them too embarrassed. Otherwise, how would they be able to survive in the northern Zirwei kingdom in the future? This made the families present feel confused and felt that today's situation was strange. The Li family, who had arrogant intentions, retreated in such a dejected manner. What is the origin of this little fat man? What makes people awe even more? The fat old man next to him is actually his apprentice. Yu Qianhe looked at the Zhu Xiaobao who were walking towards her, with their heads high and their chests high. She was also surprised in her heart. She was originally very excited, but now she is a little confused. Is this still the original Xiaobao? How did he get such great ability? And his demeanor is completely normal. But the Imperial Guards who were responsible for guarding the general stage didn't care about this. They were responsible for their duties. They all immediately raised their weapons, trying to stop Zhu Xiaobao from approaching. You all stand aside. Unexpectedly, Yu Qianrou was very courageous. She immediately waved her hand and ordered the Imperial Guards to retreat. The eunuch next to her also had a complicated expression and immediately stood in front of Yu Qianrou. Although he also saw the weirdness of this fat old man, he still wanted to protect Yu Qianrou's safety. You really can't recognize me? Zhu Xiaobao looked at Yu Qianrou and asked with burning eyes and excitement. Are you really Xiaobao? Then tell me, why are you called Xiaobao? Yu Qianrou was still a little doubtful, but involuntarily came closer and asked. Big treasure. Second treasure. Third treasure. Fourth treasure. But I'm not called fifth treasure. I'm the youngest. So I'm called little treasure. Zhu Xiaobao nodded, and then said slowly. Others were a little confused. But Yu Qianrou burst into tears after hearing this. She stepped forward to save Zhu Xiaobao and started crying. Xiaobao, I finally found you. I didn't expect you to be alive. Right. Sister, I miss you so much. Chapter 392 Verification on the Spot B. At this time, Yu Qianrou no longer cared about her identity. She hugged Zhu Xiaobao and cried. Everyone present was a little moved. Yu Qianrou was such a tough woman. But she was crying so happily now. She had suppressed her emotions. My mood is freely released. After crying for a while, Yu Qianrou raised her head and looked at Zhu Xiaobao carefully. The more she looked, the more surprised she became. Zhu Xiaobao also wiped away his tears, took out a tissue with a smile, and gave it to Yu Qianrou in person. Ro wiped her tears, which made Yu Qianrou feel even more warm and moved. But she was also surprised by the facial tissue in Zhu Xiaobao's hand. This was the first time she had seen such white and soft facial tissue. At this time, the eunuch whispered a few words in Yu Qianrou's ear, and Yu Qianrou looked at Zhu Xiaobao a little embarrassed. But Zhu Xiaobao turned around calmly and said, Come here. Bring me some medicinal wine. It turned out that although the great eunuch spoke in a low voice, the old apprentice could hear it clearly, and Zhu Xiaobao was going to prove himself on the spot, so that no one would use this matter to make a fuss after he returned. This is something Duinmuki has already considered. The two young eunuchs immediately brought medicinal wine and cotton cloth. As for Zhu Xiaobao, Zhu was very attentive in helping Zhu Xiaobao untie his clothes. His movements were skillful and gentle, and he didn't look at all like he was murderous just now. Zhu dipped a cotton cloth in medicinal wine and wiped it carefully on Zhu Xiaobao's back. After a while, a tiger head tattoo appeared on Zhu Xiaobao's back, and it became clearer and clearer. And finally the color appeared. Out of purple. Purple? It's actually purple? Xiaobao, the tattoo on your body is actually purple? Yu Qianrou quickly took 2 steps forward, confidently, and after looking at it, she couldn't help but exclaimed, Among the people who inherit the bloodline of the white tiger beast, the tattoos on their bodies are usually blue-gray. Those with pure bloodline are blue, and the purest ones will show purple. Unexpectedly, the tattoos on Zhu Xiaobao's body turned out to be such a bright purple. This younger brother once again brought a huge surprise to Yu Qianrou. All the guards present cheered immediately. Many of them were old people from the Yu family, so of course they knew the illusion, especially the 10 white tiger guards behind Yu Qianrou. They were trained by the old emperor Yu Wancheng since childhood. They have been with the Yu family for 30 years, and they understand the illusions. There are also several white tiger guards who remember this little treasure. When they protected them from escaping, they all fought with all their strength, in sharp contrast to the thunderous cheers of the guards. The families present were also shocked by the tiger head tattoo on Zhu Xiaobao's body. There is another important reason why they have not jumped out to oppose Yu Qianrou. The reason is that the legend of the divine beast's bloodline and the status of the white tiger clan prevent them from acting rashly. Now suddenly a tiger head tattoo appeared that shocked them all. Their faces were all uncertain, but they still had a question in their hearts. But no one dared to bring it up on the spot. Zhu Xiaobao's identity was verified on the spot, and Yu Qianrou was filled with joy. She was still in the mood to care about the King of England. He turned around and said calmly, That's the end of today's affairs. The prince of this dynasty, Yu Xiaobao, has just returned. I want to return to the palace to take care of the prince. Let's all disperse. Congratulations to your majesty. All the family members present bowed and saluted, and sang in unison. Yu Qianrou's car drove over, and Yu Qianrou boarded the car happily, and then insisted on letting Zhu Xiaobao sit on it too. She had many things she wanted to say to Zhu Xiaobao. Of course, Duinmuki would immediately have a group of guards leading the way, following Yu Qianrou's imperial guards. Only Zhu followed Luan Jia reluctantly, and no one dared to scold her. Firstly, she was Zhu Xiaobao's, and secondly, her powerful force had already shocked the imperial guards. Just the big copper stick in Zhu's hand is already staggering. And when all the emperor's imperial guard Luan Jia left, the families present were relieved. But they were all whispering to each other and discussing in a mess. Some were worried, some were curious, but the most were still hesitant. What happened to this sudden appearance? What kind of changes will the coming prince bring to the northern Zirwei kingdom? Not to mention anything else. The purple tiger head tattoo alone has shocked them. At the same time, Another reason why these families dare not act rashly is that they are all watching the reactions of the Li family and the Qin family. However, the reaction of the Li family was quite unexpected. They were the first to leave without making a sound. Even some families with whom they were on good terms did not even say hello and left completely. On the contrary, the Qin family seemed very happy. Although they did not get the fiefdom from the King of England, the Li family also failed. And he was even humiliated by others, especially Qin Wei. Watching the emperor's motorcade leaving and staring at Yumei's strong back, he almost wanted the head of the family to propose marriage to him. He admired such a powerful woman very much. Of course, the most eye-catching one was the Suzaku clan. Many family heads who had contacts with the Suzaku clan gathered around. Everyone was inquiring about the origin of this prince who suddenly appeared, and some were even inquiring about the identity of the fat old man. Zhu Rong chuckled and said to everyone, "I don't dare to say more. Anyway, just remember to stay within your own boundaries. This prince is not an easy person." Zhu Rong and the others were very satisfied this time. She did not expect that Zhu Xiaobao would appear so forcefully in front of everyone and even hurt Li Yuanwu. Originally, she was worried that Zhu Xiaobao was too reckless. But now it seems that Zhu Xiaobao did this intentionally, just to gain the upper hand and establish authority in front of everyone. And the effect is quite good. In Yu Qianrou's carriage, the carriage is actually a carriage pulled by 8 pure white horses. However, the space inside the carriage is spacious, and there are many decorations and furnishings. You can even lie down and rest. And this carriage, the material is precious, not only luxurious but also quite strong, and ordinary crossbows cannot penetrate it. "Xiaobao, come here. Come to my sister's side and let her take a good look at you," Yu Qianrou said a little excitedly, and with a wave of her hand, she also drove away the slaves who were serving in Luanjia. Sister, are you sure now that I am a genuine Xiaobao?" Zhu Xiaobao did not reject it, and naturally came to Yu Qianrou's side, and he really felt a sense of intimacy. Zhu Xiaobao hasn't had this feeling for a long time. This feels so good. "Yeah. Actually, I recognized you from the moment you appeared." Yu Qianrou helped Zhu Xiaobao tidy up a few stray hairs, and said with a smile. "Why?" Zhu Xiaobao asked curiously. "Ha. It's not because of your belly. Among the several babies, you are the fattest, and you have a bulging belly all day long. Every time you see me, you follow me the tightest." Yu Qianrou couldn't help but smiled. I've tried very hard to control it. Can't you tell me something else? For example, I'm the smartest one," Zhu Xiaobao said a little depressed. You are the smartest." Yu Qianrou couldn't hold it back any longer and laughed happily. Then she suddenly thought of something. The surprised King Zhu Xiaobao asked, "Xiaobao, tell me are you really back to normal? And you seem to be very different. What have you experienced in the past 3 years? It's back to normal, and it's a little stronger than ordinary people." Zhu Xiaobao nodded and said, in fact, he was most afraid of Yu Qianrou asking this question. He couldn't say that he had traveled through time and occupied this place, get a body. But now, he can feel that he and Yu Qianrou really have a family relationship that is thicker than water. How did they recover? Can the other princes also return to normal? I don't want them to be outstanding. But as long as they can return to normal and enjoy the joys and sorrows of normal people, Yu Qianrou asked eagerly. Now that Dabao and Sibao have not been found, she certainly hopes that both of them can return to normal. I know you want Dabao and the others to recover, but it's impossible. I might have been hit hard on the head. After I woke up, I became the slave of the 14th princess of Daxia Kingdom, and then the 19th princess. At the house, Zhu Xiaobao shook his head, and then wanted to tell his own experience. What? How do they sell you? Or a slave? That 14th princess is too hateful. Xiaobao, do you want me to send someone to kill her? It's such a shame. Yu Qianrou said halfway after hearing this, he couldn't help shouting angrily. Well, I can handle these myself, so you don't have to worry about me. Sister, your current situation is not very good. Although Zhu Xiaobao was very moved, he had to remind Yu Qianrou tactfully that his current strength and situation are not enough to help him get revenge. Alas, that's right. Since arriving in the northern Zirwei Kingdom, our family's strength has been greatly reduced. That is to say, these guards are loyal and there are intrigues among the big families. Otherwise, the situation may be even worse than it is now. Yu Qianrou said with a sigh. One hand involuntarily grasped Zhu Xiaobao's hand. She hadn't felt this way for a long time. She suddenly had a relative beside her who could talk to her. Although she didn't think Zhu Xiaobao could help her in anything. Ha! Don't worry, sister. Now that I'm back, I won't let you work so hard anymore. Not only will I settle the northern purple country, I will also take back the southern purple country. Zhu Xiaobao shook Yu Qianrou's hand and said confidently. You? It's great that you have such an idea, but you still can't do these things. So just live in the palace with peace of mind. Although Yu Qianrou was very moved, she still said tactfully, Hey, sister, you better listen to what I have said about my experiences in the past 3 years. Zhu Xiaobao was interrupted by Yu Qianrou just now because of the slave status. So now he has no choice but to continue. What? Lingyu Mountain, Lingyu Island, and Luofeng Island are all yours now. Are you still married to Yu Dan? After hearing Zhu Xiaobao's experience, Yu Qianrou's face suddenly became very wonderful. Looking at the little treasure in front of me a little dull. Xiaobao, who used to only follow her to ask for food. Chapter 393 Yu Qianrou A. Seeing Yu Qianrou's dull expression, Zhu Xiaobao just smiled faintly. He had known such a result. But when the Lingyu tribe was mentioned, Yu Qianrou's expression was more complicated. I didn't expect that they would recognize your management. This is really God's will. Huh? Can you tell me what the relationship between the Lingyu clan and our White Tiger clan is? Since everyone has named you, can it be a coincidence? Zhu Xiaobao also asked curiously. Before leaving Lingyu Mountain, Yu Qianhe's behavior was very strange. But she didn't explain it because she was not sure about Zhu Xiaobao's status in the royal family. So she explained it in detail. Well, they are actually a branch of my White Tiger clan. They were purged out by the White Tiger clan more than 100 years ago. The reason is said to be that their bloodline mutated. You must also know that their super abilities can only be achieved by this as shown in daughters. And their reproduction methods are quite extreme. Even a little chaotic. At that time, in order to keep the bloodline pure, the family did not allow intermarriage with foreigners. So they were expelled from the family. But they didn't expect them to develop and grow. I never imagined that I would still take orders from you now, Yu Qianrou said with a sigh. In fact, these things have been going on for hundreds of years. She also heard them passed down from generation to generation by the elders in the family, and has never really had contact with the Lingyu tribe. Huh? But it seems that intermarriage with foreign races is not allowed. The result of keeping the bloodline pure is that the remaining men are mentally retarded. Right. This is the result of inbreeding. Zhu Xiaobao frowned and said, which can be regarded as a joke. I understand why those princes are idiots with low intelligence. Compared to Northern Zirwei Kingdom, there are more fools in the palace of Southern Zirwei Kingdom. But I was also lucky enough to produce 2 extraordinary princes. The original Emperor Yuanhao, Yu Xiaobao's father, was not so lucky. He did not have many children. Among the 5 princes, none of them were normal. Yes. The elders of the family gradually became aware of this problem, and later allowed intermarriage with foreigners. However, there are only a few more persistent clan members who are still unwilling to intermarry with foreigners. That is, people like our father. That's why the palace is full of princes with low intelligence. It's just that Yuanfeng was more lucky and still gave birth to 2 normal and excellent princes. However, our father failed to do so and only had you 5 treasures. He had spent his whole life exploring the mysteries of the White Tiger clan and wanted to activate the blood in his body. So 5 years ago, he tried to go to the inheritance place to open the inheritance treasure. Unexpectedly, he was killed by the backlash. This is how the Emperor's uncle you came to be. Yuanfeng conspired to usurp power and forced us to the Northern Zirwei Kingdom. The current North-South confrontation has formed, Yu Qianrou said with a bit of hatred. Well, so that's it. But my father got his wish, because now I am a very normal and excellent prince. Zhu Xiaobao nodded, then stopped talking. Don't be too proud. Those 2 cousins of yours are much better than you, especially Yu Shicheng. Ever since Yu Xian went to Nanzi Rui Kingdom to practice double cultivation with him, his cultivation level has improved rapidly. So we are all here. I suspect they may have found a way to improve their cultivation and stimulate the blood of the divine beasts in their bodies. Yu Qianrou couldn't help but smile, and then said with some worry, because this meant that once Yu Shicheng succeeded, it would be it is possible to activate the bloodline of the mythical beast in the body, thereby gaining the inheritance of the White Tiger clan. That's right. Before coming, we went to Nanzarui Kingdom first. My old apprentice went to the palace to explore, and saw that Yu Shurchong had been able to condense the light gray white tiger Dharma. It seems that this kind of mythical beast is between the family. The dual cultivation method is still effective. I just don't know how far I can practice before I can accept the inheritance. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao remembered what his old apprentice told him after he came back from the palace. What? He really condensed the white tiger Dharma? Yu Qianrou was shocked when he heard this, and said a little disappointed, but then continued. As for the extent of cultivation that can be inherited, I don't know. Several elders are in the inheritance place of Nanzi Rui Kingdom. Although they support me, they will not leave with me. They only want to stick to the inheritance place. In fact, Yu Feng usurped the throne mainly for the sake of inheritance. Land! Feeling that they had returned to the palace without saying much along the way, Zhu Xiaobao entered Yu Qianrou's inner palace and discovered that this sister was living a very difficult life. Her inner palace was both in terms of area and construction luxurious. The number of eunuchs and maids in the palace is not very large. Her current size is similar to that of Prince Wen's mansion, and it is far less luxurious than Prince Wen's mansion. Zhu Xiaobao felt a little sad when he saw this. This sister has suffered a lot in the past 3 years. This emperor was not fooled easily. Sister, is this your harem? So shabby? It's really not as good as my house in Lingyu Mountain. Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but feel a little sorry for this sister, and said with a grin, Alas, the current situation is not good, and there was an insect plague last year, so it is very difficult now. And my army of 600,000 must recuperate. They are my last bit of capital, even for myself. Even though they are suffering, we cannot treat them badly. We must ensure their food, clothing, supplies, and necessary training. This all requires money. Yu Qianrou shook her head and said. Just as he was talking, Yu Qianrou's eunuch ran over and said, Master, the banquet for Prince Xiaobao is ready. Please move to Zhaoyang Palace. Okay, Xiaobao, let's go. I'll take care of you today, and let your master and Mr. Duanmu sit at the table together. Yu Qianrou nodded, and then said to Zhu Xiaobao. She had already known Duanmu in the carriage just now. She is also in Zhu Xiubo's team, which makes Yu Qianrou a little doubtful. Duanmu Qi's reputation is quite famous even in Zirwei Kingdom. She is still doubting whether he is really the resourceful Duanmu Qi. When the dishes for the Jiefeng banquet were served one after another, Zhu Xiaobao felt a little sad. There were only 30 or so dishes in total, and they were all very ordinary dishes. Firstly, Yu Qianrou was not fully prepared. Secondly, the conditions here for Yu Qianrou are really difficult. Jumei was about to complain, but when Zhu Xiaobao glared at her, she was so frightened that she dared not say a word. The old apprentice whispered a few words into her ear, and then she immediately nodded with satisfaction. But Duanmu Qi didn't seem to care about this at all, and thanked her very politely. This made Yu Qianrou very fond of Duanmu Qi, but she also hoped that Duanmu Qi could stay and help her. She had already heard what Zhu Xiaobao said. The development and management of Lingyu Mountain are all handled by Duanmu Qi. Mr. Duanmu, I wonder what will happen if the Li family is injured this time. Yu Qianrou asked politely. She was a little worried about the fierce confrontation between the Li family and those big aristocratic families. After all, they have always regarded themselves as the largest family in the northern Zirui Kingdom. They have never suffered such a big loss, and they are still embarrassed in front of everyone. Yu Qianrou was worried about what revenge they would take. Consequences? Ha ha ha! What are the consequences? I think not only are there no adverse consequences, but we should become more restrained. Your Majesty, just stay calm and wait for them to settle things on their own. Maybe those who know better can be more restrained. Be filial, old god Duanmu Qi said with a smile. Huh? Seriously? Are they just letting it go and don't want the fiefdom of the King of England? There are other families, too? Yu Qianrou asked, still a little unsure. He could also think of these things, but the matter is so important. But he is not as confident as Duanmu Qi. Of course, the two martial lords were suddenly treated obediently. This alone made them dare not act rashly. Who among the other aristocratic families would be willing to jump out? For the time being, they must adopt the official attitude, taking advantage of this opportunity. We can just take oblique actions. If we want long-term peace and stability, we must improve the people's livelihood here as soon as possible. Duanmu Qi nodded and said, Well, thank you, Senior. Of course Yu Qianrou also saw that the two martial masters of the Li family were treated obediently. This was all because of this fat old man. So Yu Qianru also stood up immediately, and was very respectful. Even though he was the emperor of Zirui Kingdom, he didn't take it seriously in the eyes of these great warriors. There's no need to thank me. I just protected my master. I didn't do anything else. And I won't do anything for anyone. The old apprentice shook his head and said he did not admit that he had violated the agreement between the great martial lord. Are you really master and apprentice? Xiao Bao, is this true? Yu Qianru is really a little out of her mind. A great martial master is actually Xiao Bao's apprentice. Who would believe it? But people were stunned to call Zhu Xiaobao master, openly in public. Even the eunuch standing behind Yu Qianru was a little confused. This senior was really a strange person. Everyone has his or her own merits, and the one who masters them is the teacher. I went through a lot of trouble to teach him. This is my second apprentice, so it will be much easier to teach him, Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile. And at the same time, he put the wooden Junichi also introduced me. The old apprentice next to him almost vomited blood in anger. I'm giving you a face, but you'd better slap me in the face. Are you going to let me live? It's a pity that the cooking skills in Zhu Xiaobao's hands are more attractive to him than the martial arts. Okay. Let me toast you all. Yu Qianru was also stunned and quickly picked up the wine glass to cover up her embarrassment. Anyway, she has experienced more things today than she has experienced in the past few years, and it's hard to digest. Could it be that Xiaobao's kung fu has reached the state of transformation, and he can't tell it at all? Hey, sister, my skills are not in martial arts and cultivation. I'll show you my skills tomorrow. Well, come up with something simple and practical, and start moving in northern Zirui country as soon as possible. Otherwise you won't be able to survive here. How long? Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile. Although what she said was very presumptuous, Yu Qianru no longer had the intention to care about it. This younger brother had brought her too many surprises. She couldn't help but want to ask him carefully. Otherwise she wouldn't think about it tonight. Can sleep well. Chapter 394 Yu Qianru, B. After the dinner, Yu Qianru arranged Duan Muqi and the guards in the outer courtyard, and also sent a lot of maids and servants. At the same time, their food and drink expenses were also the highest treatment. Although it was relatively simple, it was also it fully shows Yu Qianru's sincerity. At that time, Zhu Xiaobao stayed in the inner courtyard of the palace, with only Jumei by his side. Now that Ing Xiuxiu and others were gone, Jumei stayed by Zhu Xiaobao's side all day long. Zhu Xiaobao originally wanted to go to bed early, but unexpectedly, Yu Qianru came just after washing up, and brought the eldest eunuch and several slaves. The eldest eunuch was named Yuan. When he saw Zhu Xiaobao, he also said respectfully, Okay, he gave me a gift, and was still looking around. Yuan is looking for the whereabouts of his old apprentice. This senior disappeared when he just arranged his accommodation. Yuan was worried that he was at Zhu Xiaobao's place. This was the inner courtyard of the palace, and ordinary men were not allowed to enter it casually. But Yuan was also helpless. This senior's kung fu was too high, and he couldn't sense his presence at all. Sister, why are you here? Aren't you sleeping yet? Zhu Xiaobao asked in surprise as he sat on the bed. The Jumei next to him stood guard like an iron tower. Normally, she would wait until she helped Zhu Xiaobao fall asleep. I will leave, but I won't go far. Just stay at the door. Yeah, Xiaobao. I'll sleep here today. I moved the bed here. Draw a curtain in the middle, and I want to chat with you for a while. Hee. You like to stay in my bed the most at first. From the palace, Yu Qianru said a little itchy. She became more and more curious about Zhu Xiaobao's experience. If she didn't ask clearly today, she felt that she wouldn't be able to sleep at all. Moreover, she wanted to keep Duan Muqi and the others too. She had already discovered that Zhu Xiaobao, all of these people around me, are very capable. Especially Duan Muqi, who has long been a famous strategist all over the world. If he is willing to stay, then he might still have hope to regain Nanzirui Kingdom one day. So Yu Qianru came up with this idea. After all, they were biological siblings, and Xiaobao was always in her bedroom back then. Didn't I say that he is the shortest, fattest and smartest among the 5 treasures? Okay, let's have something to eat then. Let's chat while we eat. To be honest, I can't praise the food today. Sister, you're not full. Right. I'll ask Jumei to get some good wine. Zhu Xiaobao doesn't care much about it. Just the 2 siblings. Initially, Jumei was not willing to go, but Zhu Xiaobao whispered a few words in her ear. and Jume immediately ran out happily, with the big eunuch chasing after her to lead her the way. This silly girl didn't want to go at all. Know the way inside the palace. Well, sister, you are not prepared. Otherwise you wouldn't be so unbearable. Really? Yuchinro explained in a low voice with a bit of a look on her face. Sister! Stop talking. I don't care about this. It's just that I'm used to eating delicious food, so I can't accept it. Alas, it's easy to go from simplicity to luxury, but it's hard to go from luxury back to simplicity. Zhu Xiaobao started to do it himself. Moved the table to the bedside, and the two of them lived in the bed and ate together. Jume quickly brought some cold pots, and then ran out. She could already smell the smell of her old apprentice roasting beggar's chicken. Yuan followed her and ran to a corner of the backyard. She really seeing the old disciple lighting a fire and having a barbecue with a smile on his face. Yuan was a little dumbfounded when he saw several big mud balls on the shelf. What on earth was this? The things De Wuzun was playing with were really not something that a servant like him could understand. Jume was familiar with the road, and immediately helped chop wood and set up the fire. The old apprentice grinned. As soon as this big girl came, at least 2 beggar chickens were gone. Huh? Is this the very popular super silky milk soap? Is this toilet paper? Is this facial tissue? Is this the Lung You Little Treasure knife? And there is so much wine? Are they all given to me? Yu Qianru acted like a young girl now, without any of her previous majesty. She was surprised and happy, with a happy smile on her face. And she kept asking questions. These things can now be bought in Nanzirui country. But Yu Qianru is reluctant to spend the money. She can't even support the expenses for the next few months. How can she be willing to spend the money to enjoy it? She just heard about it. Hey! 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 You've washed your hands several times. Do you still want to wash them? Aren't you afraid that they will be bruised? Zhu Xiaobao watched Yu Qianru tossing and turning the soap several times in order to enjoy it. Couldn't help but said a little bit dumbfounded. Hee! I'm happy. My brother gave it to me. The more I wash it, the better I feel. By the way, you should keep this sword. You can't buy such a good knife just because you want to. Got it! Yu Qianru finally sat back on the bed, then picked up the Lung You Little Treasure knife, and said a little reluctantly, although she also liked this knife, she still felt that it should stay with Xiaobao around you. Xiaobao's safety comes first. Humph! Don't worry. Won't it be okay if I make another one by then? I made this one myself in time, Zhu Xiaobao said nonchalantly. What? You? Made it yourself? Xiaobao, can you tell the truth? I can't even tell which sentence is true and which one is false. Yu Qianru exclaimed again. Is everything I said true? Zhu Xiaobao was also very depressed. He didn't expect that it would be a kind of trouble to know too much. At this moment, Jume brought in the beggar's chicken that had just been cooked. He was very straightforward. He put it on the table and smashed it into pieces with a punch. As the rich aroma inside spread out, Yu Qianru was stunned. She had never seen such a processing method before. And this kind of processing the taste, it makes people salivate. Look, if you tell me, you won't believe it. I invented this too. And I gave it to my old apprentice. Jume, tell my sister. Who invented this? Zhu Xiaobao said proudly. He even gave Yu Qianru a chicken wing and handed it over. Well, little pig invented it. Jume said absently, looking at the beggar chicken. Get out of here. Kneel down at the door. You have no brains. Zhu Xiaobao scolded angrily. Oh, what bad luck. I forgot again. I should have called you master. Jumedu immediately walked out dejectedly. After a night of surprises, Yu Qianru was still in high spirits and with a smile on her face. She walked lightly into the hall and sat down on the dragon chair. Although she didn't sleep much all night, she was not tired at all. On the contrary, Zhu Xiaobao was listless and yawning again and again. This sister was so excited last night that she kept asking him questions all night. So Zhu Xiaobao was listless and sleepy now. And Zhu Xiaobao can't sit still. He is standing not far from Yu Qianru. Today he is wearing a set of court clothes from the northern Zirwei kingdom. However, his court clothes are a bit different from those of the ministers. They are blue with purple in them, wearing a hair crown symbolizing the status of a prince. He looked very dignified, but his mental condition was not good. Just as Yu Qianru said 2 things in the main hall, a eunuch came to report, and the head of the Li family, Li Mingqi, asked to see him. This made Yuchinro a little nervous. Wasn't she here to ask for an explanation for Li Yuanwu's injury? Your Majesty, my son Li Yuanwu offended His Highness the Fifth Prince yesterday. I was so frightened that I came here to apologize. Li Mingqi knelt down to apologize as soon as he came up. This was quite beyond Yuchinro's expectation. She didn't expect that the Li family really didn't dare to theorize. But as soon as they came up, they accurately identified Yu Xiaobao as the Fifth Prince. This showed that they had already known everything inside the palace. Even a few fools knew it clearly. And they even knew Yu Xiaobao's ranking. This surprised Yuchinro. Well, yesterday, the Fifth Prince was also eager to win. So he couldn't help but compete. Is the Second Prince's injury okay? Yuchinro waved her hand gently, and then asked about Li Yuanwu's injury with concern. Thank you for your concern. Your Majesty, the child's injuries are fine. He will be fine after a few days of rest. Your Highness, the Fifth Prince of Taiqing, please bear with me. Li Mingqi bowed again and said, Oh, are you okay? That's good. But I still said what I said yesterday. Don't show off if you are not capable. Just work hard on your own 1/3 of an acre of land. When you really reach the level of martial arts, isn't it easy for me to become the King of England? I'll go see him in 2 days. After all, he is also my brother-in-law, so it would be embarrassing for him to hook up with him. And those two Wuzun, I don't know how to practice. Let my apprentice give them some guidance. Zhu Xiaobao then cheered up and said to Li Mingqi, I dare not trouble His Highness the Fifth. Li Mingqi was cursing in his heart. Do you think that Wuzun and Dou are nothing but cabbage? Did you practice it casually? When he heard that he wanted to ask the old figure to give them guidance, Li Mingqi was immediately excited. Who could bear this? Wouldn't it be equivalent to letting the two martial arts masters get another beating? The bathroom hurriedly said with a smile. The Fifth Prince has just come back. He must be busy with official duties, so he doesn't dare to bother the Fifth Prince. This is the kindness of my Li family to the Fifth Prince's return. I want to build a mansion for the Fifth Prince. Li Mingqi was very flattering and presented a gift list, which contained a lot of things, including 10,000 taels of gold alone. Yeah, that's right. I'm busy with official duties. Several companies have not paid their taxes on time in the past 2 years. I have to go and see if there is any difficulty, or if I forgot about it and remind them. Zhu Xiaobao also said he took it over without any hesitation and put it into his sleeve, still mumbling something. Last night, he heard what Yuchinro said about the sailors. Those big families worked against each other and found various reasons not to call or to pay less taxes. This made Yuchinro very passive. Otherwise she would not have passed. So miserable. With such an understatement, the hall immediately became chaotic. They all took leave and rushed back to inform their respective family heads. If the Fifth Prince brought Dao Zun to come to collect debts in person, who could bear it? Chapter 395. First appearance at court. Seeing that nearly a third of the people in the main hall were suddenly reduced, Yuchinro felt satisfied. Of course she knew in her heart that these ministers, who were rushing back, were all rushing back to report to their families. Even the Li family has surrendered. Of course they cannot fall behind. The remaining people still standing in the hall were basically the civil and military ministers who had followed Yuchinro before. And some were newly appointed in the past few years. But none of them had much family background. And these people also feel proud. Although these powerful aristocratic families usually quarreled with each other, they worked together in the court, defied state laws, violated the law openly and secretly, tried every means to evade taxes, and secretly expanded their territory. In fact, Yuchinro knew what she wanted, but she was a little powerless because she was not strong enough. So she could only endure it secretly. Unexpectedly, when the Fifth Prince came back, he would perform so amazingly that all these families were afraid of him. In fact, the civil and military personnel present were both strangers to Zhu Xiaobao and felt somewhat familiar with him. Some of them even had some impressions of Zhu Xiaobao, although the whereabouts of Wu Bao have always been kept secret. When the old emperor was still on the throne, Yuchinro also took Wu Bao out to play, but they were isolated by the guards in order to prevent outsiders from knowing about them. Although there are flaws, some people can still see these 5 treasures from a distance. Among them, Zhu Xiaobao's figure is the most special, and it can be said that he has a photographic memory. Some generals even protected these 5 treasures when they were hunted down by the emperor's uncle Yuan Feng. So now these ministers of cultural relics are secretly observing the Fifth Prince. Is there any problem with his intelligence? Anyway, yesterday's performance was very amazing. Well, The person next to me is the 5th Prince Yu Xiaobao. I guess some people still remember it. I had some minor illnesses at first. But in the past few years, I traveled abroad to study and treat diseases. Now I have not only fully recovered, but also learned a lot of skills. This is God's will that allows me, the Zirwei Kingdom, to regroup and regain its glory, Yu Qianru said with a smile. Her words were full of pride and confidence. And there was also some uncontrollable excitement. Meet the 5th Prince, everyone sang in unison, bowing to Zhu Xiaobao. Okay, I've met you adults too. I think many of you here know me, but don't know my abilities. I just want to tell you that I came back to assist my sister and to revitalize my country. Zirwei. Starting today, Zirwei Kingdom will undergo earth-shaking changes. You are all my servants of Zirwei Kingdom. I need you to work together and fulfill your duties to make Zirwei Kingdom grow rapidly. As for those who hide in the dark and want to cause destruction, I will take care of them. I can tell you that my goal is by no means Northern Purple Rui Country. The development of Northern Purple Rui Country is just the beginning. But this beginning requires you to go all out. Okay, that's all I have to say. Thank you, everyone. Zhu Xiaobao was also prepared. But his closing words were a bit weird, completely in the style of speeches from later generations. I am willing to fulfill my duties, follow your majesty, and revitalize our Zirwei Kingdom. All the civil and military ministers present sang in unison. It could be heard that although the slogans were loud, they were still a little skeptical. But some of the old ministers were still very excited. But no one has any doubts about the intelligence of this 5th prince. And this 5th prince is much tougher than the emperor. And he seems to be ready to kill. But is he strong enough? But Yu Qianru, who was sitting above the dragon, was very happy. Now she was no longer struggling to support herself. She felt that she suddenly had a kind of support. Although she didn't know whether this kind of support was strong enough. But this is no longer important. What is important is that she is not willing to tolerate it anymore. Returning to the palace, Yu Qianru was a little surprised that Zhu Xiaobao did not actively understand the situation of Zirwei Kingdom and formulate a development plan. Instead, he dove into the kitchen and started preparing food and rice. What the hell is this? But seeing that Zhu Xiaobao was extremely busy, Yu Qianru had no choice but to invite Duan Muqi. Taking advantage of this moment, she asked him some questions. At the same time, she also wanted to know what Duan Muqi meant and whether she was willing to stay and assist her. However, what disappointed Yu Qianru was that Duan Muqi did not express his position clearly. He only analyzed the current situation with Yu Qianru and put forward some suggestions to improve people's livelihood. But he smiled and said nothing about staying to assist him. This makes Yu Qianru somewhat disappointed, because judging from the suggestions and ideas put forward by Duan Muqi, this person is definitely a pillar of talent. Ha ha! Your Majesty, don't be anxious. There are many things you need to look at again. If my estimate is good, Your Majesty will have gained a little recently. It can completely solve the urgent need, Duan Muqi said with a smile. At this moment, Zhu Xiaobao asked Mu Chuani to come and invite Yu Qianru and others to sit down. This time it was a commonplace meal. Not so grand. Duan Muqi, Mu Chuani and others were all present. And even Tong Wuxing came back just in time. Only the old apprentice did not attend the table. He did not want to get involved in this kind of banquet. Instead, he and Ju Mei ate happily in the back kitchen. And scrupulously, "You cooked all this?" Yu Qianru asked in disbelief when she saw a table of delicious dishes. The beggar's chicken yesterday had already amazed her. Until now, I still have endless aftertaste. But now the dishes on this table are even more mouth-watering. Could it be that my younger brother usually has such a high standard of living? Isn't this too shocking? Yes. Didn't I tell you that I am the best chef in the world? As I said yesterday, I will specially invite you to taste the dishes I cook. Zhu Xiaobao changed his clothes and then sat down. Came down. But he was still not satisfied. There were still too few ingredients here, and there was no way to make more dishes. But Xiaobao, our most important thing now is to increase revenue and reduce expenditure, and develop and expand Zirwei Kingdom. It seems that we shouldn't pay too much attention to these food, drink and enjoyment, Yu Qianru said a little worriedly. She was afraid that she could not afford a family with this little property. The dandy boy doesn't even want Zhu Xiaobao to be a prince who only knows how to eat, drink and have fun, waiting to die. I don't agree with this. Open source is right. It is necessary. But being too frugal will only lose the dignity of my royal family. From now on, all your food and expenses must be the best. We represent the royal family. Otherwise, in the eyes of others, we just don't have the confidence. Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said without stopping. And he even took the initiative to pick up the food for Yu Qianrou very diligently. Your Majesty, Xiaobao is right. I think that not only should you have a royal style here, but this style should also be unmatched by those aristocratic families. What's more important is to let them know that this style is more noble than them. More domineering. Duanmuki also said with a smile. Well, it turns out that you prepared these dishes for me as soon as you came back today just to make me. Yu Qianrou was a little embarrassed and looked at Zhu Xiaobao in a daze. She could feel that everything had changed once Zhu Xiaobao came back. Changed. This change made her a little uncomfortable. But she was more full of expectation and trust. Yes. Not only today, but also from now on. I will let you enjoy the wealth, glory and domineering power that an emperor should have. Zhu Xiaobao said firmly, while giving Yu Qianrou another dish. That's enough. That's enough. If you come here again, I won't be able to fit it in here. Yu Qianrou said a little flattered. This is a kind of family affection and care that she has never experienced since she was with her father, queen and mother. Yu Qianrou couldn't help but hold Zhu Xiaobao's hand and said, Brother, it's great to have you back. Sister, don't cry. It will be better in the future. I promise. Zhu Xiaobao also held his sister's hand and said with a smile. Well, I just hope Mr. Duanmu can stay. Yu Qianrou was also very smart. She immediately raised her hope at the dinner table, making it difficult for Duanmu Qi to refuse. Huh? Brother-in-law, aren't you going to stay and help me? Zhu Xiaobao asked a little surprised. This little treasure. You know that Lingyu Mountain, Lingyu Island and Luofeng Island are not so peaceful. They can't do without me for the time being. Duanmu Qi said a little embarrassed. Hey! You tried your best to instigate me to come back. And now you don't want to stay here to help me. Don't you think it's too much? Zhu Xiaobao immediately shouted in annoyance. It's not Xiaobao. Another reason is that Yu Hui is pregnant. I promised her that I must rush back before giving birth. Duanmu Qi said with a bitter face. Okay. Then when you go back, bring me 10,000 female warriors. There is no need to drive over the 3 lucky treasures. I will build a new one here. Sister Wuxin must stay. In terms of management. Besides you, she is the only one who can do the job. Zhu Xiaobao thought for a while and said, It seems that there is still an urgent need for talents. But Yu Hui definitely hopes that Duanmuki can be with her. Ha ha. Don't worry. I have already recommended someone to you. This person's ability is not inferior to mine. Duanmu Qi said with a smile. Who? Zhu Xiaobao's eyes suddenly lit up. Duanmuki's comment was definitely true. But he couldn't think of anyone who had this ability. The secret must not be leaked. You can guess, Duanmuki said calmly. Get out! Zhu Xiaobao scolded fiercely. Xiaobao. Yu Qianrou didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao and Duanmuki were so casual. She couldn't stand it for a while. But she immediately turned her attention to Duanmuki's words and asked hurriedly. Can you really recruit 10,000 female warriors from the Lingyu tribe? Also, what are the 3 auspicious treasures? Who is the person Mr. Duanmu recommended to you? You should think about it quickly. The secret must not be revealed. Disgusting. When they went to court again the next day, what was surprising was that all those aristocratic families took the initiative to pay back the taxes. Although she was mentally prepared, Yu Qianrou was still secretly pleasantly surprised. And she suddenly paid off the previous year's arrears. After all the taxes have been paid, these big aristocratic families have really taken a severe cut of their flesh. Not only that, other aristocratic families, like the Li family, also sent their own congratulatory gifts, all congratulating the 5th prince on his recovery and return. Chapter 396 Inspector A. Yu Qianrou is now full of admiration for Duanmu Qi. Although she also expected to recover some tax, she did not expect it to be so much. And she also sent congratulatory gifts. The performance of these aristocratic families is a bit different from before. It seemed that the Li family's proactive overtures made them unable to sit still. Ha ha! I'm very relieved that you all can pay your taxes in time. I also hope that you can continue to work hard in the future. Don't be a temporary heat, let alone look around, and fulfill your obligations. Yu Qianrou sat on the dragon chair. He smiled lightly, with some warning in his words. Obey the holy order. All the officials sang in unison. Well, very good. Next, I announce that the 5th Prince Yu Xiaobao will be appointed as the inspection envoy to inspect production. operations, people's livelihood, and management matters in various places. We also hope that officials at all levels will actively cooperate. The inspection envoy will be responsible for the officials below the county governor first. Right. Yu Qianruo immediately appointed Zhu Xiaobao to be in charge. He was not very familiar with the northern Zirwei kingdom, so he was temporarily appointed as the inspector, mainly to understand the situation of the northern Zirwei kingdom clearly. Of course, this is also the idea given by Duinmuki. Although he received a lot of food and silver at once, there are more places to spend money. Zhu Xiaobao is now preparing to start building a wharf in the westernmost part of Beiqiao town in the northern Zirwei kingdom to prepare for future trade routes. Prepare? If you want to develop quickly, you must open up business routes as soon as possible. Sell your products, and at the same time buy back what you need as soon as possible. He is said to be an inspection envoy, but it is impossible for Zhu Xiaobao to patrol everywhere immediately. That would only be a waste of time. What he needs is to have a focus. This focus is the original Beiqiao town. Of course, Beiqiao town is just a small town. Belongs to Yingshuan County. Yingshuan County governs 3 counties and 9 towns. With a population of 2 million, there are more than a dozen aristocratic families, large and small, among which 3 are larger. The Suzaku clan to which Zhu Rong belongs is one of them. In order to facilitate Zhu Xibao's work, Yu Qianruo specially assigned 5,000 men and horses to him. However, Zhu Xiaobao felt that there were too many, so he only wanted 1,000 elite cavalry. With a small number of people and cavalry, it was easier and faster to do anything. It's not like we came here to fight. As soon as Zhu Xiaobao arrived in Yingshuan County, he moved to Beiqiao town, and then posted notices in 3 counties and 9 towns, asking all counties and towns to recover the owed taxes within 3 days. Of course, Zhu Xiaobao doesn't need to worry about these things. With Duinmuki by his side, these things can be done easily. Although Duinmuki usually smiles, he is quite ruthless in his actions. On the 4th day, he killed 2 county magistrates and wiped out a small family. Even a small family had tens of thousands of people. Among them are 3,000 private soldiers of his own family. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao led his men and killed them directly. What surprised Zhu Xiaobao was that the 1,000 soldiers given to him by Yu Qianruo were actually quite powerful in combat. In addition, the 10,000 soldiers originally stationed in Yingshuan County also sent troops to cooperate. This little aristocratic family was destroyed in the blink of an eye. Wiped them all out. There was quite a lot of gold, silver and food collected, which surprised all Zhu Xiaobao. It seems that these families, large and small, have quite a rich heritage. Except for keeping some to reward the army, the rest were transported back to the imperial city. This made Yu Qianruo surprised and happy, and also a little worried, for fear that Zhu Xibao's methods were too cruel. But now it has become like this. Only maybe let him continue. Although everyone can see that Zhu Xiaobao is trying to establish his own prestige, they are still a little frightened by such cruel methods. However, the effect was immediate. Those families and merchants who were lucky enough began to be honest, and the taxes they should pay were gradually paid. Fortunately, this time, a small aristocratic family was wiped out, and all the little treasures even had a temporary mansion. After Zhu Xiaobao moved in, he felt quite emotional. It was better to use force to solve the problem and give more money. Now he even solved his own residence and had thousands of servants under his command. Of course, Duinmuki had already made up his mind. The solution by force was just a deterrent, and he would then use both kindness and force. Immediately afterwards, notices were posted in the 3 counties and 9 towns of Yingjin County. Royal launched a tofu workshop franchise store. Anyone who wants to join must pay a franchise fee first, and the first 100 people will get a half discount. The franchise fee is 100 taels of gold. But what is disappointing is that no one wants to join. Everyone is waiting and watching. No one knows whether the 100 taels of gold is Zhu Xibao's way of making money. The reason why Zhu Xiaobao did this was that he did not want to promote it among ordinary people for the time being. He wanted to control these aristocratic families first. Let them gradually adapt to their own changes. Stabilize the situation as quickly as possible. No one comes to join. It doesn't matter. Zhu Xiaobao is not worried. He immediately invited Zhu Rong over. And now he is the patrol envoy. Speaking of which, Zhu Rong even salutes when she sees him. Hee hee! Sister Princess! We meet again! Zhu Xiaobao received Zhu Rong in his study room, and said with a smile as soon as they met. Humph! You were very ruthless, and wiped out the Lu family in one fell swoop. Don't you think it was too ruthless? The other aristocratic families are very dissatisfied now and are writing letters to protest. Zhu Rong looked at it, looking at the unregistered uncle in front of him. Although he knew that this was all Duanmuki's method, he still felt that he had a sense of awe and fear towards this little fat man. So, didn't we immediately start taking gentler measures? Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile. Just add the Tofu Workshop franchise store you launched? Zhu Rong's heart moved and she asked. Yes. Others don't know it. But you should be very clear that this kind of thing is not only low cost, but also very popular. Once launched, it will definitely be very popular. Don't think no one dares to join now. But in the future I want to if you want to join again. The franchise fee will be doubled. Zhu Xiaobao said confidently. You want us to set an example first? Join in? Zhu Rong nodded and asked. Hey. I thought of you in advance. It's not that I couldn't find anyone to do it. I think of you as my own sister, and that's why I think of you so much. Zhu Xiaobao quickly waved his hands in defense. Well, how many tofu workshops do you want us to join? Zhu Rong nodded helplessly. Of course she knew the huge market value of this kind of tofu, especially the mini extension products, which are very popular. It depends on your vision. The more franchise stores you open, the more you will earn. You don't need me to explain this to you. Right? Zhu Xiaobao said, shaking his head. Okay. Then we will open 10 tofu workshops. And I will ask someone to bring 1,000 taels of gold later. Zhu Rong said hesitantly, and asked the clan to come up with 1,000 taels of gold. She also wanted it can only be done if you go back and explain it carefully. And it also involves the appearance and manpower of 10 tofu workshops, which is actually a bit difficult. And Zhu Rong was obviously out of sorts today, as if she had something on her mind. Hey, sister, this is an opportunity to make a lot of money. Why don't you seem to be paying attention? Zhu Xiaobao asked, a little dissatisfied. Originally, he thought Zhu Rong could at least win the time tofu processing factory, but he didn't. The thought was only half of what he expected. Well, Xiaobao, I'm going back first. I'm in a bad mood today. King Wen has passed away. Zhu Rong lowered her head and said in a low voice. At the same time, she couldn't help but shed 2 lines of clear tears in her eyes. Ah? Dead? Killed by the 7th princess? Zhu Xiaobao was also stunned. To say that he felt really good about King Wen. And he also received help from King Wen. So he didn't dislike King Wen very much. I don't know. The news I received was that he committed suicide. I don't know about the rest. Zhu Rong shook her head, and then hurriedly endured the grief and left Zhu Xiaobao's study. After Zhu Rong left, Duanmuqi listened to Zhu Xiaobao's simple statement and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Dead? So soon? It shouldn't be. Although the 7th princess was a little extreme in doing things, she would never want to kill him. Ah, there must be something fishy in this. It turns out that Duanmuqi didn't care much about King Wen's news after he was placed under house arrest. People who have no threat or value are not worthy of his attention. So he has just heard about King Wen's suicide. But I feel a little strange in my heart. Although King Wen has no use value now, if he comes to King Wen's fiefdom in the future, King Wen's appeal will still be there. The 7th princess will not think of this. Since King Wen has committed suicide now, it can only be explained another reason. Sure enough, just as Zhu Rong expected, after she returned, the clan members did not understand this kind of franchise store method. They also asked for a large amount of franchise fee, which was like robbing money. If Zhu Rong hadn't been optimistic about the prospects of this kind of tofu workshop and was inextricably connected with Zhu Xiaobao, he really wouldn't have been approved. But now, just as she estimated, she could only get the franchise fees for 10 franchise stores, which was 1,000 taels of gold. Moreover, you have to do the construction and decoration of the franchise store yourself. Duanmuqi also didn't understand the way this franchise store was run, and even doubted that anyone would be willing to waive the franchise fee. Of course, Zhu Rong joined because of her trust in Zhu Xiaobao. 3 days later, the first tofu workshop opened. Just as Zhu Xiaobao expected, the business was very prosperous. It can be described as booming. There were freshly made tofu soup and some cut into pieces to take home. We process tofu ourselves, and we are also preparing to launch dried tofu, tofu skin, old tofu, and soft tofu in the future. Anyway, there are many follow-up extension products. Moreover, for the sales of tofu workshops, you can not only pay with copper coins, but also exchange beans, which is greatly welcomed by the common people. There is not much else in their homes. But there are a lot of beans. As the 10 tofu workshops of the Suzaku clan have begun to open, business continues to be booming. There is a long queue at the door of each tofu workshop. I have never seen anything selling so well. Some small families can't sit still, although they need a franchise fee. Looking at the hot sales scene, the franchise fee will definitely be recovered. What's more exciting is that this thing is a royal family. If you don't join the patent, you can't operate it, and you can't copy it at all. And it is tentatively planned to open 100 stores in Engine County. So on the 10th day, people started coming to negotiate. But when I asked, I found out that the original discount was no longer available. The current franchise fee is 200 taels of gold. Chapter 397 Inspector B. Guanmuchi hurriedly ran to the backyard of Zhu Xiaobao's temporary residence. Zhu Xiaobao was processing and making salt brine. Now that the 4 Du brothers were not around, Zhu Xiaobao had to do it himself. Fortunately, Mu Chunyi was there. Help around. Of course, sometimes the old apprentice will also help. Xiaobao! Xiaobao! You're crazy. It's so easy for people to join. But you've also raised the franchise fee? You've gone too far. Duinmuki, despite being able to handle management and operations with ease, was still criticized by everyone. Xiaobao was confused by this business model. Now those families have begun to tentatively accept this franchise store method. And he actually increased the price. So Duinmuki was a little annoyed and came to Zhu Xiaobao to argue. What they need now is to quickly stabilize the situation, increase profits, and also be able to deter these large and small families. Well, I mean to keep my word. If you don't cherish the opportunity when you give them a discount, you can't blame me. Now the discount period has ended. If you want to join, this is the price, Zhu Xiaobao said firmly. Hey, do you know what they are saying about you now? The new inspector knows how to make money and does whatever it takes. Many families have spoken out and united to boycott this kind of franchise store, Guanmuchi said with a little distress. He can handle other things, but every time he encounters Zhu Xiaobao's strange methods, he is a little at a loss. But what I heard is that the new inspector has brought rare new ingredients to Engine County, and the price is low, suitable for all ages. Please help me spread the word again. The first batch of franchise stores, it's just 100. But it's too expensive now, and I won't even accept the money to buy the quota, Zhu Xiaobao said even more forcefully than before. Is this okay? If no one really comes? Guanmuchi was stunned after hearing this. No one comes? The Suzaku tribe has planned to open 10 more franchise stores. They have begun to taste the benefits, Zhu Xiaobao said proudly. Sure enough, once the news came out, no one thought it was expensive. Within 3 days, the number of franchise stores increased to more than 70. And according to Zhu Xiaobao's requirements, the distance between the 2 stores should not be less than 10 miles. And it's true that every time a store opens, business is booming. Even the other counties in northern Zerwei country have begun to spread the news. Apart from the Suzaku clan, the 2 largest remaining families in Engine County, the heads of the Qi family and the Gua family, were sitting together angrily discussing countermeasures. But what everyone couldn't understand was that the head of the Qi family was holding a bowl of tofu soup and eating it deliciously. At the same time, he frowned and said, "These people really have no spine at all. Don't join the franchise if you are good. I didn't expect that. Now I just quietly paid the franchise fee, which is twice as expensive as before. Humph! I don't believe it. He dares to leave us alone? We are not one of those small families. Even if we are in court, we can still talk. Yes. At least we will be exempted from the franchise fee. If we also join, it will be equivalent to supporting the inspector in disguise. He will not know this. But, Lao Chi, you are not eating well. Is it just tofu soup?" The head of the Gua family said, a little depressed. Oh, my daughter brought it back to me. I can't live up to this filial piety. Right. I'm just trying it out to see if it's as good as the legend says. It's just average, said the head of the Qi family, a little embarrassed. Oh, that's good. Next, we have to continue to impeach the new inspector. His methods were cruel and simple. The Liu family was just a few days late in paying taxes, and they were wiped out. The head of the Gua family nodded, and then said unhappily, Yes. We have to continue. You can prepare a memorial as soon as you get back, and we will ask someone to deliver it. The head of the Qi family seemed to nod in agreement. But the matter of drafting the memorial was left to the head of the Gua family. At this moment, his steward hurriedly ran in and reported, "Master, the young lady and her maid are going out again, and I can't stop them. She is going to the newly opened tofu workshop again. This unfilial girl has to make me angry to death to be happy." The head of the Chi family quickly put down the bowl in his hand and hurriedly chased him out. He said he was very annoyed, but in his heart, he was very fond of this precious daughter. "I'm afraid something might go wrong." "Go back. Who asked you to go out? Didn't I tell you that no one is allowed to go to those newly opened tofu workshops? Are you just disobedient?" The head of the Chi family chased after his precious daughter's sedan and shouted angrily, "Who said we don't even have a tofu workshop here? Now they have introduced fried stinky tofu. And now you have to wait in line for half an hour. Besides, don't I think about you every time I go out? Aren't you eating the food with gusto?" This young lady was not afraid of her father, so she shouted plausibly, "Then you are not allowed to go. Didn't you see that I am discussing with your Uncle Gui to report this inspector and destroy the business environment of our Yingshuan County? What franchise fee does it cost to open a franchise store?" The head of the Chi family shouted angrily, "Then pay it. Those who paid the franchise fee in the first place have already made their money back. Who is not making a lot of money now? You are the only ones who are still holding on. I don't care. I'm going to try the newly launched fried stinky tofu. Gua's sister. I went once in the morning and again in the afternoon. I must go," Miss Chi said willfully, and then ignored the head of the Chi family who was following behind, and asked the groom to drive the carriage in a hurry. "Speed away." Brother Chi. I still have something to do at home, so I'm going back first. As for the memorial, I will definitely write it for you." The head of the Gua family was also a little busy at this time, hugging his fists, and hurried home. The sister Guijia that Miss Chi just mentioned is his daughter, so he can't stay any longer. The head of the Chi family responded quickly, called the housekeeper to his side and whispered, "Go to the inspector and see how many places are left." "Yes, sir. Didn't Mr. Gui just say that?" The housekeeper asked hesitantly. "You know nothing. This old fox might be faster than me. Hurry up. Don't let him get ahead of you. Bring enough banknotes." The head of the Chi family really knows people well and has rich experience. He has already thought of the head of the Gua family. Follow-up action. Yes. Xu Xiaobao walked around the street in plain clothes all morning and went to 4 franchise stores to take a look quietly. The business of these 4 franchise stores was very booming, even a little beyond his expectation. Each store there was a long queue at the door, and the smell of fried stinky tofu was everywhere on the street, and it was in good order, which made Duanmu Chi suddenly realize why these powerful families were needed to run the franchise stores. The reason is very simple. Because these families are rich and powerful. No one dares to cause trouble in the franchise stores they run. Even the Chi family and the Gua family are stronger than them. But they cannot blatantly stop them. But they can send some gangsters. Come and cause trouble. These families don't like this. And even though this kind of tofu workshop is booming, it is still a small workshop. In front of the public. If you want to provoke trouble, it will really offend the public. So until now, every store is running smoothly. What makes Duanmu Chi even more praised is that this is equivalent to connecting these families with himself. If he wants to unite to fight against Xu Xiaobao, he is not so united. Ha, brother-in-law. This is such a noble move. I admire you deeply. Duanmu Chi cupped his hands and said with a smile. Alas, the only regret is that we have to queue up if we want to eat a bunch of fried stinky tofu. I'm still hungry. Xu Xiaobao said somewhat depressedly. In order to set an example, Xu Xiaobao did not hesitate. Showing your identity. Jumped to the front of the queue to buy a few strings of stinky tofu. So I had to go back home with some regrets. And asked Mu Chuni and the others to make some for me. Smelling the aroma all over the street, Xu Xiaobao also wanted to eat some fried stinky tofu. But as soon as he walked into his temporary house, he heard a fierce quarrel in the front hall. And the 2 housekeepers fought each other. And they were fighting fiercely. Mu Chuni, on the other hand, was watching the fun with a bit of schadenfreude. But he didn't mean to dissuade him. It turned out that the housekeepers of the Chi family and the Gua family were fighting over the last 27 franchise store spots. Because it is an odd number. One of them must open one less franchise store. It may seem like a small matter to others. But to the 2 housekeepers, it seems like a big deal. This is to fight for the interests of one's own family. One less house means that one's ability is not as good as the other's butler. So how can one still hang out in the house in the future? So the two of them fought for a spot in a franchise store. And they were so desperate that even the boy next to them joined the fight. Stop it! How is it appropriate to fight in the inspector's house? Don't you want to live anymore? Duinmuki immediately lowered his face and shouted. And the guards around him immediately restrained the two housekeepers. Lord Chi, I am the steward of the Gua family. I came here first and wanted to buy all the remaining 27 places. But before I could pay, he broke in and insisted on taking them away. Half! Forget it. You still have to get one more place than us. That's why we started fighting, the Gua family's housekeeper said with a bruised face and a very annoyed look. If he hadn't asked around, he would have handed over the money long ago. Well, it's good now that Butler Chi, who broke in halfway, got half of it. Master Chi, don't listen to his nonsense. It was obviously me who handed over the money first. If he just asked but didn't buy, then who can blame him? Butler Chi also shouted hurriedly. Humph. When you were fighting just now, you said that you had agreed to boycott my franchise store together? Really? Zhu Xiaobao asked in an inconspicuous manner, sitting on a chair with his legs on the table. No, he said it. I didn't. No, he said it. I didn't say it either. How could our master resist the inspector? Well, joining forces to resist the inspectors is no small matter. Go and call all your masters. Go quickly. Zhu Xiaobao changed his lazy expression, sat up straight, and shouted fiercely. My lord, please have mercy on me during the inspection. It's all nonsense that kids are talking about during a fight. It's nothing at all. The two housekeepers shouted with mournful faces, but the guards ignored them and threw them out directly. Half an hour later, Zhu Xiaobao and Duinmuki were eating freshly baked fried stinky tofu, with a bowl of tofu soup in front of them. They were embarrassed to jump in line, so they came back hungry. It was just the beginning. Dine. Chapter 398 Inspector C. At this time, Patriarch Chi and Patriarch Guo walked in together anxiously. They complained and accused each other. They were not as close as before at home. Never said that. Then you were saying that the two butlers were slandering each other during the fight? In fact, there was no such thing, Duanmuchi said with a cold face. Yes. How can we join forces to boycott the inspector? We are still actively trying to join. Patriarch Chi and Patriarch Guo nodded quickly and said, with sweat on their foreheads. Okay, let me tell you. How could the two family heads boycott me for no reason? We used to have no grudges. But now we have nothing to complain about. Don't you think? Zhu Xiaobao said while biting the stinky tofu. Yes. We have always supported the management of the inspectors. Besides, the Liu family is openly resisting taxation violently. If we don't kill them, the people will not be angry, the two family heads said with certainty. Okay. It's better for Patriarch Chi and Patriarch Guo to be sensible. Come on. I'll treat you to fried stinky tofu. Come on. Bring a bowl of tofu soup to the two patriarchs, Zhu Xiaobao said with great satisfaction. He and Duinmuki. One of them is a good guy, and the other is a bad guy. But they work together perfectly. Thank you, Inspector. Family Master Chi and Family Master Guo looked at each other, both feeling a little scared. This little fat man seemed harmless to humans and animals. But the more he looked like this, the more disturbing he became. But the two of them didn't dare not to eat. So they had no choice but to bite the bullet and start eating together with Zhu Xiaobao. Not to mention, they actually felt very good after eating. And they couldn't stop eating. No wonder their daughter was considered a father. Even if you name it, you have to go out and line up to taste the most popular snack in Anjing County. Ha. Since you also want to buy the quota for the franchise store, I still have to give you a face. After all, we are the three major families in Yingxuan County. Don't break up unhappy for a quota. Let's do this. Each family has 15. There is a quota. Go and pay. Zhu Xiaobao ate happily, then wiped his mouth and said, Ah, thank you so much. Fifth Prince. Patriarch Chi and Patriarch Guo immediately cheered up. It seems that the inspector did not pursue the two families' joint boycott at all. Instead, he took good care of them and gave them face. The two of them were very happy and hurried to Muchuani's place to pay the money. Before leaving, Zhu Xiaobao was still thinking there. That's right. We all cooperate with each other and develop together. Now some people are still trying to interfere with me. saying that I kill innocent people indiscriminately and have chaotic management in Yingjian County. Please check it out for me. Which bastard is spreading rumors and causing trouble? Don't let me find this person. Or else he. Yes. We will be dispatched soon. Fifth Prince? We all fully support the inspector's management and rectification methods. The two family heads, who had just relaxed, suddenly became nervous again and hurriedly followed the instructions. Xiaobao escaped here. After the two heads of the Qi family and the Gua family left, Zhu Xiaobao and Duanmuki looked at each other and smiled. With these two people taken care of, Yingshuan County's affairs were basically stabilized. Next, Zhu Xiaobao can continue with the subsequent plans. After all, the tofu workshop is just a small project with quick results, and it is not what Zhu Xiaobao likes most. He now finally wants to build a dock and a warship processing workshop. Xiaobao, I didn't expect you to have such means. So I can leave with peace of mind? Duanmuki smiled happily. When do you plan to leave? Zhu Xiaobao asked. Still a little unsatisfied. He was still a little worried if Duanmuki was not by his side. He was not as thoughtful about many things as Duanmuki had thought. I figured it would only be a few days. And it's time to arrive. Duanmuki pinched his fingers and closed his eyes. What's coming soon? Hey! What you need most? There was a lot of commotion here at Zhu Xiaobao. And Yu Qianrou was also under tremendous pressure. Every day in court, someone would impeach Zhu Xiaobao. Just because he destroyed a small family as soon as he arrived in Yingshuan County. The big families all stood up and accused Zhu Xiaobao. Even though they were very restrained at the beginning, they still didn't want their own interests to be harmed. And they didn't want Zhu Xiaobao to get involved in the management and operation of Yingshuan County. They all sent congratulatory gifts to Zhu Xiaobao, which was to let him build a mansion in the Imperial City and eat, drink and have fun in the Imperial City. That's it. But now, he is actually causing trouble in Yingshuan County again. Not small. So these big families are a little dissatisfied. The main reason was that Zhu Xiaobao made them all feel that their foundation in northern Zirwei country was somewhat loose. Your Majesty, we strongly recommend that the fifth prince be recalled. Now 2 more families are protesting against the inspector's clever use of names to collect money in Yingshuan County. If your Majesty continues to indulge the fifth prince like this, Yingshuan County will definitely be made miserable by him. Complaints are everywhere. The few people who stood up to attack Yu Qianrou were the close family members or disciples of the big aristocratic families. In fact, among these people, the Li family and the Qin family were the leading ones. Although the Li family and the Qin family married the second princess and the fourth princess respectively, they are not satisfied and want to have a greater say in the court. Now 1/3 of the officials in the court are these big officials, a close confidant of the family. This was also a compromise that Yu Qianrou adopted in order to stabilize the northern Zirwei kingdom. This kind of compromise had a certain effect at first, but it also made these big families even more arrogant. Without their support, many things would not be implemented at all. Oh, you are very persistent and united. Are you going to impeach the inspector in court every day? Yu Qianrou said with a sneer. Your Majesty, we are also here for the stability and development of the Zirwei kingdom. As far as I know, the people of Yingshuan County have been made miserable by the fifth prince, and the influential families have also united to file a lawsuit against the fifth prince. The prince's atrocities. These officials were all a little surprised. Today, the emperor's attitude was a bit strange. He no longer just delayed and perfunctory, but looked at them with a mocking look, which made them all feel a little scared. But I can't figure out the reason, so I had to bite the bullet and continue. Humph! Why is what you said different from what I know? Didn't you say that those families are opposed to the inspector's franchise store? Is that true? Yu Qianrou stared at these few with a sullen face. The official asked again. Yes. It's absolutely true. I will never dare to speak nonsense. It's because they were desperate that they came to us and begged us to seek justice for them from the court. These officials were even more hesitant to speak. It's a bit awkward, because now Yu Qianrou seems to be more confident and has a very strong momentum, which is completely different from some time ago. Ha! Then take it, and take a closer look. This is what you call the people's livelihood. This is what you call suing the fifth prince. Humph! All the quotas for 100 franchise stores were snatched up by them. The Qi family and the Gua family, they even fought over a quota. All the tofu processing workshops that opened without exception had a booming business, with long queues at the door and orderly. I wonder if my information is wrong. Or are you talking nonsense? Yu Qianrou, he handed the crumpled gift that Zhu Xiaobao had just given to the eunuch beside you. And the eunuch immediately delivered it to the hands of these ministers. How is this possible? Didn't you say we should join forces to resist? After several people looked at it, their faces suddenly turned blue, and they murmured in very low voices. I'm sorry, they didn't know that both the Qi family and the Guo family are already busy running tofu workshops. There is no time to inform them in time. Of course, part of the reason is that I am embarrassed. After all, it was the Qi family and the Guo family who were opposing Zhu Xiaobao's various measures some time ago. I would like to ask, are you so persistent in impeaching the fifth prince every day? Do you see it with your own eyes, or are you deceived by others? Or hearsay? Yu Qianrou asked further. Now that the situation suddenly reversed, she also felt that with a start. He took the opportunity to severely suppress the arrogance of these big families. Your Majesty, please calm down. Maybe the news from the ministers is wrong. These people stood in the court, embarrassed, because the other ministers looked at them as if they were laughing. Then go and find out and report to me. Don't talk about these hearsays all day long. Get out of here. Yu Qianrou scolded angrily. Yes, I will admit my guilt. These people quickly retreated in despair. After the dynasty ended, these people rushed towards their respective families non-stop. Things were not at all what they expected. What exactly is going on? Didn't it mean that the Qi family and the Guo family were resolutely joining forces to resist the inspectors? How did it turn into a big fight for a spot? At the simple pier in the west of Yingjing County, 2 merchant ships came up. There were 20 warships in the distance that did not approach, in order not to cause unnecessary trouble. Duanmuqi and Zhu Xiaobao were waiting on the shore in person, and saw Du Ping, Duan, Du Xing, Du Wang, and more than 200 other people, all of whom were Tong Wuxin's former servants, and those who were in Cave Heaven Paradise. The goods were being unloaded from the cargo ship happily. What made Zhu Xiaobao even more happy was that Ying Xiuxiu and 3 other people were also brought here this time. Hachitu was also accompanying him. He wanted to come immediately. Insight into business opportunities, and see if you can sell cattle, sheep and horses directly here next time. Zhu Xiaobao immediately laughed excitedly. These talents were needed most right now. Unexpectedly, Duanmuqi still thought of him. But then he felt a little sad because Duanmuqi also wanted to board this merchant ship and return home. Lingyu Mountain has gone. The rest of the days are left to you to operate on your own. Hey, brother-in-law, where is the great counselor who is not under you that you promised to recommend to me? Why didn't you see it? Zhu Xiaobao asked, very dissatisfied. I'm doing this. Besides, if I don't go back, our mother-in-law won't send 10,000 troops here. Duanmuqi said with a smile. Who is the great counselor you are talking about? The secret must not be revealed. Get out. Chapter 399. Familiar with the road A. Although the two of them were used to this kind of banter, Zhu Xiaobao was still a little reluctant to leave when Duanmuqi wanted to leave. The main reason was that the person he was supposed to be the boss had already become an official. Now that Duanmuqi left, he had to think about it all by himself. A little nervous and uneasy. Originally, Zhu Xiaobao wanted to find out his life experience and planned to leave because he had no important identity. But now it seems that she can't leave. If she leaves by herself, Yu Qianrou will be able to survive for another 2 or 3 years at most. And he still feels very much for this sister. That kind of deep brother-sister relationship. Therefore, Zhu Xiaobao must stay and help Yu Qianrou. There is another very important reason. That is, the inheritance place of the White Tiger clan is also very attractive to Zhu Xiaobao. Because when he arrived in Zirwei Kingdom, he could faintly feel some kind of call from the inheritance place. This feeling can only be felt by those of them who have the blood of divine beasts. In addition, the person you need to pay attention to is Princess Wen, Zhu Rong of the Vermilion Bird clan. This woman is very extraordinary, and I still haven't figured out what her purpose is. Maybe it's some secret about her bloodline. There was no need to say anything else before Duanmuqi left. But for Zhu Rong, he once again reminded Zhu Xiaobao to pay attention. I know. When do you think the 10,000 female warriors I want will arrive here? Our mother-in-law won't object. Right. Zhu Xiaobao nodded, and then asked again. Hey! Since the Lingyu clan is a branch of the White Tiger clan, Yu Qianhou will definitely not object. Besides, the place of inheritance is also very attractive to them. I estimate that it will take as little as 1 month, and as long as in 2 months. 10,000 female warriors should be able to arrive. Muchi smiled and nodded. In fact, if it weren't for Yu Huiyoshi, Muchi really didn't want to leave Zirui country. He had a hunch that the situation here would get worse. More and more exciting. Finally, the merchant ship Muchi called finally set off. Zhu Xiaobao looked at this very dilapidated and crude pier, and shook his head helplessly. It seemed that the first thing to be solved was to build a new pier. As for the docking of the ship, there are quite a few nice places in the area. Because he wants to control the land and sea first. Which means building warships first. He has many advantages in this regard. This time, so many of his people came. And they were all experienced. Which made Zhu Xiaobao immediately confident. Moreover, the current temporary residence was originally a small aristocratic family. So not only were the houses and venues ready-made, but there were also many the servants were all taken over by Zhu Xiaobao. In addition to letting most of them continue farming or doing odd jobs. Zhu Xiaobao also asked Mu Chunyi to select some of the more clever and agile ones. Because he would need them next. A lot of labor. The 4 Du brothers, and the 200 people who came with them, this time were very excited when they saw Zhu Xiaobao. They now worship Zhu Xiaobao. They don't care whether the conditions here are difficult or not. As long as they can touch Zhu Xiaobao, baby, they are very satisfied. Suddenly there were so many people. So Zhu Xiaobaisheng began to build large-scale processing workshops. And plan roads and warehouses between several processing workshops. Because he planned to include processing workshops for knives, soap, and toilet paper. After all, the 4 Du brothers are already familiar with the job. Besides, there is Mu Chunyi, a top student at her side. She has recorded all the product data, formulas, processing steps, etc. clearly, so that Zhu Xiaobao can save time. A lot of time. What particularly surprised Zhu Xiaobao was that this time, there were dozens of packages of saltpeter delivered to him by the ship. This was sent to him by her sister Yi Qihong. With these things, Zhu Xiaobao feels more confident. And those powerful gunpowders can show their talents again. However, Zhu Xiaobao started construction in several places at the same time. And the money required was an astronomical amount. Everything else could be dealt with. But the construction of docks and the subsequent construction of warships required a large amount of building materials. The most lacking thing among them was iron embryo. Zirui country does not produce iron stone. The only 2 iron ore mines are in South Zirui country. Now there is a small iron ore mine in North Zirui country, which is the southernmost part. It is privately owned by the Qin family. The mining volume is low and basically only half of it can be supplied to the outside world. And the other half is used to make weapons and armors for oneself. The reason why Yuchinro has been able to replenish and update weapons and armor in recent years is that she originally had an armaments warehouse in northern Zirui country, which stored a lot of iron embryos and weapons and armor. But almost all of them have been consumed in the past few years. During dinner in the evening, Zhu Xiaobao and Hachitu were drinking and discussing together. Hachitu did not leave immediately. When he got here, he wanted to go to Nanzirui country to see if there was any suitable business that he could start directly. If you want to avoid Luofeng Island, you can save a lot of money and earn more price difference at the same time. Old Ha! According to my observation, the horses here are all locally produced. Their speed and endurance are not as good as your Western war horses. They should be very profitable. Zhu Xiaobao ate Hachitu's servants. The carefully cooked roasted whole lamb said. Not to mention, Hachitu would never treat him badly wherever he went. And he even brought dozens of sheep and 14 cows here. His aim is to sell the best ones. And if they can't be sold, enjoy them for yourself. Ha ha! Brother, I have discovered it a long time ago. Brother, I will go to Nanzirui country tomorrow to see if there is any business that can be long-term cooperation. Hachitu drank wine and hugged a Shijua with one hand. Beauty. This guy never forgets to enjoy it wherever he goes. In his words, life is short. So enjoy it in time. Well, there's nothing else. If you can find me someone in the iron and stone business, we should be able to have long-term cooperation after my dock here is built. It's still the old way. I'll use expensive commodities such as burning knives, toilet paper, and soap in exchange for what I need. It seems that iron and stone are in short supply now. Zhu Xiaobao watched Hachitu move his hands up and down the Shijua beauty's body unscrupulously, and felt a little annoyed in his heart. Zhu Xiaobao had already abstained from sexual intercourse for 2 days when he came here. Months. Ing Xiuxiu and the others have just arrived. But they haven't had time to get intimate yet. It's important to talk about serious matters first. It's better not to bother. It's all on me. You let me manage all the goods you produce. And you can just sit at home and count the money. Hachita didn't look at the busy things in his hands. But thinking quickly, he wanted to exclusively sell Zhu Xiaobao's products. Ha ha! Impossible. Do you have any strong background here? If you do too well, hee hee, I'm afraid trouble will follow. It's better to just do your own business well. Zhu Xiaobao he shook his head and said, Oh, I'm a little greedy. Ha ha. Thank you for the reminder. Brother, I will go to Nanzarui country tomorrow. Don't worry. I still have several friends in Nanzarui country. I will ask them to sell the iron stones here as soon as possible. Come! Hachita was shocked and immediately understood the hidden risks. He was not from the Zerwick kingdom. If he made a big fortune in a short period of time, he would only bring disaster to himself. Those local merchants, I'm afraid, I won't let him be too presumptuous. The source of the iron stone has been found for the time being. Although it will take some time. Zhu Xiaobao has not been idle during this period. He is looking for places with volcanic ash. Because the cement he is using now is produced with volcanic ash as the main raw material. After asking around with a few older people, I quickly found a place. But I didn't expect that when Zhu Xiaobao and his guards rushed there with their horses and whips. They were a little surprised. Because this place turned out to be the territory of the Suzaku clan. And I didn't expect that Zhu Rong was already waiting there with her people. Ha ha! I've seen you during the inspection. Sir! I don't know why the inspector came to us. What's the point? We have always been law-abiding. Zhu Rong was still wearing clothes covered with silver ornaments. Looking indescribably charming and enchanting. She looks much younger and more active than the original Princess Wen. This is your territory? Why do you want to live here? As far as I know, this is an active volcano. It might erupt one day. Zhu Xiaobao asked, a little surprised. Well, let's go. I'll take you to have a look. But it seems we don't need so many people to follow. Right. Zhu Rong smiled and said. But when she saw the 1,000 cavalry behind Zhu Xiaobao, she still felt a little reluctant. Of course. I just need to bring a few followers. Zhu Xiaobao nodded. He has a close relationship with Zhu Rong now. So there is no need to bring too many guards. He originally thought he was very close. But when he and Zhu Rong started running, Zhu Xiaobao understood the illusion of running a horse to death at Wanshan Mountain. He actually ran for half an hour before he reached the foot of the mountain. The air here was overwhelming. There is a very hot smell. Going further, even the horses were a little reluctant to go any further. You live here? Don't you feel hot? Zhu Xiaobao asked curiously. We, the Suzaku clan, prefer to practice in such an environment. We can often get twice the result with half the effort. This is also the unique physique and talent of the Suzaku divine beast bloodline. Zhu Rong's face was also flushed. But there was still something in her words. With some pride. No wonder. These people are meditating and practicing. So that's what's going on. Zhu Xiaobao's heart moved. How should he use his divine beast bloodline to get twice the result with half the effort? Well, Xiaobao, don't think about it. Your method is too extreme, and you won't like it. Your best way to practice is killing. The White Tiger is the master of killing. That's why you were able to unify the Zerwei kingdom back then. Zhu Rong was a little in awe. She looked at Zhu Xiaobao. Although Zhu Xiaobao was not cruel, Zhu Rong was still a little afraid because of his bloodline. That's it. Let's forget it. I don't like killing people. Zhu Xiaobao was also shocked. Actually, if you want to get twice the result with half the effort, I think Zhu Xian's approach can be used as a reference. Zhu Rong whispered hesitantly. Double cultivation? With you? Zhu Xiaobao asked in surprise. Roll. Chapter 400, Familiar Road B. Now Zhu Rong is really having a headache when she sees Zhu Xiaobao. But she also wants Zhu Xiaobao's help. Her biggest crisis now is that Zhu Xian is likely to come back and want to open the inheritance place. Of course, the premise is that she can already meet the conditions to open the inheritance place. What makes Zhu Rong uneasy now is that Zhu Xian's cultivation has improved rapidly. And the last time I heard Zhu Xiaobao mention that Yushi Cheng, the second prince of Nanzarui Kingdom, had condensed into the White Tiger shadow, which worried Zhu Rong even more. This shows that Zhu Xian's choice is likely to be correct. If Zhu Xian wants to come back, he will probably use the power of the southern Zerwei kingdom. Yu Wanfeng will take the opportunity to regain the northern Zerwei kingdom and unify the country. Therefore, the actions of the Suzaku clan are also a bit subtle now. And Zhu Rong is even more uneasy. But if she wanted to be like Zhu Xian and practice dual cultivation with other owners of the blood of divine beasts, Zhu Rong still couldn't accept it. What's more, Zhu Xiaobao is such a little fat guy. She has never thought about having anything to do with Zhu Xiaobao one day. Hey! 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 Sister! Do you think I insist on taking advantage of you? It's you who is clamoring to go back to Zirwei country with us. Okay. Besides, you promised that as long as I prevent Li Yuanwu from becoming King Ying, let me find the cheaper one. But it hasn't been fulfilled yet. Right. Zhu Xiaobao also shouted, very dissatisfied. Speaking of which, Zhu Rong's promise has not been fulfilled yet. Well, Xiaobao, actually I have always regarded you as my younger brother. What I said at the beginning was just a joke. Zhu Rong said hesitantly. Huh? I don't lack sisters. Tong Wuxing, Yi Qinghong, Yu Shuang, Yu Shui, and my own sister? You are so close to me. Don't you just want to try to be like Zhu Xian? Do you think I don't know? Zhu Xiaobao curled his lips and said. In fact, he just wanted to know if Zhu Xian's method was the only way to open the inheritance place. And if he wants to get the inheritance, he must return to the inheritance place of Nanzirui Kingdom. But you have to be able to return to Nanzirui Kingdom first. That means you have to regain Nanzirui country. Yu Wanfeng's cultivation level is already that of a martial lord. And his combat power as a martial lord is quite high. He is so powerful. It is said that it would take Lord Feng 30 rounds to defeat him. Zhu Rong said, a little confused. She didn't know how to face Zhu Xiaobao now. She wanted to see if Zhu Xiaobao could complete the first step, which was to regain the southern Zirwei Kingdom. The second step is to defeat Yu Wanfeng and Yu Shicheng. Well, this is my business and what I'm doing. Why else would I be looking for volcanic ash everywhere? I'll go back first. The volcanic ash over there is enough for me. Zhu Xiaobao shook his head, feeling a little depressed. He said dully, feeling that Zhu Rong still treated him as a child, which was really a bit unpleasant. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao feels that he has grown a lot taller. Well, do you want me to send someone to help you transport it? Zhu Rong was also a little embarrassed, so she asked in a flattering manner. No. You should think about when to fulfill your promise. Zhu Xiaobao urged his horse and ran away without looking back. Not to mention that this guy's riding skills are quite proficient now. Oh? Zhu Rong looked at Zhu Xiaobao's back in a daze, and was very confused in her heart. Her instinct was that she should go to Zhu Xiaobao, but she never thought that she would encounter such a thing as dual cultivation. That was Zhu Xiaobao just now. Is he the newly appointed inspector? An old woman's voice came from behind Zhu Rong. Yes, Lord Patriarch. He is Zhu Xiaobao and Yu Qianrou's younger brother. He has an incredible talent. Zhu Rong turned around and bowed quickly to salute. Well, it's true that people should not be judged by their appearance. Yes, I can indeed feel that he has the blood of a divine beast. And he is also very pure. Don't underestimate him. I can feel that I may have to rely on him to fight against Zhu Xian. It turned out that this old woman was actually the leader of the Suzaku clan. And she was the one who was eager to recruit Zhu Rong back, because she knows Zhu Xian's nature best. Once she is successfully trained by Zhu Xian, she will definitely come back, use her power and seize the throne, and open up the place of inheritance. Yes, I know. In fact, our relationship has always been very good. Zhu Rong lowered her head and said, adding a superfluous sentence. That's good. Ever since he came to Yingxuan County, the abilities he has shown are indeed extraordinary. Now we can't allow us to look around anymore. We can only support him with all our strength. You have to show him that Suzaku, the attitude of the clan. The old woman nodded, then glanced at Zhu Rong and said, the matter with King Wen is past, so don't think about it too much. I thought I could find the successor of the Qilong bloodline, but I didn't expect it. Forget it. I've wronged you all these years. Yes, I understand. Zhu Rong also said with a somewhat sad expression. Zhu Xiaobao's actions in Beiqiao town are not small. They have already attracted everyone's attention. His intention was obvious, to open a trade route. But what surprised everyone was, where did Zhu Xiaobao get the money? Yu Qianrou had wanted to build this large dock for a long time, but she had no money at all. And those families were unwilling to help because it would require a lot of manpower, material and financial resources. But now Zhu Xiaobao can complete such a large project with just these people? This is almost impossible. So everyone is watching with cold eyes. Only Yu Qianrou was very concerned. She mobilized 10,000 laborers for Zhu Xiaobao, and also sent 1,000,000 taels of silver notes. This was the maximum Yu Qianru could give. Sister, you don't need to give me money. You should keep it. You have plenty of places to spend money here. When my processing workshops start production, I won't be short of money. Your 10,000 I just accepted the effort. Not to mention, there is really a shortage of people now that my hands are shaking. Zhu Xiaobao rushed back to the imperial city and sent the banknotes back to Yu Qianru. Silly brother. You think I am helping you. I am helping myself. Just take it. I have saved enough for daily expenses. Yu Qianru was still as meaningful as before. Rubbing Zhu Xiaobao, he said with resentment in his head. I'm really rich. Look. This is 1,000,000 taels of silver notes. My people brought it here from Luofeng Island. So just keep this money. Zhu Xiaobao took his banknotes, take it out. This is what the 4 Du brothers brought here. Humph. I didn't expect you to be really rich. Do you regret coming back to my sister's place? Yu Qianru hummed with a bit of sadness. In fact, she was afraid that this younger brother would look down on her, or be unwilling to stay with her for a long time. After all, Zhu Xiaobao's life in Lingyu Mountain was much more pleasant, and he had 2 beautiful wives waiting for him. This is also the issue that Yu Qianru is most troubled with recently. Don't worry. Even if I want to leave, I have to destroy Yu Huafeng and unify the Zirwei Kingdom. Otherwise, how can I safely leave you here alone? Zhu Xiaobao let Yu Qianru hug him, looking at myself. It's still the same as before, and my heart is still warm. Don't think too much. I will be very satisfied if you can develop the Northern Zirwei Kingdom. If you want to destroy Yu Huafeng, I'm afraid you are not strong enough. Even if you can defeat the Southern Zirwei Kingdom. But if you want to enter the place of inheritance, you have to rely on your cultivation. Even the great venerable beside you can't help you. Yu Qianru said, a little surprised. Even though this younger brother showed super strength ability. But it seems too unrealistic to destroy Yu Huafeng. And the key is that Zhu Xiaobao's cultivation level is really too low. Oh, that's a problem. Let me go back and think about it carefully. Maybe I really have to rely on this woman Zhu Rong. Zhu Xiaobao said, a little depressed. What did you say? Zhu Rong? You are the right protector of the Suzaku clan? Yu Qianru asked in surprise upon hearing this. Well, I can't explain it right now. It seems like she has a way to quickly improve her cultivation. I'll tell you when I figure it out. I'm leaving first, Zhu Xiaobao said, shaking his head. After returning from the imperial city, Zhu Xiaobao focused most of his attention on the construction of the dock. Now there are 20,000 laborers gathered here, working on it day and night. The project is huge, and the scene is full of enthusiasm. But his money also flowed out like running water. Du Lao Air, when will your toilet paper be shipped? And you? Du Lao Si, how is Xiao Knife Brewing? I don't have any money. Zhu Xiaobao called the 4 Du brothers over anxiously. Asked anxiously. Toilet paper production has started and will be shipped the day after tomorrow. It will take 7 days to bake the knives. 10,000 pieces of soap have been produced. Because the wrapping paper is not available yet. They are all piled up in the warehouse. Du Ping also looked tired. Since they came here, they have not had a good sleep. And they have basically been working day and night. Well, okay. Sister Wuxin, you go to the Imperial City and open a large store right away. I have already told my sister that you go and put up the promotional posters now and say that it will open in 3 days. Well, during the opening period, 20% off. No, 10% off. Money fan. It's only 10% off. Tong Wuxing couldn't help but laugh. Alas, aren't we short of money? The dock has been built and there are warships. I guess even if these things start to make money, we are still short of a lot of money. Zhu Xiaobao also spread his hands a little helplessly. Said, who told you to be in such a hurry? We should be slower. Tong Wuxing said, a little puzzled. Don't be in a hurry. If my place develops, it will definitely attract the attention of Nanzi Rui Kingdom. If they suddenly launch an attack, I don't have any defenses here. So I am in a hurry to build a warship. Zhu Xiaobao sighed and said, this is what Duanmuqi repeatedly warned before leaving. If this place does not develop, Nanzirwei will not be in a hurry. But once it develops, the other party will definitely nip you in the bud. Chapter 401, Familiar Road C. These products that Zhu Xiaobao was looking forward to are finally on the market. But the results are mixed because the overall consumption level of Beizuri country is too weak, even for those large and small families. Only the large and medium-sized ones can afford it. And those small families can't afford the prices of these high-end products. At most, only the top-level people such as the head of the family can afford to consume them appropriately. Zhu Xiaobao still follows the previous high-price strategy. Because those who can't afford it will never be able to afford it. And even if the price drops, they usually won't consume it. And he also has to take into account the price on the Luofeng Island side, which basically needs to remain relatively stable. Among them, the shops with the best business are those opened in the Imperial City. Not only are the Imperial Guards stationed there, but also major families have mansions in the Imperial City. So the spending power here is still very strong. Zhu Xiaobao did not open another dealership, but directly assigned them to each franchise store. This was something Zhu Xiaobao had planned for a long time, so that he could maintain the relationship with each family and save himself from opening new stores. It has to be said that Zhu Xiaobao calculated the time and cost very shrewdly. Of course, those families who owned franchise stores realized how wise they were to buy this franchise. Now they are not only tofu workshops, but also franchise these high-end products. Of course, they were divided according to proportion. And Zhu Xiaobao earned huge profits. Alas! It's still too little. I didn't expect that the consumption power of northern Zirwei country is so unbearable. Zhu Xiaobao also rushed back to the Imperial City to create a big buzz for the opening of the upper bunk. However, judging from the business results of the previous day, it still didn't meet his expectations. So this time Zhu Xiaobao was lying on the bed, moaning and groaning to express his dissatisfaction. Ha ha! Xiaobao, isn't this already great? The queue is very far away, and there are many rich bike frames coming. Yu Qianruo said happily. I know. I was too impatient. But now it's imminent. It's very urgent. The expenses at the dock are huge, and we have to step up the construction of defenses. Time waits for no time. Zhu Xiaobao said worriedly. Are you afraid that Nan Zirwei will send troops to attack? It doesn't matter. It's unlikely that they will attack our hinterland. Yu Qianruo is still a little confident. In fact, the war between the two sides has not stopped in the past few years. There will be some small battles, usually unilateral provocations by the South Purple Rui Kingdom. But they are not sustainable. They seem to be just harassment and military training. In fact, it was divided into the Northern and Southern Zirwei kingdoms. But even if the Southern Zirwei kingdom had a rich country and a strong people, it would take a long time to recuperate. And the people were not willing to fight. Both sides agreed to maintain a state of confrontation. It's just that this confrontation has become a bit more delicate now because of the appearance of Zhu Xiaobao. The biggest challenge Zhu Xiaobao faces now is that he has never managed such a large area. From Dongtian Paradise, to Lingyu Mountain, to Lingyu Island and Luofeng Island. The places he has taken over are all small in area, so fortifications can be formed easily and can be developed quickly. But now he has to face the entire northern purple country. In the long run, he also has to take the southern purple country into consideration, which is very difficult. In a few days, the burning knives were also put on the shelves. The situation was similar to the sales of toilet paper and soap. A few people were still buying them. Of course, Zhu Xiaobao still adopted the method of exchanging food for purchases. Except for shops outside the Imperial City. The shops in the Imperial City all required genuine silver or gold to purchase. This has led to many children from wealthy families rushing to the franchise stores in Yingjing County to buy these high-end products. And some people have begun to call on Zhu Xiaobao to open franchise stores in other counties. Don't favor one over the other. This is exactly the result Zhu Xiaobao hopes to see. But as soon as he came back from the Imperial City, he met Mu Chunyi, who came to complain to him. The money in his hand was not enough. Next, he had to build a warship. Mu Chunyi threw Zhu Xiaobao a budget list. Shiba's head was as big as a bucket when he saw it. Fortunately, Hachita actually came back at this time. Also coming with him were the housekeepers of two major merchants in Nanzirui Kingdom. One of them was the Fan family that Zhu Xiaobao knew, and the other one was the Su family, a super big family in the southern Purple Rui Kingdom. Fifth Prince, I'm sorry for my blindness, but I didn't know that it was the fifth prince who was traveling with me last time. You really deserve death. As soon as Butler Fan saw Zhu Xiaobao, he quickly bowed to apologize, with a look of sincerity and fear on his face. In fact, he was hinting to the Su family next to him that their Fan family had known Zhu Xiaobao for a long time. These businesses only see intrigues and intrigues everywhere. Ha ha! Don't blame those who don't know. Butler Fan, please take a seat. Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile. He was very happy in his heart. Once these two big merchants promoted his products to the southern Zirwei country, he would be greatly alleviated his financial crisis. He doesn't care about the competition between these two merchants. I have met the fifth prince. This is a small gift from our Su family to congratulate the fifth prince on his return to the royal family. I hope the fifth prince will accept it. The Su family next to them did not show weakness and handed out a substantial gift list, among which there are 10 beauties. It was even more generous than the Fan family's actions. Damn it! What I want now is money. What kind of beauty are you giving me? Do I really want to open a harem when I get here? Zhu Xiaobao cursed secretly in his heart. But on the surface, he was still very happy to receive it. After coming down, the Su family also gave a lot of jewelry and jades, which made Zhu Xiaobao very happy. Zhu Xiaobao arranged a banquet to entertain the two butlers and their entourage. The standard of the banquet also surprised the two well-informed butlers. Zhu Xiaobao's standard here is very high, even more impressive than on Luofeng Island. And it can be heard from the conversation that Zhu Xiaobao is not afraid of Nan Zirwei Kingdom. In terms of strength, the South Zirwei Kingdom is several times stronger than the North Zirwei Kingdom. It is not that the North Zirwei Kingdom cannot be destroyed, but because Yu Qianrou destroyed several iron cable bridges connecting the North and the South. Now if you wanted to attack the Northern Zirwei Kingdom, you have to launch an attack from the sea, and then land to attack the hinterland of the Northern Zirwei Kingdom. In this way, even if you can destroy the Northern Zirwei Kingdom, you will still have to mobilize troops and suffer huge casualties. Therefore, the Southern Zirwei Kingdom, he has never made up his mind to destroy the Northern Zirwei Kingdom. In addition, in the past 6 months, the Emperor of Nanzirui Kingdom, Yuan Feng, seems to have other things to do and has neglected the government affairs. Now the Prince Yushuren is basically in charge of the government affairs. His ideas are relatively conservative, and he is unwilling to go to war. Don't want to start a war. During the banquet, the Fan family and the Su family certainly proposed their purpose of coming here. But what surprised Zhu Xiaobao was that they also wanted to adopt the franchise store method. But with them as the general agent. Zhu Xiaobao's heart, he secretly praised that he was indeed a very shrewd businessman and immediately accepted this new sales method. In this way, it basically eliminated the possibility that other merchants would want to resell Zhu Xiaobao's products. Yes! The franchise fee is divided into 30% and 70%. 70% for me and 30% for you. At the same time, the price cannot be changed at will and must be synchronized with mine. Zhu Xiaobei agreed, which saved a lot of trouble and could be collected immediately. Get a lot of money. But why did the price of this salt brine suddenly increase 50 times? The two housekeepers of the Su family and the Fan family are also smart people. They have already found out clearly. This time, they not only want to win the distribution rights of these high-end products, and also want to promote the tofu workshop in Nanzirui country. Although this thing is not very profitable, it is related to people's livelihood and is of great significance. Of course the price I charge here is to provide benefits to the people of my northern Purple Rui country. But if I want to extend it to your southern Purple Rui country, then I have to make an appropriate profit. This is not too much to ask for. Zhu Xiaobao, he said with a sly smile. This is the advantage of having a patent. As a result of his actions, the tofu products in South Zirui country were twice as expensive as those in North Zirui country. In order to balance the interests of the two families, the Su family and the Fan family are both general agents, each with 500 franchise store quotas. Zhu Xiaobao is eager to ask them to pay the franchise fee first. This made the housekeepers of both families a little surprised. This guy was so shameless. He had already started collecting money before the business even opened. Just got 140,000 taels of gold. Although it was a bit shameful, the two big families didn't take this small amount of money seriously and paid Zhu Xiaobao in full. At the same time, they immediately loaded up the first batch of high-end products and rushed back. They were eager to go back to develop franchise stores and compete for good locations, so they couldn't wait any longer. After sending away the two general agents, Zhu Xiaobao and Hatcheta sat in the study room to talk secretly. How is it? Is there any progress in the information I asked you to help find out? One thing. I found out that the largest slave trader in the past was named Huafei. It is said that he directly took away a large number of captives and slaves who had not had time to register through connections. He was the most trusted subordinate of Yu Qianrou back then, one of the 12 guards, named Yu Tiejian's cousin. But this person has not been seen again in the past few years. And Yu Taijian also disappeared on the way to escort Yu Qinrou's family 3 years ago. Some people say that he has already fought dead. Hachita looked at Zhu Xiaobao, and then said a little guiltily, but in fact, he found nothing. I know. Thank you for your hard work. I have to investigate this matter slowly. I'm not in a hurry anyway. Zhu Xiaobao was also disappointed. But finally he had a little clue. Well, there is one more thing. I'm afraid it's more important. Hachita said in a lowered voice. Oh, what is more important? More important than me making money? Zhu Xiaobao asked a little warily. There are signs of a large-scale dispatch of the warships of the Southern Purple Rui Kingdom. And the target should be your newly completed dock. Hachita said, a little worried for Zhu Xiaobao. Huh? You want to attack me so soon? I'm afraid so. Chapter 402, The New Military Advisor A. Seeing Zhu Xiaobao lowering his head and saying nothing, Hachita said in a low voice. Brother, I'm not telling you. You are making too much noise here. Destroying the Lu family, collecting taxes, and building such a big anyone who looks at the pier will think that you are trying to revive the Northern Zirwei Kingdom. Of course Yuan Feng will not let you continue to build it so smoothly. If it were me, I would not sit idly by and ignore it. Well, it doesn't matter. I still have some preparations here. Thank you so much this time. Brother Ha. Zhu Xiaobao nodded, but he was still very grateful for Hachita's performance. When Lao Ha inquired about this information, he must have spent a lot of money. This guy has no other abilities. Even if he spends money very generously, he will not be stingy with anything he can buy with money. What are you talking about? Aren't we good brothers? Besides, I also got a lot of benefits this time. The Su family and the Fan family promised to give me 10 franchise stores respectively. In the future, I will have a backer in Nanzi Rui country. Hachita said very proudly. This time when he went to the Southern Zirwei Kingdom, Hachita's cattle, sheep, and war horses were very popular. And he also made friends with the Su family and the Fan family, which made Hachita very interested. We are full of confidence in the development of Nanzarui country. After all, Hachita is still willing to do business with Zhu Xiaobao. He has a feeling that with Zhu Xiaobao, his business has always been very smooth. And Zhu Xiaobao is definitely not an ordinary person. This is something he Lifeng Nao had already realized this deeply when he saw Zhu Xiaobao for the first time. Hey, congratulations. How about I return the franchise fees for the 20 franchise stores to you? Zhu Xiaobao said in a pretentious manner. Pull it down. Are you willing to spit out the money in your pocket? Huh. After all, I don't care about this little money. Hachita said to the point, with disdain on his face. Huh? Uh-huh. I still understand me. Zhu Xiaobao also had a thick-skinned face and refused to deny it. But my trust in Hachita has increased a lot. After sending Hachita away, Zhu Xiaobao hurriedly found Mu Chuani. How many missiles and mines have we made? Especially the missiles. We need to step up the manufacturing. And the crossbows. We need to step up the manufacturing. The range it must reach or exceed the original distance. Alas, Master, it's useless. This kind of missile is not so lethal against warships. Moreover, there are not many crossbows and missiles now. Time is too tight, and there are not enough manpower. These are all extremely confidential. Something. Mu Chuani looked at Zhu Xiaobao with a tired face and said, Yeah, I know. But it should still play a certain role. I just need to protect my dock from being destroyed by their catapults. Zhu Xiaobao also knows that these missiles are not as good as naval guns after all. The power. Then he asked, how many original warships are there left here? Can they go into battle? There are only about 30 of them. But most of them are seriously damaged. And the equipment on board is also very backward. They are all medium-sized warships. Because several times later, the warships of the Southern Purple Rui Kingdom came to harass and provoke. But they only defended and did not fight. So the soldiers on the warship are all old, weak, sick, and have no fighting ability. Mu Chuani said helplessly, It doesn't matter. As long as I can make these missiles shoot out, I can scare off the warships of Nanzi Rui Kingdom. As for the soldiers on the warships, I will write to the Imperial City immediately and send some elite troops to strengthen the future. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly brightened up. This was at least a way to deal with it. Yeah, I understand. Mu Chun nodded and said, Why don't you go back and take a rest? You haven't had a good sleep in how many days? Zhu Xiaobao said a little worried when he saw Mu Chuani's state. No need. The 4 Du brothers are just like everyone else. Now is the most stressful and busy stage. Just wait until this period of busyness is over. Muchuan said with a smile. The next day, Zhu Xiaobao took Tong Wuxin and boarded the warship that was docked at the dock. However, after getting on the ship, Zhu Xiaobao was a little discouraged. These warships were so old that there was no one left. Only intact ones. There are only a dozen of them that can barely drive normally. After loading the missiles and crossbows, Zhu Xiaobao wanted to use these warships to counter the attack of Nanzi Rui Kingdom. Tong Wuxin said anxiously, "This is absolutely not possible. If the other side sends out hundreds of warships, just those catapults can smash a dozen of our warships. And the range of the catapults is further than our missiles. You have to do it if you don't. Otherwise the dock I worked so hard to build will be destroyed. Let's go out now and see if these missiles can shoot 200 steps away. These crossbows are the ones I have improved," Zhu Xiaobao said through gritted teeth. As soon as these warships started to sail, Zhu Xiaobao was greatly disappointed. They were still primitive oars. The sails on the ship were also very old and damaged in many places. So the speed of the warship was not fast. In addition, the oars on the ship were not very fast. The soldiers are all old, weak and disabled soldiers. And they look like they have little morale. After driving for more than 10 miles, he found a reef as a target. Zhu Xiaobao began to test the range of his missiles. However, despite making some changes, the range of these missiles was only 200 steps and could not be improved any further. And the destructive power shot onto the rocks is limited. Did you see it? It's okay to focus all the missiles on one warship. But if it's against hundreds of warships, it's useless. Tong Wuxin also said a little annoyed. Boom! Just as he was talking, he saw the rocks in the distance suddenly being blown to pieces. Zhu Xiaobao was stunned. Could there be any big ones among these missiles? Can it explode with such strong power? But then Zhu Xiaobao suddenly reacted with surprise, quickly grabbed the binoculars, and looked into the distance. Finally, in the telescope, Zhu Xiaobao saw the familiar 3 auspicious treasures. Looking back, there are actually 200 warships densely packed, coming in a mighty and orderly manner. This speed is the rhythm that Zhu Xiaobao is familiar with. Moreover, there were 2 female generals in military uniforms standing on top of the 3 auspicious treasures. They were so heroic that Zhu Xiaobao immediately laughed when he saw them. They were the 2 sisters Yu Xuan and Yu Shui. It's them! It's them! I knew Mr. Duanmu would never make a mistake. Tong Wuxin also saw these familiar warships, and couldn't help but exclaimed excitedly. It turned out that Zhu Xiaobao and Tong Wuxin were so disappointed that they simply didn't notice the large fleet coming from a distance. It was also because the speed of 3 auspicious treasures was too fast. Yu Xuan and Yu Shui also saw from the telescope that the rocks that were being bombarded were still standing. So they couldn't help but feel a little itchy. They speeded up and entered the range. That is, 4 LS were fired. The 2 of them were now so precise in their artillery skills that not a single shot missed the target. They all hit the target, blowing up the reef to pieces in an instant. Hurry up and let me get on! Damn it! I've had enough of these dilapidated warships. I never want to board such a warship again! Zhu Xiaobao waved his arms and shouted loudly. Finally, they boarded the familiar 3 auspicious treasures. Zhu Xiaobao and Tong Wuxin felt very familiar with it. Only now did they realize how advanced their equipment on Lingyu Mountain was. It is simply crushing these backward warships. Seeing Yu Xuan and Yu Shui, Zhu Xiaobao gave them a big hug very enthusiastically, which made both of them blush. Not to mention that they had never been hugged by a man before. But facing this smiling brother-in-law, the 2 of them were actually a little afraid of him. They could only think that they were unlucky and that he had taken advantage of him. At this time, Tong Wuxin was more careful. He took a rough look at the number of people on the warship, and was immediately surprised to find that there were definitely more than 10,000 female warriors coming this time. It seemed like 20,000. What? Uh-huh. My old mother-in-law felt sorry for me, so she sent me 20,000 female warriors. Zhu Xiaobao also immediately shouted in surprise. That's not all. There is another person here, who was sent by Mr. Duanmu. He said he is what you need most. Yu Xuan and Yu Shui said after a brief embarrassment. And now they said with dignity. As soon as they finished speaking, 2 people walked out of the cabin, and the leader turned out to be Murong Feng. Zhu Xiaobao was immediately dumbfounded. He never expected that the military advisor Duanmu Qi was talking about would be her. Greetings to the 5th prince. Murong Feng has come to serve the 5th prince, and he also asked the 5th prince to take him in. Murong Feng bowed to Zhu Xiaobao with a complicated expression. and then said in as calm a voice as possible. You? How could you be you? Why are you here? Zhu Xiaobao was definitely more surprised than anyone else at this time. Murong Feng was the eldest prince's military advisor, and he was deeply trusted. No matter what happened, he would not thinking that Murong Feng would come to serve as his military advisor. Yes, I have left the eldest prince, so I asked the fifth prince to take me in. Murong Feng still lowered his head and said without much explanation. Okay. Wait until you get back to my place, and I'll have a good talk with you. Zhu Xiaobao knew that it was inconvenient to ask too clearly now, so he had no choice but to nod his head and said. But then, he saw the maid-looking woman behind Murong Feng, who looked familiar, but couldn't remember who it was. The bathroom asked in confusion. Who is she? Why does she look familiar to me? Well, take a look again. Murong Feng smiled at Zhu Zibojio and said. I still can't remember. Zhu Xiaobao shook his head. He looked more and more familiar, but he couldn't remember who this person was. Remember the 14th princess? Murong Feng asked with a smile. Oh? It's you? Come here. Throw her into the sea. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly remembered that although she had gained a lot of weight, she was not the mean and vicious 14th princess. Zhu Xiaobao's words were really effective. 2 female warriors came up immediately and threw the 14th princess into the sea without saying a word. The 14th princess howled like a pig, stretched her head out from the sea, and desperately called for help. Why don't you ask him why he followed me here? Murong Feng did not expect that Zhu Xiaobao would not be polite to the 14th princess as soon as he came up, and threw him directly into the sea. He looked at the 14th princess struggling desperately in the sea and calling for help. Murong Feng had no choice but to ask. Humph. Now you can say it. Chapter 403, The New Military Advisor B. Zhu Xiaobao saw from the side of the ship that the 14th princess, who was thrown into the sea, was struggling desperately. And then he clapped his hands with satisfaction. Well, now you can tell. Why did she follow you here? She drowned after I finished speaking? Murong Feng also stretched out her head to take a look, and then said hesitantly. Of course she knew about the grudges between Zhu Xiaobao and the 14th princess, but she didn't expect that when she met Zhu Xiaobao bow threw her into the sea. Then tell her quickly. Otherwise we will have to collect her body later, Zhu Xiaobao said nonchalantly. He was full of resentment towards the 14th princess. He thought about the scolding that made him almost die. Dead. No. He has already lost his life. And the current Zhu Xiaobao has been replaced by Zhu Qingqin, who has traveled through time. She was insulted and occupied by the first prince, and was used by His Highness the sixth prince. So she was disheartened and unwilling to return to His Highness the sixth prince, let alone stay with the first prince. So she had nowhere to go and wanted to follow me. I just brought her here, Murong Feng said a little insincerely, because she was also very unfriendly to the 14th princess at the beginning. So she felt a little guilty. At first, she was deeply influenced by the eldest prince and was cold and ruthless. But since she went to Luofeng Island, many of her ideas have changed. At least she can feel it with Zhu Xiaobao, to a more civilized and humane way of getting along. And Zhu Xiaobao's prestige is not based on superb martial arts and brutal control. This made her even more dissatisfied with the various atrocities and rule of the eldest prince. Even she was a little worried that one day the eldest prince might kill her if she disagreed with him. So Murong Feng had the idea of leaving the eldest prince. Now that the eldest prince and Zhuang Jialanga are joining forces, it is easy for her to leave. And she has fully proven herself over the past few years. And there is nothing left worth missing. In fact, during this period of time, when she was building a luxury villa for Zhuang Jialanga in Shimei County, she had already started to actively contact Duan Muqi. When she left Lingyu Mountain, she communicated with Duan Muqi in private, and even left contact information with each other. But Duan Muqi didn't tell Zhu Xiaobao. Of course, Murong Feng had another more important reason, which Duan Muqi didn't know either. Before leaving, Murong Feng had actually given the 14th princess her freedom. After returning from Luofeng Island, she felt a little sorry when she saw the fat 14th princess being raised. It was to stimulate her appetite. Then I used the 14th princess as a foil. Now that I have almost recovered, and my mentality has also changed a lot, I want to let her go and go back to His Highness the sixth prince. After all, I can still live without worries. A carefree princess. But she didn't expect that the 14th princess was unwilling to go back. The sixth highness used her to paralyze the first prince, which made her deeply disappointed. In addition, she had been tainted by the first prince. And the Sixth Highness would not let herself be like before. If he is just as willful and domineering, I am afraid he will be put under house arrest. After all, if word spreads, His Highness the Sixth Prince will not look good on his face. Moreover, the 14th princess was so stimulated at this time that she was so disheartened that she was unwilling to go back. Looking at her fat figure, Murong Fong felt a little guilty for everything. It was all her fault. So he felt soft and took her with him. Humph! You deserve it. This is called evil being punished. I have done too many bad things in the past. And now I am being punished. After hearing Murong Feng's statement, Zhu Xiaobao snorted fiercely, and then ordered someone to the 14th princess was fished out. Fortunately, she was fat and didn't sink in the sea. She just drank a few more water and lay there vomiting out. 12 old warships came out, but 200 warships came back, and there were 20,000 female warriors. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly felt confident. Even the large and small families in Yingshuan County heard about it. Feng Dongrong, what kind of trump card does this fifth prince have? In just 2 months, he has already done a lot of incredible things, and they all seem impossible, but they are happening before his eyes. Now it is even more incredible. Even the female warriors of the Lingyu tribe have come. And what is even more shocking is that they have brought 200 absolutely advanced warships. Just 1 day later, almost all the families in the Zirui kingdom knew about it. But Yu Qianrou was the last one to know about it. Yu Qianrou was even more shocked. But it was also mixed with more surprises. This was tantamount to greatly consolidating the coastal defense of Zirui country. So Yu Qianrou rushed over from the imperial city immediately. She wanted to see these legendary female warriors and those new warships with her own eyes. In the front hall of Zhu Xiaobao's temporary residence, which was used as a temporary meeting hall, Zhu Xiaobao was seeking Murong Feng's opinion. In fact, he wanted to test whether Murong Feng had the real talent to be a military advisor. Military advisor. It is said that Nanzarui Kingdom has mobilized a large number of warships. Needless to say, the target is here. What are your countermeasures? Don't tell me that you just want to rely on the artillery of the auspicious three treasures to enjoy the results. Oh! Zhu Xiaobao sat carelessly on the big chair in the middle. The others were divided into 2 rows below, and they were all standing neatly. This made Zhu Xiaobao really find the person in power. A feeling of reporting to the fifth prince. The Nanzarui Kingdom has used a total of 400 large warships this time, with a total of 170,000 soldiers, known as 200,000. This time, there are 3 Navy generals, 1 captain and 2 officers. Headed by it is Qi Tonghao, who is worshipped as General Zhou. His martial arts skills have reached the level of a great martial artist. This man is deeply familiar with naval warfare and is highly appreciated by Yuan Feng. Both lieutenants are also brave and good at fighting and have rich experience. Unexpectedly, Murong Feng stood up and calmly explained the other party's situation clearly, which was much more detailed than what Zhu Xiaobao knew. How do you know this in detail? Zhu Xiaobao was a little stunned, and then asked after a while. Since Mr. Duanmu recommended me, I will naturally do my best. And I also have my own information channels. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you be victorious. This is just the most basic prerequisite for this knowledge, Murong Feng said calmly, but there was still a little bit of pride in her eyes, which made Zhu Xiaobao feel deflated. And she was still very happy in her heart. Okay, that's a good point. But the biggest problem now is that the opponent's men and horses are several times ours, and the number of warships is also twice ours. I would like to ask military advisor Murong, how do you plan to defend our dock? Zhu Xiaobao he asked somewhat worriedly. Even though there are 3 auspicious treasures, we can't always rely on this divine ship. He hoped to see Murong Feng perform better. I can say with certainty that the purpose of their invasion this time is to destroy the newly built dock here. Because if they really invade the hinterland, their strength will not be advantageous, and the subsequent supplies will not be able to keep up. Murong Feng nodded and said, Yes, I'm just asking you how to defend my dock in order to save it. Those defenses haven't been built yet, so this battle will have a great impact. If I really can't defend it, the money I spent on it will be lost. It's all wasted. Zhu Xiaobao asked, Why passively defend? We can take the initiative and catch them off guard. Attack is the best defense. Murong Feng said calmly, as if he had already planned it. Take the initiative? Yes. They must not have thought that we would take the initiative to attack them. Well, that's right. You have thought about it a long time ago? Zhu Xiaobao realized what he was doing and shouted in surprise. Yes. I looked at the terrain around here. If I insist on defending, I will only be passively beaten. Moreover, the coastline here is too long, and it will push the warships away, which is not good for us. So we must use our advantage to strike first. Murong Feng said calmly. Okay. Let's set off now, and we will take the lead. The two sisters, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, immediately shouted excitedly. In fact, according to Zhu Xiaobao's intention, they were supposed to go back to Lingyu Mountain immediately. But this time when the two sisters heard that there was going to be a war, they were unwilling to leave just like that. Well, we can't leave now. We won't let them have a chance to fight back this time. So this time we have to fight at night. Murong Feng smiled and shook his head. Don't look at the two sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. Although they were very competitive, Murong Feng got along quite well with him, because the two sisters were straightforward and not scheming. It was quite pleasant to get along with them. At this moment, a shrill voice came from outside the door. The emperor has arrived. Zhu Xiaobao was also shocked when he heard this. He didn't expect that his sister had come over, so he had to lead everyone out. In fact, he didn't like this kind of etiquette to welcome the emperor. But he was the prince now, and should set an example. You can't let your sister come down and not come to Taiwan. However, Zhu Xiaobao still followed his previous habit, just bending down and not kneeling down. Yu Qianrou didn't care at all, but everyone else knelt down respectfully, except for one person of course. Even the old disciple, standing behind Zhu Xiaobao, looked calm and didn't even have to bend down. Get up. No need to be polite. I'm just here to see Xiaobao's 20,000 navy troops and new warships. Yu Qianrou was not polite and directly stated the purpose of her trip. At the same time, he held Zhu Xiaobao's hand very affectionately and returned to the meeting hall together. This time Zhu Xiaobao didn't have to sit down and could only stand beside Yu Qianrou. After hearing Murong Feng's plan, Yu Qianrou couldn't help but feel surprised and happy. This female military advisor is very brave. It seems that Duanmu, the military advisor recommended by Qi, is really talented and knowledgeable. Knife fight? Well, Xiaobao, look at this. Yu Qianrou suddenly whispered a few words in Zhu Xiaobao's ears. What? Are you joining too? I'm afraid you will be in danger? TSK, do you think I don't know how to fight? Back then, I also led all my guards to break out of a heavy siege. Yu Qianrou snorted in dissatisfaction. Okay. Then let's follow the military advisor's arrangements. Good. Chapter 404, The New Military Advisor, C. It turns out that Yu Qianrou has heard Zhu Xiaobao's legendary experiences for a long time, and has been curious about his 3 auspicious treasures for a long time. Of course, she also wants to see if the fighting power of these female warriors is really as good as the legends. Strong. More importantly, I wanted to see if this new female military advisor had any real talent or knowledge. If you really perform well this time, you can get an official title when you come back, and others won't have anything to say. You too. Your surname is Yu, right? You really feel a bit familiar. Let me go and see your warship, and prepare a set of soft armor for me. Yu Qianrou saw it. The two sisters, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, couldn't help but have a feeling of blood connection. Although this feeling was not very strong, it was very kind. Yes, sister. These two sisters were actually a little restrained in front of Yu Qianrou. They also knew a little about the family affairs. Especially this time, they sent 20,000 female warriors to help Zhu Xiaobao. Of course, Yu Qianhe, they also talked a little bit about the origin of the family and the White Tiger clan. So it's not wrong for the two sisters to call Yu Qianrou Emperor's sister. Zhu Xiaobao did not accompany Yu Qianrou to visit the warships. He was still discussing the specific battle plan with Murong Feng. At this time, 3 members of Duanmu Xilong rushed over one after another, all reporting the latest news to Murong Feng. Only then did Zhu Xiaobao understand why Murong Feng knew so much about the situation in Nanzirwei country. Duanmu Xilong sent out, except Tong Wuxin. Mu Chuanyi also spread out her latest map on the table. Murong Feng couldn't help but look at Mu Chuanyi with admiration. This female top student is really amazing. Although her martial arts is not high, her talents in other aspects are real. No one can do it. And he considers things thoughtfully and meticulously. He is a truly rare and good helper. Moreover, Mu Chuanyi also solemnly handed a telescope to Murong Feng. Mu Chuanyi recorded very clearly how many telescopes there are now. She knew that Murong Feng did not have a special telescope. so she had prepared it for her. Got it. For me? Murong Feng asked happily. You are Master's female military advisor. Of course it is for you, Mu Chuyi said calmly. She was a little unspeakably repelled by Murong Feng. She always felt that she was not as good as Duan Muqi. And Mu Chuyi was even more dissatisfied. Yes, this Murong Feng seems to be plumper now. And her chest is actually protruding. Well, thank you, Your Highness. Murong Feng didn't care about Mu Chuyi's expression, but smiled at Zhu Xiaobao. Huh? You seem a little more feminine than before? It seems that your illness has really completely recovered. Zhu Xiaobao also suddenly discovered that Murong Feng actually had a bit of beauty when she smiled. And she was wearing soft clothes. Much more impressive than the original paper man. Taking a closer look at her breasts, I was really surprised after seeing her for 3 days. They were actually a little bulging. What are you looking at? Even if you become the emperor, you are still a fool. Murong Feng suddenly became angry and whispered. She did not dare to say such treasonous words loudly. TSK! Pull me down. Do you think I'm admiring you? I'm afraid you'll be blown away by the wind. Hurry up and tell me your plan. Zhu Xiaobao curled his lips and snorted. He said a few days ago, I have also accepted 10 beauties. So I have no other thoughts now. At this time, in the worship camp, Yu Qianrou also changed into a set of soft armor similar to that of the female warriors. And she was also heroic. However, the soft armor of the female warriors was too exposed, which made Yu Qianrou feel a little uncomfortable. She got used to it. But the female warriors around her were all wearing this, so she didn't feel embarrassed. On the contrary, she was very satisfied with the lightness, practicality, and novelty of this soft armor. What was even more surprising was that this kind of the design idea of the soft armor also comes from Zhu Xiaobao. Although the warships in Lingyu Mountain are all medium-sized warships, their reasonable design, solid structure, and special transmission device allow these warships to have extremely fast speeds. Although they are not equipped with catapults, the range of the crossbows on the warships is very far, enough to make up for the lack of a catapult. Looking at those female warriors again, Yu Qianrou sighed in her heart. She never expected that this mutated clansman would have such a strong physique and fighting power. The only regret was that this super fighting power could only be reflected in female warriors. At this time, I saw those female warriors lifting all the naval guns from the auspicious 3 treasures and carrying them to other warships. Although I didn't understand the whole story, I also knew that this was Murong Feng's order. Once when he returned to the meeting hall, Zhu Xiaobao saw that his sister was also wearing Lingyu Mountain soft armor and looked heroic. He couldn't help but lament a little. They were both born to the same father, so why was there such a big difference? Look at my own sister. She also has a proud figure and a beautiful face. She is on par with the 19th princess, which means she is more mature than the 19th princess. Sister, you look so good in what you wear. You will wear it like this from now on, Zhu Xiaobao said with admiration. Really? I just think it's too revealing. I definitely can't wear it like this in court. Yu Qianrou didn't pay attention to Zhu Xiaobao's scrutiny, but said in a low voice, What are you afraid of? You are the emperor. Who dares to say one more word? Destroy his whole family. Zhu Xiaobao shouted exaggeratedly. Okay. Stop talking and listen to the military advisor's orders. We will be ready to set off immediately. Yu Qianrou smiled and then sat down. Like everyone else, he also listened to Murong Feng's troop dispatches very seriously. Okay. Everyone is here. Now let me assign the tasks. This time our 200 warships are divided into 4 groups and attack from these 4 places. Look. Murong Feng pointed to the map that had been drawn long ago. Icon so that everyone can see it clearly. It turned out that Murong Feng divided the troops into 4 groups this time. In order to ensure sufficient lethality, she removed 36 of the 48 naval guns on the auspicious 3 treasures and gave them to the flagships of the other 3 groups. The first team, led by Tong Wuxing, will attack from here. The second team, led by Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, will attack from here. The third team, led by me, will ambush here. The fourth team. Murong Feng looked at the people Xiaobao and Yu Qianrou then said, Your Majesty, and the 5th prince will lead a team to ambush here. The 3 auspicious treasures are controlled by Tong Wuxing. She is familiar with naval battles, and her gun sights are accurate. The other 3 ways to see after reaching the fire. Attack at the fastest speed at the same time. Yes. Although the sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui did not control the 3 auspicious treasures. They did not care. As long as they could go to the battlefield, they would be satisfied. Since there is no problem, let's hurry up and have dinner and then sleep for a while. Let's set off at midnight. Murong Feng looked at everyone and said calmly, and then bowed to Yu Qianru to show respect. Yes. The others replied in unison. Finally, when it was time to set off, Murong Feng measured and calculated again on the map, and delineated a range based on the speed of the opponent's warship. This was the range where they would set up an ambush. Mu Chuanyi also nodded, because it was the same as she calculated. Mu Chuanyi and Murong Feng were on the same warship, because Murong Feng had little experience in operating naval guns. But Mu Chuanyi was very proficient. Zhu Xiaobao and Yu Qianru were on the same warship. Yu Qianru was still a little nervous, although she had experienced life and death fights. This time she defeated more with less, and launched an active attack against an enemy twice her size. This is the first time ever. However, the personnel on this warship are strong enough. In addition to Jumei, there are also old disciples standing behind Zhu Xiaobao. In addition, the female warriors on this warship are all carefully selected by Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, and they are the ones with the strongest combat effectiveness. They all put Zhu Xiaobao's safety first. The 200 warships traveled for more than an hour, and when they arrived at the predetermined location, they divided into 4 groups and ambushed each one. Tong Wuxin led 50 warships at the front. At the same time, a dozen speedboats also rushed out and rushed to the front. The purpose was to quickly eliminate the opponent's speedboats responsible for reconnaissance. 400 warships from the southern Purple Rui Kingdom formed 2 huge fleets, and were marching forward in an orderly manner. In fact, they also received the news that 200 warships from the northern Purple Rui Kingdom suddenly arrived. After all, everyone has it. The source of various information is that there are also a large number of spies lurking in the northern Zirwei Kingdom, so their information is also very fast. Commander, I didn't expect that the northern Zirwei Kingdom could actually get the support of Lingyu Mountain. There are now 200 warships, although they are all medium-sized warships. Don't we need to be more vigilant? Shi Tonghao said on the flagship. 2 lieutenants were also sitting in his cabin, drinking and discussing matters. This kind of long sea journey is actually very boring. Drinking and chatting is the best pastime to pass the time. Ha ha ha. Yes, I have thought of it too. They say that the fighting power of these female warriors is amazing, and their warships are also very fast. So when we arrived at the waters of the northern Zirwei Kingdom, we immediately divided into 2 groups. You 2 will start from I went around from the side and push forward from the front, trying to create as much distance as possible so that our catapults and crossbows could exert their maximum lethality. Shi Tonghao said with a smile and nodded. I heard that there is a powerful missile on their warship that can instantly catch fire. Is that true? One of the lieutenants asked a little worriedly. Ha ha. Don't worry. It's just rumors. Besides, even if there are such missiles, they are expensive to build. How many can they have? Moreover, our warships have huge hulls and a large number of personnel. Unlike those medium-sized warships, once if a fire breaks out, the rescuers can't keep up. So they care about one thing and not the other. Moreover, our warships are very far apart. So even if 1 or 2 of them catch fire, there won't be much damage. Shi Tonghao still doesn't believe the legendary things. To him, being able to set the opponent's warship on fire from a few hundred steps away was simply impossible. Report, Commander. A clipper is coming from ahead. Chapter 405, Become Famous in One Battle A. Shi Tonghao put down his wine glass steadily and said in a deep voice. Impossible. Didn't our guerrilla clippers get released? Commander Chi. All 20 of our clippers were sent out. 8 came back in the first half of the night. There was nothing abnormal. However, the remaining 12 clippers did not come back. They were already half hour later than usual. Time. The messenger immediately reported back. A warship? Is it a pirate ship that came here by mistake? Just send 2 warships and wipe them out. Come on, Commander. Let's continue drinking. The 2 lieutenants paused at this time. He said drunkenly and with some disdain. No. The pirate ship is familiar with the geographical environment and will never come here. What's more, there are 12 clippers that have not returned, which is very abnormal. Come with me and go to the bow to take a look. It is night now. The line of sight is blocked. We must not take it lightly. Shi Tonghao shook his head. He is the coach, and he does not dare to slack off at all. Shi Tonghao's flagship is wider and heavier than ordinary warships. It has 3 decks, standing on the top deck can avoid the obstruction of the warships in front, and has a wide field of vision. But it's late at night now, so I can't see very far away. But now a warship really appeared in front of him. It had a weird shape, and its hull was smaller than the average medium-sized warship. But its speed surprised him. Why was it so fast? But as the distance got closer, the other party actually raised a flag. And the flag was embroidered with the gold letter U on a red background. This was something that Yu Qianrou's warship from the northern Zirwei Kingdom would hang up. Qi Tonghao was immediately shocked. He didn't expect that the northern Zirwei Kingdom would dare to invade. What's even more incredible is that such a warship actually came. Humph. I don't care what tricks you pull. Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving. If anyone comes, immediately attack them with crossbows and kill them. Capture this warship as quickly as possible. It's best to capture it alive. Enemy General. Qi Tonghao snorted and immediately made the safest decision. But before he could finish his words, the other party opened fire first. And it was a real fire, because the fire kept flashing from the opponent's hull, and accompanied by the dull sound of gunfire. In the blink of an eye, the few in front of Qi Tonghao where the warship exploded one after another, and then several warships started to catch fire. What kind of firearm is this? How could it explode so quickly? There was no warning. Qi Tonghao was a little confused as he watched the warship in front of him burst into flames. He had the impression that it was a powerful catapult. The projected oilcloth and flint packs also had to have a very obvious flight trajectory. But the missiles launched by this strange ship had no trace to be found. As soon as the fire on the side of the other side ship flashed, it was blown to pieces, and the flames shot into the sky. Is this the legendary thunderstorm bomb? Don't panic. Isolate the burning warship. You two will immediately lead your respective fleets and spread out to prevent the enemy from attacking from other directions. Qi Tonghao is indeed a battle-hardened man and is not very panicked, and can command and respond calmly. But what surprised Qi Tonghao was that the strange ship on the opposite side suddenly began to accelerate forward, and drew a large arc, passing quickly in front of their warships. Qi Tonghao shook his head in disbelief. Shaking his head, he made sure that he was not blinded by the fact that the opponent's speed was so fast. Now even those powerful crossbows that want to aim must follow its direction. What makes people even more maddening is that the second round of SHLS came again, and this time they were aimed at Qi Tonghao's flagship. It turned out that it was too dark at that time, so Tong Wuxing could only attack the nearest warship first. But now several warships were on fire, and the opponent's warships were clearly illuminated by the fire. So the second round of SHLS, of course, he went directly to the flagship. Immediately, a mast of Qi Tonghao's flagship was blown off. 3 places on the ship were set on fire, and a large part of the second floor deck was collapsed. Even Qi Tonghao started to stagger while standing on the third deck. Quick! 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 Put out the fire quickly! Retreat quickly! Get them in front! Qi Tonghao was no longer as calm as before, and shouted in panic. Report, Commander! Enemy traces have also been discovered in the southwest, and the warships there have also been attacked and started to catch fire. At this time, his own soldiers ran over in a panic and shouted, "Ah! How many such strange ships do they have? Give me the order to disperse immediately and meet the enemy with all your strength. Isolate those burning ships." Qi Tonghao was really panicked. And now he became the enemy is in darkness, and we are in the clear. And we can't even determine the number of the opponent's warships and the direction of their visit. This is quite passive. And there are so many burning warships here, which are simply pointing out the direction of attack for the enemy. And only then did he realize that the current wind direction was northwest, and the opponent was attacking downwind. Could it be that the opponent had even considered this? That is definitely an expert. As the outer warships were set on fire, the warships of Nanzarui Kingdom fell into a passive state. They were surrounded by fire and smoke, and could not see the other side clearly. But the other side could see clearly. Strong crossbows continued to be fired in. From the analysis of the arrows, the opponent's warship was very close. But they just couldn't see each other. Looking from the bright place to the dark place, they couldn't see it at all. What? You can see that the surrounding area is still dark, in addition to occasionally seeing the fire when the opponent's artillery is fired. But with the firing of naval guns, another warship of our own must have been hit hard. Oops! I didn't expect this battle to be defeated so easily, without even a little room to fight back. Send my order to the warships of the second echelon and ask them to withdraw. Don't rush over to rescue. Even if you come, You will be in vain. Increase the losses. Chi Tonghao saw that the warships around him were huddled together in panic. He couldn't help but sigh, and gave a very clear order. In the blazing fire, those warships could no longer see clearly the orders issued by the flagship. They originally wanted to disperse, but now they were huddled together. No one dared to go out rashly. Once they went out, he was beaten until his whole body was on fire, and a large number of arrows followed. The warships towed at the back no longer care about much, and have already begun to retreat and escape. However, the warships surrounded by Tong Wuxin and other 4 warships cannot escape. These warships are all large. The warships were already moving very slowly, but now they were crowded together and became even more chaotic. The 2 deputy generals were very aggressive. They each rushed out of the camp with a dozen warships and faced the 3rd female warrior face to face. But the 2 of them were really unlucky. This group of people was led by Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. They both thought that the fight was not enough. But this was a good thing, as it gave them a chance to vent. After a round of naval guns, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui couldn't wait to load the SHLs. They rushed forward with 50 warships, and the sound of killing was loud. These female warriors were holding strong bows, and their arrows were all fired. But they were truly capable, and their shooting range was quite far. They had already killed half of the enemy soldiers before they entered the shooting range. The 2 lieutenants were not afraid of death, and desperately launched a counterattack with catapults. However, what they didn't expect was that the warships controlled by these female warriors were very fast, and their steering was also very flexible. Only the warships that were really hit were hit. A few warships. You are looking for death. How dare you fight back? Unfortunately, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui's warship was hit by a big rock, which immediately made a big hole in the deck and injured several female warriors. So Yu Shui immediately shouted angrily. We are already very close. Deputy General Liang Yuan heard Yu Shuang and Yu Shui's roar clearly. The 2 of them were also stunned. What are you talking about? You are not allowed to fight back. These 2 women are too domineering. Bar? But before they could recall it, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui's warship was already approaching quickly, and Yu Shuang and Yu Shui even jumped up. The 2 of them supported each other in midair, using 2 soft whips, and actually jumped onto the enemy. As soon as Fawn's warship boarded the local warship, they immediately started killing. The soldiers who were still ready to move were killed and fled. I have never seen such a fierce woman. She was simply a killing machine. The 2 people's bodies were immediately stained red. This scene was a one-sided massacre, and there were only 2 women on the other side. But the female warriors behind them were already rushing over with eager and excited expressions on their faces. The lieutenant on the warship also took a breath of air. But the current situation no longer allowed him to retreat, so he could only face it bravely. His cultivation level was not low, and he was at the peak of a first-class martial artist. It's time to advance to the level of great martial artist. But in front of Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, this lieutenant was very miserable. When they were still in the realm of first-level martial arts, the 2 of them could kill the great martial master. Now both of them have advanced to the level of great martial masters. Facing such a first-level martial artist, the 2 of them felt very disappointed. They didn't even use the iron claws on their right hands. 2 soft whips wrapped around the deputy general. Then the 2 of them connected with each other and used their strength. A head flew out. Witnessing this brutal scene, the soldiers on the warship all chose to jump into the sea. They would rather be drowned than be quartered like this. Don't run. We haven't killed enough yet. Yu Shuang and Yu Shui shouted angrily from behind. In a blink of an eye, the 2 of them were aiming at the other deputy general, who was still dozens of feet away. The deputy general also felt out of his mind and shouted in panic. Quick! 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 Turn! 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 Quickly run. These 2 women are not human beings. The 4 female warriors joined hands with each other in tacit understanding. And Yu Shuang and Yu Shui had already arrived. As soon as the 4 female warriors used their strength, 2 of them used this powerful force to shoot at the warship that was turning to escape. The soldiers on this warship were basically undamaged and had full health. However, a shocking scene occurred. Seeing Yu Shuang and Yu Shui flying over like ghosts, all 400 soldiers jumped off in unison. The warship plunged into the sea. Chapter 406, Become Famous in One Battle B. The remaining lieutenant was a little dumbfounded. These soldiers were too bloodless. So they all jumped into the sea? Only he and a dozen personal guards around him were left. Even a desperate fight is better than committing suicide by jumping into the sea. The lieutenant mustered up his courage. held a big knife, and was determined to die, ready to fight these two ferocious women. But before he could get into his stance, an iron arrow flew from a distance, and with the sound of wind, the lieutenant was nailed to the mast. Before he died, the lieutenant still regretted it. If he had known that he would have jumped into the sea earlier. Jiu Mei, do you dare to snatch our heads? Yu Shuang and Yu Shui shouted angrily at the warship Zhu Xiaobao was on. Just look at this iron arrow that is twice as long as an ordinary arrow. You will know that it was shot by a huge and beautiful golden stone bow. And no one else has this magical power. Who told you to run so fast? We agreed to shoot with arrows and not to allow close combat. Jiu Mei also said unyieldingly. In order to avoid injury, Merong Feng asked them to try not to fight in close quarters. Jiu Mei followed Merong Feng's orders very honestly, but she didn't expect that the sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui did not follow the orders at all, and they were killed with great pleasure. Ah! I'm so angry! Yu Shuang shouted angrily. Looking around, even the remaining dozen guards jumped into the sea, which made Yu Shuang feel even more angry. He picked up the torch and set the boat on fire. Sister, that Merong Junjun said that we should seize as much loot as possible. Should we take the ship back? Why did you burn it? Yu Shui asked hesitantly. I do. We are not from the Zirui Kingdom. We only listen to Zhu Xiaobao. I am so angry now that I just want to burn this boat. Yu Shuang still shouted angrily. Okay, let me help you burn it together. Yu Shui has listened to Yu Shuang since she was a child. So now she is actually helping Yu Shuang do it. These two prodigal women. I have to take care of them when I get back. Zhu Xiaobao originally admired these two sisters. Their battle was indeed devastating and enjoyable to watch. But he didn't expect that these two prodigal women would actually want to take care of them. An intact warship was burned. The angry Zhu Xiaobao yelled on the bow of the boat. Other female warriors seized an enemy ship and were busy setting fire to the ship. They both started setting fire to the ship. How can Zhu Xiaobao not be furious? Jiu Mei, shoot the torches out of their hands. Zhu Xiaobao turned around and said to Jiu Mei. Okay, I'll make you stop listening to Xiao Yu. Jiu Mei immediately responded happily, still mumbling something. Whoosh! She felt a shock in her hand, and the torch in Yu Shui's hand was shot off. She was so frightened that she quickly turned around. By the light of the fire, she saw Zhu Xiaobao who was jumping and cursing, and the triumphant people beside him. Great beauty. Come on! Come on! Put out the fire! Yu Shuang also understood a little bit, and she was a little embarrassed and quickly asked the female warriors to board the ship to help put out the fire. But it has to be said that the super fighting power of the female warriors of Yu Shuang and Yu Shui's team has indeed greatly shocked the soldiers of Nanzi Rui Kingdom. They have never seen such fierce female warriors, even more powerful than the legendary ones. Be scary. Yu Qianru was also looking a little dazed. She didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao could make such a group of fierce female warriors willingly serve him. It is said that when the female warriors were selected, there was a scene of people scrambling to come here to follow Zhu Xiaobao. If Yu Qianhe and Duan Muqi hadn't joined forces to suppress it, these female warriors would still be arguing. At this time, the sky had begun to brighten, and Qi Tonghao finally understood that the opponent was divided into 4 teams. At this time, he had been surrounded, except for the second echelon that did not follow. There were also those behind who turned and escaped. There are dozens of warships, and there should be 120 warships that have been burned and trapped. And now there is no one on half of the warships, because these warships have been almost burned. Some are slowly sinking, and some are burned to the point of falling apart. Merong Feng waved the command flag in his hand, and 200 warships had surrounded Qi Tonghao. But they had stopped shooting, because now the opponents had put down their weapons, and they all looked at these female warriors trembling. Don't know what fate awaits them. Please! Your general comes out to talk. Qi Tonghao spoke with difficulty. He was now looking at Merong Feng on the warship directly opposite. All the warships were watching Merong Feng's flag in action. But he knows that there is a real coach, because those warships were making way for a warship behind them. Zhu Xiaobao's warship slowly came in. Yu Qianru did not show up, but hid in the cabin. If the other party saw her personally conducting the expedition, it would make things big. Nanzirwei Congress, I thought Yu Qianru really wanted to start a war. I know you. Qi Tonghao. You originally followed His Majesty Yu Qianru, but later you were greedy for life and feared death, and took refuge with Yu Huafeng. Zhu Xiaobao stood at the bow of the boat and looked at Qi Tonghao coldly and said, Of course I don't know this person. But Yu Qianru told him in detail just now. You are the 5th prince who has just returned? You are so young and promising. Qi Tonghao looked at the purple tiger head flag hung on the mast of the Zhu Xiaobao warship, with the word Bao written on it. Of course, I understand that this is the 5th prince Yu Xiaobao, who has been in the limelight recently. Qi Tonghao nodded and then said, I am not afraid of death. Nor do I seek glory. I just don't want to get involved in the internal fighting of your royal family. Besides, my family and clan are all in Nanzirui country. I have always respected His Majesty Yu Qianru. TSK, now that you're talking about this, you still want me to spare your life? You respect my sister and come to attack us with 200,000 horses? Zhu Xiaobao snorted with disdain. Alas, if you lose, you lose. I have nothing to say, let alone beg for my life. I just hope you can let go of these subordinates of mine. They have laid down their weapons and are willing to submit. Qi Tonghao sighed. Then he said with a lonely look, he is a general. If he dies here, he will probably die if he goes back. So he had no intention of begging for mercy. But I want to get a chance for my subordinates. Zhu Xiaobao looked at the soldiers on the opposite side. There were more than 20,000 soldiers. Could it be that they were all killed? Zhu Xiaobao also felt that he couldn't do it. But he didn't have to worry. He turned around and thought that Murong Feng waved his hand, which meant that she would handle it. Then he used the springboard to jump onto the warship of sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. He was going to settle accounts with these two prodigal women. Leave the intact warships. The rest of the people who want to submit to our northern Zirwei kingdom can stay. Those who don't want to can just follow the damaged warships back. Murong Feng looked at these defeated soldiers. And then, there was no mass killing. But the intact warships, as well as all the weapons and crossbows, were left behind. After a while, Murong Feng seemed to have heard a message from a female guard. Murong Feng said to Qi Tonghao, you should leave too. When you go back, send someone here to recover the body quickly. My master doesn't want to kill you this time. Huh? Did the 5th prince let me go? Qi Tonghao asked, a little surprised. No need to ask any more questions. Gather your troops immediately and gather them on those warships. Murong Feng waved his hand impatiently and said, excuse me, may I ask your surname? You are the one who commanded this night battle. Right? It was really well connected, and the calculations were precise. Even the wind direction was taken into account. I am deeply impressed. Qi Tonghao clasped his fists and said with sincerity, Murong Feng. The formal delivery was going on here. But the sound of ghosts crying and wolf howling came from the other warship. It turned out that the two sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui were kicked and beaten by Zhu Xiaobao and chased around the whole ship. They didn't dare to fight back. The female warriors who were watching covered their mouths and snickered. That is to say, Zhu Xiaobao had this ability to make these two militants run away with their heads in their hands. You prodigal ladies. Is it easy for me to make some money here? You two actually dare to burn down an intact warship? Look at me, if I don't deal with you properly today. Zhu Xiaobao chased after him aggressively. Still talking. Cursing. Hey. 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 Brother-in-law. Stop chasing me. You can't catch up with us. At worst, we won't burn the boat next time. Okay. Yu Shuang and Yu Shui turned around and shouted as they ran. His kung fu is far superior to that of Zhu Xiaobao. So of course, he will not be caught by Zhu Xiaobao. Hoo ho ho. Damn. I'm exhausted. This matter is not over. You two go back to the military advisor immediately, and see what Murong Junjun will do to you. Zhu Xiaobao chased for a long time, but he was too tired to catch up. The two sisters could only gasp and said, in the South Zirwei Kingdom, Prince Yuxian was discussing matters in the main hall. He was not worried at all about the actions of harassing the North Zirwei Kingdom. The result was obvious. That is, the newly built dock built by the newly returned 5th Prince Yu Xiaobao was completely destroyed. And then I was heartbroken there. And I will never dare to make the decision without authorization again to build new military-related facilities of this type. Your Highness, it's time to teach the 5th Prince, who just came back, a lesson. But now the Fan family and the Su family have gone too far. They have even set up a franchise store. And those newly sold products are controlled by them. No one else can get involved. In the long run, the strength of these two families will become stronger and stronger. So we must guard against it. No one in the hall cared about sending troops to fight. Instead, they were concerned about the recent situation of the Fan and Su family. There are many complaints about the booming business. But the original intention is that these families will not get any benefit at all. Ha ha! I really didn't pay attention to this matter. But these high-end products are not as in demand recently. And the competition in the palace is not as fierce as before. Yushuren said with a smile after hearing this. But we must be on guard against this matter. Those high-end products were all made by this fifth prince. According to reliable information, this fifth prince is Zhu Xiaobao from Luofeng Island. Immediately, several more ministers stood up and said, "Oh, I didn't expect him to be really capable." Yushuren was stunned and said a little surprised, "Report, Your Highness the Crown Prince. General Qi Tonghao has returned and is now listening to the announcement outside the main hall." "Oh, to settle things so quickly? Let me just say, sending 400 warships is overkill and a waste of my military power. Reporting to the Crown Prince, General Qi Tonghao has been defeated." "What? What? Say it again?" "General Qi Tonghao returned with a great defeat." Chapter 407 I Want Her. Prince Yushuren suspected that he had heard wrongly. So he asked Qi Tonghao twice, and then called Qi Tonghao in. Only then was he sure that he had heard correctly. He saw Qi Tonghao dejected, his face covered with soot, and his beard seemed to be burned off. This is a typical image of coming back from a disastrous defeat. "Qi Tonghao is so bold. Do you know your guilt? You actually defeated 400 warships and 200,000 sailors? Do you still have the nerve to come back?" Yushuren slapped the dragon case and yelled angrily. This was still Yushuren. This was the first time he got so angry. He was usually gentle and calm. To say that he, the prince, lived a relatively comfortable life. Yu Wanfeng laid a good foundation for him. And his second brother Yu Shichang was obsessed with activating the blood of divine beasts, and did not compete with him for the throne at all. So for him, he just lived a leisurely life, just waiting to inherit the throne. "I know I'm guilty. This time I suffered a big defeat. All the responsibility lies with me. Please forgive me, Prince." Qi Tonghao had nothing to defend. He knelt down and confessed as soon as he came in. How could he defend himself? 400 warships and 170,000 sailors were beaten back just 2 days after they came out. They also lost more than 100 warships and suffered 50,000 casualties. No matter how hard you try to defend yourself, you can't justify it. Yushuren pointed at Qi Tonghao angrily. He really wanted to kill him. But he was a little confused. Qi Tonghao's experience and ability were definitely second to none. And his own side had the best number of warships and soldiers. He had an absolute advantage. He shouldn't have suffered a huge defeat so quickly. Prince Yushuren also experienced dozens of large and small battles with Yu Wanfeng. And he knew these civil servants and generals quite well. So he temporarily calmed down his anger, frowned and asked, "Why don't you punish me first?" "Say it. Can you first tell me why you came back defeated? I know that Yu Qianrou has just received support from the female warriors of the Lingyu tribe. But we still have an absolute advantage." "Yes, Prince Mingjin. We do have the advantage. But the opponent's firearms are too powerful. And their range is far beyond our catapult. And the opponent's newly appointed military advisor is named Murong Feng. He is extremely resourceful and precise in his calculations. He uses the night to launch a sneak attack. In addition, the female warriors of the Lingyu tribe are extremely powerful and invincible. The sum of all the factors resulted in us not being able to make a decent counterattack at all. So, Qi Tonghao still feels scared when he thinks about it now. Is it possible that the power of firearms and the strength of those female warriors can produce such a huge combat effectiveness? If nothing else, you are to blame for being attacked by them at night." Yushuren said, still a little incredulously. "Yes, it is indeed a major negligence of the veteran. And the female military advisor on the other side is indeed good at calculations and uses troops like a god." Qi Tonghao kowtowed and confessed again. "Yes. Someone put Qi Tonghao in jail and wait until he is punished." Yushuren regained his composure and did not kill Qi Tonghao immediately. Yushan dismissed the court with a wave of his hand, and then hurried to the forbidden area of the palace, which is the second prince's villa. It is now heavily guarded, and even Yushan cannot enter casually. The emperor of Nanzirui Kingdom, Yu Wanfeng, is usually here, as well as the second prince and Zhu Xian. Their experience is mainly focused on stimulating the blood of divine beasts, so Yu Wanfeng rarely comes to court. It was Prince Yushuren who was in charge of geography. But when encountering major issues, Yushan still has to ask Yu Wanfeng for instructions. "Well, you go down. I already know this. If Qi Tonghao's crime is not worthy of death, He will be demoted and let him serve his crime. Don't send troops for the time being. I will handle the next thing personally. You go back first. Yu Wanfeng didn't have much reaction after hearing Yu Xian's report. He just said a few words calmly and sent Yu Shiren back. Yu Xian was really depressed. Even though he was the prince, he had been excluded from the most important matter of activating the bloodline in the family. This meant that Yu Wanfeng was not optimistic about his bloodline qualifications. Just let him manage the affairs of the country well. But Yu Shiren also wants to have both. Being able to activate the bloodline of divine beasts will not only improve his cultivation to the level of a martial saint, but also greatly improve his lifespan and physique. According to legend, a martial saint's lifespan can reach 800 years. So before leaving, Yu Shiren looked hard at Zhu Xian, who was sitting cross-legged, because he was the one who took Zhu Xian over in the first place. And now he actually became the double monk of the second prince Yu Shicheng. Now the second prince Yu Shicheng's cultivation level has risen significantly, reaching the peak of a great martial artist. And he can break through to the realm of martial master at any time. And it's not just this achievement. After Yu Shiren left, Yu Wanfeng said in a deep voice, "Those female warriors of the Lingyu tribe are not scary. They only number tens of thousands at most. But this Yu Xiaobao is very surprising. It is said that the tattoo on his back is purple. Yes, if that's the case, that would be terrible. It's purer than your blood. Humph. Then kill him." The second prince said calmly and viciously, "Don't rush to take action yet. This matter may also be done by Yu Qianrou. The person who verified Yu Xiaobao's identity and the medicinal wine used were all prepared by Yu Qianrou in advance. So it is very possible that he was manipulated by them. Hands and feet. In order to convince all the civil and military ministers present to recognize the newly returned fifth prince." Yu Wanfeng shook his head and said, "Whether it's true or not, if you kill him, there won't be any hidden dangers." Yu Shicheng still advocated killing Zhu Xiaobao. "Humph. It's easier said than done. There is a great martial lord next to him. The wine and meat lord. Even the wind lord is no match for him." Yu Wanfeng said a little depressed. The appearance of the great martial lord was the last thing he expected. "Then let your father make the decision. But now it's best to catch Zhu Rong. The recent growth in cultivation has slowed down a bit." Yu Shicheng said greedily. Zhu Rong's divine beast bloodline and qualifications are better than those around him now. Zhu Xian was even better. But it was a pity that he never succeeded. Humph. Zhu Xian, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation, opened her eyes and snorted coldly. Obviously, she didn't want to be upstaged by Zhu Rong again. "Ha ha! Don't worry. I just use her to improve my cultivation. And my promise to you will never change. Besides, if I catch her, she will be killed or chopped into pieces." "Right." Yu Shicheng changed his smile and said. He did not dare to offend Zhu Xian. This woman was very important to his current cultivation. "That's not right. Why did I suddenly feel a cold feeling just now? It seems like someone is targeting me. Could it be from the place of inheritance?" Zhu Xiaobao secretly said with some surprise. This time it was definitely not a joke, but a real one. "I have a very real intuition." At this time, Zhu Xiaobao and Murong Feng were discussing various matters regarding the construction of fortifications. Murong Feng saw Zhu Xiaobao's expression turn ugly. He couldn't help but ask, "Your Highness, what's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" "Nothing? Oh, by the way, Murong Feng, you performed well this time. You defeated more with less. You are indeed brave and knowledgeable. My sister wants you to serve in the court. What do you think?" Zhu Xiaobao said the time had returned to normal. Then he shook his head and said, "No, I'm here to serve as a military officer for you. I don't want to go to court. I can't convince those civil and military ministers just by fighting like this. Besides, I just want to be a military advisor under you. And I don't care if I have an official position." Murong Feng shook his head and said, "Okay, but for your great contribution this time, you must be rewarded. Tell me, what do you want? I have everything here except money." Zhu Xiaobao pretended to be generous, but in fact, he was very stingy. What he needs most now is money. "Are you serious? Don't regret it." Murong Feng's eyes froze, and he immediately asked, "Of course, but that doesn't include me." Zhu Xiaobao was startled and thought to himself that he has been lucky recently, and must not find a flat-chested beauty to throw himself into his arms. That would be too embarrassing. So I quickly added something. "Humph. You're overthinking. I just want one person to stay with me from now on." Murong Feng snorted with a bit of disdain. although she really wanted to stay with Zhu Xiaobao and do things. She had no objection. And now the expression of Zhu Xiaobao staring at her breasts also made her a little annoyed. Who? Zhu Xiaobao asked, a little surprised. I want her, Jumei. Murong Feng pointed at Jumei, who was lifting a stone lock in the yard, and said, Oh? You want her? Why? Jumei can't seem to help you. Besides, once her temper gets worse, I'm afraid you won't be able to control her at all. Zhu Xiaobao said in surprise. With Jumei's temper, appetite, and energy, it's really risky to have her around. With Murong Feng's body like a piece of paper, Jumei can destroy her with just one little finger. Yeah, I know. I have my own sense of proportion. You also know that my martial arts skills are not very good. So I need a bodyguard like this by my side. You promised. Don't go back on it. Murong Feng nodded and said with a smile. Okay. You'd better talk to Jumei first. If she doesn't want to, I'm afraid it won't be useful even if I agree. Zhu Xiaobao said, still a little uneasy. And suddenly he felt a little reluctant. Don't look at it, Jumei is a bit silly. But she sincerely works for Zhu Xiaobao. And she is especially obedient now. Yeah. Okay. Then I'll go talk to Jumei first. Murong Feng had no objection, stood up directly, and went out to talk to Jumei. Zhu Xiaobao sat there and shook his head with a smile. Murong Feng was probably going to be disappointed this time. Jumei's temper would definitely not allow him to agree. If things went wrong, he might attack Murong Feng. But what surprised Zhu Xiaobao was that after half an hour, Jumei came back with Murong Feng, and was even convinced by Murong Feng that she was willing to follow Murong Feng, although there was still some reluctance in Jumei's eyes. Well, since you don't have any objections, then you will follow military advisor Murong from now on. Although Zhu Xiaobao was a little surprised. He had to do what he said, and of course he couldn't go back on it. But before Jumei followed Murong Feng and left, she turned around and asked reluctantly, Then can I come back for dinner tonight? Sure. Chapter 408, Being Taken Seriously, A. With Jumei leaving, Zhu Xiaobao was still a little uncomfortable. And he was puzzled. Why did Murong Feng want Jumei to follow her? Of course, her reason is quite good, and she needs a strong bodyguard because her martial arts training is not high enough. This also caused Zhu Xiaobao to think astray. And he rushed into Yu Shuang and Yu Shue's room angrily. The two sisters, Yu Shuang and Yu Shue, were lying side by side on the bed recovering from their injuries, because they were severely punished by Murong Feng with 20 military sticks for burning down the warship without authorization. At first, these two people didn't buy it at all. But Murong Feng and them had two choices, either to be punished or to return to Lingyu Mountain. After thinking for a long time, the two sisters decided that they would rather be punished than leave, because they both figured out that if they stayed here, there would definitely be a fight in the future. So I had to accept the 20 army sticks obediently. It can be regarded as a disguised recognition of Murong Feng's management. Therefore, Zhu Xiaobao now concluded that Murong Feng must have been threatened by the two sisters before asking for Jumei. It was only Jumei who could handle the joint attack of these two militants. The two sisters were also frightened that Zhu Xiaobao broke into their room without permission. What was even more incredible was that after Zhu Xiaobao came in, he unceremoniously opened the quilt covering them. This time, the two sisters were still recovering from their injuries. They were not wearing anything, and their white buttocks were exposed. Hey! Zhu Xiaobao! What are you doing? Do you want to be molested? Yu Shuang and Yu Shue suddenly screamed loudly. Well, the beating was quite severe. It seems it's you. After being beaten, you felt dissatisfied and threatened Murong Feng. Right. Zhu Xiaobao nodded and said, looking at the purple scars on his two buttocks. Murong Feng was really merciless. Even though the two sisters were very strong, they still had to stay in bed for several days. Nonsense! We took these 20 military sticks voluntarily. Who threatened her? We admit our mistakes and accept our punishment. Is this injury worth our revenge? What a joke. We can recover from our injuries in 3 days at most. Besides, Military Master Murong, she manages the army well and has clear rewards and punishments. We admire her very much. Why would you threaten her? Yu Shuang raised her head and shouted angrily, while Yu Shue next to her also nodded her head. Is it really not you? Didn't the beating be hard enough? You didn't even think about revenge? Let's see. Zhu Xiaobao looked at them as if they were not pretending. Besides, these two sisters can't lie. Say anything. He tentatively patted Yu Shuang and Yu Shue's butt with his hand. And immediately there was a howl like a killing pig. Ouch! Damn it! Xiao Bao. If you want to take advantage, just say so. Don't hacking take advantage of others. Yu Shuang cursed in anger. Huh? It seems that it's really not you. Okay. Then you can recover well, and I'll leave first. Oh. By the way, don't pretend to be wronged. You two don't like men. What are you talking about? Zhu Xiaobao clapped his hands, nonchalantly, and then walked away without any sign of apology. Sister, what should we do? Have we been taken advantage of by him? Yu Shui asked a little at a loss, and quickly pulled the quilt back to her body. What else can we do? This guy just caught our secret, so we can only endure it. It's not a big deal anyway, Yu Shuang said depressedly. Just that night, Murong Feng was assassinated here. Fortunately, with Yumei by his side, he blocked 2 darts with his body, and they were also highly poisonous darts. But Yumei didn't even care. She just broke out of the window and tore one assassin to pieces. The other assassin was also injured by Murong Feng's sleeve crossbow, but he still managed to escape with his injuries. But what surprised Zhu Xiaobao was that although Yumei was injured by the poison dart, she recovered on her own the next day, and she was still invulnerable to all poisons. Now Zhu Xiaobao really admires Murong Feng. He even thought that the other party would come to assassinate him. In fact, Murong Feng herself did not expect this assassination. She wanted Yumei for another reason. Unexpectedly, I escaped a disaster. In the Imperial City, in Yu Qianrou's inner house, the little treasures were lying on her bed unscrupulously, with no courtesy at all. Yu Qianrou didn't care at all. She was worried about the safety of the little treasures. Xiao Bao, you really need to study hard. Look, the assassins are here. How dangerous it is. The last time I checked my identity in the martial arts field, I regretted it. I didn't expect that the tattoo on your body was actually its purple. Yu Huafeng and Yu Shichang must know it now. They won't let you get the inheritance of the mythical beast. Yeah, I know. I came back just to discuss this matter with you. I have already intuitively sensed the murderous intention from the place of inheritance, Zhu Xiaobao said lazily. When it comes to practicing, he is relatively lazy. But now it seems that he can't be good without practicing, because he wants to return to the southern Zirwei kingdom and regain the inheritance land. What's there to discuss? You can only practice harder now. Otherwise, even if you have the best talents and qualifications, you can't compare to Yu Shichang. His current cultivation level is advancing by leaps and bounds. I'm really afraid of his rapid improvement. Really can open up the place of inheritance, Yu Qianrou said with some dissatisfaction. This younger brother is good at everything, but he is a little lazy in cultivation, and his cultivation level is too low. Oh, I thought about it too. But the effect of practicing this way is not good. Didn't you also say that Yu Shichang's rapid improvement in cultivation was due to the result of double cultivation with Zhu Xian? They found a way to get twice the result with half the effort. Zhu Xiaobao said a little prevaricating that he was actually lazy and afraid of hardship. He also knew that he didn't work that hard in this area and always fantasized about getting something for nothing. Well, this reminds me that I have to go to Zhu Rong for this matter. After all, the method adopted by Zhu Xian is prohibited by the Suzaku clan. But now it seems that it is not necessarily wrong. Yu Qianrou clicked. He nodded and said thoughtfully, How annoying! If I had known this, I wouldn't have come back. I'm still used to those simple and carefree lives, Zhu Xiaobao said while lying on the bed with his arms and legs spread out. Damn it! Xiaobao! What did you say? Yu Qianrou said angrily. Like Zhu Xiaobao, she lay sprawled on her bed, without any concern for her image. It was only when she was with Zhu Xiaobao that she would be so casual. But now her heart tightened, and she said unhappily, and at the same time lightly kicked Zhu Xiaobao. They are siblings. I mean, if it weren't for your concern, I wouldn't have come back. Now, I have no choice but to continue reluctantly, Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile. Humph. I don't care. Since you are back, just stay by my side. You are originally from my White Tiger clan. Those Yudan, Wu Yu, and the 19th princess want to follow the king. Companion, let them come here. The harem I prepared for you is quite big, Yu Qianrou said very rudely. Then he asked, What are you going to do next? Well, let's go step by step. Starting from Yingshuan County, quickly developing national power, then recovering the southern Zirwei kingdom, and finally opening up the inheritance place, Zhu Xiaobao said easily, as if he was talking about a very ordinary thing. Is it that simple? Don't underestimate those families. They are not cheap. Although Yu Qianrou trusted Zhu Xiaobao, she still felt that Zhu Xiaobao was too confident. That's why I want to developing Xiyuan County first. Driven by profit. Those families will divide themselves. And they will take the initiative to show their favor to me. A group of rabble is nothing to worry about. Zhu Xiaobao said again, get up and get ready to go back. Okay then. I will try my best to help you find a way to practice. When I find an opportunity, I will summon Zhu Rong. If they want to find shelter, they must make enough sacrifices. Yu Qianrou climbed out of bed with some reluctance. Get up and regain your former dignity. No. She will come to you on her own. As Zhu Xiaobao said, Xiyuan County has now entered a stage of rapid development. Not just because of Zhu Xiaobao's products. Merong Feng's management and rectification were also very effective. Many civilians began to take the initiative to move here. And those families who had been waiting and watching were a little bit restless. The Qi family and the Guo family had made a lot of money. And now they can no longer, although he mentioned the confrontation with the inspector. He responded actively to various changes. They all feel that within a few years, their family will grow rapidly because of this. The Guo family even wanted to marry their daughter to Zhu Xiaobao. But Zhu Xiaobao politely refused. He didn't lack women. But he lacked women who could practice dual cultivation with him. Seeing the prosperous development of Xiyuan County, even Zhu Rong couldn't sit still. She finally came to Zhu Xiaobao's house in a carriage. Visiting here again, there are actually 8 female warriors on duty at the door. And the road in front of the door has been repaired and is much wider. There are also more carriages coming and going at the door. All of whom are here to pay homage to the 5th prince. Yu Xiaobao. Ha ha. Are you really a rare visitor? What? Sister, are you here to fulfill your promise? I have been waiting for a long time. When Zhu Xiaobao saw Zhu Rong, he was still shocked by her stunning appearance. This woman is a temptress. Why is she so attractive? Well, I'm here to fulfill my promise. Are you satisfied? Zhu Rong said openly this time. Sitting in front of Zhu Xiaobao. She actually stared at Zhu Xiaobao and smiled calmly. Oh? Really? You are not stimulated by something. Are you? Zhu Xiaobao was still a little nervous and did not dare to look at Zhu Rong. So he asked hesitantly. How can I be stimulated? It's not because of you. Now I have become famous. Who doesn't know that the 5th prince now has 20,000 female warriors? And he defeated Qi Tonghao's 200,000 navy with a small victory and a greater number. What's more, a resourceful female strategist. But do you know that as your fame rises, the crisis you face will become closer and closer? Zhu Rong looked at Zhu Xiaobao with a complicated expression. But she was not sure about Zhu Xiaobao's escape. From the look in her eyes, she was still very satisfied. This little fat guy was still a little tender after all. What's the meaning? Yu Shichang wants to kill you. Zhu Xian wants to kill me. Chapter 409, Being Taken Seriously B. Zhu Xiaobao was shocked. There was no rumor about Merong Feng's assassination. Only a few people knew about it. Zhu Rong actually knew about it. You don't have to look at me like that. I didn't set up any eyeliners around you. I just relied on my intuition. I was also plotted against by someone the night before yesterday. Fortunately, a senior took action and I was able to avoid being poisoned. Zhu Rong rolled her eyes at Zhu Xiaobao. Said, Huh? Don't you have a strong sense? Why are you still being plotted against? Are you not working at the critical moment? Zhu Xiaobao asked, a little puzzled. You can predict everything? Besides, I also noticed it before it happened. But I was already in danger and couldn't avoid it. Fortunately, the senior took action and we were safe and sound. Zhu Rong said angrily. Indeed, her strong premonitions only target the things she is concerned about. And not everything can be foreseen. It seems that your intuition is not very accurate. The person who came to assassinate the day before yesterday was targeting Merong Feng. Not me! Zhu Xiaobao looked at Zhu Rong's slightly anxious and angry look and felt that she was not as good as his own sister. He was so powerful that his sister Yu Qianrou was assassinated more than a dozen times. But she was still fearless. Zhu Rong behaves a little weakly. But this kind of weakness can easily make people have the urge to protect her. This is Zhu Rong's most lethal weapon. And it is innate. That's because there is a great martial master beside you. They don't dare to attack you yet. So they have to get rid of your right-hand man first. Zhu Rong said with some disdain. And at the same time she was very disappointed with this guy's reasoning and judgment ability. Is this the person you are looking for? Ha ha ha! That's also a manifestation of my power. How about it? Are you scared? So you come to me for protection in a hurry? Zhu Xiaobao said shamelessly and happily. After all, he has an old apprentice. He has never encountered any danger around him. Humph. Looking for you? Protection? You think too highly of yourself. I'm here to supervise your practice. So far, I haven't even reached the level of a first-level martial artist. How dare you say that? Zhu Rong shook her head and said with disdain. She also changed her mind and was going to see if Zhu Xiaobao could quickly improve his cultivation level and whether he could concentrate on training, and finally decide whether Zhu Xiaobao was the person she should be looking for, because now she has some doubts about her intuition. Oh? What do you mean? Supervise my practice? You? Zhu Xiaobao looked at Zhu Rong with confusion. What is this? Yes. I won't leave today. From tomorrow on. When I get up, you have to get up and practice with me. Zhu Rong stood up with a calm expression and was too lazy to pay attention to Zhu Xiaobao. Oh? Hey. When will you fulfill your promise? You have to fulfill your promise first. Right. Zhu Xiaobao shouted, a little annoyed. He was a little confused when someone took the initiative just now. Now he has nothing. And he doesn't balanced. When your cultivation reaches the level of a great martial artist, I will fulfill my promise. Zhu Rong left without looking back. What made Zhu Xiaobao even more unexpected was that the old apprentice and Mu Chuanyi had already prepared the room without consulting Zhu Xiaobao at all. They made the decision on their own. Master, I think it's time for you to practice harder. The current form is very complicated. Huh? I can't take too many actions. We also have an agreement. The old apprentice was still smiling, but it was not in a discussion tone. In fact, his so-called agreement was all fake. Instead, he received a message from the Great Lord Ice and Fire. And then, he hurriedly followed the instructions of the Great Lord Ice and Fire. And the senior Zhu Rong was talking about was none other than the Great Lord Ice and Fire. Really? Does this mean my hard days are about to begin? Zhu Xiaobao asked with a sad face. Well, it's true. Master, you are too popular now, and your martial arts skills are too low. This situation is the most dangerous. The old apprentice nodded quickly and said, Oh, okay. This time, I will risk my life and show you how the top student practices. Humph. And that Zhu Rong. When my martial art surpasses her, I will rape her first and then kill her. Kill and then rape. How dare you look down on my martial arts? I'll let you all forget it then. I'll go to sleep first. Zhu Xiaobao said viciously. The next day, at 3 o'clock in the morning, Zhu Xiaobao hadn't gotten up yet. He hadn't called him anyway, so he wasn't in a hurry to practice. It wasn't his fault. Zhu Xiaobao comforted himself like this and continued to sleep soundly with Ying Xiuxiu in his arms. Not to mention, this guy's life was really comfortable. There was no shortage of beautiful women, delicious food, and maids and servants. In this kind of comfortable life, it is difficult to have the desire to practice Qigong. In fact, Zhu Rong got up early today. She didn't come to supervise Zhu Xiaobao because Yu Qianrou came in person. The two chatted privately for a long time, and then walked out of Zhu Rong's boudoir with a solemn expression. Then he went directly to Zhu Xiaobao's bedroom. Who? Do you understand the rules? Can you come into my room at will? As soon as the door opened, Zhu Xiaobao felt a little uncomfortable due to the dazzling sunlight outside, and couldn't help shouting angrily. Me? Your sister? If I don't come, how long are you going to sleep? Yu Qianrou actually did not wear the dragon robe, but wore soft armor and stood in front of Zhu Xiaobao's bed very powerfully. She came here on horseback overnight. Then Yu Qianrou said to Xiuxiu very rudely, You, get dressed immediately. Get out. Oh. Yes. Ying Xiuxiu said in a panic. This person was not only the emperor, but also Zhu Xiaobao's biological sister. Ying Xiuxiu did not dare to refute at all. He dressed hurriedly and fled in embarrassment. Humph. Get up. From today on, if I see you being lazy again, your 3 concubines will no longer want to live here. This is for you, Yu Qianrou said, as domineeringly as possible. In fact, she was really afraid of scaring Zhu Xiaobao. To say that Zhu Xiaobao's performance after coming back was already very surprising. But isn't it forced by the situation now? I have to give Zhu Xiaobao some harsh medicine. Die dare. What is this? Kung Fu? Zhu Xiaobao put on his clothes helplessly. This was the first time in his life that he was being disciplined, and he didn't dare to disobey. But when he saw this booklet, Zhu Xiaobao was a little confused. Yu Qianrou actually had a way to practice Kung Fu? Well, this is the martial arts training method, Tiger Daring, left by my father, the White Tiger clan. But no one can practice it to the 9th level. My father is already a genius, and he has only reached the 7th level. But your blood is pure. I think you should be able to go further. Yu Qianrou's tone at this time was already very gentle, and it was also a little sad, because their father, Yu Wanqiang, had not forcibly tried to open the inheritance place, but he was killed by the backlash. Now they will not be reduced to such a situation and can only settle down in Beiziri country. And Yu Wanfeng became the biggest winner in the end. Yu Wanfeng's qualifications and bloodline purity are far behind Yu Wanqiang. So when Yu Wanqiang was alive, he behaved extremely respectfully and kindly. Only after knowing that Yu Wanqiang was dead did he reveal his true colors. Wow. Then will my cultivation level be able to advance rapidly? Zhu Xiaobao's eyes lit up. What he hoped for most was that there was a way for him to quickly improve his cultivation level without having to endure hardships and work hard. Huh? Brother, I'm not telling you. You are good at everything, but you don't work hard enough in practicing. Everything has to be paid to be rewarded, no matter how good your qualifications are. You still have to study hard. Yu Shichong stays at home every day. Even when you sleep, you don't forget to practice. You really have to learn this. Yu Qianrou said a little helplessly. Judging from Zhu Xiaobao's appearance, he had not yet entered a very urgent state. Oh, I understand. Sister, how about I ask them to prepare some breakfast first? Are you hungry too? Zhu Xiaobao asked thoughtfully. Don't eat. I'm going back first. Anyway, I've left your practice to Zhu Rong. I'll come back to check your Kung Fu in a few days. Yu Qianrou waved her hands angrily, walked out of the door, got on her horse, and left. She was afraid that if she stayed here any longer, she would not be able to help complaining about Zhu Xiaobao. This guy is so disappointing. Zhu Xiaobao looked at Yu Qianrou's retreating back in a daze. What happened? She was so cruel to him all night. Isn't it just the power of blood and the place of inheritance? Isn't that what it is? When the breakfast he ordered was served, it was actually Mu Chunyi who brought it. Zhu Xiaobao asked in confusion. Hey, why is it you? Where are Ying Xiuxiu and Lu Tong and Lu Feng? They were brought to my place by me. From now on, they can't come to your place casually. They have to get my permission. Unexpectedly, Zhu Rong was wearing a training outfit and stood at the door with a chuckle. Not to mention this outfit is another kind of style. And Zhu Xiaobao is a little dazed looking at it. No, you have gone too far. You have even deprived me of my right to sleep at night. Even if you control my practice, you can't control my sleep? I can't sleep alone now. Zhu Xiaobao replied after coming to his senses. He immediately shouted angrily. No, I guarantee that from today on, you will fall asleep as soon as you get on the bed and have no mind to think about anything else. Zhu Rong said with a good temper. I don't agree. Zhu Xiaobao shouted loudly. This is what your sister said. She is the emperor. How dare you resist the decree? Zhu Rong actually held a bright yellow imperial decree in her hand. How dare she have such a support? Okay. You win. Humph. Don't forget. You still owe me a promise. I won't be polite this time. You'd better honor it as soon as possible. Zhu Xiaobao looked a little unhappy at Zhu Rong at this time, and the voice became very angry. Then let's see if you have this ability. Let's go. Let's start practicing. Zhu Rong said with a smile, still in a good mood, and then reached out and grabbed Zhu Xiaobao's wrist. Zhu Xiaobao flipped his wrist and tried to break away, but he didn't expect that his Kung Fu was still inferior to Zhu Rong's. So he had to be led away by Zhu Rong. When they came to the backyard, Zhu Xiaobao discovered that the place had been reorganized a long time ago. Not only was there no one around, but the courtyard wall had also been raised. There were 4 teams of female soldiers patrolling around the courtyard. It seemed that they didn't want to let outsiders know about their practice here. Chapter 410 getting started. After following Zhu Rong to the backyard, Zhu Xiaobao realized that it was called stepping into the gate of H.L. This kind of training intensity was simply unbearable. And this is just the preliminary preparation. First, Zhu Xiaobao's slack muscles and meridians must be stretched out, and only then can he recover to a certain level of physical strength. Zhu Xiaobao had suffered a lot in the past few days, and couldn't hold on at all. But Zhu Rong, a woman, had a way. If she couldn't complete the training, she wouldn't let the food come in. She also stayed with him without eating. This time Zhu Xiaobao was completely at his wit's end, and could only grit his teeth and persevere until the end. Otherwise he would have nothing to eat. For half a month, Zhu Xiaobao really did as Zhu Rong said. He fell asleep as soon as he saw the bed when he got home, and had no other thoughts at all. What's even more outrageous is that Zhu Rong is not shy at all now. She breaks into Zhu Xiaobao's room before dawn and drags him to practice. Don't worry about breakfast. Someone will bring it. In Zhu Xiaobao's eyes, Zhu Rong is no longer a stunning beauty, but an impermanent one. As his body gradually adapted to this high-intensity training, Zhu Xiaobao was finally able to keep up with Zhu Rong's pace, running 50 kilometers every day, lifting copper blocks to build arm strength, and squatting with weights to strengthen the legs. High cultivation level does not mean that these basic training are not needed. On the contrary, as the cultivation level improves, these basic strength training will also increase a lot. Now Zhu Xiaobao can eat 1 pound per meal and has to eat 4 times a day. But Zhu Xiaobao's figure is gradually changing. His bulging belly has actually begun to hold back, and he has even begun to lose weight. But Zhu Xiaobao doesn't have the heart to care about this now. He is still working hard for these training loads every day. Now, practicing mental methods has become the most relaxing and comfortable thing. Sitting cross-legged and just following the steps in the book, doing the exercises is not that tiring. Moreover, the book seems to be very simple. After only 7 days, the third, it was very easy to master the first level, and there was no discomfort when entering the second level, and the progress was still rapid. Zhu Xiaobao thought that it was the foundation of the original second level martial artist, that was why it went so smoothly at the beginning. But Yu Qianrou, who had been paying attention to him, was secretly happy, even surprised. This younger brother's qualifications are probably the best in the history of the White Tiger clan, and they are much better than his father, because Yu Qianrou herself also practiced this set of daring skills. But it took her half a year to complete the first level. The second level took 4 years, and now she has only reached the perfection of the 4th level, but has yet to break through to the 5th level. Of course, this has something to do with diligence. But the most important thing is the purity of blood and the unique understanding of this set of techniques by the people of the White Tiger clan. Even Yuan Feng could only cultivate to the 6th level, and would never be able to break through in the next dozen years. So he still dared not open the place of inheritance. Yuan Feng pinned all his hopes on the second prince Yu Shichang. It is said that Yu Shichang's qualifications and blood purity surpassed that of Yuan Qiang back then, and he has now reached the 6th level. With his qualifications and diligence, he can definitely reach the 8th level of daring. Now it is obvious that Zhu Xiaobao not only has pure blood, but also gained the understanding of this set of mental methods in one go. It's as if it's easy to grasp the secret, except for the degree of diligence. Zhu Xiaobao surpassed Yu Shichang in all aspects. But now is just the beginning. And Yu Qianrou is not sure that Zhu Xiaobao will still be able to do so with ease until the end of his cultivation. But now it's enough to surprise her. 21 days later, Zhu Xiaobao actually broke through to the 3rd level. At this time, Yu Qianrou's mood could only be described as amazement. But I was also a little bit disappointed for myself. It took me 4 years to practice the 2nd level of Kung Fu, but Zhu Xiaobao only took 21 days. This gap is too big. But then Yu Qianrou felt relieved. There was only one person who could open the place of inheritance, and now it seemed that it was probably this younger brother. However, Yu Qianrou did not rush to let Zhu Xiaobao practice to the 3rd level, but threw him another set of martial arts. White Tiger Iron Claw. She did not give it to him before because Zhu Xiaobao did not have the Tiger Bold ambition yet. Success in practice. Now that I have reached the 2nd level of perfection and have broken through to the 3rd level, I am now qualified to practice this set of martial arts. Because many of the moves in this set of Wuji need to be performed in conjunction with the mental method. Yu Qianrou had even prepared 2 stainless steel claws for Zhu Xiaobao. The old apprentice made them himself according to the drawings. They fit well on his hands. After learning a few moves, Zhu Xiaobao discovered that this set of White Tiger Iron Claws and Yu Shui's fine steel claws had many similarities. The biggest difference was that Yu Shuang and Yu Shui both used a single claw, and Zhu Xiaobao is currently using a pair. In fact, both Zhu Xiaobao and Wu Yu learned the Iron Claw Kung Fu from Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. But they could only learn some superficial skills, and could not exert the power of Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. The key point was that they did not practice the corresponding skills. The mental method that Yu Shuang, Yu Shui, and the others practiced actually evolved from the mental method of dare and ambition. It's just more suitable for the training of the female warriors of their Lingyu tribe. How's it going? Is it time for you to fulfill your promise? Now you have seen my brother's qualifications. If Zhu Xian's method is really effective, you should have something to show for it. Right. Yu Qianrou and Zhu Xian were talking at this time. Rong is discussing privately in the boudoir. Wait a minute. He is progressing so fast now. There is no need to increase the speed again. When he passes the 3rd level, I will fulfill my promise. It's too early now, Zhu Rong said a little hesitantly, and she also felt the same in her heart. Very shocked, but not completely reassured yet. Still wanting to see how much talent Zhu Xiaobao can show. After all, the first 2 levels of Dai Daring can only be regarded as entry level. As for the Suzaku clan's rebirth from the ashes mentality, she has already reached the 4th level. Huh? I treat you as my sister? What if I don't agree with anyone else? Don't miss the best opportunity in your life, Yu Qianrou said proudly. Now Zhu Xiaobao's performance makes Yu Qianrou has strong self-confidence. Yeah, I know. I really do it for his own good. Zhu Rong looked at Yu Qianrou angrily and felt a little panicked. She had never thought about dual cultivation with Zhu Xiaobao before. But now it seems that Zhu Xiaobao's momentum is getting stronger day by day. And even she can feel that Zhu Xiaobao is beginning to undergo a radical change. It was not only Zhu Xiaobao's success in cultivation that made Yu Qianrou confident, but also the development of Beizuri Kingdom statues that made her very happy. Now many families have begun to write letters, strongly requesting the inspector to open franchise stores in their counties. Because something is wrong now. Some of the civilians have actually begun to move towards Yingshuan County. Because the current prosperous situation in Yingshan County has spread throughout the northern Zirwei Kingdom. The northern Zirwei country is vast and sparsely populated. It is better to choose a place where it starts to flourish than to farm anywhere. Moreover, not only is Yingshuan County's management now in place, but the taxes on civilians have also been reduced by 20%. Because Zhu Xiaobao has already made money from those commodities, and does not need to rely entirely on these taxes. But the taxes on those families have not been reduced at all. But with the development of Yingjin County, many businesses and vendors are now becoming active. And those families have begun to earn greater profits from other places. Of course, these were all huge changes that took place after Murong Feng came. Although Zhu Xiaobao had laid the foundation, Murong Feng's management methods were more sophisticated and efficient. She still maintained a relationship with Duan Muqi, correspondence, timely reporting and consultation. So Murong Feng did a good job in Yingshuan County. Great sense of accomplishment. The only fly in the ointment is that Zhu Xiaobao has only come out 3 times in the past month or so. There are very important things that Zhu Xiaobao will come out to deal with personally. But when she saw Zhu Xiaobao again, Murong Feng was also surprised. He had actually become thinner. His bulging belly was also smaller. And he seemed to have grown a bit taller. Even the smiling scoundrel didn't change his appearance. He was still staring at her breasts and scanning them. In fact, Murong Feng has been very hard these past 2 months. Not only does he have to manage many matters in Yingshuan County, he also has to guide Jumei in her martial arts practice. Now Jumei is not always with Murong Feng, but is also practicing alone. It's just that she didn't let anyone know. Only the old disciple was alert. He had been a little surprised in the past month. He didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao was really gifted. He was so good at practicing, tiger daring, without hiding it. The old apprentice can figure it out. But after the old apprentice tried to practice, he gave up immediately. Without the blood of the divine beast, it is impossible to practice at all. No wonder Yu Qianrou is not afraid of the secrets being spread. Because for ordinary people it's no use at all. But what surprised the old apprentice even more was that Jumei was also practicing another mental method. And she was practicing it under the guidance of Murong Feng. What was even more incredible was that Jumei still listened to Murong Feng's words. It was simply unimaginable before. Jumei always only listens to Zhu Xiaobao. What kind of skills does she practice? The great Lord Ice and Fire asked in surprise after hearing the old apprentice's report. I don't know. It seems to be a very profound mental method. I feel that it is the same type as my master's method and the Suzaku clan's cultivation method. The old apprentice treats people with the blood of divine beasts. He didn't know much, so he wasn't sure. How is it possible? The Qinglong clan is absolutely impossible. Is it from the Xuanwu clan? Doesn't that mean that this giant beauty is actually a member of the Xuanwu clan? Impossible. The Xuanwu clan has disappeared for many years. Great Lord Ice and Fire, he said to himself a little absent-mindedly. Why can't it be a member of the Qinglong clan? The old apprentice asked, a little puzzled. You're not supposed to know. So don't ask. I said she wouldn't be a member of the Qinglong clan. So she definitely isn't. The great Lord Ice and Fire came back to his senses and said, a little annoyed. Then I won't ask. What should Murong Feng do? You have to work harder and keep an eye on her. Chapter 411. The Nine Venerables. Seeing the odd appearance of his old disciple, the great Lord Ice and Fire couldn't help but laugh and said, Venerable Meat Wine Lord, you don't have to be so awe-inspiring. You and I are both great lords. There is just a slight difference in our skills. According to age, say, you are still my elder. I don't dare. I don't dare. At this level, there is no distinction based on age. The master is respected. The fair food master quickly waved his hand and said, Indeed, he has always been able to do it in front of the great master of ice and fire. I feel a very strong sense of oppression, because the power of the great Lord Ice and Fire is much deeper than him, second only to the great venerable Wu Wei. Okay, you also know the purpose of my coming here. I want to learn from the Suzaka clan's fire attribute cultivation method. So I came to say Zhu Rong. I know you are protecting Zhu Xiaobao, but you can also learn from his cultivation techniques to increase your own strength. After all, the Savage Venerable, the Human Demon Venerable, and the Thousand Poison Venerable are all ruthless and evil people. Over the years, their skills have probably increased a lot. In fact, that ranking cannot be taken seriously. The last time I fought against Venerable Duobao on Luofeng Island, his combat prowess has not improved at all over the years. He is addicted to collecting those rare treasures. Now I am afraid that his ranking cannot even enter the top 5. The great Lord Ice and Fire said worriedly. Speaking of which, she was the most depressed. These people probably, except for the great Lord Wu Wei, the Lord Jiuyin, and the Lord Wine and Flesh, all coveted her. The Lord Duobao also, he is very civilized. He wants to use rare treasures to please her, but the rest is to use force to achieve his goal. Therefore, the great Lord of Ice and Fire does not dare to slack off, and is constantly improving his cultivation and increasing his combat power. Alas! I know. But I have also learned about Xiubao's mentality, and there is nothing to learn from it. You also know that although I am fat, I am good at being flexible in my kung fu, and the skills of the White Tiger clan are all based on killing to improve cultivation. So I am worried that Xiaobao will become cruel and murderous at the end of his training. The old apprentice sighed and said, Oh, I was negligent. The skills of the White Tiger clan are indeed not suitable for you. Well, let's do this. You can use this set of Wandering Dragon Bagua martial arts as a reference, although it also requires the blood and mental skills of the Qinglong clan. Support, but I think it will benefit you. But return it to me immediately after reading it. The great Lord Ice and Fire hesitated for a moment, and then handed a roll of parchment to the Lord Wine and Meat. This is already a great trust and gift. Got it. The Qinglong clan? Is there a descendant? Venerable Wine and Meat couldn't help but exclaimed. Seeing Venerable Binghua's face darken, he immediately bowed and saluted. I don't ask anything. I don't know anything. Thank you, Binghua. The great love of the great Venerable. Well, as long as you understand in your heart. The great Venerable Ice and Fire regained his calm expression, and then couldn't help but ask, Venerable Wine and Meat, are you really following Zhu Xiaobao to learn cooking skills? And? Do you want to lower yourself to protect him? Do you really have no other purpose? Ha ha! At first, I was indeed attracted by his endless delicacies, but then I gradually fell in love with this kind of life. It's so lonely to be alone. Of course, there is another very important reason. That is, it's also for self-protection. His kitchen knife can greatly improve my combat effectiveness and can defeat Lord Jiuyin and Lord Feng. To be honest, I rely on this peerless magic weapon. It's a pity that this peerless magic weapon recognizes itself. Lord, if you exceed a certain range, you will leave me and return to Xiaobao, the old apprentice said with a somewhat sarcastic smile. You two are really destined. Okay, you go. Remember, come back immediately after reading the Wandering Dragon Bagua secret book. The great Lord Ice and Fire thought of the pleasant life on Luofeng Island, and Zhu Xiubao's weird acting style. He couldn't help but laugh. Yes, great Venerable. Venerable Wine and Meat said still very respectfully, and then asked with some hesitation. Great Venerable, am I relying on that peerless magic weapon now? He is talking about Zhu Xiaobao's weapon, kitchen knife. Are you still not the opponent of the venerable savage, the venerable human demon, and the venerable thousand poisons? Well, you also said that this peerless magic weapon has recognized its own ownership and is not your destiny. And I can say with certainty that the skills of these three people are far superior to yours. Even I don't dare to do it now. I will definitely defeat them. 10 years ago, I fought against them respectively, and the victory was not easy. It was even a bit of a fluke. The great Lord of Ice and Fire suppressed his smile and said solemnly, "Oh, I thought I could compete with them again. No more blindly running for my life." The Lord of Wine and Flesh said, a little depressed. He had seen the strength of the great Lord of Ice and Fire, and even she couldn't guarantee it. If you win, you will be done with it. Let me tell you this. The great venerable savage can take the 3 palms of the great venerable Wu Wei without dying. The great venerable thousand poisons. Lock the city with 1,000 poisons. I'm afraid you can't escape no matter how fast you run. Right. As for the venerable human demon, he is simply a pervert. Neither male nor female. But the illusions he casts are extremely terrifying. Once you are trapped in it, you will have a narrow escape. Your nemesis, Lord Jiuying, was imprisoned by him for 3 months and suffered all kinds of humiliation. Life is worse than death. In the end, the great venerable Wu Wei broke his illusion, and the venerable Jiuying escaped. But the great venerable Wu Wei failed to kill this perverted guy. The great venerable Ice and Fire said at the end, still feeling a little scared, because she had also been trapped by the illusion of a human monster. If she hadn't always maintained her virginity, and the human monster master had used the wrong illusion, she would really have been doomed. However, it was this mistake that allowed the great Lord Ice and Fire to take the opportunity to hit the ice cone and seriously injure the Lord Human Monster. Now the Lord Human Monster has left a big sequelae. That is, he is very afraid of the cold. Oh, so that's it. Thank you so much, Great Venerable. And I'll take my leave. The Fairweather Venerable cupped his hands and left a little depressed, looking at the back of the Fairweather Master leaving. The Ice Fire Great Master also sighed. There is one thing the Fairweather Master said rightly. These great sages are too lonely and rarely live with others. So I am also envious of the Fairweather Venerable. At least the Fairwine Venerable doesn't care about vain fame and knows how to enjoy it. The old apprentice was very dedicated after he came back and immediately secretly stared at Murong Feng and Jumei. But what surprised him was that Jumei just meditated and practiced all day long, which was completely opposite to the original style of heavy and rough minerals. And she also beat her from time to time. There seems to be something in my head that I can't figure out, and I'm very angry. Murong Feng would sometimes sit next to her and practice together, seeming to help her understand the secrets. But it could be seen that the main focus was on the beauty. The more this happened, the more curious the old apprentice was aroused. While Jumei was sleeping, he took a look at the mental method. But the handwritten mental method had no name, and the words on it were also different. It's a kind of writing, and the root of movement is also very weird. The old apprentice can't figure out the reason. But after a few days, the old apprentice finally discovered some in Duan, because Murong Feng asked Du Wang to help her build 2 weapons. Now Murong Feng is quite prestigious in Yingshuan County. Of course Du Wang agreed wholeheartedly. He also chose the best iron embryos and hammered the chain repeatedly. But the 2 weapons he finally forged were a bit surprising. Anticipate. One is a huge shield, weighing 100 kilograms, with many weird patterns carved on it. It looks more like a turtle shell. The other weapon turned out to be a golden hammer, which also weighed 100 kilograms. Each side of the same golden hammer was also engraved with patterns. After hearing the report from his old disciple, the great Lord Ice and Fire was also extremely surprised and murmured, "Turtleback shield and golden armor hammer. Are they actually the descendants of the Xuanwu clan? Are they also here for the place of inheritance? This is why. Can you explain why Murong Feng took the initiative to seek refuge with Xiaobao? Is it for Jumei? Great Master, do you think we should catch her and use some means to find out what her purpose is?" The old apprentice asked cautiously. No need for now. At least Murong Feng doesn't have any ill intentions toward Xiaobao now. And Jumei trusts Xiaobao very much. We can just keep an eye on him in secret. The great Lord Ice and Fire shook his head and said, compared with Jumei's hard thinking, Zhu Xiaobao's progress was very smooth. He had almost no obstacles and made rapid progress along the way. But the consequence of his rapid promotion was that his muscles and meridians couldn't keep up with his advanced cultivation. Now he felt sore and swollen all over his body, and his meridians were swollen and painful. So he had to work hard to strengthen those basic trainings. So now Zhu Xiaobao consciously starts crazy training without supervision. He has no choice but to feel uncomfortable all over if he doesn't practice. Only after every training will he feel comfortable all over. Zhu Rong was also a little surprised that Zhu Xiaobao entered such a crazy state. Fortunately, she relied on her previous cultivation level that was deeper than Zhu Xiaobao's. And now she can still surpass him. But now she is competing with Zhu Xiaobao in martial arts. She gradually felt a little tired. Unlike before, she could easily control Zhu Xiaobao. What makes Zhu Rong even more depressed is that the two sisters, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, are also trying their best to please Zhu Xiaobao. They come to practice White Tiger Iron Claw with Zhu Xiaobao every day. This martial arts has many similarities with their refined steel skills. Place. So Zhu Xiaobao received careful guidance from the two sisters and adapted very quickly. Originally, this set of martial arts was created to match his mental skills. So once it is used, the mental skills of die daring can bring unexpected bonuses. But just as the old apprentice was worried, when Zhu Xiaobao was fighting hard now, he acted more and more fiercely, with a desire to kill in his eyes. But Zhu Xiaobao himself doesn't know that he is now addicted to this set of exercises, because he feels that his fighting power is getting stronger and stronger, and he is no longer as weak as before. This improvement in his own strength makes he feels very accomplished. Chapter 412, Killing Nature A. 2 more months later, Zhu Xiaobao completed the 3rd level of Tiger Daring Ambition, and broke through to the 4th level without any obstacles. The 3rd level of cultivation only took 72 days, which shocked Yu Qianrou. I lamented again. How come the gap between people is so big? But just as Zhu Xiaobao brought huge surprises to everyone, the side effects of practicing die daring became more and more obvious. That is killing. Once Zhu Xiaobao enters the situation now, whether it is a competition or a sparring, he is fierce and decisive, as if he is a different person, and he is merciless in his attacks. Zhu Rong was almost injured by him several times. The two sisters, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, were very happy to meet a fierce and powerful opponent. For them, that was a target that was extremely difficult to find. These sisters are not afraid of Zhu Xiaobao's ferocity, and Zhu Xiaobao's current fighting power cannot hurt them. Precisely because of the participation of these two militants, Zhu Xiaobao's combat effectiveness has also increased rapidly, and every fight makes him feel very happy, as if his passion is unleashed. While Yu Qianrou was pleasantly surprised, she also began to worry. Precisely because Zhu Xiaobao's blood was so pure, his desire to kill was much stronger than others. It's just that Zhu Xiaobao is still in the primary stage now, and he doesn't know it very well. But if he continues to practice, Yu Qianrou is afraid that he will not be able to control himself and become a killing machine. Even the old disciple is frightened when he sees it now, but he doesn't know what to do. An innate characteristic of the bloodline of the White Tiger clan. It's just that other people's bloodlines are not so pure, so the performance is not so obvious. Yu Qianrou found Zhu Rong again and asked eagerly, "Have you thought about it yet? If this continues, I'm afraid Xiaobao will lose control." Me? I'm a little scared now. Zhu Rong looked at Yu Qianrou with a nonchalant look, lowered her head and said, she was really scared. Every time Zhu Xiaobao sparred with her now, it was as if he wanted to risk his life. Although she could still handle it now, it was already very frightening to her. The fierce look of bloodthirsty fighting. It made her more and more frightened. And she was already at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. What are you afraid of? Zhu Xian has been practicing with Yu Shichang for more than half a year. Not only has his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds, but Yu Shichang has not gone crazy with bloodthirsty. Instead, he has become more and more calm. This shows that dual cultivation can not only improve his cultivation, but also adjust yin and yang to weaken his murderous nature. Yu Qianrou said, very dissatisfied. But what if it doesn't work? I'm afraid, Zhu Rong said still fearfully. Oh, what are you afraid of? You are now stuck at the peak of the 1st level martial arts master and have been unable to break through. Once Yu Xian really comes back, you will still have this level of cultivation. Why do you fight against her? I am not doing this just for the sake of my little one. Bao, I'm thinking about you too. Yu Qianrou is very good at talking. In fact, she just wanted to help Zhu Xiaobao and didn't think too much about Zhu Rong. At this moment, the great eunuch hurriedly ran in and reported to Yu Qianrou. Master, His Royal Highness the 5th Prince has gone to Pingguang County with 10,000 female soldiers. Lao Yud, the head of the largest aristocratic family there, led the troops. Besieged Murong's military advisor. The 5th Prince went to put down the rebellion. What? Lao Yud dared to openly attack court officials? How audacious! Yu Qianrou was immediately furious. Although she had always been tolerant, the situation was different now. And Yu Qianrou was not willing to compromise anymore. Master, do you think we should stop the 5th Prince? Yuan asked hesitantly. According to past experience, the priority is to appease him. After all, other families are waiting and watching. If their interests are touched, they will unite against Yu Qianrou. Well, no need. Has the old apprentice besides Xiaobao gone? Yu Qianrou thought for a moment, then waved her hand. She didn't want to compromise anymore, and she was now confident that she could suppress the cooperation of these families. After all, Zhu Xiubao's 20,000 female warriors are equivalent to 200,000 elite troops. And there is also a great warrior standing in charge. Any family will consider it carefully. We're gone. Not only the senior apprentice is gone, but the 2 female evil stars have also gone together. Yuan's honorific title for the old apprentice is rather unique. The 2 female evil stars in his mouth are of course Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, 2 sisters. That's good. You also rush over with my personal bodyguards and let them know that what Xiaobao means is what I mean. Yu Qianrou also specially sent Yuan and her personal bodyguards out. Although the combat effectiveness of these men and horses is not as good as that of female warriors, they are still absolutely powerful. It turns out that as the production of those processing workshops got back on track, the output continued to increase. In addition to meeting the needs of Yingjian County, it can now develop into other counties. Murong Feng chose Pingguang County, which is close to Yingshuan County. This county is the most barren county in the northern Zirwei Kingdom, and the family power here is dominated by the Lao family. So Murong Feng weighed it carefully and decided to promote the franchise store from Pingguang County. Precisely because one family is the largest, it is easier to deal with. Although Lao Yud also likes the food and products in the franchise store, he is very opposed to this method. He would rather send people to travel long distances to Yingjian County to buy him these delicacies and high-end products than promote franchise stores in his county. That is a vicious way to divide their families. Yingshuan County is a good example. The Qi family and the Guo family no longer mention the alliance. They are busy opening franchise stores to help the 5th Prince make money, and their contacts with other big families have also decreased. Therefore, Lao Yud firmly disagrees with Murong Feng's promotion of franchise stores in Pingguang County. Lao Yud always kept his word in Pingguang County and was used to being domineering. And he didn't think that if he besieged Murong Feng's men, His Majesty the Emperor would really dare to deal with him. Because Lao Yud not only has a private army of 40,000, but more importantly, he is also a martial arts master and is quite powerful. Therefore, the other families in Pingguang County are headed by him. And the county guard here is basically just a decoration. But I didn't expect that as soon as Murong Feng arrived here, he would put up notices to mobilize small families to join. But he would ignore Lao Yud. She deliberately wants to anger Lao Yud. Sure enough, this move made Lao Yud furious, and he sent his slaves to smash up the franchise store's office. The 2 sides started fighting on the spot, and Jumei even killed the leader of the slaves on the spot. When Lao Yud heard the news, he was immediately furious and went to war. He brought 10,000 private troops to surround Murong Feng. However, during this period, he did not expect that Jumei was a very tyrannical being. Lao Yud sent several a very capable warrior, but he couldn't defeat Jumei. In the end, Lao Yud simply relied on the strength of the people and wanted to attack by force. But Murong Feng and the others were in a very good position. She led her people into a small family and used it as a stronghold. They could not hold on. There is nothing Lao Yud can do. Most of his private armies have no real combat experience. What Lao Yud still didn't expect was that the 5th Prince actually led 10,000 female warriors to come in person. At this time, he was already a little frightened secretly, and he vaguely felt that something was not going well. But relying on his huge power, he is still unwilling to surrender. Instead, they summoned the remaining 30,000 private troops, openly besieging the imperial officials. Lao Yud, do you want to rebel? Zhu Xiaobao shouted in a deep voice while riding on his horse. It had only been a few months, but Zhu Xiubao's aura was already quite calm, and he also had a powerful aura. Deterrence? Don't dare. 5th Prince? I just don't want to promote this kind of franchise store in my territory. Why don't you go to other counties to promote it? Do you have to start from me? I want a reasonable explanation. Lao Yuda didn't even get off his horse. He stood on the horse and asked Zhu Xiaobao boldly. Humph. Your territory? Only 60,000 acres of land belong to you. And Pingguang County is under the rule of the Imperial Court. How dare you override the Imperial Court? Besides, promoting franchise stores to benefit the people is a good thing for your family. It is beneficial and harmless. So why are you opposed? Are you still openly sending troops to rebel? Zhu Xiaobao scolded loudly. Hey! You are trying to force the government to rebel against the people. No wonder I am old. And this is not what I mean. But what all these families mean. Don't you think so? Lao Yud shouted arrogantly, and then turned back to ask the heads of the small families. These people were also gathered not far from Lao Yud. Even if they were dissatisfied with Lao Yud, they did not dare to openly object. They could only nod and bow and claim that they were. Humph. Then I will kill you first and then ask them for their opinions. Come on. I have known for a long time that you are a martial master. So you have been arrogant and domineering. So let me see you. Zhu Xiaobao also said you're welcome. Just waved your hand. And sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui rushed out impatiently. You actually want to take action? Ha ha ha. Okay. Okay. I have never encountered any opponent in my life. With just a few people like you? Lao Yu was shocked and angry. And then, he couldn't help but laugh angrily. Old man. Stop talking nonsense. Let's fight with us sisters first. Yu Shuang and Yu Shui jumped directly from the horse and landed not far in front of Lao Yud. Okay. Okay. It looks like I have 2 more concubines. Lao Yud couldn't help but feel a little moved. These 2 female warriors are really heroic. It's really rare to see such a capable and strong woman. They are all a little jealous. Although this old man is already over 60 years old. He is physically strong and extremely lustful. He has to vent to a different woman every day before he can sleep peacefully. You're looking for death. Yu Shuang and Yu Shui were immediately furious after hearing this. The 2 of them joined forces and attacked. Lao Yu did not hesitate. Threw off his robe, revealed a powerful outfit, and personally greeted him. Chapter 413, Killing Nature B. Lao Yud was holding a pair of horned dragon sticks in his hands. Each one was more than 1 meter long. They were quite heavy. Moreover, judging from the momentum of Lao Yud rushing towards him, it seemed that the old man was not weak. Yu Shuang and Yu Shui felt it at the same time. There was a strong wind blowing against my face. And there was a smell of wine burning knives. Dare to be kind and virtuous. I drank half a jar and burned the knife at noon today. Although you can't buy high-end products such as soaps and knives in Pingguang County. Pingguang County is close to Yingshuan County. So Lao Yud sends people to purchase it every few days. And these products are in short supply in the Imperial City. But in Yingshuan County, it is not so tight. Especially the price of top-quality roasting knives is still too expensive. That is, only people from a big family like him can enjoy it. Lao Yud also has a special habit. That is, he likes to make good wine into medicinal wine. The recipe of this medicinal wine is passed down from his ancestors. It can not only strengthen the muscles and bones, but also produce sperm and help young. Otherwise, the old man would be over 60 years old. Can he still be so fierce? Doing it 5 times in one night? It's all the miraculous effects of this medicinal wine. Now it is even more perfect. The efficacy of the medicinal wine prepared with the best Xiao Dao has been greatly improved. It can be seen from the color alone. It is green, and is revered as the green spear medicinal wine. So Lao Yud was so impulsive and violent today. And it was also because of the half jar of green grass medicinal wine at noon. When he saw the sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, not only was the old man's upper body extremely powerful, but even his lower body was ready to move. So drinking is causing trouble. Are these 2 sisters so easy to deal with? After fighting for more than 10 rounds, Lao Yud felt something was wrong. The 2 sisters seemed to be great martial artists. But they were so difficult to deal with together. Not only did they cooperate tacitly, but they were also extremely powerful in terms of strength and speed. In addition, their weapons are very weird. Some are long and some are short. Some are soft and some are strong. Being surrounded and beaten by these 2 women, Lao Yud is a little overwhelmed. But you can't tell it from the scene. But you can see that Lao Yud is at the center. And sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui are attacking around him. Those slaves of the Lao family are still cheering loudly for their master. Lao Yud felt bitter in his heart and couldn't tell. These 2 women were too powerful. Now he couldn't get away at all. He could only play slowly and look for their flaws. Alas, It was all because of drinking. Zhu Xiaobao watched very intently. In terms of actual combat experience, he was definitely not comparable to these two sisters. So he watched very intently. Moreover, the pair of iron claws he was using now had many similar moves. This is even more worth observing and learning. Also prompted by the remaining half jar of burning knives, Lao Yud's two sons couldn't help it anymore and actually wanted to come up and do a few moves. The two also had a dispute. I am the eldest son. When was it your turn to get ahead of me? Back off! Lao Yud's eldest son scolded rudely. Both sons wanted to inherit the position of the head of the family. But the current situation, obviously the eldest son Lao Chuanzong is more powerful. And his martial arts is also better than that of the second brother. You? Okay. You are the eldest son. You go first. Although the second oldest son, Lao Chuanjie, was very angry. He still retreated obediently. There was no way. The eldest son's martial arts and status were higher than his. Even his biological mother was he is the wife of the principal wife. And he is the daughter of a concubine. Even if he is dissatisfied, he can only gnash his teeth secretly, guard his eyes. Let the person opposite kill this eldest son. I am willing to do anything. Of course Lao Chuanzong didn't know the vicious curse in his second son's heart. He wanted to help his father. Just now Lao Yud had waited for them to come forward to help. Because Lao Yud can't bear it anymore. But before Lao Chuanzong could join the battle group, he was stopped by Zhu Xiaobao. This was also the first time that Zhu Xiaobao took the initiative to attack. Seeing Yushuang, Yushui, and the others fighting fiercely, Zhu Xiaobao no longer looked like I was so indifferent before. But now I am eager to give it a try and want to go on a killing spree. Ha ha ha! Are you the fifth prince of unknown origin? Come on! Let me wake you up. This is not Xiuan County. This is the world of the Lao family. You really shouldn't open any franchise store here. But don't worry. I won't kill you. If you lose, just leave me 100 female warriors. I really want to have a few female guards like this now. They can fight on the ground and in bed. Why didn't I find out earlier? Such a wonderful thing about a female guard. Lao Chuanzong, like his father, was also driven by half a jar of green grass medicinal wine and was a little ignorant. I really envy you for being so optimistic before you die. Huh? If you lose, I won't ask for much. I just want your head. Zhu Xiaobao held down a few angry people behind him and wanted to rush out. The female warriors were all furious at Lao Chuanzong's words. Then Zhu Xiaobao also threw off his robe, and the two fine steel tiger claws were already on his hands. But at this time, Zhu Xiaobao's expression was extremely focused. The old apprentice also whispered rumors behind him, asking Zhu Xiaobao to be careful. Although this Lao Chuanzong is a bit arrogant, his martial arts are truly at the level of a great martial artist. Although Zhu Xiaobao has cultivated tiger daring to the 4th level and has been competing with Yushuang and Yushui for such a long time, this is the first time he has truly fought alone. And his cultivation level is only 1 level. Level martial artist. The combat effectiveness has not been evaluated yet. Sure enough, although he was very murderous, there was still a gap in his real strength, and his actual combat experience was also a bit inferior. After only a few rounds of fighting, Zhu Xiaobao was a little panicked, and he had already begun to fall into passivity. The 2 golden maces of Lao Chuanzong turned out to be dancing with golden light, and the moves were very exquisite. They were deeply influenced by Lao Yud's true inheritance. For a moment, Zhu Xiaobao was beaten very passively, and he was tired of fighting all the way. Back off continuously. Huh? I didn't expect that you were really capable. Not a fool? Then why do you come to my place to do stupid things? Lao Chuanzong also said, a little surprised. Those princes who dared to fall in love with Zirui Kingdom were all mentally retarded. It was spread, but I just didn't dare to say it to my face. But now, he was called out by Lao Chuanzong. Humph! I'm sorry. All I see now is a fool trying to place a bid in front of me. Zhu Xiaobao's face was gloomy, and suddenly the murderous aura in his body became so strong that even Lao Chuanzong was a little surprised. How could a first-level martial artist have such murderous intent? But what surprised Lao Chuanzong even more was that Zhu Xiaobao suddenly changed his body skills. Instead of confronting him head-on, he displayed a strange footwork and launched an offensive around him. Humph! Do you think you can win me over like this? Ah, Lao Chuanzong sneered disdainfully. But before he finished speaking, he found that Zhu Xiaobao's iron claw had already been placed on his shoulder. Stab it! Lao Chuanzong reacted quickly. He hurriedly lowered his shoulders and avoided the fierce grab. The soft armor on his shoulders was torn to pieces, revealing a piece of flesh as big as a palm. Fortunately, no injuries. Why don't you guys come together? Lao Yud was obviously unable to resist at this time. He turned around and shouted at Lao Chuanjie, his second son. But as soon as he finished speaking, Yu Shui's soft whip wrapped around his right foot. He was so shocked that he quickly swung the horned dragon stick and hit Yu Shui. Don't move yet. Don't accidentally injure the master of the family. The eldest brother is about to win, Lao Chuanjie suddenly said calmly, with a hint of viciousness in his eyes, as he stared at the boss Lao Chuanzong. But Lao Yud's 20 personal guards didn't care about this. They only listened to Lao Yud's words. So these 20 personal guards had already rushed out, but were immediately intercepted by a dozen female warriors. The scene became a little chaotic, but the large groups of people behind both sides did not move, because no exact order has been received. Lao Chuanjie is now taking command in place of Lao Yud in the Lao family. With a sound of bang, Lao Yud finally couldn't hold on anymore, and was punched hard in the face by Yu Shuang. Her hand was equipped with stainless steel claws. Suddenly Lao Yud groaned. His face was covered with blood. Half of the teeth in his mouth were broken, and he couldn't even say a decent word. But Yu Shuang and Yu Shui didn't stop at all. The two of them cooperated tacitly, and with a flick of the whip, Lao Yud's 2 feet were tightly entangled. Lao Yud was shocked and wanted to beg for mercy, but he was unable to speak. He was howling with his mouth open. He saw that his 2 feet were being torn apart, getting farther and farther apart. This was like tearing a living person apart. Lao Chuanzong also saw this horrific scene at this time. He was still very filial and couldn't help shouting in shock and anger. No! Let go of my father! But just like this, Zhu Xiaobao seized the perfect opportunity and stepped on the step of the special move. Zhu Xiaobao shouted, Natural move! Huh? How could it be so fast? Lao Chuanzong was horrified to find that Zhu Xiaobao had removed the iron claw on his right hand and appeared in front of him. He pulled out a short knife from his right hand and pointed it towards his chest. Split it down. Ouch! Lao Yud and Lao Chuanzong let out a scream almost at the same time, when they saw that Lao Yud, a master of the martial arts level, was torn in half by the two sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. Their intestines suddenly leaked. There was blood everywhere, and the scene was too horrific to look at. Although Lao Chuanzong avoided the vital part, his right arm was cut off by Zhu Xiaobao at shoulder level. The pain caused him to drop the golden mace in his hand. He covered the wound with his left hand and howled in pain on the ground. But Zhu Xiaobao was not moved at all now. He immediately followed up and stepped on Lao Chuanzong with a short knife already placed on his neck. Spare your life! Spare your life! The Lao family, plead guilty and ask the 5th prince to spare his life. Although Lao Chuanzong's right arm was in severe pain, but his life and death were at stake, he still endured the pain and begged for mercy. Hey! If you kill him, you will become the head of the family. Right. Do you want to inherit the position of head of the family now? Zhu Xiaobao ignored Lao Chuanzong, who was begging for help at his feet, but suddenly raised his head and asked Lao Chuanzong, the second eldest son of the Lao family, think. Lao Chuanjie was stunned for a moment after hearing this, but he immediately understood what Zhu Xiaobao meant, and nodded fiercely. That's good. As you wish, Zhu Xiaobao said with a satisfied smile. But with the force of his hand, the short sword instantly chopped off Lao Chuanzong's head. Zhu Xiaobao was also covered in blood. Now that I am the head of the family, please obey my orders and withdraw immediately. Lao Chuanjie turned around and shouted excitedly and nervously. Chapter 414, Killing Nature. See? Zhu Xiaobao was very satisfied with Lao Chuanjie's performance. So he stepped over Lao Chuanzong's body on the ground and directly entered the gate of this small family. Didn't Murong Feng hide in this small family with his people? And the 20 dedicated personal guards present had been killed by the female warriors, leaving no one alive. The slaves and managers of the Lao family were stunned. They didn't expect that the eldest son and the eldest son from his hometown would be killed like this. They never thought that Lao Chuanjie would become the new head of the family. What? Are my words useless? Lao Chuanjie lowered his face and asked sinisterly. Huh? Congratulations to the second young master for succeeding as the head of the family. Why don't you withdraw quickly? The servants and stewards around him were all smart people. They immediately put on excited expressions of enthusiastic support for the second young master and lay down. No one paid any attention to Lao Yud and Lao Chuanzong on earth. Zhu Xiaobao walked into the front yard of this small family and was surprised to find that Murong Feng was signing a franchise agreement with the head of this small family with a calm expression. The fight outside was so lively just now that they didn't even come out to take a look. Hey! You guys are pretty sure I'm fighting so fiercely outside. Why don't you come out and take a look? Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile. The murderous intention in his eyes has faded now. But he is still very excited in his heart. What is needed most at this time is for them to cheer and celebrate him. But the current scene is a bit disappointing to Zhu Xiaobao. Yeah. You brought people here. Do we still need to go out? So we just hurry up and sign the first franchise store. Master Ming. How about it? I'm not lying to you. Now the Lao family has its over. And you are now the biggest beneficiary. And you have contributed to the suppression of the rebellion. I will waive another 10% of the franchise fee for the franchise store. Murong Feng looked at Zhu Xiaobao, and then said to the trembling head of the Ming family next to him. Thank you, Military Advisor Murong. Thank you, Military Advisor Murong. In fact, our family has been dissatisfied with the Lao family for a long time. But we just dared to be angry and dare not speak out, said the head of the Ming family, bowing repeatedly. Jumei, why don't you go out and help me? You used to like to join in the fun? Zhu Xiaobao looked at Jumei a little strangely. Jumei has changed a lot these days. But Zhu Xiaobao didn't notice it. That's it. Now that I look at it, Jumei seems to be much quieter than before. Moreover, Murong Feng's opinion is always sought first on everything. Master! Me! Jumei stood there looking a little at a loss. Then looked up at Murong Feng. I didn't let her out. I need protection here too. You won't blame me. Right. Murong Feng said before he could speak. No. Once the Lao family falls, Pingguan County will be at peace. Ha. This time you take the most credit. You seem to be really plump. Right. Zhu Xiaobao still couldn't help but look at Murong Feng's chest, and then shouted in surprise. Get out! Murong Feng suddenly turned red and scolded in a low voice. At this moment, the second son of the Lao family, Lao Chuanjie, ran in and said to Zhu Xiaobao with joy on his face. Your Highness, the fifth prince, all my men and horses have been withdrawn. Do you have any other orders? Yeah. Take me to see it. Murong Feng suddenly stood up and said, Yes. Lao Chuanjie nodded quickly and said, The reputation of this female military advisor is louder than that of the fifth prince. And Pingguan County will also be under the governance of this woman in the future. Walking outside the yard, it turned out that all the 40,000 private troops of the Lao family had withdrawn, leaving only the domestic slaves and managers. And dozens of them. They were all looking at the second young master eagerly. And of course, they all knew that from now on they would hug the new head of the family tightly. Well, gather the corpses of your father and your eldest brother. I killed those personal guards to create conditions for you to succeed as the head of the family. What is going on? Why is it that everyone is dead and the little guy is still lying? Lao Gao. Zhu Xiaobao said as he looked at the two corpses lying on the spot, but unexpectedly discovered that these two people were in an abnormal condition. He. Reporting to your highness, my father and my eldest brother drank some green grass liquor before coming here, which is why we are in this situation. By the way, your highness, this green grass liquor is the ancestral secret recipe of my Lao family. The configuration not only strengthens the body, but also has an absolutely powerful effect. I am willing to dedicate the secret recipe passed down from my ancestors to his highness. Lao Chuanjie said flatteringly. What do I want with that thing? I'm already very strong. Okay. Zhu Xiaobao said a little embarrassed, cursing in his heart. This guy really doesn't know how to find time. You won't follow me when no one is around talk? Give it to me. I want it. Unexpectedly, Murong Feng said straightforwardly. Ah? You want it? What do you want this formula for? Zhu Xiaobao was stunned for a moment and asked in a murmur. Lao Chuanjie next to him also looked at the female military advisor stupidly. Can you take care of it? Lao Chuanjie. When you go back, immediately disband half of the private soldiers. What is a small family doing with so many private soldiers? Also, from now on, you must take care of your own 1/3 of an acre of land. And you must not interfering with other families again. Murong Feng glanced at Zhu Xiaobao angrily, and then ordered Lao Chuanjie coldly. Yes. I will disband half of the private soldiers as soon as I get back. No. more than half of the private soldiers. It actually costs a lot to raise these private soldiers now. Lao Chuanjia nodded and said, he was not bothered. With ambitions like this, it is enough to be able to securely hold on to your current property. Well, okay. If you want to disband the private soldiers, you can come to my place to serve in the army. Serving for the court can exempt your family from taxes. If you are a slave, as long as you perform meritorious service, you can eliminate the slave mark. Go! Murong! Bong not only wants to weaken the power of these families, but also wants to develop his own army. This made Zhu Xiaobao look at this female military advisor with admiration and thought much more deeply than he did. At this time, Yuan led the royal guards to the scene. After looking at the bloody scene, Yuan's scalp was numb. He didn't expect that the fifth prince would be so vicious now. How can this continue to develop? Yuan announced on the spot that Lao Yud and Lao Chuanzong were guilty of treason, and at the same time praised Lao Chuanjia for his righteousness in annihilating relatives. This was equivalent to the official announcement of Lao Chuanjia's identity as the new head of the family. Yu Qianrou was still very capable, which made Murong Feng secretly nod. From now on, the Lao family will completely defect to their own camp. Back in Xiuan County, Zhu Xiaobao was still discussing the battle with Yu Shuang and Yu Shui with great interest along the way. Although the victory was a bit of a fluke, Zhu Xiaobao's confidence also increased greatly. The key is that he now wants to participate in this kind of fighting. This is the side effect of the blood being stimulated. Of course, the sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui didn't think this was a side effect. They both praised Zhu Xiaobao's performance today, which made Zhu Xiaobao feel more comfortable looking at the two sisters. The three of them were arm in arm, ready to have a good drink when they went back. But after returning, Yuan worriedly reported to Yu Qianrou, Master, you better find a way quickly. If this continues, His Highness Xiaobao may really become murderous. Oh, I understand. But this is also a process that must be experienced. Our White Tiger clan can grow and improve rapidly only through killing. Yu Qianrou said a little helplessly. Yu Qianrou quickly went to find Zhu Rong. But to Yu Qianrou's disappointment, Zhu Rong was still hesitant. She also heard about Zhu Xiaobao's ferocious behavior in Pingguang County, and she felt even more afraid. So Yu Qianrou and Zhu Rong still broke up on bad terms in the end. When Murong Feng came back from Pingguang's army, she really took a few jars of burning knives and started to prepare the green grass medicinal wine. She was also a little worried and secretly thought, I hope this thing is not used by Xiaobao. Another month passed, and Zhu Xiaobao did not notice the worries of Yu Qianrou and others. He was practicing more vigorously now, and Yu Shuang and Yu Shui were also willing to accompany him to practice. So Zhu Xiaobao's combat power, he is still improving rapidly. If he fights Lao Chuanzong again now, Zhu Xiaobao is confident that he can kill Lao Chuanzong without resorting to the footwork of the Yuannong sword. Even sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui were very surprised. The bonus effect of this divine beast's bloodline is so powerful. Now Zhu Xiaobao has completely exceeded the combat power of ordinary first-level martial arts masters. Now Zhu Rong no longer dares to spar with Zhu Xiaobao, because although Zhu Xiaobao is still a first-level martial artist, even a little worse than Zhu Rong is the peak level of a first-level martial artist. But he is no longer comparable to Zhu Xiaobao in terms of strength and speed. And once Zhu Xiaobao takes over, he will enter a killing state, which is very dangerous. The most terrible thing is that Zhu Xiaobao is still unable to extricate himself and is very obsessed with improving his cultivation and combat effectiveness. During this period, Zhu Xiaobao went out 3 times alone. He went to find those robbers and bandits. He needed to go through this killing process so much, although others did not dare to follow him. This did not prevent the old apprentice from quietly follow behind, because Zhu Xiaobao doesn't even notice that the old apprentice is following him. But the killing scene that the old apprentice saw still shocked him very much, and made him very worried at the same time, because Zhu Xiaobao didn't care about the opponent's strength at all. As soon as he saw these bandits and robbers, he rushed forward until he finally killed them all. Among them, I also encountered 2 fierce bandits at the level of great martial arts masters. Unexpectedly, they were killed by Zhu Xiaobao as if they were desperately trying. At that time, 2 fierce bandits at the level of great martial artists teamed up to fight against Zhu Xiaobao alone. But Zhu Xiaobao was not afraid and just exchanged injuries for injuries, and finally killed both of them. At the same time, in the courtyard of the second prince of Nanzirui Kingdom, the second prince Yu Shichang was furious, and Zhu Xian on the bed was also shivering wrapped in a sheet. Because Yu Shicheng's current cultivation level is no longer advanced. Because his daring ambition practice has stagnated at the 6th level. Write a letter to Zhu Rong right away and ask her to come over if you know her. Otherwise, don't blame me for knocking on your door. Yu Shicheng suddenly roared viciously at Zhu Xian. Yes, I'll write it right now. Chapter 415, Diverting Trouble to the East. Zhu Rong has always wanted to avoid Deng Yuqianruo's request. And there is another very important reason. That is, she feels that her cultivation is not too slow to improve. Because her rebirth from the fire has also reached the 4th level. Of course, it is incomparable with Zhu Xiaobao. Zhu Xiaobao started from scratch to practice Tiger Daring Ambition, the mental method of the White Tiger clan, while Zhu Rong's rebirth from the fire has already reached the 3rd level. In the past few months, it has only broken through to the 4th level. The best place for Zhu Rong to practice her clan's mental skills is the place of inheritance. The scorching high temperature there can stimulate the blood in the body and effectively increase the speed of practice. Moreover, Zhu Rong also received secret guidance from the Great Lord Ice and Fire. Both of them have achieved something. Zhu Rong received the guidance of the Great Lord Ice and Fire and made fewer detours in his cultivation. The Great Lord Ice and Fire's fire attribute skills have also been greatly improved. Although it cannot help her improve her cultivation, her combat effectiveness has soared. Therefore, Zhu Rong has always seemed very hesitant. Because she is not sure about the so-called dual cultivation method. She only knows that Zhu Xian has benefited a lot from it. And her cultivation level has been greatly improved. Returning from the place of inheritance, Zhu Rong suddenly discovered the unique contact information of the Suzaku clan. And it was also a pattern with a flame pointing to the left. This was exclusive to Zhu Xian. Because Zhu Xian was the protector when she escaped from the Suzaku clan. Zhu Rong and her 2 subordinates carefully came to a contact point of the Suzaku clan. When they entered the backyard, they saw 2 people, a very young woman and an old man. The cultivation level of these 2 people was not low. They are both at the level of a great martial artist. And the old man's demeanor is extremely calm, while the young woman's temperament is a bit frivolous. It seems that she has just been promoted to a great martial artist, and has not yet been completely consolidated. But Zhu Rong was very surprised when she saw this woman. Because she was Zhu Xian's personal mate. And she didn't expect that her cultivation level had been promoted to a great martial artist. Zhu Rong herself is only the pinnacle of great martial arts. Huh? Are you Xiaoyin? Zhu Rong asked with a hint of confusion. I have met Protector Yu. Yes, I am the maid Xiaoyin who follows Protector Yu. This woman was quite respectful to Zhu Rong. But there was still some pride in her words. Ha ha! The old man Yu Shanhe is the enlightenment teacher of the 2nd Prince Yu Shicheng and the elder of the White Tiger clan. The old man said with a smile when he saw Zhu Rong. Are you from Nanzi country? Zhu Rong immediately looked around with vigilance. The place was densely covered with agencies, and there were many masters. It seemed impossible to use force. Ha ha! Protector Yu, don't be nervous. We don't have any ill intentions here, and we won't use force. As you can see, it would be difficult for both of us to escape from here. Yu Shanhe still smiled calmly. Road. Then what's the matter? Zhu Xian sent you here. Right. Please sit down. Zhu Rong felt a little relieved. But she could immediately think that this matter was related to Zhu Xian. Thank you. Yu Shanhe cupped his hands and sat down. But Xiaoyin did not sit down, but stood behind Yu Shanhe. From this point of view, her status as a maid has not improved. Tell me, why are you looking for me? Isn't it because Yu Shicheng's cultivation has been hindered? Zhu Rong said lightly. In fact, she also wanted to know how far Yu Shicheng and Zhu Xian had cultivated. Although it was said that they were a perfect match, that they had mastered the Dharma, and that their cultivation levels had greatly improved. No one had seen it. Only the old disciple saw a white tiger Dharma image. No. On the contrary, His Highness's cultivation is still improving by leaps and bounds. But Zhu Xian's cultivation cannot keep up. So His Highness needs more dual cultivators. And they are of pure blood. Ordinary people are impossible. So His Highness hopes you can go. This is also a good thing for both parties. And don't worry. His Highness has said that he is willing to swear a poisonous oath. He will definitely remain neutral between you and Zhu Xian. Who can the ability to open a place of inheritance depends on each person's achievements and opportunities. Of course Yu Shanhe would not say that Yu Shicheng's current cultivation level was stagnant. But he was even more exaggerated. Ha ha! Although I also want to improve my cultivation quickly, I have no plans to go to His Highness the Second Prince. It is impossible for Zhu Xian and I to live in peace. You go back? Even though Zhu Rong did not agree to Yu Qianru, I have no plans to cooperate with Yu Shicheng. She has excellent intuition, and is not optimistic about Yu Shicheng. Hey! Lord Protector Wright is still thinking about it. You see? When Xiaoyin left the Suzaku clan, she was only a third-level martial artist. But it was His Highness's dual cultivation technique that made her progress so fast. Yu Shanhe was not in a hurry, but pointed at Xiaoyin with a smile and said, "Facts speak louder than words." Humph. I'm afraid her cultivation will end here. But Zhu Rong could tell at a glance that although Xiaoyin's cultivation was improving rapidly, the purity of her bloodline was extremely thin, and her achievement was only a great martial artist. At most, it can be consolidated, but compared to ordinary people, they are already quite advanced. Well, that's true. Yu Shanhe also paused a little awkwardly. It is true that Xiaoyin and Yu Shicheng practiced dual cultivation once, and later they became his dual cultivation partner. Among the elders, Yu Shanhe has the lowest cultivation level, but he supported Yu Huafeng from the beginning, so he is doing well now. He knows that his qualifications are limited, and he is very satisfied with how far he has managed. What's more, he has a double monk, which is a reward for his loyalty over the years. But now, he couldn't convince Yu Rong, which made Yu Shanhe a little anxious. Yu Shicheng was very anxious. So Yu Shanhe pondered for a long time and suddenly said, "Master Protector Yu, aren't you worried about the situation in the northern Zirwei Kingdom? Isn't it very safe?" "What do you mean? Are you threatening me?" Zhu Rong suddenly said unhappily. How dare! How dare! This is just a kind reminder. A few months ago, you defeated Qi Tonghao, and the Emperor was still very angry. His Highness also wanted to come over and meet the 5th Prince Yu Xiaobao, who had just returned. But you also know, if His Highness really personally leads the troops to attack, I'm afraid your 20,000 female warriors can't resist it. Right? Yu Shanhe still said with a smile. After all, the strength of the southern Zirwei Kingdom is far greater than that of the northern Zirwei Kingdom. It has not continued in these years. But I don't want to lose both sides, because both sides are now in the recovery and rest stage. Haha. It's hard to say. I'm afraid you still don't know about the various weird abilities of the 5th Prince. But? Zhu Rong was also a little worried. If this is really the case, the 20,000 female warriors are really not good enough. It must be able to withstand it. Immediately, Zhu Rong suddenly had an idea and said as if talking to himself. The 5th Prince's bloodline is pure. His cultivation has improved rapidly. And he has also stimulated the bloodline power of bloodthirsty killing. It is really terrifying. A few days ago, he said that he was going to Lusha Island to pacify the pirates. But in fact, he was rapidly improving his cultivation through killing. I'm afraid your Second Highness is working behind closed doors, and has rarely done real killing. I don't understand what Protector you means. Yu Shanhe asked hesitantly, and Zhu Rong suddenly mentioned what Zhu Xiaobao meant by going to Lusha Island to destroy the pirates. I don't mean anything. If you want to start a war, you can start a war. I can't control it. But I, the Suzaku clan, are definitely on Yu Qianru's side. See you off? Zhu Rong shook her head and said, and then ignored Yu Shan. And he got up and went back directly. Yu Shanhe and Xiaoyin also left full of doubts. On the way back, they were still discussing. Elder, what do you mean by Zhu Rong? Suddenly he mentioned that he was going to Lusha Island to suppress bandits. And he seemed to be very optimistic about this 5-year-old prince. Well, she wants to see who has better qualifications between His Highness the Second Highness and the 5th Prince. I can't explain this clearly. Our bloodline is too low. There are some things we can't figure out. Yu Shanhe was a little depressed. Said, Sir, Zhu Rong said that my achievements will stop here. Is it true? Xiaoyin asked even more unwillingly. Humph. It's a blessing that you have come this far. What else do you want? Your bloodline is destined from birth. Don't be greedy. Follow me honestly. It's better than being a maid like you. 100 times stronger. Yu Shanhe scolded in a low voice. Knowing that he was too old, Xiaoyin was always a little unwilling. So he gave a harsh warning. Yes, I know. I'm just asking. Returning to his study, Zhu Rong's 2 maids asked with some confusion. Master Protector, Why did you reveal the whereabouts of His Highness Xiaobao to Yushanha just now? Will this make His Highness Xiaobao disgraced? In deep danger? These two maids are also of some mythical beast blood, and have followed Zhu Rong for many years. They are sympathetic sisters. Although they see Xiaoyan's cultivation level rising to a level beyond their reach, they are not tempted. They still have a good impression of Zhu Xiaobao and have more confidence. Well, I just want to see how far His Highness and Zhu Xian have cultivated. Don't worry. I have a strong intuition that Zhu Xiaobao will not be in danger. Otherwise, I will not leak his whereabouts to Yushanha, Zhu Rong said with a determined expression. But Zhu Rong was also worried in her heart. If someone found out that she had intentionally leaked the secret, she wondered if she would be retaliated against. Yu Qianrou feels very sorry for this younger brother. And that old apprentice. Will he cause trouble for me? In fact, she wanted to get rid of Yu Shichang with the help of her old apprentice, together with Zhu Xian. This person is always his biggest threat. And in this way, a war was avoided. Zhu Rong felt that what she did was not too excessive. A few days later, Yu Shanha also returned to the villa of His Second Highness Yu Shichang. He told the whole story in detail, and then stood there with his hands down, waiting for Yu Shichang to make up his mind. Huh? Zhu Rong wants to see who has better qualifications before making a choice? That's great. This time, we can just get rid of this Yu Xiaobao. Let her know that the only one who can finally open the inheritance place is I am Yu Shichang. Yu Shichang suddenly raised his head and said loudly, and his body suddenly exuded a powerful killing aura. Chapter 416, Diverting Trouble to the East B. Compared with Yu Shichang's confidence, Yu Shanha was much more cautious. He said in a low voice, Your Highness, it's better to be careful. If this is Zhu Rong's treacherous plan, wouldn't he fall into her trap? What tricks can she have? I invited her here because I think highly of her. Others can't get this kind of opportunity if they want it. Yu Shichang does not agree with Yu Shanha's point of view. He has very strong self-confidence. Zhu Xian is now a good example. You can't live without yourself now. What I mean is that the safest way is to destroy the northern Zirwei kingdom first. In this way, Zhu Rong, Yu Qianrou, and the newly returned Yu Xiaobao will not be able to escape. Yu Shanha was still very worried. He said, in fact, his suggestion is very safe, but it will take a long time and require a large number of troops. Financial, material and manpower. No, I think it's better to go directly to Lusha Island. I also want to see what kind of blood qualifications the fifth prince, who has just returned, has. At this moment, Yu Wanfeng strode in from the outside, and everyone present immediately except Yu Shichang, felt a strong pressure. Your Majesty, be safe. Yu Shanha quickly bowed and saluted. He had no official title, but was an elder of the White Tiger clan, so he did not need to kneel down when meeting Yu Wanfeng. Well, no courtesy. Although what elder you said is very safe, it is too conservative. Moreover, if we want to capture Northern Zirwei Kingdom now, we must attack from the sea. We do not have the advantage in this aspect, and it will be a protracted battle. I can't leave enough time for Yu Xiaobao. If his qualifications are really as legendary, wouldn't that give him a chance to grow rapidly? So I decided to go to Lusha Island, regardless of whether his qualifications are comparable. My son, we must kill him, to avoid future troubles. It is said that he is also very capable in other aspects. Yu Wanfeng looked at Yu Shanha, and then said decisively, Yes, father, I will prepare now. This operation must be kept secret. We must not let a third person know our whereabouts. We must not alert other generals. Let Ji Tonghao prepare it. The terrain around Lusha Island is very familiar. And now that he is guilty, no one will notice him. Yu Shichang was very happy that Yu Wanfeng's suggestion coincided with his own. But his next deployment also made Yu Wanfeng I am very satisfied. This second son is thoughtful and decisive, very much like his own style back then. Zhu Xiaobao is discussing with Yu Shuang, Yu Shui and others in the yard about annihilating the pirates on Lusha Island. Not only Zhu Rong is here today, but Merong Feng is also present. She just happened to report on the latest progress in the governance and development of Pingguang County. Now 100 franchise stores have been opened in Pingguang County. Not only are the results very good, but the original pattern of Lao Jia being the dominant one has also been completely changed. Lao Chuanjia was very sensible. He actually disbanded most of the private army and stopped interfering with other families. He does not have the ambition of his father, Lao Yud, But he is very good at holding on to the existing family business. Not only did he take back all the real power from his younger brothers, he also sent them to the most oppressed places. Take care of. But in the patriarch's mansion, everyone up and down has been replaced by his own people. Even Lao Yud's wife of the principal wife has been placed under house arrest. And his biological mother is now the real power in charge of the patriarch's mansion. It is the best news for Murong Feng that these families no longer join forces. So the governance of Pingguang County is now quite smooth. But these families have begun to argue over the quota of franchise stores. Therefore, even though Murong Feng was overjoyed, he came to ask Zhu Xiaobao for instructions, and wanted to open 50 more franchise stores in Pingguang County. You make your own decision on this matter. As long as the production can keep up, then we will meet their requirements. Anyway, the more franchise stores we open, the more we will make. Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said, now his money's still not enough. Mu Juni has now started building warships. According to Zhu Xiaobao's plan, Northern Zirwei Kingdom needs to build at least 500 warships. This requires more funds to achieve. The money I make now is still too little. You are going to Lusha Island? Does anyone else know about this plan? Although Murong Feng was busy managing the two counties, she still knew the whereabouts of Zhu Xiaobao very well. This time, she was a little worried because Lusha Island is more than 300 miles away from Beiziri Kingdom. This seems to be a bit too far. Moreover, Lusha Island is surrounded by dense reefs. Even Lingyu Island, a medium-sized warship, must follow a certain route to reach it. Otherwise it will hit the rocks. Don't worry. Sister Wuxin is very familiar with the terrain there. And there are only 3,000 pirates on Lusha Island. So there is nothing to worry about, Zhu Xiaobao said nonchalantly. In fact, he was eager to go to fight. Because the leader of the pirate gang is said to have reached the peak of martial arts, which is very challenging for Zhu Xiaobao. Actually, Xiaobao, if you can help it, don't go. After all, it's still too far. I'm afraid there will be any unexpected dangers. Zhu Rong said a little tangled at this time. She had been restless these past 2 days, and was worried about herself. She regretted leaking the whereabouts of Zhu Xiaobao to Yu Shanhe. But she also hoped to get rid of Yu Shichang and Zhu Xian with the help of Da Zun. The most important thing was that she also wanted to confirm whether the cultivation of these two people was true. To the heights they say. But after listening to Murong Feng's words, she felt a little guilty again, always feeling that Murong Feng's words were aimed at her. So I hesitated and wanted to persuade Zhu Xiaobao not to go to Lusha Island. Ha ha! Don't worry. Our warship will arrive in half a day for 300 miles away. Together with the two killing machines Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, I estimate that it won't take an hour to wipe out this group of pirates, which can also be regarded as clearing up the surrounding area. Disaster? Zhu Xiaobao smiled confidently, feeling a little impatient to set off. Huh? Sister Zhu Rong, do you have any news? If you do, you might as well tell me. Murong Feng immediately noticed Zhu Rong's uneasiness. But Murong Feng still asked casually, but he was already wary in his heart. Woke up. Zhu Rong has a very keen intuition. But Murong Feng has a strong insight. No. I just think Lusha Island is too far away from us. Zhu Rong quickly explained with a smile, acting as calm as ever. Oh. Don't worry. No one knows about this matter. If we resolve it quickly, there won't be any problems. Murong Feng nodded and said. Having said that, when Zhu Xiaobao set off, he discovered that Murong Feng had actually prepared 50 warships for him. And each warship was filled with 100 female warriors. Unexpectedly, Jumei also came with him. Well, this is the first time in several months that Jumei has followed Zhu Xiaobao on an expedition. The other personnel configuration is similar to what Zhu Rong thought. The old apprentice must definitely follow. And the two sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui also do their part. They cannot be left out at any time in a war. What surprised Zhu Rong was that Tong Wuxi was not only responsible for leading the team, but also launched 2 newly built clippers. Both clippers were black and each had 12 naval guns. It turns out that the auspicious 3 treasures have sailed back to Lingyu Island. But the 24 naval guns were dismantled and are now installed on these 2 newly built fast boats. These 2 fast boats are better than the colorful boats. It was slightly larger and was named Double Black Wind Demon by Zhu Xiaobao. The speed is about the same as the colorful ship, but the flexibility is a bit worse. But the number of naval guns is 4 more, with Tong Wuxin leading the team. Zhu Xiaobao and the others successfully reached the periphery of Lusha Island. The terrain here is indeed very complicated. Even Tom Wuxin had to drive the speedboat carefully to determine a safe route to the island. But what's strange is that the island is so quiet. Even with a telescope, I can't see any Iduan, let alone any pirates. What's going on? Did it happen that we came here by chance, and they went out to do business? Abio asked, a little depressed. That's better. Let's just wait and wait. Let's go up. Of course, Yu Xuan was not willing to give up easily. It took so long for them to come out. And it would definitely be uncomfortable for them both. Yeah. But be careful. You take 1,000 female warriors up to search first. And then we go up again. Tom Wuxin was also a little nervous. We still have to guard against the traps in this kind of place. And the situation today is a bit weird. Even if the pirates go out to do business, there should be people left behind. After waiting for a while, Yu Xuan and Yu Shui came back angrily. It's really weird. Someone actually came one step ahead of us and killed all the pirates on the island. Now there are dead bodies everywhere on the island. Look. It looks like he died not long ago. It shouldn't have been more than a day. But what's even more strange is that the treasures these pirates looted have not been taken away. They are still piled in the cave. Acting for heaven? Who is so noble? Zhu Xiaobao felt a little confused. If it were him, he would have taken all the treasures away. Don't give it up for free. Then what should we do now? Tong Wuxin asked, a little at a loss, as this was the first time he encountered this kind of thing. You just stay on the boat. I will take 3,000 people aboard. The gold and silver treasures all over the ground cannot be wasted. Zhu Xiaobao actually had a very greedy expression on his face. This guy is still very short of money. Okay. Then be careful. Zhu Xiaobao followed Yu Xuan and Yu Shui to the Lusha Island. As Yu Xuan and Yu Shui said, there were dead bodies all over the ground. The entrance and exit of the cave were filled with gold, silver and jewels, shining brightly. Why do I feel something is wrong? Zhu Xiaobao looked at this strange scene and suddenly said a little uneasily. Then let's leave quickly. Zhu Rong felt even more uneasy. Ha ha ha! You want to leave now? Don't you think it's too late? Following the words, soldiers wearing soft armor rushed out from the pirates' cave in a steady stream. And many soldiers also emerged from the surrounding hiding places. Chapter 417, Golden Armor Flying Hammer. As the words fell, Yu Shichang showed up with Zhu Xian, Yu Shanhe and others. They had been hiding in the cave just now. But Yu Xuan and Yu Shui were eager to come back and report to Zhu Xiaobao, and did not tell the cave. A thorough investigation was carried out, because there is another cave deep in the cave, which is where the pirate leader is hiding. And there is another exit in this cave that leads directly to the seaside. It was through this secret passage that Qi Tonghao unexpectedly broke into the pirates' cave. It turns out that Nanzi Rui Kingdom has been involved in this group of islands for a long time. But they are not in a hurry to destroy this group of pirates, because they do not want the big merchants in Nanzi Rui country to develop too smoothly, but want these merchants to feel, without the protection of Nanzi Rui country, it would still be very dangerous. As a result, most of the merchants paid the toll. So this group of pirates usually collected tribute from passing merchants and lived a very easy life. And those merchants have to pay considerable maritime security fees every year. So there is still a lot of tacit understanding between them. This group of pirates will never invade the waters of the South Zirwei Kingdom, but they often visit the waters of the North Zirwei Kingdom. However, there are too few merchants in the North Zirwei Kingdom, and there is really no oil in water. So the conflicts between the two sides are not many. But I didn't expect that disaster would come from the sky. Yesterday, this group of pirates was wiped out by Qi Tonghao with 30 warships. After a rough look, there were actually 4,000 to 5,000 people brought by Yu Shicheng, and Qi Tonghao was not present. Like Tong Wuxin, he also stayed on the warship. But the warships of both sides happened to be staying on the warship, the east and west sides of Lusha Island. The old apprentice standing behind Zhu Xiaobao frowned secretly, because Yu Shicheng was accompanied by 2 martial master level eunuchs. These 2 people were specially sent to Yu Shicheng by Yuan Feng. This son with very excellent blood qualifications was almost Yu Shicheng's son. Wan Feng had all his hopes, so he protected him to the extreme, and sent 2 Wuzun eunuchs around him to Yu Shicheng to protect his safety. What makes the old disciple even more uneasy is that there is a more powerful aura in the cave. But it does not appear. Yu Xuan and Yu Shui also frowned a little at this time. They both found that the 5,000 soldiers brought by Yu Shicheng this time were all powerful, and had good martial arts. They were basically second-level martial arts masters. And many of them were first-level martial arts masters. A level martial artist and several of the minor bosses have the level of a great martial artist. This strength is even more powerful than that of a female warrior. It turned out that all the guards that Yu Shichang brought out this time were the Imperial Guards. And these guards were only at the command of Yuan Feng. This time Yu Shichang didn't want to alarm the army, let alone let his whereabouts be known. So he brought out all the Imperial Guards. And he also walked day and night along the way. When he arrived at an abandoned dock, he boarded the boat that Chi Tonghao had prepared long ago. Of these 30 warships, the only flaw in this operation is that they have too few medium-sized warships. They only have these 30 warships. If they are transferred from other places, they will have to wait for a few days. A series of procedures are very troublesome. But Yu Shichang didn't care. When he saw that the other party also had almost 5,000 female warriors, he felt that he was already winning. The strength of these guards is not comparable to that of ordinary soldiers. It is not an exaggeration to say that 1 is against 10. Well, are they waiting for me on a special trip? The cultivation of these 2 eunuchs is not weak. The one among them should be Yu Shichang. I can feel that the power of blood in him is very powerful. Zhu Xiaobao, he nodded. Although he also felt that he was being ambushed. He was very calm now, and a little excited. He finally saw His Highness Yu Shichang, who was said to have the best bloodline qualifications. Are you Xiaobao? Well, it is a little different from the rumors. But I can feel the power of blood in your body. Yu Shichang also immediately sensed the power of Zhu Xiaobao's blood. It is definitely very powerful and pure. This there's no mistaking the feeling. But Zhu Xiaobao's image is indeed a little different from what he mastered. Because in the past 6 months, Zhu Xiaobao's figure has been trained to be different from before. And his height has also increased a bit. But his figure still has a little after all. It has only been less than half a year since I was slightly fat. So it is impossible to completely change. Zhu Rong, who was hiding behind Zhu Xiaobao, was even more shocked and depressed. Because she saw Zhu Xian. And his cultivation level was really that of Wu Zun. And her appearance is even more gorgeous than before. With a trace of murderous aura between her brows. He was staring at her coldly. Didn't you say that her cultivation level is only at the peak of a great martial artist? How come she was promoted to a martial master so quickly? She practiced hard and got guidance from the great master of ice and fire. And only then did she catch up to the level of a great martial artist. But seeing Zhu Xian now makes her a little desperate. Don't worry. Her and Yu Shichang's cultivation levels have just been promoted. And they are still very superficial. Logically speaking, we should not be in a hurry to show up now, but should thoroughly stabilize their cultivation level. That is the safest thing, the old apprentice said in Zhu's words. Rong Side said in a low voice. And at the same time, it was a reminder to Zhu Xiaobao that there is no need to be too worried about the second prince's cultivation. Humph. I'll give you a chance. Keep these 2 people, and the rest will abandon their martial arts and avoid death. Oh, by the way, these female warriors behind you can serve me. You can also be considered a branch of the White Tiger clan. Right. Well, I can let you 2 follow me. Yu Shichang pointed at Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong, and then said tolerantly. And then he also became a little interested in his sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak such arrogant words? I will kill you right now. Sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui flew into a rage as soon as they arrived. Apart from Zhu Xiaobao, these 2 sisters had really never been afraid of anyone. Humph. Ignorant. You too. Come on. Yu Shichang snorted a little angrily. In his opinion, he just gave these 2 sisters a great favor. But he didn't expect that they still didn't appreciate it. Yes. The 2 eunuchs made a high-pitched voice in unison. But their skills were not slow. They had already rushed in front of Yu Shichang. The 2 of them did not use any weapons at all. It turned out that they were practicing iron sand palms and a pair of flesh palms. I have been trained to be as strong as steel and invulnerable. Facing 2 martial lords at the same time. The 2 sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui were a little overwhelmed. After all, the opponents were 2 genuine martial lords. And their pair of iron palms were so powerful that they could cut out any attack with 1 palm. The soft whip poses no threat to them. Even if it is equipped with fine steel claws. When it touches the opponent's iron palm, it is still shocked to the point of numbness in the arm. And the opponent's iron palm is much more flexible than their fine steel claws. The 2 eunuchs were also very surprised. They didn't expect that these 2 women, who were at the level of martial arts masters, were so strong. If they were alone, they would not be their opponents. But now with 2 against 2, they would be sure to win. Look at this trend. It's not good. The two eunuchs opposite are very powerful in martial arts. Jiumei, please pay attention. If they are in danger, rescue them immediately. Zhu Xiaobao can also see now. The two sisters, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, were a little passive. Oh, I know. Jiumei nodded, holding the golden armor hammer in her hand, and the turtle shield directly behind her back. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao was most surprised by Jiumei's changes along the way. This silly big girl has actually lost some weight now. No, it's not that she is thinner, but the muscles on her body are tighter and stronger. She seems to have slimmed down. It's a little heavier, but the weight hasn't decreased at all. It's shaking every time I walk, and even the ground is shaking. After fighting for 50 rounds, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui were a little unable to resist. Finally, Yu Shuang was hit by a palm on the back. Yu Shuang spit out a mouthful of blood immediately. But Yu Shui's reaction was extremely fast, and she immediately softened. The whip rolled up and wrapped around Yu Shuang's waist and abdomen, swinging her back. In midair, Yu Shuang did not forget to whip out the whip fiercely, which caused a bloody gash on the face of the eunuch in front of her. Visible bones. Humph! In all these years, no one has ever been able to hurt our family. And you are still the first? Then pay for it with your life. The big eunuch shouted in surprise and anger. Run wildly and chase Yu Shui. He struck out with all his strength and with anger. This palm was extremely powerful. Boom! But the great eunuch felt that his palm did not hit the person, but hit the hard shield. It turned out that Jiumei had already rushed over at this time, pulled Yu Shui around, turned around, and took the big eunuch's palm with the turtle-back shield she was carrying behind her. An ordinary person, even with a shield to resist, would have been shocked to the point of internal injury in his hand. But Jiumei didn't take it seriously at all. Blocked Yu Shui, then turned around again, and hit the great eunuch with the golden armor hammer in his hand. Come over here. The big eunuch moved back lightly, seeing that the golden armor hammer had reached its limit on his chest, and could no longer move forward. The beautiful arm was so long. How could he move it forward? But he didn't expect Jiumei to let go of his hand this time, and the golden armor hammer was shot straight at him. The eunuch was immediately shocked. Is this weapon a one-time use? Was it thrown directly as a flying hammer? The great eunuch spread his arms in a graceful shape and was drifting backwards. At this time, he had no time to use his palms to block it. He could only lean back as much as possible to prevent the golden armor hammer from hitting him vertically. Although half of the force was removed, the blow still cracked the big eunuch's sternum and made him vomit blood. The eunuch from behind quickly caught him. Trash! Get out of here! Yu Shichang was shocked and angry when he saw that the two martial lords around him didn't take any advantage. This made him lose face. Yu Shichang looked at Zhu Xiaobao, and then said gloomily, That's fine. I want to see your strength next. Don't worry. I won't take advantage of you. You can use weapons, and I will fight you with my bare hands. How about this? Is this fair? Well, okay. Then I can take advantage. Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile. Chapter 418 Dragon Slaying Knife? Zhu Xiaobao strode out, and now he faced challenges without flinching. If it had been before, he would have waved his hand and let Jiumei charge into the battle. But things are different now. Zhu Xiaobao is eager to fight and kill in his heart. Even if he is injured and bleeding, he can be excited and passionate, even if he knew that the other party had taken advantage. Because although Yu Shichang had just set foot on the martial arts master, he was still a martial master. And Zhu Xiaobao was still at the peak of the first-level martial arts master. He needed an opportunity to break through to the great martial master. Similarly, Yu Shichang is now bursting with murderous intent, and his blood is also very pure. So he also likes bloodthirsty killings like Zhu Xiaobao. However, after he and Zhu Xian practiced dual cultivation, he was less able to control this aspect than Zhu Xiaobao. But in real fighting, it is still very fierce. The two of them were like natural enemies. They didn't even bother to talk to each other. They struck out ruthlessly and showed no mercy when they met each other. But soon, Zhu Xiaobao fell behind. It was obvious that Yu Shichang was not only 10 years older than him, but his cultivation level was 2 levels higher. This was a huge gap. Although Yu Shichang did not use weapons, his two hands also used the White Tiger Iron Claw move. What was even more unexpected was that he also wore cicada wing arm guards on his two arms. Although they were as thin as cicada wings, they were resistant to swords. On the scene, Yu Shichang fought as he pleased, while Zhu Xiaobao was overwhelmed, blocking from left to right, and the situation was precarious. But Zhu Xiaobao's eyes were radiating bloodthirsty. Even though his body was scratched one after another, and dripping with blood, Zhu Xiaobao became even more cruel. Yu Shichong was a little frightened when he saw it. This guy's murderous nature was definitely much stronger than his own. In other words, his bloodline is likely to be purer than his own. This Yu Xiaobao must not be kept. Just when Yu Shichong was about to kill Zhu Xiaobao with all his strength, suddenly Zhu Xiaobao's movement changed, and he began to use his best weird footwork. Yu Shichong was immediately confused and looked serious. He stared at Zhu Xiaobao, quickly adapting to this weird footwork. But in this way, Zhu Xiaobao managed to regain some of his disadvantage, and was able to fight Yu Shichong for a few more rounds. This makes Yu Shichong feel very embarrassed. A martial master, a first-level martial artist, has fought for more than 40 rounds. And now Zhu Xiaobao is still alive and kicking. This is too embarrassing.
Humph. If that's all you can do, you can die.
Yu Shichong seemed to have adapted to Zhu Xiaobao's strange pace. He could always find Zhu Xiaobao's position and started to push Zhu Xiaobao forward. So embarrassed.
There's more! There's more! I've got more!
Zhu Xiaobao shouted breathlessly, moving faster along the Yin-Yang Bagua route. But he was also shouting so fast that Yu Shichong couldn't even understand him. What are you talking about? In fact, Zhu Xiaobao is looking for the position where he can perform his nirvana.
Die! No matter how pure your bloodline is, I can't save you!
Yu Shichong finally found Zhu Xiaobao's flaw. This time, he was ahead of Zhu Xiaobao. Two tiger claws had already locked onto Zhu Xiaobao's throat.
Nirvana!
Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao also shouted loudly, and his body suddenly appeared in front of Yu Shichong in a strange way. Moreover, the stainless steel tiger claw on his right hand had been removed and replaced by a kitchen knife.
How come it's so fast? What kind of sword is this?
Yu Shichong was immediately confused. He was forced close to him by a boy with first-level martial arts training. And now the opponent also used such a sharp blow. Yu Shichong could only raise his left arm, trying to block the knife with the cicada wing arm guard on his arm.
Porphyrin!
Zhu Xiaobao's kitchen knife cut open the arm guard on Yu Shichong's left arm like tofu. The kitchen knife continued to cut off, and Yu Shichong's left forearm was about to be cut off.
Be brave! Don't hurt my son!
Unexpectedly, at this time, Yu Shichong remembered a thunderous shout behind him, and immediately after, Zhu Xiaobao's knife was not only unable to cut, but was also hit hard by a heavy palm in the chest and flew back, and he immediately passed out.
Got it!
But at the moment when he was hit, Zhu Xiaobao's chest flashed with golden light, and the kitchen knife automatically blocked Zhu Xiaobao's chest. With a muffled groan, Yu Wanfeng was also shaken back. I watched several movies and looked at Zhu Xiaobao with fear. It turns out that Yu Wanfeng also came this time. Firstly, he was worried about the second prince Yu Shichong. Secondly, he also wanted to see if the bloodline of Zhu Xiaobao was really as pure as Zhu Rong said. Originally, he was already a little relaxed, because Yu Shichong had already secured the victory. But he didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao had such a terrifying nirvana. If Yu Wanfeng hadn't been experienced and intuitive, he wouldn't have been able to save him in time. Even so, 2/3 of Yu Shichong's arm was cut off. This arm will definitely not be restored to its original state in the future.
It hurts me so much! Father! Kill him! Kill him! Never let him go back alive!
Only now did Yu Shichong feel the severe pain in his left forearm, and then saw that his forearm was actually after cutting 2/3 of it. I felt even more painful, and I couldn't help shouting furiously,
Yu Xiaobao! You deserve to die!
Yu Wanfeng was also anxious and in pain. This son was the hope of his life. He didn't expect to be so seriously injured, but just when Yu Wanfeng wanted to kill Zhu Xiaobao, he was blocked by a soft and powerful internal force. It turned out that it was the old disciple who took action. The old apprentice is also very upset now. Just now, he thought that Zhu Xiaobao was sure of victory. So he stopped staring and instead focused on another master in the cave.
Huh? Great master? Do you want to break the agreement and take action by force?
Yu Wanfeng looked at the old apprentice and said coldly. He was not afraid at all, but was very rude.
Didn't you bring a great venerable with you? Master Feng, don't you want to show up yet?
The old apprentice hummed lightly at the people in the cave at this time.
Meat and wine! Don't be too arrogant. Do you think I'm really afraid of you? Hey, why is this knife in your hand?
Master Feng rushed out a little embarrassed at this time. But when he saw Yu Wanfeng's hand, he suddenly felt refreshed. Isn't it the kitchen knife he was afraid of? Now that the Fairweather Venerable doesn't have this sword, how can he still be his opponent? After calming down a little, Yu Huafeng also began to notice the kitchen knife in his hand. The golden light just now was so incredible that he blocked his full blow. What surprised him even more was that the golden light he just received seems familiar.
Chopped knife? How could it be a kitchen knife? Isn't it a dragon-slaying knife? But why did the golden light just now look like the golden light of a dragon-slaying knife?
At this time, Yu Huafeng carefully tried to figure out the knife. And the more he looked at it, the more confused he became. He was still studying Zhu Xiaobao's kitchen knife, but he didn't expect that the kitchen knife was shaking violently and tumbling back and forth. It seems to be breaking away from Yu Huafeng's grasp. Yu Huafeng became more and more surprised.
Has this sword already claimed its owner? And it still wants to run away? Ha ha! Venerable Fairy Wine, do you still think you can be my opponent? Venerable Eyes and Fire are not here today, so no one can help you.
Venerable Wind suddenly laughed happily. While he was laughing, Yu Huafeng could no longer control the kitchen knife in his hand. With a golden light, the kitchen knife returned to Zhu Xiaobao's side.
Yeah, I think it's okay.
The old apprentice picked up the kitchen knife from Zhu Xiaobao's side, nodded to Master Feng and said,
Damn it! Why did you go back again?
Master Feng suddenly stood there blankly, with the smile lines on his face not yet gone. This damn thing is just a slap in the face.
Is this your sword?
Yu Huafeng looked at the old apprentice in confusion, and then asked. He really hoped that this sword belonged to the venerable master.
No, it belongs to my master.
Unexpectedly, the old apprentice pointed at the unconscious Zhu Xiaobao and replied honestly.
Well, that's it for today. I don't want to fight anymore. You won't get any advantage if you want to fight.
Yu Huafeng was extremely surprised. This knife is really Zhu Xiaobao's, yes. And he recognized his master on his own. What surprised him even more was that this great venerable really admitted that he was Zhu Xiaobao's disciple so frankly. Yu Huafeng felt that his thoughts were becoming messy and his brain was not enough. But the top priority now is to go back quickly and treat Yu Shicheng's injuries.
Okay, that's it for today.
The old apprentice responded simply. He was also analyzing the situation. There were two martial masters on the other side. Master Feng was not that easy to deal with. And Yu Huafeng's strength was even more profound. Unpredictable. That is, it is a little worse than Da Zun. And our side does not have any advantage. Yu Huafeng turned around and walked into the cave without saying a word. They still had to board the ship from the other exit. Yu Shicheng was being carried by two eunuchs. He still struggled and turned around and yelled viciously at Zhu Rong.
Zhu Rong, did you arrange this all by yourself? You are so vicious. What a scheme. Just wait. I will never let you go.
Exceed yours?
I don't.
Zhu Rong muttered a little at a loss. Everyone present looked at her strangely. Zhu Rong really felt a little trapped in herself. Back on the boat, Jumei kept holding Zhu Xiaobao like this, feeling extremely sad. However, she didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao would wake up not long after. It turned out that the blow just now was blocked by a kitchen knife. And I was stunned. But now I'm completely fine. On the contrary, Yu Shuang's injury was a bit serious. A palm on her back was enough for her to lie down for 10 days and a half. It's rare to see Yu Shui guarding Yu Shuang and crying quietly. But back in Xuyuan County, Zhu Xiaobao's injury still alarmed many people, especially Murong Feng. After hearing Zhu Mei's report, she immediately invited Zhu Rong to her study very politely. As soon as she entered the door, Zhu Rong was captured by Zhu Mei. It seemed that Zhu Mei still didn't understand her hatred. So she pushed Zhu Rong to the ground and tied her hands behind her back so that she couldn't move at all. Chapter 419 Door-to-Door Delivery. Zhu Rong was pinned to the ground by Zhu Mei, with her hands tied behind her back. She had no power to resist. What's more, her lower abdomen was pressed against one of Zhu Mei's big feet, and her back was supported by Zhu Mei's knees. It turned into an extremely indecent buttock sticking out on the ground.
Murong Feng, are you crazy? How dare you attack me? Tell Zhu Mei to let go of me.
Zhu Rong pouted and shouted angrily, anxiously and in shame. Although they were both women, this posture was really ugly and made her embarrassed. And the one she was least prepared for was Murong Feng, because Murong Feng didn't go to Lusha Island at all, and Murong Feng's martial arts was no match for her. But I didn't expect that Zhu Mei would also be in Murong Feng's study.
Humph. Do you know why I attacked you?
Unexpectedly, Murong Feng sat in front of Zhu Rong and asked coldly.
I don't know. Who knows what you want to do? Let me go quickly. Otherwise, even if we, the Suzuka clan, are not strong enough, we will fight with you to the death of both sides.
Zhu Rong gritted her teeth and continued to show off. After all, she is the protector of the law. Even if Yu Qianruo saw herself, she would not abuse herself like this. But Zhu Rong still felt a little guilty in her heart, because Murong Feng was very smart, and she probably couldn't hide what little Jojo she had from her.
Humph. Still being stubborn. Jiumei, give her the punishment. But be gentle. Don't cripple her.
Murong Feng became more and more annoyed and ordered Jiumei.
How dare you?
Zhu Rong shouted in horror. She knew Jumei's temperament and would not show mercy at all. Listen, what are you talking about? Don't cripple her? Just by looking so shameful now. She was already physically and mentally tortured.
Crack! Crack! Crack!
It was really a healthy punishment. Jumei only slapped her on the butt a few times. But the sound made her even more embarrassed and angry. And there was also a burning pain on her, but it should have started to swell. Who can withstand the strength of Jumei?
Stop! 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 I was wrong. You told Jumei to stop fighting.
Zhu Rong finally couldn't stand the humiliation. So she lay there and cried bitterly. She used to be Princess One, but now she is the right protector. When did Zhu Rong suffer such humiliation?
Then tell me, where did you go wrong and what did you do? If you still want to make excuses, then take off your skirt and continue the torture. If I lose my patience, I will invite everyone here and let them get up and be punished.
Murong Feng waved his hand, and Jumei also stopped. But Murong Feng's words made Zhu Rong feel even more terrifying.
I shouldn't have revealed Xiubao's whereabouts and plans. Put him in danger. I shouldn't have used him to get rid of Yu Shicheng. No more. In fact, I am sure that he will be fine. I have very strong intuition.
Zhu Rong was honest this time and said everything at once. But she still felt aggrieved. She did have such a strong intuition that she came up with such a solution. Facts also proved that her intuition was right. So she repeatedly emphasized that her starting point was good and her intuition was accurate.
Humph. It's a joke. I can't bet Xiubao's safety on your intuition. Right. You said he must be fine. Isn't he injured? Now that's me. If it were Yu Qianruo, I'm afraid she would immediately I can kill you.
Although Murong Feng had already judged this matter, she was still very angry when she heard Zhu Rong admit it herself. But she was thoughtful, and thought about it carefully. Not to mention that Zhu Xiaobao was really safe this time, and even managed to scare away Yu Huafeng at the critical moment. This woman's intuition was really a bit magical.
I really didn't want to harm him. I just wanted to kill Yu Shicheng with the help of the powerful martial arts of the Lord of Wine and Meat. He has always had ulterior motives for me. And that Zhu Xian.
Zhu Rong struggled and said, she was indeed. I don't want to harm Zhu Xiaobao. I just can't accept the dual cultivation method. In fact, when she came back from Lusha Island, she already wanted to compromise, because Zhu Xian's cultivation had improved so fast.
Humph. You're still honest. But we can't just let it go. You have to pay the price for doing something wrong. I'll let you stay here for a while first.
Murong Feng nodded, finally satisfied, but he didn't let Zhu Rong go. After coming out of the study, Murong Feng went to another room. Yu Qianruo had been waiting there for a long time. She couldn't wait to ask,
how is it? Is it done? Well, in fact, she is not evil. At best, she just wants to take advantage of our strength and confirm the cultivation of Zhu Xian and Yu Shicheng. I have asked Jumei to restrain her.
Murong Feng did not bow down. She only recognizes Zhu Xiaobao and is not willing to take orders from Yu Qianruo. But Yu Qianruo admired this female military advisor very much and voluntarily treated her like a sister.
Well, I also know what she is thinking. Otherwise I will kill her. What should I do now? Xiaobao doesn't know about this yet. Will he blame us for being troublesome?
Yu Qianruo was also thinking in her heart it's not practical. After all, they are also scheming against Zhu Rong.
No problem. Just leave it to me. If you don't take action, Xiaobao will be unable to control his murderous nature.
Murong Feng said confidently, then sent Yu Qianruo away and sent someone to invite Zhu Xiaobao.
Sister Murong, what should I do now?
Jumei asked a little stupidly on the side. She still didn't understand many things, but she was beginning to understand.
Well, go and get the
greengrass medicinal wine
I brewed. Give Zhu Rong some to drink first, and leave the rest to me.
Murong Feng looked at Ju-mei and said with a complicated expression. If it weren't for Ju-mei, Mei's brain is a bit slow, and she really doesn't want Zhu Rong to complete this matter. Zhu Xiaobao didn't think much about it. Of course, Murong Feng came to him about many matters related to Yingxuan County and Pingguang County. Now the development of these two counties is going smoothly, which has led to other counties clamoring to open franchise stores. The alliance between the big families was further disintegrated. All of this was managed by Murong Feng. I have to say that this female military advisor is still very talented.
What's the matter? What's the matter? I'm busy right now. You don't know. But now I've reached a critical period. This time I realize that I'm really far behind Yu Shicheng. This kid is already at the level of martial lord.
Zhu Xiaobao said noisily as soon as he entered the door. In Murong Feng's place, he felt as if he had returned to his own home. He didn't pay attention to etiquette at all. He sat down carelessly and poured himself a cup of tea.
Well, I invited you here just to ask how you feel about going to Lusha Island this time. I didn't go with you, so I feel a little worried.
Murong Feng sat sideways awkwardly. She was most afraid of Zhu Xiaobao teasing her. I have a flat chest, so I unconsciously sat in such an awkward posture.
Why don't you worry? That guy is not having a good time now. I cut off 2/3 of his arm. It is estimated that even if it is cured, the function of this arm will not be restored to before. I didn't expect this time Yu Huafeng is here too. He really thinks highly of me.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said. He really didn't notice Murong Feng's awkward posture now.
Then Yu Shicheng and Zhu Xian's cultivation has reached the realm of martial master. What do you think about this matter? Aren't you anxious?
Murong Feng felt a little relieved and turned around.
Yes. Yes. I wasn't in a hurry at first, but now I'm a little anxious. Even that Zhu Xian is actually a martial master now. Their strength is still too strong. And my cultivation seems to be still too strong. The opportunity is so short. So I've been a little anxious recently.
Zhu Xiaobao frowned and said.
I invited you here just to help you. Drink this wine. See if it has any effect.
Murong Feng said calmly.
Huh? What kind of wine is this? What magical effects does it have? The taste is okay,
but the medicinal smell is a bit strong.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at the green medicinal wine in the bowl, drank half of the bowl, and then asked a little doubtfully. He had completely forgotten about the
green grass medicinal liquor.
Last time. How could he have guessed that Murong Feng had already brewed it? And it was made from high-quality materials and had excellent effects.
Ha ha. This wine can assist you in practicing martial arts and stimulate the power of your blood. You won't know until you try it whether it works or not.
Murong Feng also stared at Zhu Xiaobao a little nervously to see how he would react after drinking this bowl of wine. Zhu Xiaobao now had absolute trust in Murong Feng, so he didn't think much about it at all. He drank up a bowl of wine and added half a bowl to himself. Murong Feng was so shocked that he didn't even have time to stop him.
Huh? It seems to have some effect. Why do I feel hot all over my body and a little bit It seems that your breasts are a little bigger? Are you a little more feminine?
Zhu Xiaobao gradually felt a little warm all over, and his eyes began to feel a little. In a daze, I felt that Murong Feng suddenly became very feminine.
Oops. This thing is so powerful that your relatives won't recognize it. Don't let me get involved in it.
Murong Feng was immediately startled and quickly ordered.
Ju-mei, hurry up.
Quickly help Xiaobao to the bed. Are you Ju-mei? Why have you become so charming? No. I feel a little uncomfortable. Call Ing Xiuxiu and the others.
Zhu Xiaobao murmured, grabbing Ju-mei's huge breasts. And Ju-mei was a little dumbfounded as she supported him. It was the first time in her life that someone touched her breasts. And Zhu Xiaobao still put his hand in. Ju-mei feels a little overwhelmed.
Ju-mei, come in quickly. Don't delay Xiaobao's business.
Murong Feng was also shocked and shouted loudly. Only then did Ju-mei wake up, with a burning face, and helped Zhu Xiaobao to go inside. In the bedroom, Zhu Rong was already lying on the bed in the bedroom, watching in horror as Zhu Xiaobao was carried onto the bed by Ju-mei. What's even worse is that she is completely naked now, and she has also been poured half a bowl of
green grass medicinal wine.
She is also a little hot and unbearable, but she has not lost her mind yet. But Zhu Xiaobao had completely lost his mind. He drank too much all of a sudden, and the medicine was so strong that he looked at everyone who was a beauty. When he saw Zhu Rong's plump body, he pounced on her. Chapter 420, 4-Phase Divine Veins. Murong Feng waited outside for a long time, but didn't see Ju-mei coming out. She couldn't help but feel anxious and couldn't care anymore. She also entered the bedroom. As soon as she entered, she smelled a strong smell of love between a man and a woman, which made her mind wander. But Murong Fong had extremely strong self-control, and was able to control his mind immediately. But when she saw Jumei, she was a little panicked. Jumei was looking blankly at the two people on the bed. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao had completed the first attack and was preparing for the second attack. He still hasn't woken up yet. He's just acting instinctively.
Jumei! What are you doing? Why don't you go out? It's not your turn.
Murong Fong shouted in Jumei's ear, which made Jumei wake up in surprise. Her face flushed, and she was a little reluctant to leave. Out. By this time, Zhu Rong was much more awake, and the strength of the medicine had weakened a lot. But she was also looking at Murong Fong in horror. The current scene was too embarrassing. She was being looked down upon. How could this woman be like this? Don't you have any scruples at all? Or do you have any quirks?
Are you awake? Don't worry. I didn't mean to see this. I just brought it in for you. Next time you do it, you must do it according to the method of this secret book. This is what Zhu Xian and the others do. They are proud of the art of dual cultivation. But their method was completely discovered by themselves. And it is far inferior to me. Humph! It can also be regarded as your creation.
Murong Fong waved his hand and handed over a handwritten secret book. I fell in love with Zhu Rong. But when I saw Zhu Rong's mature and plump body, I couldn't help but feel a little hot on my face. And I was somewhat jealous and envious.
Really? How come you have the authentic method of cultivating the
Boar Phase's divine veins?
And this is only part of it.
Zhu Rong immediately forgot about her shyness and looked at this secret book very attentively. And then she was very surprised. Asked,
do you know the secret book?
Boar Phase's divine veins.
It seems that I really underestimated you. You don't need to know this matter now. As long as you show enough sincerity, I will tell you in the future. As for this is only part of it. That's because there are only so many things related to your Suzaku clan. And the rest has nothing to do with you. I won't let you know now.
Murong Fong was also a little surprised. But he didn't expect Zhu Rong to know quite a lot. No wonder Zhu Xian would try the art of dual cultivation. It turns out that they have known this method for a long time. But there is no specific secret book. Now they just figured it out by themselves. But the effect is already quite amazing.
You? Are you from the Xuanwu clan? Impossible. The Xuanwu clan was exterminated 100 years ago. Who are you?
Zhu Rong suddenly exclaimed, looking at Murong Fong hard, as if she wanted to Anai Duan came to see something.
Oh, I'm just a miserable person. Unlike you, I have such a good bloodline qualification. Practice hard. If you can't seize this opportunity, you will never have another chance in the future.
Murong Fong said a little lonely, and then ignoring Zhu Rong's surprised look, she turned around and walked out of the bedroom. But it could be seen that Murong Feng's mood suddenly became very low. Unexpectedly, Jumei outside the door asked innocently at this time,
Sister Murong, what's wrong with you? Is that Zhu Rong disobedient again? I'll deal with her. Come back. Do you still want to go see me? Go meditate and practice. You are getting more and more shameful now. You also enjoy watching what happens in bed.
Murong Fong suddenly got angry at Jumei in anger.
I just think I can do this with Xiaoyu. Why do we have to have them? I am Xiaoju's person.
Jumei said with a rare blush and heartbeat. The scene just now greatly stimulated her. Although it was a bit silly, she also began to understand some things between men and women.
You still dare to talk back? I'll beat you to death. Beat you to death. Oh, no. He was beaten hard. But while he was being beaten, he started crying.
Sister, what did I do wrong? Haven't I always done what you said?
Seeing that Murong Fong was actually crying, Jumei couldn't help but said in a panic, as for being beaten a few times with a ruler, it would not be good for her. It's nothing to say.
Well, forget it. I felt a little sad just now. I wrongly blamed you. Jumei still performed very well. You just can't do those things. You can only do them when the time comes.
Murong Fong also regained his senses at this time. He patted Jumei's hand and said softly,
Okay, then I'm going to practice.
Jumei is quite simple and honest. And she started practicing seriously right away. The next day, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning, and Zhu Xiaobao slowly woke up. Suddenly he felt that his energy and spirit were completely different from before. The meridians all over his body seemed to be much lighter and more supple. and the muscles and bones, all the swelling and pain in the meridians disappeared. The urge to fight and kill as soon as I open my eyes is gone. But when he opened his eyes, he was startled. The woman next to him was actually Zhu Rong, and she was still looking at him with resentment. What surprised him even more was that Zhu Rong was actually wrapped in the same quilt as him. Physically, it felt like both parties were naked. Immediately, Zhu Xiaobao's little brother has started to stand at attention and salute.
How could it be you? It was you all last night? Why do I feel that my meridians have changed so much?
Zhu Xiaobao said a little incoherently.
Huh? I'm here to fulfill my promise. Are you satisfied now? Huh? You can't handle it yourself. So you have to rely on your sister, Merong Feng, and that huge beauty to bully me.
Zhu Rong is still a little aggrieved. Said. In fact, she was very surprised and satisfied in her heart. She didn't expect that this dual cultivation method was really effective. Her bottleneck of being a great martial artist had begun to loosen. This surprised her greatly. No. I was basically unconscious last night. I was totally driven by those 2 bowls of wine. No. I have to look carefully again.
Zhu Xiaobao became more and more impulsive as he looked at it. Zhu Rong was completely of the young woman's figure, and charm made him so excited that he wanted to see the whole thing.
No. Don't. Can you wait and see later? Let's get up and practice first.
Zhu Rong suddenly shouted shyly.
You have a day off today. What else are you doing? I beg you. Why don't you close the curtains?
In Nanzi country, the inheritance place of the White Tiger clan, Yu Wanfeng was kneeling in front of the cave where the inheritance was inherited. He shouted in grief and anger.
Ancestor, why is this? It was my eldest brother who always suppressed me in the past. On my head, he died so easily. And I have a son with outstanding qualifications. But why does another Yu Xiaobao appear? Why do you treat me like this? I don't accept it. Wan Feng, you are too presumptuous. This is the inheritance land of our clan, and we must not disrespect our ancestors. You should go back. Also, if that Yu Xiaobao's bloodline qualifications really surpass Yu Shicheng's, then you must not disrespect him again. Do it. Otherwise we will punish you according to the clan rules.
There are 6 elders sitting cross-legged in the place of inheritance. They don't care about the mundane things. They just guard the place of inheritance with all their heart. But for those with outstanding qualifications, the tribesmen are always impartial.
Yes. Wan Feng made a mistake at the moment. Please forgive me. Elders.
Even if Yu Wanfeng is on the throne, he does not dare to be presumptuous here. Yu Wanfeng rushed back from the place of inheritance and immediately went to see Yu Shicheng's injury. He saw that Yu Shicheng's left arm had been wrapped in gauze layer by layer. The best medicine had been used, but Yu Shicheng was still trembling with pain and cursing incessantly.
Son, how does your arm feel now? Is it conscious?
Yu Wanfeng asked worriedly, looking at Yu Shicheng's left forearm. 2/3 of it was cut off by Zhu Xiaobao's knife, which is no different from having a broken arm reattached.
I'm unconscious. Father, I'm afraid this arm is useless. This bitch Zhu Rong set up to harm me.
Yu Shicheng cried out sadly and angrily. He really hated Zhu Rong now. And not only his arm was seriously injured. What made him even more irritated was that his cultivation level had also dropped to the level of a great martial artist. Originally, his martial arts cultivation level was barely able to reach him. But once he reached the martial arts level, his original double cultivation technique didn't work at all. And now he was seriously injured. In addition, his cultivation level fell back to the level of a great martial artist. How could he not be angry?
Alas, my father never thought that this Yu Xiaobao would be so strange. Not only was he pure in blood, but he also had a peerless magic weapon. What's even more incredible is that this peerless magic weapon actually claimed its owner on its own. In the past, he's just a waste. I really can't believe what he has been through in the past 3 years. How he can be so mysterious.
Yu Wanfeng said a little depressed. Now that the elders have spoken, there is nothing he can do to Zhu Xiaobao.
Then what should we do? Are we just waiting for him to grow up and then come and seize our inheritance?
Yu Shicheng asked unwillingly.
Well, since we can't target Yu Xiaobao, we have to destroy the northern Zirui kingdom first. If he dies in the rebellion, I won't be blamed.
Yu Wanfeng suddenly came up with a way to get the best of both worlds.
But that will take a long time?
Yu Shicheng said a little unsatisfied. He hoped to kill Zhu Xiaobao right away.
It doesn't matter. No matter how highly qualified he is. If he hasn't mastered the double cultivation technique of
4 phases of divine veins.
His cultivation level will not be much improved.
4 phases of divine veins.
Has been lost long ago. And this kind of cultivation, we have now figured out no one has mastered the art of dual cultivation yet. If Yu Xiaobao wants to improve his cultivation, even if Zhu Rong intends, he will not be able to do it the right way. During this period, you should concentrate on recuperating your injuries and try your best to restore the function of this hand. I will arrange for someone to go down. Start preparing for war.
When Yu Huafeng thought of his original dual cultivation technique, he suddenly gained confidence again. Chapter 421. The effect is amazing, eh? For 7 consecutive days, Zhu Xiaobao spent time in Murong Feng's bedroom. It's not that this bedroom is very comfortable, but Zhu Rong still couldn't let go and didn't want to show up in public. She had been living in this courtyard for the past 7 days without leaving home. In fact, this is just deception, and those closest to Zhu Xiaobao already know it. Just don't bother them. On the night of the 7th day, when Zhu Xiaobao was practicing Dare Ambition, he suddenly let out a roar, and then a white tiger appeared behind him. Although this appearance was still very illusory and not that. It was clear, but it already made Zhu Rong stunned. Even Murong Feng with her huge beauty was startled by the roar. When she saw the white tiger, Murong Feng couldn't hide her excitement. Make sure once again that the person you chose is right. The old apprentice living in the westmost room also looked at it and murmured to himself.
He is really a chosen talent. It turns out that I am not wrong at all by worshipping him as my teacher. It seems that this place of inheritance is really about to be turned on.
Seeing that Zhu Xiaobao was still immersed in selfless cultivation, Zhu Rong quietly followed Murong Feng to Murong Feng's study and asked with some confusion.
Commander Murong, why did he only reach the 4th level of his Dare Ambition? We are already able to release the White Tiger Dharma. But we, the elders of the Suzaka clan, can barely release the Suzaka Dharma until we have practiced rebirth from the fire to the 7th level? That's because the purity of his blood essence is far higher than yours. So he can release the White Tiger Dharma at the 4th level. I can also tell you that Yu Shicheng's
Tiger Daring Ambition
can only release the White Tiger Dharma at the 6th level. This is what the Lord of Wine and Meat has seen with his own eyes. So, don't think that you have been wronged so much. You have been blessed by being able to practice the
4 phases of divine veins.
With him.
Murong Feng, she looked at Zhu Rong with a complicated expression. At this time, Zhu Rong no longer had the dissatisfaction and resentment she had at the beginning. Instead, she was a little grateful to Murong Feng. In fact, this has been the case in the past few days. From being shy and annoyed at the beginning, to finally becoming actively cooperative. Zhu Rong has already recognized the relationship with Zhu Xiaobao as a dual cultivator. It's just that I still can't let go. But he is already very active in bed. Because the
4 phases of divine veins
technique requires her to take the initiative to perform it. This is also the most embarrassing part of Zhu Rong. In this case, she must take the initiative to practice dual cultivation.
Why do I need to take the initiative to perform this set of exercises instead of him?
Zhu Rong hesitated for a long time, but couldn't help but screamed in a low voice.
Humph. If you take the initiative, you will get the greatest results. If he takes the initiative, you will have very little effect left. This is determined by the purity of the blood. He is much stronger than you. So stop being unbalanced.
Although the posture is a bit inelegant, but no one is watching. Why do you care?
Murong Feng gave a rare smile. Of course she had read the secret book. So she also knew that there were many postures in it. Definitely not very elegant.
This is so embarrassing.
Zhu Rong said, a little annoyed. And when she saw Murong Feng's ambiguous smile, she couldn't help but sneered.
You're still laughing. I don't dare to face him now. Really? Ha ha. Really? How do I know that you are becoming more and more proactive? More and more attentive? And your complexion is getting more and more rosy? If you really can't stand it, then I will take back this secret book. I think it wouldn't be difficult to find someone with a slightly lower bloodline qualification.
Murong Feng couldn't help but laugh.
No. This secret book belongs to our Suzaka clan. You can't take it back? I just accept my fate.
Zhu Rong immediately shouted shyly and anxiously, and then asked tentatively,
Sister Murong, this secret book? Can I take it back to the clan? Don't worry. It's just handed over to the clan leader. And it won't be leaked easily. Yes. Yes. But you must ask for Xiaobao's consent. In addition, if you can take Xiaobao to practice in your inheritance place, you can also get unexpected surprises.
Murong Feng thought for a while before feeling tired. Warhead said. But at the end, he couldn't help showing a look of envy and jealousy.
That's great. I'll go back and discuss it with Xiaobao. Well, today's double cultivation is about to start again.
Zhu Rong was surprised and happy after hearing this, and couldn't wait to go back.
Huh? Aren't you afraid of being embarrassed? Disgusting.
Of course. Apart from Zhu Rong, the most excited person should be Yu Qianrou. This younger brother's talent can definitely defeat Yu Shichang. How could this not make her excited? What reassured her even more was that Zhu Xiaobao's murderous aura had become much restrained, and he could control it on his own.
Commander Murong, do you think if we continue to practice like this, we could open the inheritance place? Then don't we have to take back the southern Purple Roid Kingdom as soon as possible? I want Xiaobao to open the inheritance place.
Yu Qianrou said excitedly and worriedly. Because it is simply impossible to recapture Nanzi Roid Kingdom with the current strength.
It's not that simple. It's just the beginning now. And the murderous intention in Xiaobao's body has not been fully stimulated. Otherwise, Zhu Rong's feminine power would not be able to resolve the fierce killing intention at all.
Murong Feng shook his head and said softly,
"Ah? What should we do? We can't necessarily get Zhu Xian back, right?"
Yu Qianrou asked anxiously.
Don't worry. I already have follow-up measures. The next key figure should appear in as little as half a year, and as many as 3 years. These 3 years are just enough to develop and strengthen the country's strength. After all, the North and South Zirwei Kingdom will we must unify.
Murong Feng said calmly.
Have you figured it all out?
Yu Qianrou looked at Murong Feng with some confusion and asked. This female military advisor seems to be even more magical than Duan Wuqi. And she actually knows many secrets of the bloodline of mythical beasts.
Oh, it doesn't matter. I was born to work for others. I don't know if he will be grateful to me in the future.
Murong Feng muttered to himself a little disappointed. Zhu Xiaobao didn't know that the secret book in Zhu Rong's hand was actually written by Murong Feng. But the effect of this dual cultivation technique was indeed amazing. Now Zhu Xiaobao's
tiger daring ambition
is progressing smoothly, and there is no longer the unbearable feeling of swelling and pain in the muscles, bones, and meridians all over his body as his cultivation level increased too quickly. Of course, the relationship between Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong has become much closer. Now Zhu Xiaobao has selflessly taught Zhu Rong the set of Yuanyang swords. Although the set of swordsmanship is not very high-end, it is their mutual cooperation and magical footwork cannot be underestimated. And the two of them are now working together more and more tacitly. Zhu Rong has a gentle mood and is good at cooperation. So the effect of her cooperation with Zhu Xiaobao is far superior to that of Wu Yu.
How's it going? I studied the footwork of this Yuanyang sword. The key is to follow the yin, and Yang Bagua to follow the correct steps. Is your husband's understanding okay?
Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong withdrew their sword moves at the same time. And then naturally, he put his arms around Zhu Rong's waist and said with a smile,
I hate it. Let go. People will see you.
Zhu Rong was shocked again and couldn't help but softly begged her. She was still a little embarrassed because the two maids in the yard were covering their mouths now, snickering.
Hey. Haven't you seen your husband feeling sorry for your wife? Are you still standing here and giggling? Go. Play outside. We too have business to do.
Zhu Xiaobao shouted with a thick-skinned face.
Yes, Your Highness.
Hee hee. The two maids also laughed and quickly escaped from the yard.
Well, Xiaobao, tomorrow I want you to accompany me to the inheritance place of the clan. Cultivating there will have the effect of getting twice the result with half the effort. And you can also experience the environment and atmosphere of the inheritance place firsthand.
When Zhu Rong saw that there was no one else in the yard, she stopped struggling and let Zhu Xiaobao hold her hand. She even felt quite safe. Now Zhu Xiaobao has grown taller and is already as tall as Zhu Rong. Of course,
according to the standards of men in this world, he is still a little short.
Huh? As an outsider, can I just go to your inheritance place?
Zhu Xiaobao asked, a little surprised. Although he went there by mistake the last time he was looking for volcanic ash. It was still there. It was very far away, and had not even set foot in the forbidden area of the Suzaku clan.
It's definitely no problem. As long as I'm here. Of course I could let you in,
Zhu Rong said in a low voice. But it sounded like something was wrong.
Oh, let's go in now. What do you think? Or, just outside?
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly became aroused with desire when he heard this. And he picked Zhu Rong up and picked her up.
I didn't mean to enter this. Put me down quickly or go to the bedroom.
The next day, Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong came to the inheritance place of the Suzaku clan. Although the old apprentice and others also followed. They stopped far away from the forbidden area because the temperature was too high, even for the old apprentice's level of cultivation. On the contrary, Zhu Xiaobao didn't feel much discomfort and seemed to be more adaptable than the last time. Could it be that dual cultivation still has the same effect? Zhu Rong's face was also flushed, but she didn't care about the high temperature. Now she saw that Zhu Xiaobao didn't feel uncomfortable at all, and she was also surprised in her heart. As we walk inside, the only ones who can bear it are the elders of the Suzaku clan. They were all elderly women, but they were a little surprised when they saw Zhu Xiaobao, and they actually showed appreciation and satisfaction. Seeing Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong entering the forbidden area, these elders also stood up and leapt on their own. At this time, the leader of the Suzaku clan was still there, seemingly waiting for Zhu Rong. Seeing Zhu Xiaobao also nodded. There was no surprise. It seemed that she had already gotten the news.
Well, this is the secret book. I hope you can keep it strictly. Don't let Zhu Xian get it again,
Zhu Rong said with a cold expression.
I will give it to the elders for safekeeping. This time, I can find the secret book of
4 phases divine veins.
Thanks to you.
The famous patriarch looked at Zhu Rong with a slight guilt and said, it can be seen that Zhu Rong is not very friendly to her either. Chapter 422. The effect is amazing. B. Although Zhu Rong didn't have much respect for this clan elder woman, the clan leader was still quite satisfied. She smiled slightly awkwardly and said to the two of them,
you can practice your own skills here. If you want to practice,
stretch.
No one will bother you.
Zhu Rong's face immediately felt hot. Fortunately, her face was already red when she came in, and now she helped her cover it up. The patriarch didn't seem to care about Zhu Rong's shy expression. Instead, he waved his hand, and a raging flame suddenly ignited a dozen feet away, forming a wall of fire to surround them. The temperature inside the gun suddenly rose. Hi! The clan leader calmly passed through the wall of fire, drifted away, and walked outside to watch the secret book handed over by Zhu Rong with several elders. Although the elders' faces were a little hot when they saw it, they still couldn't hide the surprise in their hearts.
Yes! Yes! This is the complete
4 phases of divine veins
technique. It is so much more than the few broken pages we have. Our original few remaining pages are less than 30% of them. Yes, even after those bitches like Zhu Xian stole those broken pages, their cultivation has improved rapidly. They must be kept properly this time. They must be kept by the 4 of us at the same time, so that they are foolproof,
the oldest elder said with excitement, and looked at the patriarch with a bit of complaint.
Yes, just listen to the great elder,
the patriarch said a little guiltily. In the wall of flames, Zhu Xiaobao couldn't stand it anymore, but he was more shocked in his heart.
What kind of skill is this? Can such a powerful wall of flames be formed? TSK! It's a little trick. She took advantage of the underground fire here. She didn't release it herself.
Zhu Rong snorted with a bit of disdain.
You don't seem to have much respect for this clan leader?
Zhu Xiaobao asked a little doubtfully. He had already seen that there seemed to be some gap between the two.
She is Zhu Xian's master and my uncle. When she and Zhu Xian suppressed our master and apprentice,
my master sent me to Dashia Kingdom to protect me, but my master was later imprisoned by them in the cave. 10 years.
Zhu Rong said a little emotionally.
Then why are you clamoring to come back?
Only then did Zhu Xiaobao realize that she was Princess One, and she had no choice but to do so.
Humph. She didn't bring it upon herself. Unexpectedly, in order to practice the
4 phases of divine veins,
Zhu Xian not only stole the broken pages of the secret book, but also injured her. If the great elder hadn't arrived in time, she would have died because of what she had caused, in the hands of the proud disciples. That's why they hurriedly found me later, because among all the clan members, only my bloodline can rival Zhu Xian's.
Zhu Rong said angrily.
Oh, so that's it. Where is your master?
Zhu Xiaobao asked.
She died 2 years ago. Who can survive being imprisoned for 10 years? So no matter how much she shows her kindness, it's hard for me to accept it.
Zhu Rong said with a bit of resentment.
She brought it upon herself to do this. I didn't expect Zhu Xian to be a ruthless character, even killing her own master.
Zhu Xiaobao said with some emotion.
That's why last time, I wanted to take advantage of the opportunity of Lusha Island to get rid of Zhu Xian with the help of venerable meat and wine. But I didn't expect that the other party was so strong. It even caused me to be caught by Murong Feng.
Zhu Rong is still a little angry now, no. Every time she thought about being pushed to the ground and spanked by a giant beauty, she couldn't help but feel a little angry.
Hee hee. I didn't take advantage of you. You should have benefited more. Right?
Seeing that no one was here, Zhu Xiaobao actually held Zhu Rong in his arms and said with a smirk,
Okay. Let's practice our skills quickly. Otherwise, I won't be able to bear this temperature.
Zhu Rong shouted in panic. Although there were no people, this was a place of inheritance. Unexpectedly, Zhu Rong Xiaobao actually wants to be arrogant here.
Yeah. I can't stand the heat either. Let's take off our clothes. Shall we? I'll help you. Besides, practicing the exercises after double cultivation will only get twice the result with half the effort.
Zhu Xiaobao became more and more relieved. The others were there, so they simply started to help Zhu Rong undress and take off her belt. Now Zhu Xiaobao's strength has far surpassed Zhu Rong. Not to mention that Zhu Rong is still soft now. He only struggled symbolically and fell half pushed. Although the two were sweating profusely, they did not pause and immediately started executing their respective techniques. Because Zhu Rong kept Murong Feng's warning in mind. Practicing here will have unexpected miraculous effects. And Zhu Xiaobao also felt that the dual cultivation just now was very strange. It was unbearably hot outside, but it was warm and soft inside. It was definitely different from the past. The elders and clan leaders outside the flame wall were also nervously looking at the place of inheritance. Even with the flame wall in front of them, one could still see some of the spring scenery inside. But they were not moved, but were waiting for Zhu Rong to make a breakthrough. Suddenly, Zhu Rong's roar came from the flame wall. At the same time, several elders and clan leaders were seen ecstatic. With this roar, they could already tell that Zhu Rong had broken through to the martial arts level, the realm of respect. This is much faster than Zhu Xian's progress. What they are most worried about is that Zhu Rong's cultivation progress is not as good as Zhu Xian's. In that case, Zhu Xian will definitely come back one day, and then it will be a disaster for the Suzaku clan. Well now, at least Zhu Rong's cultivation can definitely surpass Zhu Xian. Not only can she ensure the safety of the Suzaku clan, but she can also one day get rid of the scum in this clan. While we were celebrating with joy, a huge white tiger Dharma image suddenly appeared in the wall of flames. This time, not only was the Dharma image huge, but it was also very clear, with a faint solid feeling.
Is this the white tiger's Dharma? He has actually been able to condense the white tiger's Dharma. How incredible!
Several elders murmured in a dull tone. But something even more unbelievable happened right after. At the entrance of the cave of the inheritance place, there was suddenly a golden light, and then a golden and fire-colored Suzaku Dharma appearance rose up.
But it was much larger than the white tiger Dharma appearance. This Suzaku is so majestic that it despises the world. Like a demonstration, the Zhu Dharma image fanned its flame wings, and a golden flame shot out from its mouth, burning the white tiger Dharma image completely in an instant. When the majestic Suzaku's appearance disappeared, Zhu Xiaobao's miserable figure was revealed. Looking at Zhu Xiaobao's clothes all over his body, they were riddled with holes, and smoke was still rising in many places. Bao was sitting there blankly. Several strands of his hair were burned off, and his face was still gray. However, he was not injured. He was just frightened.
As for what? You are such a big Dharma figure. You actually bully the little white tiger I just condensed? Isn't it too shameless?
Zhu Xiaobao looked down at his tattered clothes and couldn't help but murmured.
Oh? Xiaobao, are you okay?
Zhu Rong was still excited just now, finally being promoted to the realm of martial lord. But now she was a little scared and worried. Did you offend the spirit of the mythical beast just now? Otherwise, why would such a Suzaku appearance appear? This is the first time for the Suzaku clan to see their own divine beast. All the tribesmen outside the inheritance place have knelt down and kowtowed, their faces full of piety and surprise.
The divine beasts have appeared. The divine beasts have appeared. Unexpectedly, the divine beasts of this group have finally begun to appear. Our Suzaku clan is about to rise.
Several elders and clan leaders also had faces full of excitement, and they knelt down and shouted loudly, saying,
Let's go! It seems that my Dharma has offended the Suzaku divine beast. It seems that this is not my inheritance place after all.
Zhu Xiaobao was helped by Zhu Rong to stand up, and then he bowed respectfully to the entrance of the cave. He said goodbye, and then walked out of the forbidden area very depressed. He had just been aroused to kill. If Zhu Rong's warm body hadn't hugged him, he might have condensed the white tiger Dharma again. Now I am slowly starting to calm down. I looked at Zhu Rong very gratefully, seeing the two people walking out of the forbidden area. Several great elders and clan leaders said to Zhu Rong with complicated expressions,
Protector Zhu Rong, you are not allowed to lead outsiders into the inheritance place in the future. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Yes, Zhu Rong will obey the order of the great elder.
Zhu Rong also quickly bowed and saluted, saying a little nervously,
Fifth Prince, please don't mind. This move is not really meant for you.
The clan leader also said to Zhu Xiaobao a little apologetically,
It's okay. It's okay. We're just not convinced by each other. Let's have a fight. It's a trivial matter.
Zhu Xiaobao pretended to be nonchalant and said, in fact, if his kitchen knife hadn't blocked the golden flame just now, Zhu Xiaobao would have burned out. Seeing Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong leaving calmly, the elders and clan leaders all looked at each other, wondering whether what happened today was a blessing or a curse. But intuitively speaking, it should be a good thing. Zhu Xiaobao returned to his mansion and couldn't wait to find Yu Qianrou and Murong Feng. He told them the things about the Suzaku clan in detail. Then Yu Qianrou was surprised to find that Zhu Xiaobao's daring ambitions,
having broken through to the 5th level, I didn't expect that this time his profits would be even more generous than Zhu Rong's.
No wonder it condensed into such an astonishing dharma. Even the remaining will of the sacred beast Suzaku was alarmed.
It doesn't matter. It's just a little bit of spirit and will that remains. It will disappear as the place of inheritance is opened.
Murong Feng said very calmly. But she was so good at Zhu Xiaobao's mental skills. The speed is amazing. Unknowingly, Zhu Xiaobao's cultivation has reached the level of a great martial artist. In order to verify his strength, Zhu Xiaobao called Yu Shui over the next day. He wanted to fight Yu Shui alone to see how far his combat power had improved. Because Yu Shuang's injury has not recovered yet, I had to call Yu Shui.
Humph. Let's get started. I can handle you alone.
Yu Shui snorted with a bit of disdain.
Then it's coming. Cut the nonsense.
Chapter 423, Experience A. At this time, Murong Feng was also watching the battle with Zhu Mei with great interest. Of course, Yu Qianrou was also sitting at the top, watching the battle for her younger brother with a smile. Now Yu Qianrou can be said to be satisfied and in a good mood. Since her younger brother came back, everything has become better and better for her. Even the affairs in the court have become more and more smooth. Among those from the big families, the alliance between them has begun to disintegrate, and many orders and measures can be successfully implemented. Of course, Murong Feng deserves the greatest credit for all this. From point to point, it has now begun to affect the entire northern Zirwei kingdom. What makes Yu Qianrou even more satisfied is that Murong Feng now has nearly 100,000 troops in his hands, many of whom are the disbanded private armies of those families who have defected here. Moreover, Murong Feng is completely self-sufficient and does not need additional supplies from Yu Qianrou. But what Murong Feng said next made Yu Qianrou a little surprised. Murong Feng said in an understatement,
Since it is to prove His Highness's true fighting power, then put on your stainless steel claws.
It turns out that the two sisters, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, used to give guidance to the little treasures. During the competition, they used deerskin gloves instead of fine steel claws. Because the sisters were ruthless in their attacks, they adopted protective measures. But now Murong Feng suddenly asked them to wear stainless steel claws, which is quite dangerous. Seeing that everyone was looking at him together, Murong Feng said calmly,
His Highness can't always fight under this kind of care. If I'm right, I won't be able to meet you Shichong next time. So easy to deal with. Yeah, that's fine. Yu Shui, just put on your stainless steel claws.
Yu Qianrou nodded, but she was still very worried in her heart.
Yes. Well, Xiaobao, you have to be careful.
Yu Shui nodded, and then did not forget to remind Zhu Xiaobao.
Come on! What military advisor Murong said is exactly what I want to say.
Zhu Xiaobao also put on his two stainless steel tiger claws, shouted eagerly. Yu Shui was still a little hesitant at first, but once she got her hands on it, she no longer had so many worries. And Zhu Xiaobao's cultivation level suddenly rose to the level of a great martial artist, which also made Yu Shui a little surprised, and her subordinates did not dare to neglect. However, after the two of them fought for more than 10 rounds, it was obvious that even without Yu Shuang's cooperation, Zhu Xiaobao's actual combat ability was still far behind. Yu Shui was also a great martial artist, And Yu Shui had a deep foundation and rich experience. And his performance in actual combat is astonishing. And he can often bring out some of his attack moves to the extreme. Otherwise, the battle between these two sisters is quite strong. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao realized that his cultivation level had grown too fast, which had caused many sequelae. Now the full feeling in his dantian was gone, and instead became empty. This was because his cultivation level had increased all of a sudden. When you reach the great martial arts master, the amount of energy that can be contained in your dantian has also greatly expanded, resulting in the current empty situation. Just like the previous time when he faced Yu Shicheng. Although Yu Shicheng was barely promoted to the realm of martial lord, his real combat power was not improved much. At that time, he was even more vain than Zhu Xiaobao is now. Even so, Zhu Xiaobao was still a great martial artist at this time. He was forced into a panic by Yu Shui, so he could only use the Yuanyang sword's footwork to deal with Yu Shui. Although he was still very passive, at least he could a surprise attack.
Nirvana!
Following Zhu Xiaobao's loud shout, Yu Shui remained unmoved. Zhu Xiaobao had already removed an iron claw and pulled out a short knife. He originally wanted to remind Yu Shui, but he didn't expect that his right hand, but he couldn't move. It turned out that Yu Shui knew his special move very well. As soon as he removed the iron claw, Yu Shui's soft whip wrapped around his right hand. Yu Shui exerted all her strength, and although Zhu Xiaobao's sword was barely struck out, it was struck in such a direction that she didn't even know where it hit. And Yu Shui used the strength of the soft whip to turn around and throw out the whipped leg.
Bang!
Zhu Xiaobao was immediately slapped on the back by the whipped leg. He felt tightness in his chest and almost spit out a mouthful of blood.
Oops! I'm sorry, Xiaobao. I got used to killing for a while and didn't stop it.
Yu Shui was also shocked to realize that she had missed. The whip kick just now was enough to kill a second-level martial artist. So Yu Shui stopped immediately and shouted with fear on his face.
It's okay. He's not dead yet.
Zhu Xiaobao was being helped up by a group of people at this time. And he said with force. Now he felt that it was very difficult to even breathe. Yu Qianru wanted to get angry at that moment, but Merong Feng stopped her in time. Merong Feng shook her head and said,
You can't blame Yu Shui for this. She has tried her best to regain her strength.
Then Merong Feng asked people to help Zhu Xiaobao to the bed and took off his clothes. There was a big red and swollen patch on his back. The old apprentice carefully explored it with his hands and felt for his pulse. And then he felt relieved. Although Zhu Xiaobao suffered some internal injuries, they were not serious, and he would be fine after a few days of treatment. But this time without the protection of the kitchen knife. Zhu Xiaobao's injuries seemed more serious. Zhu Xiaobao also wondered why the kitchen knife didn't come out at the critical moment. Although Yu Qianru did not blame Yu Shui, she immediately went to Merong Feng Xingxi to question him.
You already knew the consequences. Why did you let Xiaobao get hurt? First, I don't know the consequences. Second, in my opinion, His Highness being injured is not a bad thing. At least let him know that his combat effectiveness is still far away. You must also know that the White Tiger clan is the most direct the most effective way to improve your cultivation and combat power is to kill.
Merong Feng looked at Yu Qianru and said calmly.
Of course I know this. But,
Yu Qianru said at the end and couldn't go on. This is indeed the biggest shortcoming of their clan. Her own combat effectiveness improved rapidly during the coup 3 years ago. But progress has been slow in the following years, because there is no war.
Well, this is the letter I just received from Duanmu Shilong and others. Yu Shicheng has now not only entered the inheritance place to practice his mental skills, but also participated in the gladiator fights. In other words, in order to quickly improve his cultivation and combat effectiveness, he also chose the riskiest way. I think you should be very clear about his ultimate goal. Also, Nanzirwei Kingdom has suddenly begun to recruit troops on a large scale, buying weapons in large quantities, and at the same time increasing and improve the warship.
Merong Fengshen said as he handed a letter to Yu Qianru.
I know a little bit about it. But what does this have to do with Yu Shicheng's strengthening of his combat power?
Yu Qianru nodded, feeling a little ashamed because her mind was not entirely focused on state affairs. Instead, he relaxed his vigilance somewhat.
There are 2 possibilities. The first is to directly target Xiaobao, but because of the existence of the old apprentice and others, this method is a bit difficult. The second is to start a war again, in the fight of millions of troops. No matter how high the cultivation level is, it won't play a big role. In this way, not only can the northern and southern Zirwei Kingdom be unified, But Xiaobao can also be killed in the chaos. It seems that the qualifications Xiaobao showed on Lusha Island this time have made Yu Wanfeng feel uneasy. Got it!
Murong Feng was still very calm, and his analysis was clear and logical.
Alas! After all, my strength is too weak. It's all my fault that I can't give Xiaobao a stable environment.
Yu Qianru said a little annoyed, but her eyes were fixed on Murong Feng. She was now I am increasingly convinced that Murong Feng will have the ability to solve these difficult problems.
Ha ha! Your Majesty, there is no need to blame yourself, let alone panic. Even if Yu Wanfeng wants to start a war, he will have to spend a lot of time and money. And it is impossible for their southern Zirwei kingdom to send troops in a hurry. So you first put all the people in the country together once the big family is integrated. Leave the rest to me. I won't let Xiaobao be put in trouble.
Murong Feng said confidently.
Well, that's up to you. I was a little impatient just now and offended, sir. Please don't mind because I care about this brother too much.
Yu Qianru apologized to Murong Feng sincerely.
Ha ha! Where? We are all for the same person. There is no need to apologize.
Murong Feng also smiled and waved his hand and said, in fact, Yu Qianru is a very good person. But she gets confused when it comes to Zhu Xiaobao. In Zhu Xiaobao's own bedroom, many people were disturbed this time. Ying Xiuxiu and the other three rushed back crying. But the three of them were a little dumbfounded when they saw Zhu Rong. Zhu Rong not only has a noble status, but also has a much higher level of cultivation than them. What makes them even more ashamed is that Zhu Rong's every move appears mature and steady. Now the three of them have no choice but to be obedient. At night, Zhu Rong even asked them to live outside and take care of Zhu Xiaobao herself. This made the three girls feel a little aggrieved, but they did not dare to refute. They were originally slaves, so they were not qualified. The other party is the right protector of the Suzaku clan, and his status is much higher than them.
Humph! Stop pretending when you wake up! If you have any objections to my arrangement, you can let them in, and I will go back to my room.
Zhu Rong sat beside the bed and directly clicked on Zhu Xiaobao. There was also some dissatisfaction on her face. And she was also complaining about why Zhu Xiaobao accepted these three girls. In her opinion, these three little girls are not as good as her two maids.
No objection. No objection. I just don't want them to think that I like the new and hate the old.
Zhu Xiaobao said quickly in a low voice, feeling a little regretful now. Having too many women is not a good thing. There will still be Wu Yu by then. Wouldn't Tao get into a fight if he meets Zhu Rong?
Humph. Don't worry. I will arrange time for them when the time comes.
Zhu Rong is very good at this. When she was in Prince Wen's mansion, she was very good at these things.
Hee hee. That's good. Sister, I want to discuss something with you.
Zhu Xiaobao sat up with a smile. It could be seen that this guy was fine. The super self-recovery ability of the White Tiger clan was even more powerful in him. Has completely recovered.
No. Your injury is just fine. Don't even think about doing that. The three of them are still outside.
Zhu Rong suddenly shouted in a panic.
I didn't say that. What I wanted to say was, let's go out and practice together. Right. Huh? You? And me? Right.
Chapter 424, Experience B. In the Nanzirui Kingdom, the inheritance place of the White Tiger clan, Yu Wanfeng was arguing fiercely with the elder Ji.
Why not? My son Yu Shicheng's bloodline qualifications are the best. Why can't he practice his mental skills here? Wanfeng, it's not that you can't, but it's Yu Shicheng's
their ambition
that has allowed you to practice to the 6th level. If you want to continue to practice the skills here, you must practice to the 7th level. This is also for the practitioners. For the sake of safety, if you don't cultivate your mind well enough, you can easily go crazy and lose control of your murderous nature. Once you lose control, even you will be in danger when you are around him.
The great elder shook his head and said,
No. My brother Yu Wanqiang started practicing mental skills here when he was on the 6th floor.
Yu Wanfeng asked unconvinced.
That's because he has already cultivated the White Tiger Dharma. This means that he has been able to control his murderous nature to the maximum extent.
The great elder said unhurriedly. He looked at Yu Wanfeng a little disappointed, because he is much less qualified than his brother Yu Wanqiang.
Humph. My son Yu Shicheng has condensed the White Tiger Dharma a long time ago. In this way, you can always come to the forbidden area to practice. Right.
Yu Wanfeng said very proudly. He didn't report this matter to the elders before because he had no idea about it. Several elders were not very satisfied either. They always felt that they looked down on themselves and compared him with his brother Yuanqiang.
Oh, are you serious about this?
The great elder finally asked with a moved expression. With great expectations in his words?
Humph. That's natural. If my son didn't want to further improve his cultivation speed, he wouldn't want to come here to practice hard.
Yuanfeng replied proudly.
If that's the case, forget it. We will agree to let him come here to practice mental skills. But the improvement of mental skills must be accompanied by a corresponding improvement in combat power. You need to make more preparations in this regard.
The great elder finally agreed to Yuanfeng. After all, he was able to cultivate the white tiger dharma. After all these years, apart from Yuanqiang, no other person has appeared. Now it seems that Yu Shichang is still better than Yu Xiaobao.
Thank you, great elder. Don't worry about this. I have a plan for a long time. Starting tomorrow, my son Yu Shichang will come here to practice his mental skills.
Yuanfeng finally bowed to Elder Ji with satisfaction. Returned to the palace comfortably. Yuanfeng immediately summoned Prince Yushuren and said bluntly,
Son, I want to reopen the arena. Go prepare it immediately and tell the world. I want you to handle this matter as quickly as possible. Father, reopen the arena? This is not possible. Now that all industries have just recovered, reopening the arena now will definitely affect a lot of people. Those slave traders will become rampant again and bring disaster to every county. What a huge hidden danger.
Yushuren explained in surprise. The arena was cancelled by Yu Qianro when she came to power. This kind of arena is like a huge casino. And many people lose their money gambling. Some slaves even killed their masters and defected to the gladiator slave masters, hoping to gain a future. Because as long as they were under the gladiator slave masters, they were no longer allowed to argue with them. Because the gladiators in their hands come from various channels. And many methods are simply shady, but driven by huge profits. These gladiatorial slave owners also have great hands and eyes. And their methods are very good.
It doesn't matter. Although there are some hidden dangers, there are also huge benefits. We are about to start a war with the Northern Zirui Kingdom. These gladiators are also very good generals. You don't need to say more. Just do as you are told.
Yuanfeng also knew that there were many disadvantages in reopening the arena. He did not hesitate to give Yu Shichang a place to practice killing.
Father!
Yushuren wanted to argue again. He didn't even want to start a war at all. Although the national power of South Zirui Kingdom was stronger than that of North Zirui Kingdom, it was not strong enough to capture and regain North Zirui Kingdom. The situation of Ruigwa. And recently I heard that Northern Zirui country has undergone earth-shaking changes, and its national power is rapidly increasing.
Shut up! If you are asked to do it, go and do it for me immediately. Now I have the final say in Nanzirui Kingdom.
Yuanfeng shouted a little impatiently. In fact, he was afraid that if he continued talking, he would not be able to argue with the prince. Because the reopening the arena is indeed not a bright idea.
Yes, I obey the order.
Yushuren was so frightened that he knelt down quickly. But he felt a little aggrieved because this father had completely different attitudes toward himself and the second prince. And he didn't take himself seriously at all. Sure enough, as soon as the announcement came out, the entire southern Zirui Kingdom was cheered up. Most people disapproved of it. But some families were very happy. They had no worries about food and clothing. And now they could buy a lot of money through this matter. Buy and sell. Make a fortune. Many people originally made their fortunes alongside those gladiator slave owners. When Yu Shichang came to the place of inheritance, the elders were pleasantly surprised by the white tiger dharma he condensed. So they smoothly began to practice the mental method in the forbidden place. Yu Shichang's arm injury has recovered. Fortunately, due to the strong power of blood, his arm function did not leave many sequelae. It is just that his thumb cannot be bent. It is probably because a certain meridian is not connected in place. But this has made Yu Shichang feel more relieved. He originally thought that this arm was completely useless. Cultivation in the place of inheritance is indeed twice the result with half the effort. At this rate, Yu Shichang estimates that he will be able to complete the 6th level of Die Daring Ambition within half a year. If he reaches the 7th level of cultivation, he would also like to try to open the place of inheritance. Although the great elder and Yuanfeng did not advise him to open the inheritance place too early, because Yuanqiang forcibly opened the inheritance place when the 7th level was perfected. He did not expect that the murderous energy would backfire, and he died tragically in the inheritance. In the land of legend.
Humph. Don't worry. I won't overestimate my capabilities like Yuanqiang. My bloodline qualifications are much better than his.
Yu Shichong said proudly. Yu Wanfeng next to him was also very pleased. He has been favored by Yu Wanqiang all his life, forced under his feet. Now I finally feel proud and proud. Zhu Xiaobao really took Zhu Rong out for training. And he didn't take anyone else with him. Even the package on him was very simple. They just wanted to get rid of that comfortable and luxurious life. In fact, Zhu Rong was very repulsive to this experience. She didn't need to kill people to improve her cultivation. However, Zhu Xiaobao couldn't live without a pair of Taoist companions. So he still brought Zhu Rong out very forcefully.
Hey! 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 Sister! I'm here for your own good. If you meet Zhu Xian with your little fighting power, I'm afraid you're not her match. Right. In the fights within the sect, sometimes it's hard for me to intervene. Don't you have to solve it yourself?
Zhu Xiaobao said plausibly.
Then I can also practice at the place of inheritance. There is no need to follow you far away. Now you don't even have a maid to serve you. You still want me to take care of you.
Zhu Rong has really never suffered much in these years. Now said with a bit of complaint.
Okay. Then I'll take care of you. I was born as a slave and have suffered all kinds of hardships.
Zhu Xiaobao scratched his head a little when he saw Zhu Rong's graceful lady statue. This place is in the wilderness. In fact, this matter was decided when Yu Qianro and Murong Feng came to visit Zhu Xiaobao after he was injured in the competition. Because since Lao Yu was killed in Pingguang County and Lao Chuanjie succeeded as the head of the family, the territory of Pingguang County has become less peaceful. It turns out that when Lao Yu was alive, he was balancing his relationship with those giant bandits. Not only did they interact with each other, they often colluded to commit crimes, threatening and suppressing families who were unwilling to obey his orders. But after Lao Yu died, Lao Chuanjie no longer had the will to do this. Of course, he didn't have the ability to do so. He just wanted to keep his own 1/3 of an acre of land. To deal with tough robbers, you have to be scheming and capable. So those bandits and robbers are now leaderless, working on their own with no restraints, burning, killing and looting everywhere. On the contrary, it made people in Pingguang County panic. All the families, big and small, began to complain and ask for help from Murong Feng. This incident was a bit beyond Murong Feng's expectation. But it also gave Zhu Xiaobao an opportunity to practice, which was just right to put down these bandit troubles. And at the same time, he could also have a good experience. As for the safety of those big and small families, Murong Feng is not worried. Regardless of how loud they scream, they all have their own ability to protect their families and courtyards. Those who are truly most threatened are civilians.
Hey! 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 Sister! You should change your clothes! If you act like this, even if you are not a bandit, you will want to be a bandit.
Zhu Xiaobao felt a little uncomfortable when he saw Zhu Rong's protruding and upturned skirt.
No. Humph. You want to be a bandit. Right.
Zhu Rong twisted her waist proudly, and then said with satisfaction, from Zhu Xiubo's eyes, you can see how outstanding her figure is.
Hey! No need to change. We can do it ourselves.
Unexpectedly, before Zhu Rong finished speaking, a sinister voice came from behind. Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong were both shocked. Their cultivation levels were not low, but they didn't realize that the other party was so close in the examination. When these two people appeared, Zhu Xiaobao suddenly realized that these two people were hiding in a huge tree hole and had been ambushed inside. So they were not discovered. But Zhu Xiaobao was surprised when he saw their cultivation. They were all genuine great martial arts masters.
I originally wanted to ambush Yao Lao-san and the others, but I didn't expect that a beautiful girl came to my door first.
The big man at the head looked at Zhu Rong with some covetousness. He had to say that this woman was so feminine that he didn't even look carefully to sense the other party's cultivation level.
No need to wait for Yao Lao-san. I can do it,
Zhu Xiaobao said in a confused manner. He meant that he wanted to use these two people for training.
Humph. How dare you look at me like this? Xiaobao, kill them!
Unexpectedly, Zhu Rong was even more straightforward and let Zhu Xiaobao kill them. Chapter 425. Experience C. Zhu Xiaobao also seemed very excited at this time. This was the first time he went into battle as a protector. It turns out that he was always protected by others and felt at ease. But this time, a sense of mission to protect his own woman emerged from within. Putting two tiger claws on his hands, and looking at the kitchen knife in his waist, Zhu Xiaobao was very confident that he could deal with a giant bandit. But if he faced two of them at the same time, it might not be possible. After all, He was the great martial artist was also promoted in a short period of time. Fortunately, one of the enemy's giant bandits was pestering Zhu Rong. So Zhu Xiaobao had no fear in one-on-one situations. And he had already mastered the
White Tiger Iron Claw
dance. However, the other party is also a great martial artist. And this kind of giant bandit has quite a lot of actual combat experience. The other party's weapon is very special. It is actually a 3-section stick, which is hard and soft, which makes Zhu Xiaobao very uncomfortable. Unknowingly, he had been injured by arrows and received several blows on his back. Fortunately, his ability to resist blows has improved significantly. He was gritting in pain, but it was nothing serious. Now Zhu Xiaobao finally understands that when sparring with one of his own, no matter how fierce the fight is, there is always room for leeway. To put it bluntly, everyone will give way to him more or less. Unlike now, this giant bandit is fighting to death.
Is it true that you're still here? You really pissed me off.
Zhu Xiaobao bared his teeth and screamed. But the one who is in a hurry is really no match. What's even worse is that Zhu Rong is not optimistic either. Although her cultivation level has been upgraded to martial master, her actual combat ability is even worse than Zhu Xiaobao's. And the opponent's pair of axes are very powerful and heavy, which makes her don't dare to confront the opponent head-on. Zhu Rong also felt a little sad. She was probably the weakest martial artist. She couldn't even defeat a great martial artist. What's even worse is that her tight skirt makes it difficult for her to use her flexibility. Zhu Rong couldn't help but exclaim,
Xiaobao, come and help me. Come on. Come on. Husband and wife work together to break gold.
Zhu Xiaobao rolled and crawled to Zhu Rong, blocked the opponent's axe, and then pulled Zhu Rong into a joint posture to defend against the enemy.
Posture? Ha ha. You can't do it one-on-one. How can you win now 2-on-2? Ha ha ha. Second brother. Hurry up. Kill this kid first. And then take this woman back.
The giant bandit wielding the 3-section stick looking at Zhu Rong. She was a little excited, so she laughed excitedly. But the two giant bandits kept staring at Zhu Rong like wolves.
Stab it!
Seemed to make the two giant gangsters even more angry. Zhu Xiaobao took advantage of this gap to pull open the bottom of Zhu Rong's skirt. And all of a sudden even her thighs were exposed. It turned out that Zhu Xiaobao also found that Zhu Rong's skirt was in the way. So he simply opened it for her. Although it was inelegant, it would definitely allow Zhu Rong to display her normal strength.
What are you doing?
Zhu Rong knew Zhu Xiaobao was doing it for her own good. But she still couldn't help but exclaimed,
Stop talking nonsense. You don't have to worry when you start walking with the Tai Chi Yin and Yang footwork. This set of Yuan-Nong knives is extremely powerful and can definitely kill these two people.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at Zhu Rong and nodded knowingly. The two of them wanted to say the biggest tacit understanding is this set of sword skills.
Well, protect me, and be careful yourself.
Zhu Rong felt this at her heart and immediately entered the state. And she also felt a sense of anticipation in her heart. Unlike when we used the male sword technique. Now it was Zhu Xiaobao who used the male sword technique. He was using the Yuan-Nong sword around Zhu Rong. With skillful footwork and Zhu Rong's tacit cooperation, suddenly the two of them had reversed their passive situation.
Huh? This set of sword skills is weird. It turns out that the two of them are much stronger together. Don't look at me. Second, hurry up and join us.
The 3-section stick was not easy to use at this time, and was bypassed by Zhu Xiaobao's footwork. He was in a bit of a hurry, and Zhu Rong stabbed him from time to time, which made him a little annoyed and passive. However, the two giant bandits still did not gain the upper hand when they joined forces. Moreover, the two stood too close and were still tied to each other. They were too far apart, and each of them defeated each other. However, they were still at a disadvantage. What's even more terrible is that they were still at a disadvantage. Yes, the two of them can't retreat now, because Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong have the same mind, and they are always entangled in one of them, and they use weird steps to get rid of the other. The more Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong fought, the smoother they became. The more they fought, the more sensitive they became. They even felt tender and affectionate. This kind of connected feeling is the highest state of this sword technique. Moreover, at this time, Zhu Rong's Suzaku sword actually had a hot blade glow. This was a fire-attributed sword energy unique to their Suzaku clan. Unexpectedly, it showed great power at this time.
Nirvana!
Following Zhu Xiaobao's loud shout, it was not Zhu Xiaobao, but Zhu Rong who took action. Zhu Rong appeared strangely in front of the 3-section stick. He slashed with a knife in his right hand and followed with a short knife in his left hand. When he came out, the knife also had a red and hot blade. The giant bandit with 3 sticks had just dodged the horizontal knife. Facing the vertical knife, he could no longer dodge. Seeing the red and hot knife, the sword light slashed across his shoulder, and the other half of his body left him. Fourth, the giant bandit holding the 2 axes screamed in shock and pain, and then decisively tried to escape. The opponent's combined sword skills were too weird, and he was no match for him. But Zhu Rong didn't even stop at this time. She made a strange wrong step and appeared in front of the giant bandit again. There was still a pool of blood on her knife, and in the hot knife light, it emitted there was a sizzling sound, and a wisp of smoke came out.
Huh? I'll fight with you.
The second child seemed to be going crazy. A pair of axes danced like wheels, blocking Zhu Rong's attack. But then one of his axes suddenly flew out, goes straight to Zhu Xiaobao. Then, taking advantage of this unexpected attack, this ruthless gangster actually turned around and ran away. Despite the fact that he was a tall and powerful man, he was also very scheming. The violent and stormy attack just now was just to prepare for his escape.
Roar!
This giant bandit escaped from the siege of Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong, and felt that he should be safe. As long as he was not trapped by the hands of these 2 people, it would not be so easy to kill him again. But suddenly, there was a dull tiger roar from behind. Looking back, the giant bandit suddenly changed his face in shock. He saw a white tiger appearing behind him. Although it was still very superficial, it turned out to be a tiger rushing towards him. What was even more frightening was that this white tiger appeared behind him. The other parts of the illusory tiger shadow are virtual, but the 2 front paws are golden entities.
Bang!
With a dull thump, 2 huge bloody wounds appeared on the back of the giant bandit, which were caused by being hit by 2 tiger claws. At this time, the 2 tigers' claws fell to the ground, and they were Zhu Xiaobao's 2 stainless steel tiger claws.
You are actually from the White Tiger clan?
The giant bandit raised his head with difficulty, pointed at Zhu Xiaobao, and said in disbelief,
Correct answer, but no prize.
Zhu Xiaobao then collapsed on the ground. He was also thinking about the blow just now. It was a blow that was completely random. He had no idea how it was sent. He also wants to have a good recollection now.
Plop!
The giant bandit finally fell to the ground on his back and died. The power of the 2 tiger claws, just now, was so powerful that his internal organs had been shattered.
Your Dharma form can actually attack like this? How did you do it?
Zhu Rong was stunned by the blow just now. How could the divine beast Dharma form attack like this? But Zhu Xiaobao's mental skills have only reached the 5th level.
Don't ask me. I don't know how it was done. But the consumption of this kind of attack is absolutely huge. All my energy and internal strength have been consumed.
Zhu Xiaobao's face turned a little pale, and he looked very weak. In the southern Zirwick Kingdom, the gladiatorial arena has been open for 7 days. The most popular gladiator now is a gladiator named Black Tiger. He has killed 6 great warriors in 3 consecutive days, and 4 of them suffered brain splitting. Death is terrifying. Now this gladiator named Black Tiger arrogantly proposed to challenge 3. So the whole arena began to boil. This man is a lunatic. He won't leave with the reward. But there are 3 more people to challenge. But this also gives those who are jealous of losing a great opportunity. 1 versus 3? For the same great martial artist. This is absolutely impossible. This is an excellent opportunity to recover losses. No need to ask. This gladiator named Black Tiger is Yu Shichong. In order to quickly improve his cultivation and combat effectiveness, he deliberately chose this risky method. In the past 3 days, he had suffered several injuries, but the White Tiger clan's super recovery ability allowed him to continue participating in the battle the next day. At the place of inheritance, Yu Shichong unscrupulously pushed Zhu Xian to the ground. After practicing the double cultivation, he practiced the
Tiger daring and ambitious
technique. He didn't care at all that the elders were watching him from a distance. He must practice double cultivation continuously, because the murderous nature in his body has accumulated too much. Only in this way can he regain his sanity. And at the same time, the meridians and bones in his body can become more flexible and stronger. Otherwise, the rapidly increasing explosive power will be too fierce. And not only will the opponent be unable to bear it, but even oneself will not be able to bear it.
Son! You are too careless. Why did you propose a 1 versus 3? This is too dangerous. I think you should change it. Right.
Yu Wanfeng hurried over at this time, not caring about Zhu Xian next to him. She was still naked, so she asked in a hurry,
Humph. Don't worry. I just need this kind of near-death battle to improve my cultivation and combat effectiveness as quickly as possible.
Yu Shichang looked at Yuan Feng. To be honest, he was very disappointed with his father. He still hasn't understood by who the true meaning of cultivation of a clan. No wonder it was always stepped on by Yuan Qiang. Chapter 426, The Missing Female Warrior. Sure enough, when Yu Shichang faced 3 great martial arts masters, he still failed to win in the end. He only killed one of them. But the other 2 stood there supporting each other and looked at Yu Shichang in panic. Because this man's murderous intent and his ruthless fighting style made them dare not take another step forward. Although Yu Shichang was already lying there and unable to get up, his eyes were still staring fiercely. On the other side, these 2 great martial arts masters actually didn't dare to take a step forward. However, the judges on the scene still unanimously determined that these 3 great martial arts masters had won. The disciples or parents of the big families at the scene were all cheering. They all put half of their wealth on the side of the 3 great martial arts masters. This can be said to be a victory. Great harvest. Of course, there are also those betting on Yu Shichang. Because the odds are high. The odds were almost 2 to 1. But these people lost miserably. Among them are the prince and Yuan Feng. Although Yu Shichang's gladiator family is also somewhat famous, it is now controlled by Yuan Feng and the others. Otherwise, Yu Shichang would not have the legal status to participate in the gladiatorial fight. So they were the ones footing the bill for winning or losing. And now they'd lost 500,000 taels of gold in one fell swoop. Prince Yushuren was also trembling in his heart. He was already tight on funds due to preparations for the war. But after Yu Shichang did this, his hands became even more nervous. But Yu Shichang didn't care about this. He returned to the place of inheritance and recovered most of it in just 3 days. The self-recovery ability of the White Tiger bloodline is quite terrifying. Although Yu Shichang was defeated, he felt that he had gained a huge amount. Only he could feel this double gain of cultivation and combat power. Of course Yu Xiaobao can also feel this huge gain. But Yu Shichang's need for dual cultivation is getting stronger and stronger now. Because otherwise, his murderous nature will be uncontrollable. This is also the inevitable result of practicing in the place of inheritance. Zhu Xian can't bear it anymore. Her cultivation level is martial master. Now such dual cultivation has less and less benefits for her. And she can't practice in the inheritance land of the Suzaku clan for a long time. The fire attribute is also gradually weakening. And Yu Shichang is also very dissatisfied with this situation. Because now one Zhu Xian is no longer enough. But there is no woman with the best bloodline and qualifications around him. Not even one who is slightly more pure.
You said you wanted me to go to the place of inheritance to practice. What does this mean now? You have been suppressing your cultivation to a great martial artist. And I won't get any benefit at all. I quit. I want our own back. Go to the inheritance place.
Zhu Xian finally couldn't help but get angry. Now Yu Shichang is not in a hurry to be promoted to martial master. Wasn't he injured by Zhu Xiubao's kitchen knife, causing his cultivation level to drop back to the great martial master? Now he is not in a hurry. He wants to lay a solid foundation, advance his mental skills to another level, and then break through to the martial master realm. Without a solid foundation, even if he is promoted to the martial master realm, it will be vain and unrealistic, and it will also affect practice in the future. So in this state, Zhu Xian has made almost no progress, and the effect of dual cultivation is getting worse and worse. Now she is acting as a fire extinguisher for Yu Shichang, calming down his increasingly terrifying murderous nature. And inexplicably, she also found that she was starting to age. She somewhat understood that Yu Shichang was absorbing his feminine power to control his increasingly murderous nature. This, of course, caused Zhu Xian to panic. No matter how powerful a woman is, she still cares about her appearance very much. What's more, she has always wanted to compete with Zhu Rong.
Bang!
Without thinking, Yu Shichang slapped Zhu Xian on the face. The left half of Zhu Xian's face was immediately hit. Yu Shichang shouted fiercely.
Shut up! Letting you practice here with me is your creation. Don't be dissatisfied. Can you go back to the inheritance place of the Suzaku clan now? Without me, you will be everywhere, being hunted.
Zhu Xian covered her face and did not dare to say anything anymore. She could see that this was a sign that Yu Shichang was becoming murderous. The best way now was to accompany him to cultivate together.
Alas! Niece Zhu Xian, please feel aggrieved. There really are no better resources for dual cultivation now. If Zhu Rong could be captured last time, this wouldn't have happened.
Yu Wanfeng also said at the side, said a little annoyed. But it's really difficult to find a woman with the blood of a mythical beast. The key is that the bloodline of this divine beast cannot be too thin. Otherwise, the White Tiger clan would have a lot of women. But their blood purity would be of no use at all.
Well, I remembered. Aren't the Lingyu people also of the blood of divine beasts? Although it is a mutated blood, the purity of the blood essence of those female warriors is very high. Although it cannot compare with Yu Rong, it can still be used.
Yu Shichang was already entangled with Zhu Xian. His murderous nature gradually calmed down, and his mind began to clear up again.
That's right. Why didn't I think of that? There are 20,000 female warriors in Beiziri country now. It's not difficult to catch a few.
Yu Wanfeng immediately shouted with joy. Speaking of which, those female warriors also people from the White Tiger clan. Now Yu Wanfeng does not avoid the dual cultivation scene between Yu Shichang and Zhu Xian at all. And now he is also thinking that if he can capture a few female warriors, wouldn't he also have a few dual cultivation couples? Then can't my cultivation level be further improved? So he was very excited. But Yu Wanfeng thought it was a little too easy. He sent out 4 groups of top masters, all of whom were at the pinnacle of martial arts, and were good at concealment and sneak attacks. He sneaked into the northern Zirwei kingdom among the merchant ships. But I didn't expect that these female warriors were not so easy to deal with. It was not difficult to assassinate them, but it was not so easy to capture them alive and bring them back to Nanzirui country. As soon as a female soldier disappeared, Yu Shuang, Yu Shui and Murong Feng paid great attention to it and launched a thorough search in Yingjin County. Tong Wuxin and the other 2 members of Duanmu 11 Lang played a very key role in this, because they were better at tracking. Therefore, of the 4 groups of masters sent by Yu Wanfeng, only 1 group brought back a female warrior, and it was considered that they brought back a female warrior after they kept giving her drugs along the way. But what Yu Wanfeng didn't expect was that this female warrior was young but had an extremely tough personality. After she regained consciousness, despite Yu Wanfeng's good words and the temptation of profit, the female warrior remained unmoved. While Yu Wanfeng wasn't paying attention, he hit his head against the wall and committed suicide. Yu Wanfeng and Yu Shichang were both a little dumbfounded. They didn't expect the female warriors of the Lingyu tribe to be so tough. It was already impossible to send people to capture a few of them. The northern Zirwei kingdom must have taken strict precautions, and he couldn't bear such a loss. Of the 4 groups of masters sent out, only 2 came back, and the other 2 actually died in battle.
Gather! Gather! Gather all the warships! I want to attack the northern Zirwei kingdom! I don't believe that with so many warships. I can't defeat their 200 or 300 warships.
Yu Wanfeng shouted a little angrily, although the preparations were not very complete this time. After all, the southern Purple Rui Kingdom was powerful. In 3 days, they gathered 800 warships and 400,000 troops, and marched towards the northern Purple Rui Kingdom in a mighty manner. Maybe no one would believe it, but Yu Wanfeng's idea was to capture hundreds of female soldiers in the melee and return home. In such a large-scale naval battle, it shouldn't be difficult to capture hundreds of female warriors. Murong Feng had heard the news a long time ago, but she was also a little confused as to what Yu Wanfeng was going to do. Knowing that there will be no results, you still want to forcefully launch a war? What is it for? Because even if all 400,000 people on the warship land, they will still be no match for the northern Zirwei kingdom. There are now more than 100,000 troops in Yingxiuan County alone. And when Yu Qianrou heard that Yu Wanfeng suddenly said troops, she immediately sent another 50,000 troops. But this time Yu Wanfeng's fleet had experience. They were all scattered. The sea was covered with warships, and they were very powerful. Moreover, this time, they also brought 200 clippers. In the warship camp, I patrolled the surrounding area for fear of being attacked again. And this time the distance between the warships is maintained very well, and they will never be crowded together again. Even if one warship catches fire, it will not affect other warships. Yu Shuang and Yu Shui couldn't wait to come to fight. They were both very angry now. Not only had several female warriors been killed or injured in the past few days, but one was also missing. This made the 2 sisters a little crazy. So now I can't wait to ask for a fight.
No! Do you know why Yu Wanfeng suddenly raised an army to invade?
Murong Feng sat in the middle of the commander's tent and immediately rejected Yu Shuang and Yu Shui's request for a fight.
Why? No matter why. As long as we go out to fight, I guarantee that we will come back with a great victory.
Yu Shuang and Yu Shui shouted unconvinced.
If my estimate is correct, they are here just for you. I have always been puzzled by the female warrior who disappeared a few days ago. But then Yu Huanfeng sent troops to attack, which made me understand a little bit. The target is not the northern Zirwei kingdom, but you female warriors.
Merong Feng had some ideas at this time, but he was not sure yet. But it became increasingly clear in his heart that the intruders this time must be and related to female warriors. At this moment, the messenger outside the door hurriedly ran in and handed Merong Feng a small note. This was a message sent by a flying pigeon from Nanzirui country. When she opened it, she felt a little sad and angry, and she even more confirmed her judgment.
Let's see. The missing female warrior has committed suicide in Nanzirui country. It is said that before she committed suicide, Yu Huanfeng went to lobby in person. Do you know now? Once a war breaks out, there will be injured and captured soldiers on both sides. Even you female warriors are no exception. I guess Yu Huanfeng just wants to take some prisoners back.
Merong Feng handed the note to the two sisters. After Yu Shuang and Yu Shui read it, they suddenly became furious. They didn't expect that Yu Huanfeng would treat this female warriors take action. Chapter 427, Only Defend but Not Attack. Last time, Merong Feng took advantage of the darkness to catch Qi Tunghao off guard. He did not expect that the Northern Zirwei Congress would take the initiative to attack, and he had no real contact with the warships of the female warriors, which led to a huge defeat. This time the other party will definitely not suffer this loss again. It can be seen from the information sent back from various reconnaissance reports that this time Nanzirui Kingdom has learned the lesson of the last failure. Not only the distance between the ships, it was well maintained, and there were plenty of clippers patrolling and scouting around. Everyone was looking at Merong Feng. In fact, facing such a big battle, everyone was still a little nervous. In addition to the two sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, these two people are still clamoring to lead the team into battle, because of the female warriors who were killed and injured in the past few days. Plus the female warrior who just learned that she committed suicide today. These two people are a little bit agitated by the news. Lost control. Merong Feng was even more ruthless. He dragged Yu Shuang and Yu Shui outside and gave each of them 20 military sticks. This time, the two of them did not dare to argue anymore. After being beaten, they limped back, standing still again. Despite the hot tempers of these two people, they really didn't dare to have any revenge on Merong Feng. I even admire this female military advisor in my heart. Everyone was looking at Merong Feng. This was the first time he had fought against Nanzirui Kingdom head-on, so they didn't know how to deal with it. The huge gap in strength made Yu Qianruo unable to sit still and rushed from the palace. Coming over, she also set up a seat beside Merong Feng to see how Merong Feng would respond this time.
I know everyone is a little nervous, but don't worry. We must be very different in strength when facing the enemy head-on. But if we can only defend but not attack, it won't be difficult.
Merong Feng saw everyone's slightly nervous expressions and smiled slightly. He smiled, then looked at both sides and said,
Mu Chuni, come out! Are you ready with the defense equipment that I asked you to prepare some time ago? Reporting to the military advisor, the 16 red cannons have been prepared and have been transported to the cliff. Another 100 speedboats are also in place, and 500 powerful crossbows have also been installed.
Mu Chuni today she also wore a military uniform, but she also had a pair of glasses on the bridge of her nose, which looked a bit special. But everyone knows that the defensive equipment, anti-personnel weapons, and warships in Angjin County are all like this now. It was built by a group of craftsmen led by a very gentle woman. It is said that he is also the second apprentice of the 5th prince. No one dares to underestimate her.
Very good. These are enough to deal with Yu Huanfeng. Good job,
Merong Feng said with a smile, then turned to Yu Shuang and Yu Shui and hummed lightly.
Can you two still fight? Yes. This little injury is nothing?
Yu Shuang and Yu Shui were angry and annoyed, but they didn't dare to have an attack. What's even more ridiculous was that they didn't dare to cover their buttocks. There were many male generals in this handsome tent. All we can do is grit our teeth and endure it.
Okay. Now I order you to lead these 100 clippers, and they can only harass the enemy ships within a range of 500 steps, mainly to attack the opponent's clippers. Well, you two can pilot the
Blackwind Dual Sha.
I don't need to say more about this kind of guerrilla warfare. Right.
Merong Feng looked at the two sisters and couldn't help but want to laugh, but he still held it back, even with a cold expression on his face.
Uh-huh. Really? Great. Thank you, strategist.
Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, the two militants, heard that they were still allowed to fight, and they were still driving them.
Black Wind Dual Sha.
And they couldn't help but feel excited. The pain I suffered has long been forgotten.
Yes. Everyone else is doing their job and are ready to go.
Murong Fong waved his hand. And the deployment was completed.
Oh?
Is this okay?
The opponent has 800 warships?
Yu Qianru asked, a little confused. When she thought about it, she would at least prepare catapults, crossbowmen, and various consumable supplies.
Ha ha! Your Majesty, you are worrying too much. The fifth prince has long said that the advanced weapons and warships are enough to allow us to fight 1 against 10, and the casualties will be minimized. It is obvious that we can hit the opponent, but the opponent cannot. To us, this is the biggest advantage. I invite your Majesty to watch the battle with me, and we can also drink some wine to cheer up.
Murong Fong said with a confident smile. In Lingyu Mountain, she had already seen this kind of thing that was not in the same place at all. It was a battle at a higher level. And this time it was her turn to take charge personally. So Murong Fong was also very excited.
Still drinking? Okay. Then I'll go and see with you.
Yu Qianru became more and more curious. Although she had tasted victory last time, this time she was facing the enemy head-on. So she was both excited and a little nervous, wanting to watch the battle in person. Yu Qianru followed Murong Fong up to the halfway point of the cliff. A temporary pavilion was set up here, and a table of wine and food was actually placed inside. A group of maids had been busy there for a long time. The sweat on the forehead of the great eunuch Yuan came out. 200 meters further diagonally down from them, 16 red cannons were lined up one after another, with a distance of 20 meters between each cannon. So it was a full 300 meters long. Each red cannon is also tied with red silk, which looks majestic. Murong Fong looked at it with a telescope in his hand. From the telescope, he could already see the overwhelming number of warships on the other side. Not to mention, this time, the distance between each warship was kept far enough. It seemed that the warships were different from the last time. Lessons learned from the fiasco.
Oh, I didn't expect that they still have so many warships. It's really disturbing.
Yu Qianru also looked at it with a telescope, and then said, a little frustrated. In fact, many of the warships were hers, but they were all later destroyed. Stay in the southern purple country. Thinking of this, Yu Qianru became very depressed.
It's useless. Although there are many in number, they are all large warships. It is not suitable to attack here. So I judge that their purpose of attacking this time is to capture the female warrior.
Murong Fong waved his hand. He said that these warships were built several years ago, but they were built to deal with the invasion of the seventh princess. At that time, such large warships had all the advantages. They were large, thick and strong, and there were many people on each warship. The seventh princess was unable to gain any advantage and suffered heavy losses. She never attacked Zirway Kingdom again. Among the densely packed warships on the sea, a 3-story super-large warship in the center is Yuanfeng's royal warship. This warship is fully loaded with 800 people. It is said to be a warship, but it is richly decorated, and there are many maids, eunuchs, cooks, actors, and cheerleaders. On the highest floor, Yuanfeng and Prince Yushuren were sitting on the front deck. There were many counselors and guards behind them. Among them, Shi Tonghao was standing behind Yuanfeng. He was guilty, so he could only be a counselor for now.
Your Majesty, we are less than 1,000 steps away from the defense line of Beiziri Kingdom. Should we stop first? The clipper in front has already engaged the opponent's clipper.
Although Shi Tonghao no longer has the command authority, he is still very happy. The experienced one immediately bowed and said to Yuanfeng,
"Oh, have they already fought? How many of their clippers have been sunk, and how many female warriors have been captured alive?"
Yuanfeng immediately asked excitedly. He just wanted to capture the female warriors alive as soon as possible. The more the female warriors, the better. Good.
Well, not yet. The opponent's speed is too fast, and all the ships that were sunk were our clippers. But the strange thing is that the opponent dispatched 100 clippers, and the other warships were nowhere to be seen.
Shi Tonghao said, a little embarrassed.
What? What? We have 200 clippers and dozens of small warships, but we can't defeat 100 clippers? What a bunch of losers. I have pampered you all these years, and you don't even know how to fight. Come on!
Yuanfeng shouted angrily.
Your Majesty, calm down. The opponent's clippers are very fast.
More than twice as fast as ours. And they can turn flexibly. There are also 2 clippers with extremely long range and high accuracy firearms. Therefore, We the Clippers are no match at all.
Chi Tonghao also felt aggrieved. Both the opponent's ships and Clippers were too abnormal. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been defeated so miserably last time.
What a joke. No matter how fast you are, you still have to rely on manpower to row the oars. If you can't match the speed, can't you be inferior to the opponent in shooting skills? You are just quibbling.
Yu Huafeng looked at Chi Tonghao very dissatisfied. In fact, this time Chi Tonghao has not participated in the command at all, and is now a staff officer. But Yu Huafeng needs someone to vent his anger, so he can only stay next to him.
Your Majesty. Let's stop now. The opponent's firearms have a very long range, and I'm afraid I'll be attacked by the opponent if we go any further.
Chi Tonghao reminded him conscientiously even though he felt aggrieved.
Humph. I think you were frightened by the last failure. Look. Now we are thousands of steps away, and the farthest catapult has to throw 3 rounds to reach the target. You let me stop now?
Yu Huafeng looked across the way with his eyes, and then scolded him. He didn't have a telescope, so he could only see hard with his naked eyes. Fortunately, because of his advanced cultivation, he could see twice as far as ordinary people. Before he finished speaking, a whistling sound came from far and near, and then landed on the edge of his warship. Then there was a violent explosion, causing waves of water several feet high. There was water all over the splash deck. Even such a large super warship could not help but rock back and forth.
What's going on? How could the catapult be thrown so far?
Yu Huafeng shouted in shock. He was in the middle of the warships. He was the safest. If he hadn't beaten the drum and shouted, he couldn't even hear the people in front of him when the battle started.
Your Majesty, if it's not a catapult, it's that kind of powerful firearm. I heard they call it a red cannon. Its range is at least 4 times that of a catapult.
Chi Tonghao was also wet all over his body, but he was relatively good at it. Of calmness, because he has seen it before.
What should we do now?
Yu Huafeng was a little dumbfounded. With 4 times the range, wouldn't it mean that he couldn't hit others and would only get beaten?
Let's retreat quickly.
Of course Chi Tonghao wants to take the most complete approach. The Emperor has something wrong, and his crime is even greater.
No. With 4 times the range, how can there be any accuracy? What a joke. I don't believe they can hit a range of 10 feet around me. Boom, boom, boom.
Before Yu Huafeng could finish his words, more than a dozen LS roared in one after another, and 3 of them hit the luxurious warship. Chapter 428, Other Ways. Yu Huafeng was completely dumbfounded this time. This was more accurate than a catapult. He was actually staring at his own warship and fighting. Now there was a raging fire on the luxurious warship. The maids, eunuchs and servants on the ship all started running around in panic, while the guards immediately started to put out the fire.
Your Majesty, hurry up and change your ship. This ship is too conspicuous and has been targeted by them. There will be such terrifying missiles coming next. My flagship was sunk like this last time.
Chi Tonghao hurriedly said to Yu Huafeng. He didn't care about anything else at this time, and devoted all his experience in the last escape.
Okay. Let's change a boat.
Yu Huafeng was already panicking and lost his direction at this time. Even though he has great martial arts skills, he still can't withstand such missiles. What's more, the opponent is obviously staring at me and fighting. The warships nearby are fine. In the viewing booth, Yu Qianruo was surprised and happy, and couldn't help but stand up. From the telescope, he could see that the opponent's royal warship was on fire, and the fire was fierce and thick smoke was already rising.
Is this the advanced firearm that Xiaobao mentioned? It is indeed very powerful. No wonder the military advisor is so sure. It turns out that he has known this result for a long time.
Yu Qianruo said in amazement, but she was extremely proud in her heart. This is amazing, they were all invented by my younger brother. Ha ha! These are all the geniuses of the 5th prince. I just took advantage of them.
Merong Feng also smiled and said, in fact, what she admired most about Zhu Xiaobao was not the blood of the mythical beasts, but the Zhu Xiaobao of these amazing inventions.
Then wouldn't there be hope for us to regain the southern Zirwei kingdom?
Yu Qianruo was even more surprised that with such a powerful firearm, it would be just around the corner to regain the lost territory and return to the place of inheritance. It's no longer so far away.
Well, it's theoretically possible, but when it comes time to attack the city, close combat is inevitable. So now is definitely not the time.
Merong Feng nodded, but he also wanted to let Yu Qianruo know. If you want to regain the southern Zirwick Kingdom, you still need a large number of soldiers. Yuan Feng and Prince Yusheng climbed into another warship in embarrassment. They turned around and looked at their royal warship. Sure enough, as Qi Tonghao said, another round of cannonballs came, and this time it was fired back. To be more precise, the entire luxurious warship was beyond saving. There were fires everywhere. Those servants, who had no time to move, jumped into the sea crying and howling. As a result, those warships have stopped long ago, waiting for Yuan Feng's order. But everyone does not want to move forward. These are experienced naval battle generals, who all know the inner Zirwick Kingdom. Large warships simply cannot enter this area of the sea. So this expedition was originally a very unwise move. And it was entirely Yuan Feng's insistence. I originally thought that with their numerical advantage, the Clippers could make some achievements. But the news that came back was even worse. Those Clippers were like hitting an egg with an egg, and were no match for them. It doesn't matter if the speed and agility are not comparable. Even the shooting skills are a million miles away. The people on the Clippers are all the strongest female warriors. They have superb shooting skills and a long range. The key is their speed. The ship also had simple missiles. And when it got close, they just threw them over. This kind of missile was perfect for dealing with the Clippers of the Nanzi-Rui Kingdom. Once it exploded, the Clippers immediately caught fire. The people on board could only jump off the ship to escape. But they were all shot and killed mercilessly by the female warriors. In particular, there were 2 black Clippers with naval guns. These 2 Clippers had already reached the edge of the warship group and began to attack the outermost warships. Although many Clippers came to protect them desperately. More than a dozen warships were already on fire. The soldiers on the warship began to panic. Ordinary crossbows could not shoot these 2 fast boats. And super powerful crossbows and catapults could not keep up with their speed. This meant that they could only be beaten passively. Many warships had begun to retreat on their own. The 2 sisters, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, were so happy to kill that they began to forget Murong Feng's orders again. They had gone beyond the scope set by Murong Feng. If Murong Feng hadn't fired at them both in anger, the 2 sisters would have wanted to continue chasing them all the way. Disperse.
Come to me. I don't believe they can destroy so many of my warships.
Yuan Feng said a little angrily. Over the years, he has been obsessed with opening up the inheritance land, and has not cared so much about national affairs. I didn't expect that even the Northern Zirwick Kingdom can't deal with it now. He was extremely angry. And he was really unwilling to go back like this. Besides, he didn't catch any of the female warriors he wanted to capture alive. Although several Clippers also shot and injured the female warrior. They were all rescued in time by other Clippers. So far, nothing has been found. The warships finally began to accelerate slowly, heading towards Murong Feng's defenses. Indeed, although those red cannons are powerful, they are still too few in the face of so many warships. Moreover, these red cannons are actually the most primitive artillery. Their shooting accuracy is not high and their loading is very slow. It took several rounds of artillery SH/LS to hit one. Facing such a huge fleet, it was still a bit powerless. But Murong Feng was not in a hurry, because these large warships would not be able to sail immediately, because there was a shallow beach further ahead, which meant that their medium-sized warships could sail in. Sure enough, when those large warships were 6,000 to 7,000 steps away, they began to run aground one after another. In desperation, they had to stop immediately. If they sailed any further, the warships would not be able to move. This is very embarrassing. Yuan Feng's warship is parked there like this, and the catapult's range is out of reach. Now he is in a dilemma, and those Clippers are being beaten in front of him, and they are running around. 200 Clippers have arrived now. Almost half of it has been sunk. Those female soldiers are still shooting desperately. They are avenging their sisters. What's even more frightening is that now that we are closer, the accuracy of those red-coated cannons has also improved accordingly. And these large warships are still dead targets that are stationary. You can hit them by adjusting the angle slightly. In less than half an hour, more than a dozen warships ignited raging fires. Yuan Feng looked a little lost, and finally said helplessly,
"Oh, go back. This battle can't be fought. There's no way to fight back." Ah!
Only now did he realize that what Qi Tonghao said was true. It was not that Qi Tonghao was derelict in his duties, but that the opponent's warship was too powerful. If I really want to regain the Northern Zirui Kingdom, I'm afraid I have to build a new medium-sized warship. Such large warships can't get close at all. A large-scale naval battle ended in an anticlimactic manner. Not only did Yuan Feng fail to capture a female warrior, but instead damaged 11 warships, with as many as 27 seriously damaged, including his royal warship. Only 40 of the 200 clippers were left. The war drums were beating here, celebrating victory, while the other side retreated to the southern Zirwe kingdom in disgrace. Returning to the palace, Yu Wanfeng rested for a day and calmed down. Then he summoned all the civil and military personnel under his command to discuss countermeasures. He was a little worried now. The northern Zirwe kingdom was developing too fast, which had already posed a huge threat to him. Threatening. What worries him even more is that he hasn't caught a female warrior yet, and Yu Shichang is still waiting to put her to use.
Your Majesty, there is no need to go to such great lengths to fight over a few female warriors. We can go find Jixishi.
Yu Wanfeng's counselors are not vegetarians either. They also know the situation in Daxia in detail, including everything about the 7th princess, because the 7th princess not only controlled the 36 islands in the southeast, but also fought with the Zirwe kingdom. So they were very concerned about the 7th princess's every move.
Huh? Is there anything special about this person?
Yu Wanfeng asked, a little puzzled. He rarely asked about political affairs in the past few years, and he didn't know anything about Ji Jisheng, who had just appeared for more than a year.
Ha ha! It's very special. I don't know what method this person used to make the 7th princess obey him. Not only that, but now he also controls 10,000 female warriors. The leader is Yuli from Lingyu Island. And now, according to legend, this Yuli is also a plaything in his hand, and he has more than a dozen female warriors to attend his bed every night. Now under the command of the 7th princess, this person has tremendous power. If we can buy this person, then what a shame. Isn't it easy to get a few female warriors?
This sly-looking counselor actually showed a very lewd smile, and said with a flattering smile, in fact, these things are all rumors. How could Ji Jisheng have so much energy, and have more than a dozen female warriors sleeping with him in one night? But this is not the point. The point is that as long as GZ is bribed, Yu Wanfeng's urgent need will be solved.
Oh! Capable! Do you have a way to bribe this person? As long as you can give me 10. No. 5. As long as you have 5 female warriors. It will be considered a great achievement for you.
The strategist's name was Jing Gon, but he said it smoothly. He was called skilled, and he knew it was being called him anyway. Yu Wanfeng immediately became energetic. This was really an unexpected surprise. He had mobilized so many people, and yet he still hadn't succeeded. Now as long as he could get through this person, he could get what he wanted.
Ha ha! I heard that this person is not only lustful,
but also secretly developing his own power. So he needs money very much. As far as I know, he deceives his superiors and conceals it, and has dealings with those pirates, just to make money. Almost everyone on Nani Island now belongs to him.
Oh God, Jing Gon said thoughtfully, still stroking the goatee under his forehead with one hand.
Sir, are you willing to persuade this person? As long as you can persuade this person, you will definitely get a promotion when you come back.
Yu Wanfeng asked excitedly.
I am willing to go. I will definitely live up to the Emperor's trust. Okay. Come here. Serve the wine. I want to have 3 drinks with Jing On. Thank you, Your Majesty.
Chapter 429, Unparalleled Capability. Jing Gon took over Yu Wanfeng's mission, and then went to Prince Yushuren's house. First of all, he needed a lot of gifts and banknotes. Secondly, he knows how to manage personal relationships well. Although the prince is not very favored, he will still be the heir to the throne in the future. He has always focused on his relationship with the prince. Originally, he wanted to have a good relationship with His Highness Yu Shichang. But Yu Shichang didn't care about worldly affairs at all, let alone these ordinary people. So Jing Gon gave up easily.
What? You want 10 million taels of silver? Do you want so many jewels and jades and 2 9th-grade weapons? Do you know how difficult it is for me now? Since the arena was restarted, we have lost 3,000,002 pieces of gold.
The prince looked at Jing Gon's gift list and immediately jumped up. The money in the treasury is really tight now. And in addition to the hasty dispatch of troops this time, a lot of people, horses, money and materials have been folded in. He didn't dare to complain in front of Yu Wanfeng. But now, he couldn't bear it anymore.
Alas, Your Highness, I am here on the orders of the Emperor. Besides, if I can solve the Emperor's urgent need, wouldn't it also relieve the pressure on you?
Jing Gon looked at the prince and felt a little sympathetic. This is the result of not being favored. Even though he is a prince, the Emperor never discusses anything with him. Anyway, It is the prince's job to clean up the mess in the end.
Okay. I hope sir will succeed immediately this time. Otherwise, I really can't survive here,
the prince said with a sad face. He didn't dare to disobey his father's imperial order, so he could only raise taxes again. Nanzi country has raised taxes 3 times in a row. But those families that won in the arena don't care at all. Anyway, this amount of taxes is only a drop in the bucket compared to the profits. Those families or merchants who had lost all their money didn't care. They had all lost their money, and even their people had disappeared without a trace. The most unlucky people are the poor people, who are complaining endlessly, and violent resistance to taxes has begun to occur in many places. Before leaving, Jing Gon couldn't help but shake his head when he saw the price and tax again. He hoped that he could complete the task this time, so that Yuanfeng would no longer have to worry about it. If this continues, Nanzi country may really be in chaos. Jing Gon took the Su family's merchant ship and left, then turned towards Southeast County. He has no relationship with Ji Jisheng, so he must find a middleman. And this middleman is Wu Xuanxai, the counselor of the 7th princess. Jing Gon and Wu Xuanxai were originally from Southeast County. When the 7th princess was recruiting talented people, they applied together. These 2 people were also known as unparalleled, and were relatively well known at the time. Of course, the most famous one was Jing Gon has a short stature and is less than 5 feet tall. According to his current height, he is less than 1.5 meters tall. In this era, he is definitely the southeastern version of Wu Daolong. But Jing Gon didn't care. He and Wu Xuanxai also consider themselves romantic and often hang out in romantic places. But later, because a well-known brothel girl was dissatisfied with Jing Gon's failure to fulfill her promise of reward, she exposed Jing Gon's shortcomings, which were really short and capable, which made Jing Gon become the laughingstock of everyone. He was so ashamed that he went to Zirwei Kingdom in anger. Unexpectedly, he climbed up step by step in Zirwei Kingdom. But since arriving in Zirwei Kingdom, Jing Gon has never been to a romantic place. Although he still does not change his lustful nature. He just buys them at his own home and enjoys them for himself, for fear of being caught by others and making fun of him. But the connection between Jing Gon and Wu Xuanxai has not been broken over the years. They are still young, so their relationship is still very strong. Wu Xuanxai also told Jing Gon in a letter about Ji Jisheng. That's why Jing Gon had the confidence to take on this task. After a few days of turmoil, Jing Gon finally returned to Southeast County. Today's Southeast County is much more prosperous than when he left, and the population has also increased a lot. However, in terms of the area of the fiefdom, it is still Nanzirwei. The country is much larger. Although the checks at all checkpoints are now very tight, there is no problem with Jing Gon's identity documents. And the current checks are mainly targeting people from several other princes' fiefdoms. Isn't there a civil war now? Jing Gon walked around inside, and then found out where Wu Xuanxai lived. Now Wu Xuanxai was the #1 counselor under the 7th princess, so his house was easy to find. And there were guards guarding the door. People came and went asking to see Wu Xuanxai. There are quite a few people there. But as soon as Jing Gon's post was sent in, Wu Xuanxai immediately welcomed him out in person. This was a friend who had been friends for many years, and he was a child. So of course, he had to welcome him out in person. The two were very excited and affectionate when they met. So Wu Xuanxai specially invited Jing Gon to the backyard, laid out wine, and brought out a jar of burning knives to entertain his little boy. Unexpectedly, Jing Gon actually took out a top-quality burning knife, which surprised Wu Xuanxai. Now that the war is tense, these high-end products in Southeast County are less available. So even Wu Xuanxai can't just enjoy the best roasted knives. The two chatted about some of their respective development experiences. In fact, their experiences were similar. They both climbed up bit by bit, and both of them were also good at catering to their respective sides. Therefore, they have developed at the same level over the years. Brother has returned to Southeast County. Do you want to develop here? With his talents and my recommendation, he will definitely make a career, Wu Xuanxai said a little proudly. Ha ha! No, I'm not a bad person in Zirui Kingdom. Moreover, you are only protecting a prince, while I am protecting a prince. Jing Gon shook his head and smiled. After drinking a few glasses of wine, the two of them started to compete a little bit again. It's a fierce competition, just like before. No one is convinced. Ha ha! Then what are you doing here? You're just here to see my old friend, right? Wu Xuanxai asked a little unhappily. Ha ha! Of course there are benefits for you. Why are we friends?
Jing Gan said with a smile. And then the servant, who called the door, brought in a box. When he opened it, he saw that it was full of jewelry and jades. There is also a 5,000 tael silver note.
What do you mean? We are brothers, but we are each our own master. Brother, don't let me embarrass you.
Although Wu Xuancai's eyes lit up, he immediately asked with a stern face.
Don't worry. It definitely has nothing to do with Southeast County. But before doing business, I have to take care of some personal matters first. Is that little Phoenix Fairy still in Southeast County?
Jing Gan interrupted Wu Xuancai with a smile, and then immediately asked about something that was not quite right related issues.
Oh? You mean that famous prostitute who embarrassed you back then? Did you come back just because of this? It's been more than 10 years.
Wu Xuancai asked, a little surprised. What happened back then really made Jing Gan very sad. It's shameless. But rushing back just for such a small thing seems a bit too unworthy. This is not bringing up old things again to embarrass yourself. That's why Wu Xuancai spoke a little vaguely, for fear of irritating the short and capable Brother Nian again.
Huh? 10 years? I haven't forgotten it at all. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Is she still in Southeast County?
Jing Gan still said with a smile, but his eyes were filled with cold eyes.
It seems that she is still there. But she is already over 30, and the MILF is now half senior. It seems that she no longer accepts guests,
but has become a madam in Yuchen Pavilion.
Wu Xuancai didn't look at the fact that he already had 2 concubines in one room. But still, I often visit these romantic places, and I am very familiar with these places. Moreover, in the past year, they have been warmly invited by dignitaries without any expense on his part. So he also knows a lot about the famous prostitutes and brothels. Of course, he also knows about this little fairy. She had an affair with Jing Gan back then. Wu Xuancai secretly took pleasure in his misfortune. But he didn't expect that Jing Gan actually left Southeast County without saying goodbye on the 3rd day. It was indeed such a commotion that Jing Gan felt ashamed.
Well, find a crime, lock her up, and then mark her as a slave. I'll buy her and take her back. Haha. Don't worry. I won't kill her.
Jing Gan looked at Wu Xuancai eagerly. So he wanted Wu Xuancai to help him with this small favor first. Just to see what Wu Xuancai would do first. If he was upright and refused sternly, then the next thing would be difficult to handle. If Wu Xuancai is willing to accept money and do things at the same time, that would be half the battle. Well, Wu Xuan pondered for a while, then clapped his hands, called his confidant butler over, and gave a few instructions in a low voice. Then the butler nodded and went out. Wu Xuancai picked up the wine glass again and said with a smile, It's a small matter. I can help you get it done right away. And it doesn't go through the government. It comes directly from the guard camp. Even if someone wants to trace it afterwards, they can't find it. Okay. We are indeed good brothers. Cheers. Jing Gan said very happily, because Wu Xuancai's behavior was in line with his expectations. He was powerful and did not refuse benefits. Moreover, he could directly let the guard battalion take action without going through the government. This shows that Wu Xuancai's power far exceeds that of ordinary officials. So Jing Gan once again took out a stack of silver notes, which contained 200,000 taels of silver. It was much heavier than the previous shot. Brother, what do you mean by this? A mere brothel girl can't spend so much money. Right, brother. Please tell me clearly. What is the purpose of this trip? Wu Xuancai was immediately startled, and suddenly he received 200,000 taels of silver. This is definitely a big deal. Ha ha. Don't worry. I won't embarrass you. Brother, I want to meet GZ. Let me tell you clearly. I want to buy some female warriors. This shouldn't be difficult. Right? Jing Gan said with an understatement. But he was actually very nervous. Because we still don't know if Ji Jisheng is easy to bribe. Ah? Humph. Brother, please take back these banknotes. Have you ever heard of anyone buying female warriors on the market? Master Ji regards those female warriors as treasures. Even the 7th princess wants a few to enrich her bodyguards. Even if you don't get what you want, you might as well give up. Wu Xuancai immediately pushed the banknote back. The difficulty of this matter was too high, and he didn't dare to speak at all. Ha ha. Brother Xian, as long as you introduce me to Ji Jisheng, I will take care of the rest. Whether it succeeds or not has nothing to do with Brother Xian. Unexpectedly, Jing Gan pushed this stack of banknotes over again, and added more 100,000 taels. Chapter 435 Female Warriors. Hey. Wu Xuanzai still did not accept the huge sum of money, but looked at Jing Gan intently, rapidly calculating the possible risks in his mind.
Hee hee. Brother Xian. Don't worry. As long as you introduce me to Ji Jisheng, it will never have any impact on you. Besides, the situation in Southeast County is not as stable as you said. The seventh princess wants to seize. I'm afraid it's not that easy. Right? My dear brother should also make more preparations. Right?
Jing Gan looked at Wu Xuanzai with a smile. Since he dared to come to Southeast County, he already understood the current situation very clearly. The seventh princess now, she does not have an advantage in the battle to seize the legitimate son. And the 36 islands in the southeast are not peaceful now. It was originally the seventh princess's foothold to retreat in case she failed to seize the legitimate son. But now it has become a heavy burden for her.
Okay. I will take you to see GZ. But what happens next has nothing to do with me. If you really offend GZ, then I can't save you.
Wu Xuanzai finally nodded and accepted it. This huge amount of money. Of course, he also saw that the prospects of the seventh princess were not so optimistic. At least now, in the battle for the inheritance, she had fallen behind the sixth prince, Xia Zisheng.
Of course, as long as my dear brother introduces me to Ji Jisheng, I will be sure to convince him.
Jing Gan said confidently.
Okay. Then please ask me to stay here for a few days, and I will help you make arrangements.
Wu Xuanzai became cruel and decided to take a risk. After all, if the seventh princess failed to seize the rightful son in the future, he could still go to Zirwei country. So he must take this risk now, which can be regarded as making Jing Gan owe him a favor.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Brother Xian. Come on. Cheers.
Jing Gan picked up the wine glass with satisfaction and clinked glasses with Wu Xuanzai. After eating until evening, Jing Gan returned to the side courtyard that Wu Xuanzai had arranged for him with satisfaction. Not to mention, Wu Xuanzai also treated the young boy with all his heart. Not only the room was tidied up, but also the maids and servants were arranged. What surprised Jing Gan even more was that when he entered the bedroom, there was a woman kneeling inside, with her hands tied behind her back. She was shivering, half-dressed, and there was a slave mark that had just been branded on her back.
Ha ha. Little Phoenix Fairy? Do you still recognize me? I have been thinking about you for more than 10 years.
Jing Gan suddenly felt relaxed and sat in front of this woman, and asked condescendingly and proudly,
Ah? Are you Mr. Jing Gan?
As soon as she saw the short figure Jing Gan, Xiao Fengxian finally understood why she suddenly suffered such an unreasonable disaster. It turned out that the disaster was caused more than 10 years ago, and she felt a little desperate. Why should she ask? Jing Gan was back to take revenge on her.
TSK. It's only been more than 10 years since a beautiful woman turned into such a good character. It's really disappointing. But don't worry. This won't affect my ability to take care of you in the future.
Jing Gan, he leaned down and took a closer look at this then famous courtesan, and couldn't help but shake his head and smile.
Master Jing Gan. Master Jing Gan. Please forgive me. I was confused and did something wrong back then. Please let me go.
Little Fengxian suddenly fell to the ground and kowtowed. Crying, shouted,
It's too late. Now you are my slave. I will slowly entertain you. But you are not allowed to commit suicide yet. Otherwise, your parents and brothers will be executed.
Jing Gan said happily. Then he turned around and said,
Someone, hang her on the beam.
Jing Gan was not interested in this woman in her 30s, who was already covered in fat. The two maids Wu Xuanzai sent him were much more beautiful than this old lady. 3 days later, Wu Xuanzai finally made arrangements. He found an excuse to go to Nani Island to deliver supplies, and then quietly brought Jing Gan and his party aboard the ship. The 16th road of Southeast Mountain is not very peaceful now. Even if Wu Xuanzai went there, he would have to bring an escort warship. So the journey was quite smooth. After all, no one dared to harass the seventh princess's warship. Wu Xuanzai has always tried his best to please Ji Jisheng, and he has been in Ji Jisheng's camp from the beginning. Otherwise, he would not have such great power now. He had a hunch that the seventh princess's property might belong to Ji Jisheng in the future. Because now that Ji Jisheng has more and more say, many of the seventh princess's plans may not be realized. But any idea of Ji Jisheng can definitely be realized. Ji Jisheng seemed very happy to have received this month's supplies in advance. He even held a special banquet for Wu Xuanzai. At the same time, he was a little confused about Jing Gan sitting aside, He didn't seem to know this person. And I've definitely never seen such a short figure before. Otherwise, I would definitely be impressed.
General, this is Mr. Jing Gon, a good friend of mine. He comes from Zirwei country. He wants to do some business with you.
Wu Xuanzai said with a smile on his face.
Oh, so what kind of business does Mr. Jing Gon do? There is only a copper ore mine on my island. Does Mr. Jing Gon want copper and stone?
Ji Jisheng was a little disappointed. He didn't have much copper ore in his hands now.
And this copper stone mines have low output and poor quality. So you can't make much money.
Ha ha! You can do any business. As long as the general is willing. You can make money from anything. And make a lot of money.
Jing Gon said with a smile.
What do you mean?
Ji Jisheng's curiosity was aroused.
General Ji. I have to take my leave now. I have to rush back to do my job.
Wu Xuanzai quickly stood up and said goodbye. It was obvious that he wanted to avoid the conversation between Jing Gon and Ji Jisheng. It made Ji Jisheng even more curious.
Okay. Then we'll send him off not far away.
Ji Jisheng raised his hand slightly, sending Wu Xuanzai away.
General Ji. Can you ask everyone to step back?
Jing Gon looked at the servants around him, and the guards standing at the door. He didn't expect that there would be so many people serving Ji Jisheng. And he was living a very luxurious life.
Well, you all, please step back. Then close the door for me.
Ji Jisheng nodded. He could see that Jing Gon had no martial arts skills. So he was not worried about his own safety. When there was no one else in the room, Ji Jisheng looked at Jing Gon indifferently and waited for him to explain his purpose. Since he had worked so hard to get here, there must be something going on. Jing Gon still smiled calmly and did not speak. Instead, he took out a stack of banknotes, which actually amounted to 3 million taels. Ji Jisheng looked a little confused. Although I was ecstatic, I also knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch. And this person must still have something to ask for.
What do you want?
Ji Jisheng thought about his wealth. Except for a few warships. It seemed that there was nothing else he could do with it.
5 female warriors.
Chapter 431 5 Female Warriors B. Ji Jisheng looked at Jing Gon's short figure and said a little unhappily.
Is this what you are here for? Then I will disappoint you. My female warriors are not slaves and will never be sold. Who are you?
Ha ha. To be honest, General, I am Jing Gon, the #1 strategist under the Crown Prince of Zirwei Kingdom. The general must also know that Zirwei Kingdom is now much more stable than Daxia Kingdom. And he is willing to maintain a long-term relationship with the general. A cooperative relationship. The key is that we can provide the huge amount of silver needed by the general.
Jing Gon pretended to be wealthy. In fact, the Nanzirui Kingdom is also in chaos now. And the prince does not have such money. Rich.
Humph. You want female warriors. Probably to find a pair of monks for your master. Right? Don't the Northern Zirwei Kingdom also have 20,000 female warriors? Why do you want to seek far away from the near?
Ji Jisheng is also very well informed. And he is very interested, and he also knew something about the affairs of the Northern and Southern Zirwei Kingdom. Especially the whereabouts of female warriors. He had always been very concerned about it.
Ahem. To be honest, General, we are at war with Northern Zirwei Kingdom. So we can't make deals with them.
Jing Gon looked a little embarrassed. He was saying that Zirwei Kingdom was very stable and prosperous. I was slapped in the face in the blink of an eye. It seems I can't brag too much.
Well, you can't beat them. Can you? With those 2 weird warships. You can't get any advantage.
Ji Jisheng said with some disdain. And then asked,
Tell me, why do you have to use them?
It doesn't seem difficult for a female warrior to be a couple of monks. It doesn't seem difficult to find a woman with advanced cultivation and good looks. Right.
Ji Jisheng now has a good understanding of the dual cultivation method. His cultivation has made rapid progress, which is because he has practiced the
Silver Dragon Heart Sutra,
which should be regarded as an evil skill. But for him, with the same cultivation level, there is no difference between an ordinary woman and a female warrior, and the effect of a double break is almost the same. So he wanted to know why the master behind Jing Gon had to use female warriors for dual cultivation.
Ha ha! I don't know about that. Maybe you like the strong body of a female warrior?
Jing Gon shook his head and smiled. He didn't dare to reveal the bloodline of the mythical beast casually.
Humph. If you don't want to tell me, then please come back.
The more confused Ji Jisheng was about the truth, the more he wanted to know. He was also wondering if he could learn from it and increase his cultivation speed again. The recent progress in cultivation has been a bit slow. If I want to reach the martial master level at this speed, I don't know how long it will take.
General, please come here. I only know a little bit. It is said that the female warriors of the Lingyu tribe are actually a branch of the bloodline of the mythical beasts.
Jing Gan whispered what he knew into Ji Jishin's ear. Ji Jishing.
White Tiger Clan. Divine Beast bloodline? Zhu Xiaobao is actually a descendant of the Divine Beast bloodline? How is this possible?
Ji Jishi was shocked after hearing this. He has been paying close attention to Zhu Xiaobao's whereabouts ever since the North Zirwei Kingdom appeared burning knives, soap, and the so-called Tofu Workshop franchise store. He knew that the newly emerged fifth prince was undoubtedly Zhu Xiaobao. But he did not expect that there was such a thing as the blood of a mythical beast.
General Ji? General Ji? I told you everything I know. Look at the 5 female warriors.
Jing Gan saw Ji Jishin's dazed look and asked several questions in succession. He was also anxious. If he really couldn't complete the task, how would he be able to deliver it when he got back? A lot of money has been spent.
Oh, that's what I was thinking about. Well, I have told you all this. The female warriors under my command are not slaves and will not be sold.
Ji Jishing came back to his senses and then frowned. He said with a brow that seemed to be an embarrassment, but his eyes were fixed on the banknotes on the table.
Ha! Let's change the approach. You send 5 female warriors to perform the mission. The time is limited to 1 year. I promise to send them back by then. What do you think?
Jing Gan is very good at this aspect. Isn't it just a change of words? At the same time, Jing Gan wisely added another 1 million taels of silver notes. But I feel very distressed. This guy is much more greedy than Wu Xuanxai.
Well, yes. I can send 5 female warriors to complete the errand. Okay. You can stay with me for 1 day. And I will make arrangements for you tomorrow.
Ji Jishi said with satisfaction. And at the same time reached out and opened the table. All the banknotes were put into his arms. I was suddenly excited. I didn't expect that the female warrior was so valuable. 5 female warriors can be exchanged for 4 million taels of silver. If 10 more are sold, won't all the losses and urgently needed expenses be used up?
Thank you, General Ji. But, General Ji, you must not give me a female warrior who is too strong-tempered.
Jing Gan was also surprised and bowed repeatedly. Unexpectedly, Ji Jihui agreed very happily, which was a bit surprising. What he expected. But in the end, he did not forget to remind him that he had seen the tragic scene in which the captured female warrior committed suicide.
Humph. Got it.
Unexpectedly, Ji Jishing left without looking back. He was in a hurry to find Yu Li, so he had to discuss this matter with Yu Li. Ji Jihui hurriedly walked into a luxurious mansion under construction. This was the general's mansion that Ji Jihui built specially for himself. Otherwise, why would he be so anxious to ask for money? Firstly, he came to build his own general's mansion. And secondly, he has purchased many slaves one after another these days. Because Nani Island has experienced the first 2 wars, there are not many original residents left on the island. He also wanted to develop Nani Island into his own base. So he continued to traffic in people. Some were bought from slave traders, and some were acquired from pirates. So now Nani Island has gradually increased its population. There are more than 300,000 people. There are also some decent villages and towns. But the cost is so huge. How can the little money Ji Jishing be enough? Although he robbed tens of millions of taels of silver from King Wen, apart from giving it to his guards, the rest was also invested in Nani Island. But it was still far from enough. So he misappropriated all the income from the copper and stone mine that was supposed to be handed over. But the difference was still far behind. Now that the 7th princess is using her money, she has begun to recover arrears and taxes and various operating expenses from various places. Ji Jishing has also been very worried these days. Even if he can get the 7th princess in bed, if the 7th princess really notices that he has embezzled so much, it will probably be very difficult for him to pass the test. Now there are many people in the DPRK who oppose him. They are all waiting for this time to collect the debt and impeach him. After walking into the general's mansion, Ji Jishi did not stop, but went to a rockery in the garden. There was actually a hole in the middle of this rockery. When Ji Jishi entered the hole, it turned out to be a set of stairs. It turned out that the general's mansion there is another level underground. No wonder he spends so much. The underground floor is also very luxurious and very hidden. Ji Jishing walked to an open place, which was specially used for martial arts practice. Surprisingly, there are two women sparring now. To be precise, a middle-aged woman is teaching the young woman. Needless to say, the young woman is Yuli. But the middle-aged one is Lord Jioin. This is why Ji Jishi built an underground lair. It's because Lord Jioin wants to live here. Now Yuli has become Ji Jisheng's woman through and through. And they are also a couple of Taoists. But in front of Ji Jisheng, he no longer had any right to speak and could only obey. Otherwise, although Ji Jisheng's martial arts skills cannot compare with hers, Lord Jioin is very protective of her shortcomings. As long as Yuli is disrespectful in the slightest, Lord Jioin will teach her a lesson. And now Yuli also practices the Silver Dragon Heart Sutra, and is completely inseparable from GZ, because she can't just find other dual cultivators, and can only rely on GZ's favor. So her cultivation has not progressed very fast in the past few months. But after the training of Master Jioin, her combat effectiveness has improved a lot. So now she is in awe and fear of Master Jioin. Seeing the smile on Ji Jisheng's face today, Yuli was also infected and couldn't help but ask,
General, you seem to be very happy today. Can we do it?
Yuli was looking forward to practicing dual cultivation a few more times in order to improve her cultivation level as soon as possible. But now it is really rare to get Ji Jiwei's favor, because Ji Jiwei has too many women, and there are hundreds of young girls in this basement alone. Woman. It is also very embarrassing to say that these women are all the concubines and talented ladies of King Wen. And some are even the daughters of King Wen. Since the death of King Wen, Ji Jisheng has been imprisoned here, and they are not allowed to leave the basement. Normally, she is used as a maid and maid. But when Ji Jisheng comes, she has to be summoned by Ji Jishen to attend her bed at any time. What makes Yuli even more annoyed is that Ji Jishi still hires a female warrior to do double cultivation every now and then. So Yuli's opportunities are getting less and less.
Ha ha. Okay. We haven't practiced dual cultivation for a long time. It's time for you to improve your cultivation too.
Unexpectedly, GZ agreed readily, which surprised Yuli. But she also felt a little bit something's wrong. Sure enough, when Ji Jishi proposed to sell the 5 female warriors, Yuli finally couldn't help but get angry.
What? You actually want to give them to others for dual cultivation? Do you still have humanity? Just for money. If other female warriors find out, how can I face them? Snapped.
Before Yuli could finish her words, GZ slapped her in the face. The Lord Jioin next to her immediately looked at Yuli with eager eyes, and was about to take action.
Do you think I'm negotiating with you? I'm asking you to cooperate with me to make this happen. Do you hacking know how much money I own now? Do you think the soap and toilet paper you enjoy fall from the sky? Come down.
Ji Jisheng grabbed Yuli's hair and gave a little force. Although Yuli was very unwilling, she still slowly knelt down. Chapter 432 5 Female Warriors C. These female warriors of Ji Jiwei all followed Yuli from Lingyu Island. And they should be regarded as followers of Yuli. They all trusted Yuli, and even worshipped Yuli. But things changed completely after arriving on Nani Island. Now their treatment is far different from that on Lingyu Island. On Lingyu Island, they also have dedicated maids to serve them. Each person has a room and basically doesn't have to do anything. The main thing is to train every day to improve your fighting power. But when I got here, not only was the original standard of living gone, it was difficult to meet even the most basic standard equipment. Although they were dissatisfied with Yuqian's management style when they were on Lingyu Island. Before they broke up, they were treated the same as the female warriors in Lingyu Mountain. And by that time everyone had already felt the huge changes in Lingyu Island, and prosperous development prospects. But in the end they chose to follow Yuli. But now that I have arrived at Nani Island, although I have a place to stay, the quality of life is very different. Moreover, I even became a pirate a few months ago. And the result was a failure. The key is that these days, they have not seen any hope from Yuli, but are completely controlled by Ji Jishen. Moreover, Ji Jisheng is also very good at playing tricks. Anyone who is willing to obey will get benefits. Those who have a strong temper and refuse to submit can't even use toilet paper now. Among so many female warriors, there are always some who are weak-willed and know how to read mountains and rivers. Many female warriors try their best to please Ji Jisheng. And of course, they get corresponding benefits. But GZ got more. And he could mine these female warriors at will. Therefore, GZ was sure to sell 5 female warriors. But he must match one with Yuli. And he could not let others know that he was sold. After completing the double cultivation, Yuli did not start practicing immediately. Instead, she sat there and cried silently. This kind of thing made her a little panicked and guilty. Although the female warriors selected were relatively greedy for pleasure and weak-willed, they were also her own sisters. Besides, it was said that it would be sent back in 1 year. But after thinking about it, I am afraid that it will have been completely harvested after 1 year. And it will basically be useless.
Why are you crying? We are not asking them to die. Besides, think about it. For 1,000,000 taels of silver, all my crises have been solved. I will also double the standard equipment for the female warriors next month.
Ji Jishan rarely left, but slept with Yu Li in the same bed. At this critical moment, he must coax this woman.
Then let Yu Fu, Yu Qian, Yu Zhu, Yu Yi, and Yu Shao go.
Yu Li lowered her head and whispered, as if she was afraid of being heard by other female warriors.
Ha ha! Is this right? If you bring Yu Qian, who has a broken leg and needs someone to take care of her, crying all day long, you can sell it for tens of thousands more taels of silver.
Ji Jishan said with satisfaction. And he also had a flash of inspiration, and came up with a wonderful way to deal with those disabled female warriors. Not only would he be less of a burden, but he could also make more money.
That's okay. It can be said that we let them escort Yu Qian to heal his injuries.
Yu Li nodded. Those disabled female warriors are indeed a big burden, especially those with severe disabilities, and they have no use value at all. Now Yu Li is starting to think deeply about selling the female warrior.
Ha ha ha! That's right. You need to know how to show your loyalty. When I become fully fledged, have my own fiefdom, or dominate the world. Do you think I will treat you badly?
Ji Jishan smiled with great satisfaction. He said, "Daching, this guy has big ambitions. He also wants to be a prince, or even sit on the throne." The next day, Ji Jishan happily handed over 5 female warriors to Jing Gan, and also gave one with a broken leg. Jing Gan was also very understanding, and immediately sent another 200,000 taels in silver notes. Although he was not sure whether the female warrior with a broken leg could still be used, he thought there should be no problem. At least the lower part was still intact. The cultivation base is still there. Although some female warriors were curious as to why these 5 sisters were sent to escort Yu Qian out for treatment, Yu Li immediately explained passionately that there was a miracle doctor in the most auspicious country who could regenerate severed limbs. This is good. Those female warriors with missing arms and legs are all envious of Yu Qian. Yu Li felt a little proud at this time, as if she had really done a good thing. It was only when she saw GZ put another stack of banknotes into her arms that her heart began to twitch again. 10 days later, Jing Gan came back again. This time he and Ji Jishan understood each other tacitly, and they were very close to each other when they met. Ji Jishan even specially served wine to greet them. In Ji Jishan's view, Jing Gan sent him money again. Jing Gan was no longer polite, and immediately asked for 5 more female warriors, including those with missing arms and legs. But I made a request. I hope that the 5 female warriors this time can have higher cultivation levels. At least one at the level of a great martial artist. It turned out that after Jing Gan went back and handed over the 5 female warriors to Yu Wanfeng, Yu Wanfeng was greatly surprised. He didn't expect that Jing Gan could buy back 5 female warriors at once. And these 5 female warriors were not as good as the previous ones. So strong for once. What made Yu Wanfeng even more excited was that he also forcibly possessed a female warrior. The effect was indeed very obvious. And even his cultivation level improved a little. His Highness Yu Shichong was also very excited at first. And his increasingly murderous nature also subsided a lot. But then, he discovered the shortcomings. The cultivation level of these 5 female warriors was too low. They were all second-level martial arts masters. Because this is not very helpful to his practice of dear ambition. On the other hand, Yu Qian, who had a broken leg, was a first-level martial artist, and Yu Shichong had gained a little from her. So this time Yu Wanfeng made higher demands. Of course, he also rewarded Jing Gan heavily, and gave one of his daughters to Jing Gan. Jing Gan suddenly became the consort. It's a pity that the princess looked down on the short stature of Jing Gan, and never let Jing Gan get close to her. On the contrary, Jing Gan had to pay greetings to the princess every day, for fear that the princess would be offended because of the poor care, and his father would move his head when he got angry. But Jing Gan was still very excited. After all, he had climbed up the ladder again, and was now the prince's brother-in-law. Of course, this time the prince took out 5 million taels of silver notes with a sad face, and did not give any other jewelry or jades. However, Jing Gan did not embarrass the prince. He still had 5 million taels of silver notes with him. After listening to Jing Gan's request, Ji Jishan nodded secretly. It seemed that Jing Gan's master was not low in cultivation. He actually wanted a dual cultivator at the level of a great martial artist. So he himself was at least at the level of a great martial artist.
No! You think it's so easy to train my female warrior? Those who can practice to the level of a great martial artist are all geniuses. What's more,
Ji Jishan's face sank, and he seemed to be very angry. But before Jing Gan could finish his words, a stack of banknotes was pushed over.
2 million taels. Even the disabled can do it. Well, this is something we can consider. After all, disabled female warriors still need to be properly accommodated.
Ji Jisheng immediately changed his tone and nodded. As for the able-bodied female warriors at the level of great martial arts masters, he really couldn't bear to part with them. But it was different for the disabled ones. They could actually be exchanged for more money. This was an unexpected surprise. There are still 3 or 4 disabled female warriors at the level of martial arts masters on Nami Island.
Yu Jiai? Are you crazy? Even if her arm is broken, her fighting power is no less than that of an ordinary martial artist. Moreover, she has always been my personal guard. She was responsible for training female warriors only after she broke her arm. Are you going to sell her too?
When Yuli heard Ji Zi's thoughts, she immediately shouted in shock and anger.
Huh? She has the most complaints right now. And she is so deceptive among the female warriors. That's why we can't keep her,
Ji Jihui said viciously. In fact, another reason is that Yu Jiai once rejected Ji Jihui very rudely. And later, because of with a broken arm, Ji Jishan was no longer interested.
She is just talking about things. We are really not doing well here,
Yu Linonyo said. Indeed, Yu Jiai has said many times in public that it is better not to come out than she is now. Because Yuli now has no development direction at all. He was completely at the mercy of Ji Jisheng.
What do you mean by poor development? Following me is the best development for you. Go talk to her and tell her that the miracle doctor of Zirui Kingdom is very effective in regenerating severed limbs. You are giving her a chance to heal again.
In this way, not only will she be grateful, but she will also stop talking nonsense,
Ji Jisheng said gloomily.
Okay, but what if she comes back in the future?
Yuli asked a little worriedly. Such a powerful female warrior might be able to get out of trouble and often create miracles.
Humph. She will never come,
Ji Jisheng said lightly, and then suddenly his heart moved, and handed Yuli a small pill.
Humph. You can give this to her later. I can't make a losing business.
The next day, Ji Jisheng showed off the 4 female warriors with a cheerful face. Although there were 2 less than last time, their cultivation levels were much higher, especially the 2 disabled female warriors, both of whom had the cultivation level of great martial arts masters. Many female warriors came to see them off reluctantly. Among them, Yu Jiai, who had a broken arm, looked at Ji Zi hatefully. This man had defiled her last night. Although she suspected that Yuli had done something secretly, she saw Yuli's sad look on her face. I have no choice but to consider myself unlucky. But Ji Jisheng had something on his mind. So he prepared the best soap and toilet paper for these female warriors, as well as the best burning knives. At the same time, he also secretly warned Jing Gan.
That female warrior named Yu Jiai has a strong temper. When you get to Zirui Kingdom, you must give her this pill to take. You must show your flaws. Ha ha. I know. I am the best at this kind of thing. Did you see that these servants I brought are all at the level of great martial arts masters? Don't worry,
Jing Gan said with a smile on his face. This time it can be said that the task was successfully completed. If you go back, you will definitely be rewarded again. Chapter 433, Extreme Joy Leads to Sorrow A.
After Ji Jishan watched Jing Gan's merchant ship leave slowly, he prepared to return to the underground palace with a cheerful expression. As he walked, he was still reminiscing. I didn't expect that it would be nice to have an arm broken, and it would not affect the pleasure at all. It is really a pity. After Yuli sent Yu Jiai away, she suddenly felt relieved as well. She took Ji Jisheng's arm, and the 2 of them walked back to the basement of the general's mansion affectionately. Yuli was still eagerly hoping that Ji Zi would favor her once. But what disappointed Yuli was that since Ji Zi had achieved her goal, he was not so enthusiastic about her and just asked her to go back to the room and wait. Yuli didn't dare to complain, so she had to go back to her room to meditate and practice unhappily. Ji Zhouhui went to pay respects to the Lord Jiuyin very attentively. The master and disciple now really have a master-disciple relationship. Although GZ is a sinister person, he is really filial to the Lord Jiuyin now. And Venerable Jiuyin also trusted this apprentice he picked up halfway. Everything is done for the sake of the apprentice. Of course, the relationship between the two of them is also extremely unhealthy. The two of them have to deal with each other even if they are separated from each other. And they don't know who is satisfying whom. Ji Zhixing happily ran into Lord Jiuyin's room.
Master! Master! We have money. I will build you a hot spring pool in a few days. Eh?
Before Ji Zhixing finished speaking, he was a little surprised to find that he was suddenly in a place with flowers and beautiful sunshine. Like a fairyland. It was not the room of Lord Jiuyin at all. But in this beautiful scenery, Lord Jiuyin was kneeling there, his face flushed and trembling a little, looking at a woman standing in front of him. This woman is really beautiful, voluptuous, curvy, and her face is indescribably charming. Ji Zhixing immediately became a little obsessed with it, and some extremely strong desire arose in his body.
Well, is this your apprentice? Jiuyin, I didn't expect that you would enjoy it these years and live a comfortable life hiding here?
The woman asked with a smile, but her voice was slightly hoarse and coquettish. The beautiful appearance is a bit out of place.
Yes. Great Venerable Shemale. I am already old. Please let me go.
Unexpectedly, Venerable Jiuyin, one of the 9 great venerables, was very afraid of this woman and knelt there in pain, pleading. But compared with this great venerable man, her appearance is really far behind. She really looks like an old woman.
What did you call me? From now on, you are not allowed to call me the great master of shemales. You can call me fairy. I prefer to be a woman now.
The woman rolled her eyes at the great master of Jiuyin, and then corrected her delicately. It turns out that this one is the great shemale master who has the most evil behavior among the 9 great masters. She was the one who imprisoned the 9 masters for half a year, suffered all kinds of humiliation, and was harvested by the shemale master's double cultivation technique. Replenishing the yang caused a significant decrease in cultivation, and the cultivation of the venerable human demon also surpassed that of the 9 venerable in one fell swoop. But later, because the great venerable Wu Wei discovered his whereabouts, broke the illusion of the great vengeance, and chased him all the way, the great venerable Jiuyin escaped. However, she spent almost 10 years, and could not after returning to her original cultivation level. Her cultivation level became the second to last among the 9 great sages.
It's Sister Fairy.
Lord Jiuyin quickly changed his words, but he still felt goosebumps all over his body. This is a man. His chest was not so protruding at first, but now it is actually plumper and taller than a woman's. And the skin on his face is also delicate and fair. I really don't know how he did it.
Humph. Don't pretend to be pitiful for me. Back then, you took advantage of that old guy, the great venerable Wu Wei, to hunt me down and escape. How about it? Do you still want to escape now? Can you escape?
The great master of human demons looked at him. Venerable Jiuyin, who was looking at the MILF, said coldly, Venerable Jiuyin's current appearance is all thanks to him. If it weren't for his excessive harvesting, Venerable Jiuyin's appearance would definitely be 20 years younger. If it weren't for Venerable Jiuyin's advanced cultivation, he might even be the state of the great venerable one cannot be preserved. But the great master Shemale didn't feel any guilt. On the contrary, he felt a little disgusted. Why did he stay with such an old woman for half a year in the first place? Now it seems that there is no interest at all. In fact, this is not the reason of the great venerable Jiuyin, but the reason of the great venerable Shemale himself. He is becoming more and more perverted and no longer likes women. Instead, he starts to like men. However, he is more and more perverted towards men. He is rather picky and likes people who are talented and good-looking and have decent cultivation. In fact, the first time he went to Southeast County was to find Kingwen. He had long heard that Kingwen was personable, gentle and elegant, and he was full of knowledge. He didn't expect to find him. When he arrived at Prince Wen's mansion, Prince Wen had died inexplicably, which made him somewhat disappointed. But he caught a black shark guard and used his illusion. The black shark guard explained the cause and effect of the matter clearly. And then he turned his target to Nani Island. In fact, he had already sneaked in a few days ago, among Jinggon's merchant ships, but no one could find him. But when I arrived at Nani Island, I unexpectedly discovered the whereabouts of the great master Jiuyin, which made the great master Renyao very happy. At the same time, the dirty deeds between Lord Jiuyin and Ji Zhixin had already been discovered secretly. What made him even more delighted was that this Ji Zhixin matched his appetite, was a talented person, and had a high level of cultivation. The key was that this place was safe and confidential, and he could live comfortably. So the great master of she-males took action.
I don't dare to run away anymore. Please. No. 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 Sister Fairy, please let me go.
Lord Jillian begged bitterly. She could feel that although the great Lord She-male behaved abnormally, he was a cultivator. Wei has improved a lot, and he is no match at all. Moreover, this illusion of the great She-male was originally a super powerful technique to restrain her.
Well, I won't kill you, but you will be my servant from now on. Remember, don't think about escaping this time. Otherwise you will die ugly. Then come with me to catch one man.
The great human demon seemed to be tolerant and did not embarrass the great venerable Jillian. But a silver needle in his hand had already penetrated into the body of the great venerable Jillian. Then he waved his hand and said,
Get up. The silver needle pierced into your body has no effect on your usual actions. But if you try to run away, you will have an attack. Oh? Yes. Sister Fairy.
The great venerable Jillian said with a bitter look on his face. From the aloof great venerable, he suddenly turned into a slave. The great venerable Jillian found it really hard to accept in his heart. But it's not enough not to accept it. The power of the great human male master is far superior to her.
Ha ha! You are Ji Jisheng. I like it. Come on. Do you want to have a good intimate relationship with your sister?
The great She-male master defeated the great master Jillian. And then he moved towards Ji Jisheng with a charming smile on his face.
Sister Fairy? Think about how beautiful Sister Fairy is.
Ji Jisheng was completely confused. He looked at the great master of the human demon in a daze, and began to touch it unconsciously with both hands. His breathing was rapid, and he gradually became unable to control himself. It seemed that Ji Jisheng slowly woke up after sleeping for a long time. But he felt something strange on his body. He wanted to experience a hearty love between a man and a woman. But he felt a little uncomfortable. Why was his anus behind so hot? He didn't dare to exert any force. And then turned his head. And there was really a stunningly beautiful girl lying next to him, with her breasts half naked, looking at herself lazily. When she saw this scene, Ji Jisheng seemed to be ready to move again. But just when he lifted the quilt and wanted to see the whole leopard, Ji Jisheng was suddenly shocked to the point of being horrified. Another gun under the quilt was stronger than his.
Help! Fairy sister! Please spare me? How could this be? Master! Please save me!
Ji Jisheng's howling like a pig was suddenly heard from the basement of the general's mansion. But no one dared to go in, because Ji Jisheng often does some very abnormal things. But this time no one expected that Ji Jisheng was really still a pervert. Victims. Jing Gan's fleet returned to Nanzirwei Kingdom smoothly. This area was still the waters of Nanzirwei Kingdom, so it was smooth sailing all the way. The female warriors also acted very cooperatively, and even very excited. In the end, after leaving the boring Nandi Island, they started to look around as soon as they saw the lively streets and alleys of Nanzirwei country. When they saw the queues at the tofu soup workshops on the streets, they could no longer move forward. They started to move forward, begging Jing Gan to let them try the long-lost tofu soup. Jing Gan was filled with joy. And of course, he would not refuse these female warriors. The happier they appeared, the less suspicious they were. What did it matter if they bought a few bowls of tofu soup? Even Yu Jiai, who had been depressed along the way, her eyes lit up at this moment. She got off the carriage with a few female soldiers, sat in the tofu shop, and slowly tasted the tofu soup.
Mr. Jing Gan, where is the miracle doctor's clinic? How long will it take to get there?
Yu Jiai asked in a rare initiative.
Ha ha! It's almost. We will be there tomorrow. Ha ha! For you, I have spent a lot of energy and money.
Jing Gan still said with a smile. The change in the attitude of this female warrior also had made him very happy. After all, he started to become active. It seems that life on Nani Island is a bit more miserable. And these female warriors are starting to get excited when they arrive here.
Huh? Isn't it the money our General G spent? Why is it your money?
Yu Jiai asked a little surprised.
Yes. Of course, it is the money spent by General G. I am his good friend, and I am just helping out.
Jing Gan suddenly said a little vaguely, thinking to himself, Ji Jisheng is willing to spend the money? He was just about to steal the money. This time, because the two disabled female warriors had higher cultivation levels. One female warrior was left out.
Oh, that's it.
Yu Jiai seemed to understand and nodded. But she was even more suspicious. First, GZ didn't have so much money at all. Besides, GZ had never cared about these disabled women. Warrior. Secondly, Jing Gan's words are also inconsistent and very acceptable. And every time he asks key questions, he is vague and evasive. Finally, Yu Jiai was very doubtful about the rebirth of his severed limb. She had never heard of such a thing. Even a martial saint could not do it. How could there be such a famous doctor in Nanzarui Kingdom? And such a famous doctor? Can good things happen to them casually? But Yu Jiai is very smart. She is Yu Li's personal bodyguard. So she is well informed. He is very calm in dealing with things. And he looks very expectant and excited now. But he is already very wary in his heart. Because ever since she left Nani Island, there have been 2 servants staring at her. Although her arm was broken, Yu Jiai's cultivation has not fallen behind. She can still feel the cultivation of these 2 servants. Not low. They are all at the level of a great martial artist. More importantly, these 2 servants acted very awkwardly and were unfamiliar with their work. This shows that they are not servants at all. So they cannot do many trivial things. The next day when they arrived 100 miles outside the imperial city, a large number of royal guards suddenly appeared, especially coming to pick them up. This made Yu Jiai even more suspicious. Jing Gan's explanation is that the miracle doctor is now a national treasure of Nanzarui Kingdom. So he is always protected by many guards. And the miracle doctor also lives in the palace. This made Yu Jiai feel even more uneasy. Those guards were actually guarding them, and didn't pay much attention to Jing Gan. The 2 leading generals and Jing Gan were whispering to each other, as if they were still discussing something. But we can still see some lewd expressions on the faces of the 2 generals. During lunch, Jing Gan even sent someone to buy tofu soup. The female warriors were very happy. The lunch was also very sumptuous. Jing Gan also brought out a jar of good wine to treat them. Because Yu Jiai had a broken arm, she ate slowly and had some inconvenience. She had to put down the spoon when she took the chopsticks. And she had to put down the chopsticks when she took the wine glass. So she was always a little slower. But Jing Gan didn't care, and was still very happy. He was diligently persuading several female warriors to drink. He knew that these female warriors were very generous and liked to drink this kind of roasted knife. Yu Jiai deliberately dropped the bowl and chopsticks on the ground, and then shouted to the 2 servants behind her.
Idiot! Didn't you see that I dropped the bowl and chopsticks? Why don't you pick them up?
The 2 servants suddenly looked angry. But under Jing Gan's suggestion, they still felt aggrieved and bent down to pick up the chopsticks and broken bowls from the ground. And the other one was also angrily booping came over with a broom and cleaned the floor. Yu Jiai took this opportunity to pour the contents of the wine glass into her sleeve, as if she had finished drinking it, and praised with satisfaction.
Good wine! It is indeed the best Xiao Dao.
After a while, the other 3 female warriors fell asleep, and Yu Jiai followed them and fell on the table. In her ears, she heard Jing Gan whispering,
Hurry! Hurry! Put them all on the carriage. Hand them over to Captain Yen, and send them to the palace immediately. Yes, sir!
The 2 servants also breathed a sigh of relief at this time. They finally completed the task, and they were just missing the last step. They carried the female warriors one by one to a carriage. It was Yu Jiai's turn. At that time, the 2 people were carrying Yu Jiai while taking advantage of their hands, which could be regarded as venting their personal anger. They were still mocking.
Huh? These silly women. They think they can really regenerate their limbs. But they are just given to people as tools for dual cultivation. And the person in the palace now doesn't know what kind of evil is possessed. Even someone like this who is missing arms and legs. You know what the heck. I heard that these female warriors have the blood of mythical beasts. So they are suitable for His Highness to practice dual cultivation. I heard that His Highness would go crazy without these female warriors. We don't understand the things about the White Tiger clan either. Anyway, we know that these female warriors are quite valuable. Let's just follow Mr. Jing Gan and make a lot of money. That's it.
Another servant also put Yu Jiai on the carriage with relief. And before leaving, he took out a handful to occupy a small space. Cheap. After a while, the 2 escort leaders and Jing Gan came over, opened the car door, looked at it, and then asked,
Are you sure there is no problem? Don't worry. I watched them drink a bowl of wine with my own eyes. The strength of the medicine will be enough to take effect when they arrive at the palace. And then His Highness will be able to start dual cultivation immediately.
Jing Gan said very proudly.
Sir Jing Gan is indeed very capable. He even took this little time to help with the calculation. No wonder the Emperor rewarded you with a princess. Mr. Jingon, you will make a lot of money this time. Right.
Guard Captain Yin couldn't help but teased. The other captain of the guard also looked at Jingon with a smile.
No matter where you are working for the Emperor. There is no way to make money there. It would be nice if you don't contribute the money yourself. Ha ha. 2 generals. This is just a small thing. Use it to treat your brothers to drinks.
Jingon certainly knew this. The 2 people had been keeping an eye on their goals, and had already prepared for it. Immediately, 2 banknotes were stuffed into their hands. The 3 of them looked at each other with understanding and smiled. Although they were a bit greedy, the 3 people did not dare to slow down their work efficiency. They whipped their horses and whips and hurried towards the imperial city. But the more anxious he became, the more things happened. Unexpectedly, when he was on the way, a female soldier actually fell from the carriage, which shocked Jingon, who would be responsible if he fell to death. Fortunately, after inspection, these female warriors were physically strong and suffered only minor injuries. Jingon quickly ordered people to carry the female soldier back into the car. But he was also wondering, how could she fall off the car so well? But after taking a closer look, Jingon was shocked. One of the 4 female warriors was missing, because they were all wearing skirts. It was difficult to tell them apart. One of the skirts turned out to be a pillow. If it hadn't been for a female warrior who fell just now, we really wouldn't have been able to find it.
No! Follow me and chase you back. You wait here first.
Jingon immediately made the safest plan. Now he will definitely not be able to enter the palace without a female warrior who can take the responsibility. So he had to leave a team of people waiting here, and he led another team of people to chase back. But no one expected that after Jingon and the 2 guard captains hurriedly chased back, the remaining soldiers had to wait under the scorching sun. Many of them consciously found a shady place. Even the carriage was pulled down under a big tree. After all, this is the female warrior that His Highness wants. So we can't wait too long. Just when everyone was taking a rest in the cool air, the horse pulling the carriage suddenly frightened and started running wildly. The sergeants also panicked and quickly mounted their horses to catch up. At this time, they cautiously appeared from behind the big tree enjoying the cool air. A female warrior is none other than Yujai. Chapter 434, Extreme Joy Leads to Sorrow, B. It turned out that when Jingon and others discovered that a female soldier was missing, Yujai did not run away. Instead, she hid under the carriage and clung to the bottom of the carriage. In order to confuse her opponents, she even removed her clothes. Take them all off. The purpose of this is to prevent the skirt and hem from hanging down when they are sucked to the bottom of the carriage. In fact, the reason why Yujai was able to get to the bottom of the carriage was because she had a knife clamped in her broken arm. On the carriage, she pried open the bottom plank of the carriage. First threw a female warrior out from the rear carriage door, and then took advantage of the chaos to get to the bottom of the carriage. When the royal guards moved the carriage under the shade of the trees, Yujai knew that the opportunity had come, climbed up quietly, and then used the knife in her hand to hit the butt of the horse pulling the carriage. Of course, the pain was unbearable, and I was frightened and ran like crazy on the spot. Seeing the guards chasing after them, and the dust all over the road, Yujai took the opportunity to run in the other direction. She was in a very embarrassed state now, with only a belly band left on her body. Fortunately, not far after she escaped, she grabbed a set of clothes from a house. This house was quite big, and there were more than a dozen servants who were guarding the house. Of course, this did not threaten Yujai, but she did not dare to fight. So she changed into a set of clothes in a hurry, even carrying her shoes on her back, and had no time to put them on. She grabbed a knife and hurriedly ran away north. But Yujai soon got lost. She had never been to Zirway country at all, and was not familiar with its geography. She only knew to run north because she knew that there were 20,000 female warriors in North Zirway country. In order not to be discovered, Yujai ran as far as possible to a sparsely populated area. By this time, Jingon and another team of guards had also rushed back, and the carriage was also chased back. Seeing the knife on the horse's butt, Jingon suddenly felt his eyes darken and knew that they had all been fooled. The 3 people gathered together and discussed nervously for a while. Without a female warrior with the highest level of cultivation, they couldn't communicate. Fortunately, we got the news soon. A house not far away was robbed of a set of clothes and a knife. The other party was a woman with a broken arm, and she fled towards the north. Calculating the time, Yujai had already escaped for almost an hour. Jingon calmed down and decided to send the remaining 3 female warriors back to the palace first. and then sent more manpower to arrest Yu Jiai because there were too few manpower now. It may not be easy to catch this female warrior. Not to mention that the other party's martial arts is quite high, and she is very scheming. Jing Gan knew that even if he caught up, ordinary guards might not be able to capture the female warrior alive. So more and stronger guards would have to be sent to assist. So he asked the two captains of guards to lead their men to chase him all the way. And he immediately returned to the palace to report to Yuan Feng. Another reason is that the remaining 3 female warriors are already suffering from drug effects. So they should be sent back quickly. Yu Jiai thought she was out of danger after escaping for 2 days. Unexpectedly, she still underestimated the importance the other party attached to female warriors. Going further, a reward notice had been posted in the town in front. It turned out that Zirwei Kingdom had already passed the flight. The pigeon letter notified all the counties. And now all the checkpoints are searching for the strange woman. Moreover, the figures of female warriors are easy to identify. They are basically strong and taller than ordinary women. Yu Jiai was chased by 2 groups in a row, and had no choice but to move to a deserted place again. In the end, she didn't know where she was, but she was always running towards the north. At this time, Jing Gan was also anxious and chasing with 5,000 guards. There was still a faint palm mark on his face. He was slapped by Yuan Feng. When he heard that the female warrior with the highest cultivation level had escaped, he escaped under the eyes of many guards. Of course Yuan Feng was furious. Although he gave Jing Gan a slap in the face, he still asked him to get this female warrior back to someone. Fortunately, His Highness didn't know about this yet. As soon as he saw another female warrior with a broken leg, he couldn't wait to pounce on him. As for where these female warriors came from, he didn't care at all. As long as he could just let yourself practice normally, and it will be okay. However, what reassures Yuan Feng is that now, with these female warriors, Yu Shicheng's murderous nature has been well suppressed. These female warriors can still be used for a while, although one escaped. This time the 3 female warriors brought back have very high cultivation levels. 2 normal female warriors actually have the cultivation level of a first-level martial artist. It should be enough for Yu Shicheng to use for a while. Yu Jiai's current situation is very embarrassing. She doesn't dare to go to crowded places. She only eats wild fruits and stolen dry food. And her clothes are in tatters. But she was in good spirits, and even managed to grab a soft whip in the middle, which was a weapon she was better at. But the bad news is that she is now surrounded by 5,000 men and horses led by Jing Gan. And she can only keep running up the mountain. She had fought with the guards several times. But the guards were also very depressed, and did not dare to kill her. Instead, Yu Jiai killed several guards. And Yu Jiai escaped 3 times in a row. Hurry! 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 Don't stop. If you go further, you will reach a mountain stream. If she crosses the mountain stream, it will be the border of the northern Zirwei Kingdom. Let me tell you, we can't catch this female warrior. None of you can get better. Jing Gan shouted a little angrily. Judging from Yu Jiai's escape route, she wanted to go to northern Zirwei country, and she was almost there now. Sir, it's not that we are incompetent. It's that we can't be harsh. Everyone is trying to avoid the enemy and can only surround her. But this woman is so fierce that she killed several of our guards in a row. Leader of the team. The chief guards complained dissatisfiedly. Okay. Next time I meet her. As long as she doesn't die. Even if I break one of her legs. Jing Gan said a little helplessly. Yes. Brothers, follow me. Those guards suddenly became murderous. This female warrior had killed more than 20 of them. They all wanted to kill her quickly. At least one of her legs could be chopped off. Calm down the anger in your heart. Yu Jiai is a little desperate now. She has been dealing with the other party here for 3 days, and basically hasn't eaten anything. Now she is mentally and physically exhausted, tired and hungry. And she still has a lot of wounds on her body. The knife in his hand has been chopped off. And now only a soft whip remains. But the enemy behind him is chasing closer. Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong have also completely changed their attire now, looking more like a pair of siblings who went up the mountain to collect medicine. But Zhu Xiaobao has changed a lot in the past 2 months. The remaining fat on his body has been consumed and replaced by muscles. His height has grown by 3 centimeters. According to his current height, he has surpassed Zhu Rong. Sometimes he could let Zhu Rong nestle in his arms, which really gave him a sense of accomplishment as a man protecting a weak woman. But Zhu Rong is not a weak woman. In the past 2 months, she and Zhu Xiaobao have killed 14 gangs and 6 one-leg thieves. The most dangerous one was when they faced the four Zhong brothers. These four were actually at the level of great martial arts masters. And the eldest brother of the Zhong family was already at the pinnacle of great martial arts. The village they occupied actually had as many as 2,000 people. It is the largest group of bandits in northern Zirwei Kingdom. Although they could not attack the bandits' nest blatantly, Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong adopted the method of waiting for an ambush, and killed the third child of the Zhong family in one fell swoop. Then surrounding the bandits' lair, the two of them kept harassing and shot the second son of the Zhong family. This made the boss of the Zhong family furious. Finally, Zhu Xiaobao rushed over to the place agreed upon to decide the outcome. But this place for a fight is so abominable that only a few gangsters with advanced cultivation can climb up there. Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong joined forces to deal with the eldest son and fourth son of the Zhong family. Unexpectedly, in just 2 short days, within a month, the power of the two Mandarin duck sword skills increased dramatically, and they beheaded the fourth child of the Zhong family alive. The boss of the Zhong family originally had the opportunity to severely injure Zhu Xiaobao. But at the critical moment, Zhu Xiaobao's white tiger form appeared again. This time, 2 tiger claws pounced on the chest of the boss of the Zhong family, and he grabbed 2 bullseyes. There was a bloody hole. And the boss of the Zhong family was so frightened that he died unwillingly, and did not even close his eyes before he died. The remaining gangsters couldn't escape. It was difficult to get up to this place, and even harder to get down. They wanted to surrender. But Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong didn't agree at all. These gangsters had already committed a lot of crimes. So the two took advantage of the situation to practice their respective tactics with these gangsters. With actual combat skills, even though he was slightly injured, he still managed to kill them all in the end. Seeing the blood stains all over their bodies, the two had no choice but to become thieves and went to a herb collector's house to steal 2 sets of clothes. However, they still left some silver before leaving, enough to buy 10 new sets of clothes.
You don't look like a murderous female killer now.
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but smile when he saw Zhu Rong changed into the clothes of a medicine-gathering girl, and she actually looked very pure and soft.
Humph. You look like a gangster. Pull up the clothes on your chest, and don't dress so barbarically.
Zhu Rong blushed and then casually helped him tidy up his clothes, so that he looked like a simple and honest man. A young man collecting herbs.
Thank you, madam.
Zhu Xiaobao put his arm around Zhu Rong's waist, actually wanting to do something bad. Just as they had been guerrillas for days, they were both very tired and wanted to find a place to rest for the night.
No, don't be here. Why don't we find a cave? I haven't had a good meal for several days.
Zhu Rong leaned over and said softly.
I know. No, I just grabbed some vegetables. Let's hunt another hare. The dinner tonight will definitely be sumptuous,
Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile. The two of them searched back and forth for a long time, and had already shot a hare by the way. Finally, they found a cave, which was quite hidden. But as soon as they entered, they saw 2 stones flying towards them, and then a soft whip also wrapped around them. Chapter 435. Extreme joy leads to sorrow. See.
Who is it?
Zhu Xiaobao shouted. Now Zhu Xiaobao reacted quickly, and had strong adaptability. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the soft whip that was rolled around him. With a push of his hand, the opponent couldn't resist him. The whip was snatched away forcefully.
Huh? There's a one-armed thief here? Huh? No.
Zhu Xiaobao originally thought he was a robber hiding here, but now he saw clearly that the other person's clothes were ragged. His hair was unkempt, and he was weak and leaning against the stone wall. He could barely stand there, but his eyes were staring at Zhu Xiaobao fiercely. What surprised Zhu Xiaobao the most was that the opponent's soft whip technique was somewhat similar to Yushuang Yushue, and the figure standing there was tall and strong, unique to a female warrior. So he immediately concluded that this person was not bandits.
She is not a bandit. She should be a female warrior. Hey! Whose subordinate are you? Why are you here?
Zhu Rong also saw something was wrong, but still asked cautiously.
Female warrior? That's not right. There is no one-armed female warrior under Yushuang and Yushue.
Only then did Zhu Xiaobao confirm that the other party was actually a woman, because Yu Jiai's image is so miserable now. She can't be seen as a woman at all.
Yushuang Yushue? Is this the northern Purple Rui country?
As soon as the other party heard Yushuang Yushue's name, he murmured excitedly.
That's right. This is the northern Zirwei Kingdom. I am the 5th prince of the northern Zirwei Kingdom.
Zhu Xiaobao was very proud and wanted to introduce himself. Before he finished speaking, the one-armed female warrior opposite had already insisted. Unable to hold on any longer, He fainted and fell to the ground.
Yeah. It's nothing serious. She is exhausted. She probably hasn't eaten for several days and is hungry.
Zhu Rong stepped forward and checked Yu Jiai's pulse. And then said softly,
Go get some water. I'll wash her and bandage her. And you'll be responsible for cooking. Oh. Okay. Do you want my help?
Zhu Xiaobao asked a little obscenely when he heard that she was actually a woman.
What do you want to do? With me here? What else do you want to do?
Zhu Rong puffed out her increasingly plump breasts and asked dissatisfiedly.
It's nothing. I'm just worried that you'll be too busy. I'll go get water right now.
Zhu Xiaobao ran away quickly. By the time Zhu Xiaobao finished working outside the cave entrance, he had cooked 2 dishes and 1 soup, as well as the dried meat he had brought with him, and a small half jar of knives for roasting. It was considered a rich meal. Unexpectedly, as soon as one end went in, Yu Jiai devoured more than half of it. And then she stopped and looked at Zhu Xiaobao nonchalantly. In fact, Yu Jiai felt a little familiar when she saw Zhu Xiaobao. But Zhu Xiaobao had changed so much in the past year, and Yu Jiai couldn't bear to compare him to the little fat man on Luofeng Island. So she always wondered why this person gave people the feeling was so familiar. And the things he took out were only found on Luofeng Island. At this time, Yu Jiai had been cleaned and put on a set of clean and tidy clothes. Zhu Rong had stolen an extra set and planned to keep it as a spare. Unexpectedly, Yu Jiai was now wearing this set of clothes. It was a bit too small for Yu Jiai, so it was very tight and outlined the curves of her body. Zhu Xiaobao looked a little distracted. But this little girl with a broken arm actually looked pretty good.
Ahem.
Zhu Rong pretended to cough, gave Zhu Xiaobao a hard look, and then asked kindly,
Now you should tell us whose subordinate you are. Right. Why? You're here and you're injured? I am Yu Li's subordinate, and I escaped from Nanzi Rui Kingdom.
Yu Jiai looked at Zhu Rong, then lowered her head and told her story in detail.
What? Jeezy. Yu Li, these 2 bitches actually started selling female warriors. I really should have sent Yu Xuan and the others to chase them down. And things like this wouldn't have happened today. Okay. Wait until I get back. We must destroy that Nani Island.
Zhu Xiaobao immediately shouted angrily after hearing this. He really had a chance to get rid of Yu Li. But in order to prevent the female warriors from killing each other, he allowed Yu Li to escape with her troops.
Why do I always feel so familiar with you? I miss you so much. The island owner of Zhu Xiaobao on Luofeng Island?
Yu Jiai once again looked at Zhu Xiaobao in surprise and asked. The one who could order people to hunt down Yu Li was the only one at that time. There are only 2 people. One is Yu Dan, and the other is Zhu Xiaobao.
Who am I? I'm Zhu Xiaobao. Why don't you recognize me? Did Yu Li bring you to Luofeng Island for a long time?
Zhu Xiaobao was also confused. And he also forgot that he had reminded him now he has become completely different. His height has also grown a lot. And he is already a young and talented man.
Island Master Xiaobao. I'm just here to find you. You.
Get up. Well, get up. Get up. Don't worry. Since you are here with me, you are home. We will go back tomorrow.
Zhu Xiaobao quickly helped Yu Jiai up and said sympathetically. It can be seen that this alone the female warrior has suffered a lot of grievances.
And it should be the greatest comfort to her to be able to return to the camp of female warriors.
Well, that's fine. I've been out for such a long time, and I want to go back. I'm afraid something has changed in Nanzarui country now. Otherwise, they wouldn't have tried their best to buy female warriors. And they are also female warriors with relatively high cultivation levels.
Zhu Rong is also looking forward to it in her heart. She is not as crazy as Zhu Xiaobao. She has long wanted to go back and enjoy the hot bath and delicious food. And those nice clothes. Of course, the most important thing is that she has to rush back to the inheritance place to practice her mental skills. Now that the combat effectiveness has been greatly improved, the cultivation of mental skills cannot be left behind. But it was not easy to go back. The 3 of them practiced fighting and cleaning up 2 bandits' nests along the way. What surprised Zhu Xiaobao was that this Yu Jiai's martial arts was quite good. Although she was one-armed, she was still better than the average great martial artist is stronger.
Hee. After you go back, you can stay with me if you want.
Zhu Xiaobao whispered to Yu Jiai. Not only was this woman very skilled in martial arts, but she was also very good at serving others. Because she originally followed Yu Li, she had many trivial matters. That's it. The key is that she is not too nagging. She just follows behind silently. but she is absolutely desperate when fighting.
What did you say?
Unexpectedly, before Zhu Xiaobao finished speaking, his ear was grabbed by Zhu Rong, and he asked angrily,
That's the bad thing about this guy. He is interested in beautiful women. He always wants to take advantage of it.
I listened to your highness.
Yu Jiai lowered her head and agreed in a low voice.
Hey. I'm afraid that Yu Shuang and Yu Shui won't be able to accommodate her. That's why I made other preparations.
Zhu Xiaobao yelled with bared teeth. Now Zhu Rong no longer has the calmness and elegance of Princess Wen. On the contrary, she is very jealous. The three of them finally arrived at the sheriff's mansion of Pingguang County, ordered 3 war horses, and after 2 hours of beating the horses and whips, they returned to Yingshuan County. Yu Jiai once again saw the neat and familiar military camp of the female soldiers. She couldn't help but want to cry again. She felt like she was back home. When the 2 sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui heard the news, they rushed over aggressively. They couldn't survive with Yuli anymore. So they thought of this. What a beautiful thought. They thought it was Yu Jiai who ran out secretly. Even though they and Yuli didn't deal with it, they also resented those who betrayed their master the most. But as soon as he broke into Zhu Xiaobao's meeting hall, he didn't expect that Murong Feng, Tong Wuxin, and other people who were trusted by Zhu Xiaobao were all present. The old apprentice was also standing leisurely behind Zhu Xiaobao. And Yu Jiai sat there crying silently.
What do you 2 want to do?
As soon as Murong Feng saw these 2 sisters, he knew something was up to him. So he asked rudely,
Yu Jiai? It's you? Will you betray Yuli?
Yu Shuang and Yu Shui asked in surprise when they saw Yu Jiai. Yu Jiai is Yuli's most capable personal guard, and her skills are quite good. Back then, he was able to tie with Yu Shuang one-on-one, so the sisters were deeply impressed by her.
I didn't betray her. She sold me to Nanzi Rui country. That's why I escaped here from Nanzi Rui country.
Yu Jiai quickly stood up and explained to the 2 sisters. She knew that if the 2 sisters didn't hurry up, now that the explanation is clear, I'm afraid the next step will be to take action. After listening to Yu Jiai's cry and narration, the 2 sisters gradually lost their murderous intent, and in the end, they were still crying with her. Yu Shuang even said domineeringly,
Don't worry. When you come to my place, you will go home.
From now on, you will manage those female warriors with us. Is it okay for you to lead 1,000 people now? Huh? You agree to be my personal bodyguard?
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly felt cold after hearing this. It was over. His wishful thinking had failed again.
That's not necessary. Are you embarrassed to let a one-armed female warrior take care of you?
Murong Feng also said coldly.
Can we take care of each other?
Zhu Xiaobao still refused to give up and continued to argue.
Why don't you think about it? Why is Nanzi Rui Kingdom so eager to buy female warriors? The last time, they wanted to arrest female warriors even if they started a war?
Murong Feng asked with some dissatisfaction. She had already guessed the key, and it was very likely that the next step would be he will still attack the female warriors on Difficult Island.
Could it be that Yu Shichang wants to use these female warriors to practice dual cultivation? What should we do?
Although Zhu Xiaobao did not want to speculate on these things, he still knew the whole story very clearly.
Asshole! You asked our sisters to make the double cultivation guardian cauldron. Let's go to Nanny Island now.
Yu Shuang and Yu Shui couldn't bear it anymore. They couldn't help but got furious. They picked up their weapons and were about to go out to gather their men. Female warrior.
Stop! You 2 dare to use military law without permission.
Murong Feng's voice came from behind. Yu Shuang and Yu Shui immediately stood there motionless. Suddenly, the 2 sisters turned around at the same time and knelt down to Murong Feng.
Please, military advisor. Please save the sisters on Nani Island.
Chapter 436, Taking Advantage of the Situation. Murong Feng was also a little surprised. These 2 proud sisters were actually willing to kneel down for those female warriors. It was really touching. This is the cutest thing about these 2 sisters. They have a clear distinction between love and hate, and a straightforward temperament.
Alas! Do you think those female warriors will defect when you go to Nani Island? No. Most of those female warriors are still loyal to Yuli after all. And now the strength of Nani Island is not weak. Ji Jisheng he has been developing his own strength over the years, mainly concentrated on Nani Island. Now, in addition to the 10,000 female warriors, there are also 100,000 soldiers.
Murong Feng sighed and said, and personally went to help the 2 sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. Helped him up. Even though Merong Feng's thoughts were all spent on the northern Zirwei kingdom, she also knew a lot about the situation in the Daxia kingdom, the western Zhu kingdom, and the 36 southeast islands. As a military advisor, she must understand the situation in these places.
Then we can at least expose the truth. Ji Jishi is selling female warriors and making huge profits. We can't let Ji Jishi do whatever he wants. Right.
Sisters Yu Xuan and Yu Shui still said unwillingly.
How to reveal the truth? Take Yu Jia to speak to them? Ji Zi can immediately criticize them, saying that Yu Jia was forced to say this. Besides, although Ji Zi is secretly selling female warriors, he still looks up to these female warriors. After all, these 10,000 female warriors are the most powerful force in his hands. Didn't you hear what Yu Jia said? This month the female warriors will be given double the standard provisions, as well as 2 jars of good wine for each person. Right. Wait. When Merong Feng said this, he suddenly had an idea in his mind.
Then what should I do? Is this beast so cheap?
Yu Shuang and Yu Shui were also a little dumbfounded. Yes. Even if they bring Yu Jia with them, those female soldiers will not be gullible.
Yes. Yes. Please be patient. I have thought of a way. Although it cannot save those female warriors, it can vent your anger and make Ji Jisheng feel uncomfortable for a while.
Merong Feng suddenly smiled.
What can we do? Military advisor. You say. As long as it makes Ji Jisheng uncomfortable, we will listen to you.
Both sisters shouted impatiently.
Haha. It's hard to say now. When my information comes, maybe we can make a plan. Well, Tong Wuxin, you stay for a while, and everyone else has dispersed.
Merong Feng shook her head. She would not be like that these 2 sisters are so rash. But she has always been very steady in doing things. It turns out that Merong Feng's intelligence work during these times was quite thorough. Not only did he set up numerous contact points in the southern Zirwei kingdom, but he also allowed Duanmu Shilong's 6th son to infiltrate the gang of the largest pirate Yang Beatty. Already quite appreciated, he was called Mu Lao inside. Of course, these tasks are also inseparable from Tong Wuxin's strong support, which is her strength. Now that all the information has been collected and analyzed, Merong Feng finally has a rough outline. The person in charge of Nan Zirwei country is mainly Jing Gan.
And the person who provides soap, toilet paper, and other high-end supplies to Nan E Island is a small merchant in Southeast County, is actually controlled by Ji Jishi. Because these high-end products cannot be purchased through those large merchants. Otherwise the 7th princess will notice it. So Ji Jishi uses this small merchant to hide from others, and go to Luofeng Island to purchase after that. It was sent to Nani Island. And then the stolen goods collected from the pirates were loaded from Nani Island and transported back to Southeast County, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Ji Jisheng was very smart in his business.
Ha ha! You mean we robbed his cargo ship? And take away that Jing Gan too?
Tong Wuxin asked in surprise.
No. To rob Ji Jisheng's cargo ship, I'm going to fly a letter to the 19th princess and ask her to send Wu Yu to do it.
That's it.
These things are not worth mentioning to us. We might as well give them to the 19th princess, so that our Highness Xiaobao can sell his favor. Our main target is Jing Gan.
Merong Feng also smiled slightly.
Okay. As expected of a strategist. He is so thoughtful. Then who should we send to deal with this Jing Gan?
Tong Wuxin also asked eagerly.
Well, you and Yu Shuang and Yu Shui are each driving one of the Black Wind twin fiends. According to the feedback from Nan Zirwei country, Jing Gan brought 4 medium-sized warships to Nan E Island last time. Because Ji Jisheng had dealings with pirates, so he did not go out with the Su family's merchant ship, but sailed directly to Nani Island. I believe this time will be no exception.
Why else would Merong Feng have to wait for the latest news? Before making a decision, you must fully understand Jing Gan's sailing route and the number of accompanying warships. According to Merong Feng's judgment, since a female warrior escaped this time, Jing Gan will definitely make up for it and go to Nani Island again. Sure enough, just as Merong Feng expected, Jing Gan failed to capture Yu Jia. After returning home, he immediately took the initiative to recruit Ying, and then went to Nani Island to buy female warriors. It was considered that he was proactive enough. Otherwise Yuan Feng had already prepared to take him as his consort. Give it a rest. But what surprised Jing Gan was that the prince simply prepared the 5 million taels of silver notes this time. It turned out that Yu Shichang finally killed 3 gladiators in a 1-on-3 fight. Even though they were all at the level of great martial arts masters, these 3 gladiators survived by the survival of the fittest. Their fighting power was quite terrifying. They were all at the pinnacle of the great martial arts masters. Because of the existence of strength. I didn't expect that when I met Yu Shicheng. A murderous demon. I was really beaten by him. And he still had the last laugh. Even though Yu Shicheng himself was seriously injured. So this time the prince won. And the profit was huge. He had recovered all the losses from the previous 2 times. So the prince was very happy this time. However, what Jin Gong didn't expect was that Ji Jisheng was a little unhappy. He had now overcome the difficulties temporarily, and didn't want to sell female warriors anymore. Because he also knew how precious these female warriors were. They all have super strong fighting power. 1 against 10. But Ji Jisheng didn't explicitly refuse. He just asked for a high price so that Jin Gong would give up. Jin Gong was a little dumbfounded at this moment. He didn't expect Ji Jisheng to be so sinister and want to increase the price. He had no choice but to stay on Nami Island for a few more days to bargain with Ji Jisheng. But Jin Gong also felt it was strange. Ji Jisheng's behavior this time was very different from the previous 2 times. Originally, Yuli was by his side, and the 2 of them discussed it together. But now there is indeed another beautiful girl beside Ji Jisheng. But this beautiful girl is really beautiful and beautiful, making it difficult for people to resist the temptation. Even Jin Gong kept peeping at Mei Jianyang. But Ji Zi's expression was very strange. She seemed to be very afraid of this beautiful girl. On the contrary, this beautiful girl took the initiative to hold Ji Jisheng's arms. The 2 of them could be considered to be handsome. But Ji Jisheng's expression looked a bit like constipation, which made her uncomfortable to look at. In fact, Ji Zi felt miserable because the person next to her was not a woman at all. But this great transvestite still regarded herself as a woman. And now she still likes to have sex with Ji Zi. Even Yuli was very jealous because this was equivalent to taking up her dual cultivation time. But what Yuli didn't expect was that she wanted to teach this woman a lesson. But she was beaten so hard that she couldn't even find her home. Of course, she couldn't find it. The illusion of the great human monster made Yuli at a loss. When she woke up, her whole body was covered with injuries. She only saw the great Lord Jiuyin looking at her with pity. In fact, the general's mansion is now in chaos due to this great human demon. And the most distressed person is Ji Jisheng. I have to sleep with the great ladyboy every night. And I'm tortured. What's even more frustrating is that I don't dare to speak out. This kind of thing is really ugly. However, the ladyboy is still in the freshest and most exciting stage. So these days Ji Jisheng is being exploited to the point of death. She has one more job every day, which is to wash her anus. The ladyboy doesn't like the smell. What's even weirder is that this great venerable is afraid of the cold, and won't let the window open on hot days. Ji Jisheng sleeps all day long and is sweating profusely. It turns out that the great master of human demons has been suffering from the sequelae of chills, since he was injured by the great master of ice and fire. No matter how hot the weather is. I never see this, fairy sister, sweating. What's even more terrible is that the great ladyboy also has a task for Ji Zi. It turns out that she likes the beautifying and moisturizing effect of silky milk soap very much, and stipulates that Ji Zi must provide him with quality and quantity supplies every month. Of course, other toilet paper and burning, not to mention knives, etc. They are necessities of life. So Ji Jisheng was also lamenting in his heart. Isn't this bad luck? Why was he targeted by this pervert? The key is that even his master Jiuyin Venerable was punished and obeyed. But when he was bargaining with Jin Gong, he still had to bring this fairy sister with him. The great lady boy still behaved very femininely in front of Jin Gong, clinging to Ji Jisheng, helping Ji Jisheng bargain. And also he would chat with Jin Gong from time to time, which made Jin Gong a little flattered and very itchy. But when it was accidentally mentioned that the great Lord of Ice and Fire, and the Lord of Wine and Meat both appeared in Nanzirui country, the fairy sister immediately changed her face and asked for a long time. But Jin Gong knew very little, which made this fairy sister the fairy is a little disappointed. I originally wanted to deal with Jin Gong for a few more days, but I didn't expect that just when I was washing chrysanthemums at night. My subordinates came to report.
General, our merchant ship was hijacked by Wu Yu from Princess Island. The steward, the guys, and I are back. But all the valuable goods we bought from Luofeng Island this time have been robbed.
What?
Wu Yu? How dare she rob my cargo ship? That's too much.
Ji Jisheng picked up his pants and wanted to take the opportunity to escape.
Humph. Come back here. You lost what I want. And you still want to run away? Just lie down and lie down.
The great ladyboy hummed lazily on the bed. Ji Jisheng immediately wilted and crawled to the bed dejectedly. Bed. The next day, Ji Jishi happily sold 5 more female warriors. It would be impossible not to sell them. Those high-end products still had to be bought. Otherwise Sister Fairy won't agree. Chapter 437, Taking Advantage of the Situation B. Wu Yu happily ran to Princess 19's study room. As soon as she entered the door, she shouted excitedly,
Princess, we are back. Xiaobao has given us quite a lot of gifts this time. 40,000 pieces of soap, and $100,000 of toilet paper, as well as burning knives. And the best burning knives. Okay, sit down and speak slowly. I'll see how happy you are. Speaking of which, this is the behavior of pirates. Are you so happy to get something for nothing?
Princess 19 couldn't help but smile slightly. The 19th princess is also very happy to get so many benefits at once. Her expenses here are not small. That is, there are many people in the Wu family, and now they have begun to farm and grow their own crops. And they are self-sufficient, as well as the sales of cigars and tobacco. So there is finally a small surplus. But not a lot. Updating the defense facilities, weapons and armor on Princess Island will cost a lot of money. Of course, Zhu Xiaobao still takes good care of her every month and will regularly deliver what they need most. Unexpectedly, the harvest this time was so great. Even the 19th princess felt a little rich. I didn't expect Ji Jishan to be so rich. Of course, what Wu Yu was most happy about was not only the huge harvest this time, but also the fact that this time it was a letter from Zhu Xiaobao himself. In fact, Wu Yu was also worried during this period, because of Zhu Xiaobao's status as a prince and the talent of the divine beast bloodline. Wu Yu suddenly felt that she was very disappointed and was not worthy of Zhu Xiaobao at all. As long as Zhu Xiaobao is willing, the Northern Zerwei Kingdom belongs to Zhu Xiaobao. In terms of status, I'm afraid even the 19th princess can't compare. Therefore, Princess 19 also knew what Wu Yu was struggling with. She once wanted to sworn sisters with Wu Yu, so that Wu Yu's status could be improved. But Wu Yu rejected it. Princess 19 also understands that even she may not be worthy of Zhu Xiaobao's status now. Her identity as an empty princess has actually ceased to exist in name only. No matter who ascends to the throne next, he will no longer take her as a princess seriously, unless he surrenders and submits. In fact, the result will only be worse. So this time Wu Yu was very happy to receive a letter from Zhu Xiaobao. In the letter, Zhu Xiaobao was still very disgusting and said some very excessive things to Wu Yu. And he didn't have that condescending feeling. This made the 19th princess feel very happy.
How about it? Let me tell you, Xiaobao is not that kind of person. I dare say that he is not even interested in being the emperor. If you let him take advantage of some girls, he will never tire of it.
Princess 19 seems to be the same way, he said with some relief.
How dare he? See if I don't break his legs!
Wu Yu shouted even more domineeringly.
But then you have to be able to beat him. He is actually a great martial artist now. Does he really have such a talent after activating the blood of a divine beast? It's incredible. It seems that you have to train harder. Otherwise you won't be able to defeat him in the future.
Princess 19 said somewhat depressedly. Her cultivation level is still a first-level martial artist, and she doesn't seem to have any signs of breaking through to a great martial artist.
Impossible. I will be able to break through to the realm of martial master in less than 3 years. I will make him proud of me by then,
Wu Yu said confidently. Because of the guidance of the great master of ice and fire, she cultivated, but I am progressing very quickly.
But I heard that they will soon go to war with the Southern Purple Rui Kingdom. I'm really worried about whether they can defeat the Southern Purple Rui Kingdom.
Princess 19 frowned and said,
Then, will we send troops to help him then?
Wu Yu asked expectantly. Of course she wanted to help Zhu Xiaobao conquer the world.
Of course. If I don't help him, why don't you blame me?
Princess 19 said with a smile.
No way. Humph. A little kid actually wants to dominate the world. I don't believe it,
Wu Yu said with a blushing face. It turns out that this time the flying pigeon letter to the 19th princess was written by Tong Wuxin. Merong Feng and the 19th princess were not familiar with each other, and the communication with the 19th princess was all done through Tong Wuxin. Of course, the 19th princess also knew the existence of this female military advisor. Only this time, a letter written by Zhu Xiaobao to Wu Yu was specially added. Just as the 19th princess said, Zhu Xiaobao has no interest in being the emperor, but he is very interested in his woman. At the same time, he also misses Wu Yu and the 19th princess very much. Without Wu Yu around to play around. Yes, I'm really not used to it. Of course, this is also Merong Feng's brilliance. She has already factored this part of Princess 19's strength into her plan. If the general wants to attack Nanzirui country now, their strength is still far behind. The 19th princess has now integrated more than 300,000 troops, which is quite a force. Ji Jishi's cargo ship was robbed here, and sisters Tong Wuxin and Yu Shuang Yushue were already waiting on Jing Gan's way back in their Black Wind Xuansha. In fact, Jing Gan's ship was already being targeted by them when it arrived at Nani Island. The purpose of letting him go was to let him bring back a few female warriors, and then take action, trying to get both the stolen goods and the stolen goods. The sea area where Jing'an can be ambushed is very small. In front is the sea area of Nanzirui Kingdom, and behind it is the sea area of the 36 islands in the southeast. Only this small area is ownerless, and no one will cross the border. So the only way to resolve the battle here is to quickly resolve it. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome if it alerts the warships of the South Purple Rui Kingdom, or the warships of the 36 islands in the southeast. However, the two warships, Black Wind and two demons, are small in size, fast, and well concealed. So it is not a problem to ambush Jing Gan's 5 ships. Jing Gan was also a little overconfident. He had no problems twice in a row. This time, he even criticized Liang Jing and brought back 5 female warriors. Jing Gan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He would definitely be able to make up for it this time. He was still planning on drugging these female warriors as soon as they landed ashore, so as to avoid any mistakes.
Lord Jing'an, there seems to be a small boat ahead. Do you want to send a warship to take a look?
At this time, his subordinates ran over and asked,
Let's see. Huh? What's the fuss about a small boat? It might be some scattered little pirates. Don't pay attention to it. The waters of Nanzirui Kingdom are ahead of them. If they knew what they were looking for, they should have avoided it in time.
Jing Gan was confident. He said with satisfaction, even a big bandit like Yang Beatty has connections with Ji Jixing. So who else here can touch him? But before Jing Gan could finish speaking, the boat in front had already rushed over so fast that Jing Gan doubted his own eyes. He had never seen such a fast boat before, and it had no sails. He didn't see the sailors rowing the oars, but he saw the boat turning sideways, revealing 12 dark gun ports. Before Jing Gan could understand what these 12 black muzzles were, he saw fire bursting out. His 2 escort warships had already been set on fire. What was even more unexpected was that the rear was also the same small boat appeared, and it was also the same round of SH. Ling. The 4 escort warships around Jing Gan were all on fire.
What is this? Who are you? Is there any misunderstanding? We are a merchant ship from Nanzirui Kingdom.
Jing Gan quickly stretched his neck and shouted loudly.
Is your name Jing Gan?
Unexpectedly, the boat on the opposite side was already very close, and a woman's voice came from asking.
Yes. This is Jing Gan. Who are you?
Jing Gan thought that his reputation could intimidate the other party, so he immediately felt confident.
That's right. You are the one who is being beaten.
The 2 sisters opposite were Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. When they heard that the person facing them was Jing Gan, they immediately shouted angrily. However, the 2 sisters were still sensible and were not eager for revenge. Instead, they sank the 4 escort warships next to them first. Another round of SH. Ling. This time, the 4 warships couldn't stand it anymore. They were too close, and the bullets were all fired. Moreover, arrows from the boats also flew over like raindrops. Their shooting skills were accurate, and the soldiers on the warships, there was no time to escape. Half of them had already been shot. Originally, this medium-sized warship could only carry 200 people. Now it was hit by several rounds of SH. Ling, coupled with the precise shooting of the female warriors. So it lost its resistance in the blink of an eye. Although the double Black Wind Demon can only carry 40 people, these 40 female warriors are extremely powerful in combat and come with full of hatred. If they dare to sell their sisters, they have long wanted to do it. Stop killing. Therefore, the SH.LS seemed to be free of charge. 1 round on the left and 1 on the right. In just a quarter of an hour, 4 medium-sized warships were shot to pieces. Those soldiers who were still alive could only jump into the sea. Escape for your life.
You guys!
Jing Gan was a little dumbfounded. 2 strange ships, which were only slightly larger than the Clippers, just beat 4 medium-sized warships without any power to fight back. Jing Gan was so shocked that he couldn't speak clearly. But as the distance between the 2 sides got closer, Jing Gan finally saw clearly that the people on the other side ship holding bows and arrows were all murderous female warriors wearing software. Jing Gon felt a chill in his heart. He knew something was wrong. These women must be here for the 5 female warriors in his cabin.
Come on! I'll kill everyone except Jing Gon with his sharp mouth and monkey cheeks.
Yu Xuan and Yu Shui saw that the distance was almost the same. The two of them had already whipped their hands and used each other's strength to jump onto Jing Gon's boat. The martial arts of these subordinates brought by Jing Gon are not weak. And there are 2 masters at the level of great martial arts masters. However, in front of these female warriors, they are simply not enough. The super fighting power of these female warriors makes Jing Gon a little impressed. Soft feet. No chance to fight back at all. And among the female warriors who jumped up, Jing Gon also saw someone he was very familiar with. It was the one-armed Yu Jiai. Yu Jiai held a sword in her hand and was staring at Jing Gon coldly.
Aren't you always looking for me? Now I've brought it to your door myself. Hero. No. 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 This is not my attention. She asked me to do this. I am just an errand boy.
Jing Gon suddenly felt his whole body trembling. His mouth went dry, and he looked at the 2 big men under his command. The martial artist was torn in half by Yu Xuan and Yu Shui. Jing Gon could no longer stand and collapsed on the deck. A pool of smelly urine leaked out of his crotch. Chapter 438, Civil Strife, eh? With just 2 small boats, the
Black Wind Shuangsha.
They sank 4 of Jing Gon's medium-sized warships in just half an hour. Moreover, he captured Jing Gon alive and rescued the 5 female warriors in the cabin. These 5 female warriors faced Yu Xuan, Yu Shui and the others with strong hostility. But when they saw Yu Jiai, they realized that they had it's like walking around the gate of H.L. Not only were the 5 female warriors rescued, but a lot of jewelry, jades, and copper embryos were also found on Jing Gon's ship. It turned out that Jing Gon was very business-minded, working for the public good and doing some business by the way. Ji Jihui bought the stolen goods recovered from the pirates at a low price and planned to transport them back to Nanzi Rui country to make a fortune. Yu Xuan and Yu Shui only moved the jewelry and jades to their own ship. The remaining copper embryos were too heavy and took up too much space. Their
Black Wind Twin Demons
were already full, so they had to sink with the cargo ship. Went to the bottom of the sea. Although Tong Wuxin felt a little regretful, he also knew that he had to return to northern Zirwei country as soon as possible. Taking this cargo ship with him might cause unnecessary trouble. After all, the speed of this cargo ship is too slow, without anyone noticing. The
Double Black Wind
had wiped out all of Jing Gon's horses and ships. Those who jumped into the sea to escape probably had little hope of surviving. Back in the northern Zirwei kingdom, Jing Gon was in bad luck. After rounds of interrogation and torture, Jing Gon had already suffered all the torture. How could he withstand this? I saw Yu Xuan and Yu Shui's bloody methods of tearing people apart earlier, and I was already frightened to death. The editor Yuan Feng's intention of purchasing female warriors was similar to Murong Feng's judgment. But some of Jing Gon's subsequent confessions were very useful to Murong Feng and the others. The first thing is to confirm that the Black Tiger, gladiator in the arena, is Yu Shicheng. Secondly, Yu Shicheng's combat effectiveness has improved rapidly. Firstly, he benefited from training in the place of inheritance. And secondly, his potential was better stimulated in cruel gladiatorial battles. So this opponent must not be underestimated. Third, the civil strife in the southern Zirwei kingdom has gradually begun. Since the prince has successively increased taxes, public resentment has spread. In addition, the big families who have lost money have led private soldiers to loot the small families that have just won a lot of money. An Iduan can already be seen, which is why Yu Qianrou was determined to ban the arena. There is another detail that others did not notice, but Murong Feng did. There was suddenly a woman next to Ji Jishan, and according to Jing Gon, something strange about this woman is that her voice is slightly hoarse, which doesn't match her appearance. One more detail is, the Adam's apple on her neck was slightly raised, although it was difficult to notice. Jing Gon was a shrewd person and noticed it. What's more important is that the female warriors have all proved that this woman has only appeared for a short time. But Ji Jishan seems to be very jealous of her, and obeys her in everything. Even though she is so cute when she speaks, Ji Jishan never dares to disobey her. Of course, there is also the great master Jiuyin on Nami Island, which Yu Jiai already knew after she came here.
Senior, what do you think? Even someone with a martial arts level like Yuli can only swallow his anger. Do you think this is the case?
Merong Feng took advantage of everyone's time to quietly ask.
It's hard to say. According to Jing Gan's description, the person with such a hoarse voice should be the great sage. But hasn't this great sage always been looking for women with advanced cultivation? Why have they changed their interests now? These men and women, I really don't understand the matter very well.
The old apprentice said, a little depressed. He practiced boy kung fu, so he didn't expect that there were so many tricks in it, let alone that the great master of she-males had now completely mastered it. Think of yourself as a woman. More than 10 years ago, his image was relatively neutral. So now even his old apprentice is not sure whether this woman is a great ladyboy or not.
Senior, if you and the great Lord Ice and Fire go to Nanny Island to explore the truth, do you think there will be any danger?
Merong Feng asked, a little embarrassed. She wanted to send the two great lords, but she still felt confident in her heart. Short of that, it is already very difficult for ordinary people to meet one great venerable. And now they want to use two great venerables. This request is a bit too much.
If it's really the great master of she-males, I'm definitely no match for him. Even the great master of ice and fire wouldn't dare to take risks easily. Not to mention that there's that old witch Jiao-in on Nami Island. You have to be careful about this matter.
The Fairweather Venerable is very calm, and does not hide his lack of strength.
If you bring Zhu Xiubao's kitchen knife, I'm 50% sure that I can escape unscathed.
At this moment, a very ethereal voice suddenly sounded. It was not loud, but it could make Merong Feng, he and his old disciple could both hear clearly. But they couldn't find anyone to speak.
Greetings to the great Lord Ice and Fire.
Merong Feng and his old disciple both quickly bowed to the ground and said respectfully,
I have heard what you are saying. That person is most likely the great human demon lord. I just don't understand why it turned out like this. But if he joins hands with the Lord Jiao-in, I'm afraid he will really be a human being. Big trouble.
At this time, the great Lord Ice and Fire had appeared in front of the two of them, and they didn't know how she got in.
But that knife will fly back to my master if it leaves a certain distance away from her. There is nothing I can do about it.
The Lord of Wine and Meat said very depressedly.
Ha ha. It doesn't matter. Now that Xiubao's strength has greatly improved, this distance can be extended far. It's just that you don't know it. In fact, if he can connect with that peerless magic weapon, he can let you take him on a long trip. Yes.
The great Lord of Ice and Fire also said with a little envy. She also wanted to have such a magical weapon. But such a peerless magical weapon is hard to come by. Not to mention that it still needs to be able to recognize its master. At this time, both Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong were at the inheritance place of the Suzaku clan. Zhu Rong was practicing the mind method. Zhu Xiaobao was mainly practicing the White Tiger Dharma here. The White Tiger Dharma condensed here can activate the inheritance. The Suzaku spirit in the land of legend casts the extremely powerful Suzaku Dharma. Although Zhu Xiubao's White Tiger Dharma is still vulnerable, it has become more solid and fierce, and can withstand 1 or 2, although it will still be burned. It is full of holes. But the little treasures have kitchen knives to automatically protect their owners, so they are safe. Once again, he was burned and escaped from the place of inheritance, not caring that his clothes were in tatters, and still smoking in some places. Zhu Xiaobao was lying on the ground exhausted, lying on his back in an inconspicuous manner, breathing heavily.
Quickly change your clothes. What do you look like?
Zhu Rong said, a little annoyed. In fact, Zhu Xiuba's bulging belly is gone now, replaced by strong muscles. This is also a huge gain in the past few months. Zhu Rong couldn't help but feel a little strange in her heart. But Zhu Rong is not in a good mood now. From Yu Jiai's mouth, it was confirmed that King Wen had been killed, although the specific details were unknown. It turned out that Ji Zhishan had locked up all the concubines and talented women in the basement of the general's mansion. Yu Li obviously lost a lot of time for dual cultivation. So when Yu Li was angry, she said it unintentionally while drinking with Yu Jiai and others.
Well, are you still thinking about King Wen's murder? What are you going to do?
Zhu Xiaobao felt a little unhappy when he saw Zhu Rong's sad expression. But he also knew that Zhu Rong had been Princess Wen for more than 10 years. I still have some feelings for King Wen.
Oh, this matter is past. King Wen and I only exchanged interests. I will always come back here. I just hope that I can avenge him in the future so that he can rest in peace.
Zhu Rong sighed and said, suddenly seeing a warning sign. He quickly said to Zhu Xiaobao,
You won't blame me, will you? No, absolutely not. Speaking of which, King Wen still has some favors for me. Why would I care about a dead man? I will help you then. I have to kill Ji Jishan now. Do you know? This guy actually, how dare you have evil intentions towards Princess 19? Do you think I can spare him?
Zhu Xiaobao became angrier as he spoke and sat up suddenly.
Yeah. Really? I'm afraid you are so jealous of Ji Jisheng, not just for me. Is it for the 19th princess?
Zhu Rong nodded, and then hummed slightly dissatisfied.
No. No. I want to eliminate harm for the people. I have always been a very upright person. Really? If you don't believe it, look at me. I have a righteous face now. I am above board.
Zhu Xiaobao stood with his head held high. He unscrupulously began to change out of his tattered clothes.
Get out!
Zhu Rong spat softly. In Nanzirwick Kingdom, Yu Huafeng had already begun to send various spies to find the whereabouts of Jing Gan. He was very angry that no one was alive or dead. The most important thing is that he also wants to get a few more female warriors. Unexpectedly, by practicing dual cultivation with these female warriors, even his cultivation that had been stagnant for several years would steadily improve. At this rate, as long as there are enough female warriors in his hands, even if he does not have the blood talent of Yu Shicheng, if he wants to breaking through to the great martial lord is not impossible. Now Yu Huafeng and Yu Shicheng are equally crazy. Today, Yu Shicheng even released a piece of news that shocked the southern Zirwick Kingdom. He wants to challenge 4 peak martial arts masters alone. This news made all the families go crazy. 1 versus 4. No great warrior level gladiator has ever been able to do it. How dare this gladiator named Black Tiger be so domineering? But behind Yu Shicheng's crazy improvement in cultivation and combat effectiveness is the painful sacrifice of those female warriors. Their cultivation has dropped to a great level, and even their appearance has begun to age. This is Yu Shicheng's one-way ferocious harvesting. The result is also the fastest among dual cultivations. But the price is the lives of these female warriors. So Yu Huafeng is now anxious to find Jing Gan, mainly because he still needs a large number of female warriors. However, his spies failed to find Jing Gan, but found several corpses floating in the waters of Nanzirui Kingdom. These people are he was a servant who followed Jing Gan on errands. Chapter 439, Civil Strife B. In fact, Yu Huafeng also knew that something had probably happened to Jing Gan. Seeing the corpses of these servants only confirmed his guess. What he was anxious about was not Jing Gan's life or death, but the death of those female warriors. But now Yu Huafeng can't care about this matter for the time being. The most important thing now is Yu Shicheng's one-on-one duel. The impact of this incident is too great. Almost all the families are crazy. No one can kill 4 by 1 person. Gladiators who have survived many battles and life and death battles. To be honest, these people are the pinnacle of great martial arts masters. 4 of them can kill a martial master. Now everyone is betting on the 4 gladiators. The prince is already frightened and a little overwhelmed. If he loses, he can't afford the compensation. Will it not cause a riot by then? Even Yu Huafeng felt a little uneasy. Although he usually ignored government affairs, he also knew that this time things were a bit big. The reason why Yu Shicheng wants to do this is because his cultivation as a great martial artist has reached its peak, and he can no longer suppress it. He is about to break through to the martial master. Therefore, he is training in the last time. Because of this, the experience was very helpful to his fighting ability, and in turn affected the speed of his mental training. His white tiger Dharma was already much stronger than before. Of course, this news also spread to the northern Zirwick Kingdom. Zhu Xiaobao wanted to take his old apprentice to see this unprecedented scale of fighting, but Murong Feng refused. Although she doesn't mind making some dangerous moves in the formation of troops, she is not willing to take too big risks when it comes to Zhu Xiba's safety, because once Zhu Xiaobao gets close to Yu Shicheng, it is likely that they will have feelings for each other due to their blood relationship. Besides, they are also discussing at the moment to find out whether the mysterious woman on Nani Island is actually the great master of she-males. If so, then the strength of the 2 great sages on Nani Island is too terrifying. And judging from Ji Jisheng's development momentum, this person is becoming more and more powerful. So it is best to get rid of him as soon as possible. In fact, there are many reasons why they must go to Nani Island. First of all, the sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui are clamoring to bring back the sisters on the island. According to Yu Jia, there are at least half of the female warriors now. They don't want to follow Yu Li anymore. Zhu Rong also wanted to go to Nani Island. She wanted to rescue King Wen's concubines and talented ladies. After all, they were all King Wen's confidants and even King Wen's 2 daughters. Zhu Xiaobao, on the other hand, had no choice but to go. His kitchen knife was still the same as before. The old apprentice took it with him, and flew back 30 miles away automatically. So if he didn't go, the old apprentice would be without a weapon. Without the kitchen knife, the old apprentice may not even be able to win the fight with the Lord Jiuyin.
Okay. This time, it's the same as last time. Let's go for the
Black Wind Shuangsha.
But the selected personnel must be the most capable and good at fighting. Well, Xiao Bao and Zhu Rong must not be separated. The two of you have a Mandarin duck sword. It is the greatest support. Yu Xuan, Yu Shui, and Yu Li will be left to you too. Tong Wuxin and I will drive a boat to meet you. We will attack Nani Island at night.
Merong Feng discussed with everyone for a long time, and finally decided to go to Nani Island. Although it was a sneak attack and there were two great sages accompanying him, Merong Feng still felt a little uneasy and asked Zhu Rong repeatedly how she felt. But Zhu Rong didn't have any obvious intuition this time. In desperation, Merong Feng brought Jumei with her. She was quite strong in fighting, because some people would be rescued. The two small boats were not fully loaded. Each Black Wind boat had 30 people, so there was an empty seat reserved. After dinner, everyone was fully armed and quietly left Beiziri country, and drove quickly towards Nani Island. Merong Feng's calculation was very accurate. It happened to be late at night when he arrived at Nani Island, which was also the time when the defense was at its most lax. With Yu Jiayi leading the way, they quickly found the weakest spot. The soldiers guarding it were not female soldiers, but recruits who had just been trained by Ji Jishi. At this time, we can see how powerful Yu Shuang, Yu Shui, and the others are in their ability to quickly attack and kill. Basically, they have already broken through the defense line without any reaction. There are not many soldiers on duty here. Only a few hundred. There were only 2 teams actually patrolling, so they were all eliminated without making any sound. And the rest who were still sleeping were killed in a daze. I actually passed this level very smoothly. Under the leadership of Yu Jiayi, everyone went straight to the general's mansion. After attacking the general's mansion, a fierce battle inevitably broke out. Fortunately, there was not much movement outside the general's mansion. But the Shimale Grand Master, who was sleeping soundly with Ji Jishin in his arms, heard the movement immediately. Even the Jiuyin Grand Master was aware of it. And to this great venerable man's hearing is far beyond ordinary people's. Even though he was in the basement, he could still detect it immediately. The first person to fight Yu Shuang, Yu Shui, and the others was Yu Li. She rushed out first with 12 female warriors. She didn't have the opportunity to practice dual cultivation, so she didn't sleep in the basement. She had such a perverted atmosphere. I couldn't stand it. So I was on the first floor of the general's mansion. As soon as Yu Shuang and the others rushed in, they were discovered by Yu Li. When the 3 sisters met again, they were all stunned. When Yu Li saw Yu Jiayi, she immediately understood. She took the lead in launching the offensive. She did not want other female soldiers to know about the scandal of selling female soldiers. This was the first time Yu Li fought against the Yu Shuang sisters after she was promoted to martial master. But she was still a little depressed. Her own cultivation level had advanced, and the 2 sisters had also been promoted to the realm of great martial arts masters. Now the 2 sides were fighting again. It was a tie. The combined attack skills of these 2 sisters are really powerful. The remaining female warriors immediately fought against Yu Li's 12 personal guards. The 2 sides were fighting inextricably. But Yu Jiayi was not idle at the side. She was scolding Yu Li and told her own experience. Speak loudly to these female warriors. At this time, some female warriors rushed out from the basement one after another. They were responsible for guarding the basement. But after hearing Yu Jiayi scolding, their steps couldn't help but slow down, and they all looked at each other hesitantly. The great Lord of Ice and Fire and the Lord of Wine and Meat didn't pay attention to these female warriors. Their attention was on the basement, where a very terrifying aura came from. However, the great Lord of Ice and Fire and the Lord of Wine and Meat did not see the great Lord of Shimale come out. But the environment in front of them suddenly turned into a pink boudoir. And there were more than one. There seemed to be countless rooms, with doors on each wall, opening the doors one by one, seemingly endless.
No! It is indeed him. This human monster. His illusion is getting more and more powerful,
the great Lord of Ice and Fire said with a gloomy face. And the Lord of Wine and Meat beside him also took out a kitchen knife. Follow the great Lord Ice and Fire closely.
Sister Fairy, I've been looking for you everywhere. I didn't expect you to come to my door by yourself. Don't leave once you're here. I'll take care of you for the rest of your life. Okay?
The unique voice of the great she-male is so delicate. The sound rang, making Lord Ice and Fire tremble in his heart. There seemed to be a handsome and elegant man calling to him in the boudoir, with a smile on his face, which was irresistible.
Humph. Lord She-male, I didn't kill you last time, but you still persist in your stubbornness and want to die.
The great Lord Ice and Fire snorted coldly, and a scorching flame in his right hand was already waved out. This was she has understood the
rebirth from the ashes
of the Suzaku clan, and has made great achievements, with her power increased by 50%. In the illusion, what the old apprentice saw were countless bewitching women, posing and doing various moves that made people blush and heartbeat. Even the old apprentice, an old virgin, can't bear it. With a wave of his kitchen knife, he slashed 36 times, and finally dispersed those bewitching phantoms. The old apprentice shouted,
Old witch, come out! You can't put me down with all your tricks!
But in an instant, the things in the illusion changed, began to blur and spread, turning into pink smoke, which became thicker and thicker, and gradually even the figures of the people could not be seen clearly. There is also a sweet fragrance mixed in the middle.
Be careful! This is the charming poison of the human monster master, and the confusing fragrance of the 19 master.
The great Ice and Fire master was suddenly shocked. It was difficult to deal with the charming poison of a human monster master. And now there is another one. Lord Join hides in the dark and casts spells, which is difficult to prevent. Seeing that the old apprentice was already crumbling, the flames he released could only dissipate half of the smoke. There was still a steady stream of smoke gathering, and he was inevitably becoming lazy and restless. Suddenly a golden light illuminated the entire illusion in an instant, and the smoke and fragrance also disappeared. Lord Binghua and Lord Lioro both felt refreshed when they saw that the illusion in front of them had disappeared. An enchanting and charming woman stood opposite, followed by Lord Join. But now the enchanting smile on the face of the great sage no longer existed. But he asked in surprise,
What kind of weapon is this? Can it actually break my illusion? Humph! This is the magic weapon to kill you!
The great Lord of Ice and Fire suddenly said fiercely, and a cold light was emitted from his left hand.
Aw! Damn it! It's this kind of cold light again!
The great human demon exclaimed angrily, then waved his hand and cast another illusion. But this time, the originally elegant illusion was suddenly filled with white snow. It has been frozen by the ice of Lord Ice and Fire. Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong were not in the illusion, but they did not dare to separate. Instead, they asked Yumei to break open the rockery leading to the basement.
You dare to come to my place and run wild? Then don't even think about leaving! How could it be you?
At this moment, Ji Jishan put on his soft armor and rushed over with 4 black shark guards. But as soon as he saw Zhu when she saw Rong, she was stunned. Today, Zhu Rong was wearing the soft armor of Princess Wen. Although she had changed a lot these days, she could still tell at a glance that she was the graceful and elegant Princess Wen back then. Chapter 440, Civil Strife. C. Ji Jishan was a little dumbfounded when he saw Princess Wen. Apart from the 19th princess, the one Ji Jishan missed the most was Princess Wen. Especially now that he has seen countless women, he knows how to appreciate the noble and plump beauty of Princess Wen. So when I saw Princess Wen, I was a little stunned. I didn't expect that Princess Wen was still so dignified and elegant, but she seemed to be more charming. Could it be that she was living a good life during this period? Ji Jishan was a little jealous. But when Ji Jishan looked at Zhu Xiaobao next to Princess Wen, he was stunned and didn't recognize it, because Zhu Xiaobao had changed so much and was already a young man with an impressive appearance. Even the smile lines on his face were still familiar, like deja vu. Of course, Ji Jishan is still better than Zhu Xiaobao in terms of height and appearance.
Princess Wen? Hee hee. What a good day today is. I didn't expect you to come to your door. Are you lonely without King Wen? It doesn't matter. When you come to my place, I will take good care of you.
Ji Jishan looked more and more. The more he felt itchy, he couldn't help but smile evilly.
Like a chicken. Do you still know me?
Zhu Xiaobao shouted angrily from the side.
Who? Who are you? How do you know my homonym? Are you Zhu Xiaobao?
Ji Jishan was immediately excited, and then shouted angrily. But when he saw Zhu Xiaobao's rogue smile lines, he immediately just held back. Isn't this the fat guy who is the most troublesome?
You look like a chicken. You are really becoming more and more like a chicken. But why do you seem to have a little more makeup?
Zhu Xiaobao was a little surprised when he saw Ji Jishan's current clothing. Why does this guy look a little feminine? Got it. Moreover, the face becomes more delicate, and the skin becomes fairer.
Okay. 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 Zhu Xiaobao. I didn't go looking for you. You came to your door yourself. Both of my shipments were snatched away by your Wu Yu. It must have been your instigation. It's so abominable.
Ji Jishan hated and feared Zhu Xiaobao, and was a little nervous, because Zhu Xiaobao's methods were the weirdest, and who knew what inexplicable harm he would do.
That's because Wu Yu and I have a close connection. As soon as I think of her, I know what to do. How about it? Have you sold a few more female warriors recently? Are you quite rich now? Otherwise, I won't. You're going to come here to rob.
Zhu Xiaobao returned to his original smiling look, which made Ji Jisheng feel a little embarrassed. Generally speaking, Zhu Xiaobao's rogue appearance basically means that someone is going to be unlucky.
Stop talking nonsense. Don't try any more tricks today. Come with me. Don't let him escape.
Ji Jisheng was still very careful. He actually waved his hand and asked the 4 black shark guards behind him to come together, planning to capture Zhu Xiaobao in one fell swoop. And of course also captured Princess Wen at the same time.
Humph. Jiumei, go to the basement to save people.
Zhu Xiaobao snorted, and then looked at each other with Zhu Rong. The two of them immediately connected with each other, and were in sync with each other. They naturally used the Yuanong sword's footwork, although he was surrounded by 5 people. But he showed no fear at all. But once the fight started, both Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong felt it was very difficult. There were too many people on the other side. This was the first time they had to deal with 5 great martial artists at the same time. Moreover, some of Ji Jishan's moves were very weird and seemed to have the meaning of charm is that the two of them have used the Yuanong knife, and their hearts are connected, and they are not subject to other temptations. Ji Jisheng was a little dumbfounded. He was already quite accomplished in this kind of charm, and most people would definitely be fooled by it. He didn't expect that a greedy and lustful person like Zhu Xiaobao would not be affected by anything. Why is this? And seeing Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong flirting with each other and showing love for each other, Ji Jisheng was a little angry. What kind of vision does Princess Wen have? How could she fall in love with someone like Zhu Xiaobao? Even if she is a little taller and thinner than before, she still looks very ordinary. But what made Ji Jisheng even more anxious was that Jiumei had actually smashed the rockery and rushed straight down to the basement. He was worried. There were more than 20 women in the basement. It was obvious that Jiumei was going to save them.
You two. Stop her quickly. Otherwise, you won't be able to play anymore.
Ji Jisheng shouted anxiously. He accidentally let it slip that these black shark guards were also following Ji Jisheng to do all kinds of evil. All the women Ji Jisheng has played with will let them drink some soup. So these 2 black shark guards were even angrier than Ji Jisheng and went after Jiumei. But Ji Jisheng realized something was wrong at this time. When did Zhu Xiaobao's martial arts become so high? He was already at the level of a great martial artist. Wouldn't that be the same as himself? Princess Wen was even more terrifying. She was already a martial master. The realm. But now Ji Jisheng has no time to think so much. Now Zhu Xiaobao and Princess Wen are surrounding them and launching an attack. This is simply incredible. He had also seen Wu Yu and Zhu Xiaobao practice this set of Yuanong swords, but he had never found it to be so powerful. But now that Zhu Xiaobao and Princess Wen are working together, it is extremely powerful. With one more person on his side, he is still at a disadvantage. What Ji Jisheng didn't expect was that the 2 black shark guards sent to intercept Jiumei had no movement at all. Instead, he saw Jiumei running out with a dozen women in a hurry. What was going on? Killed? Isn't this too fast? 2 great martial artist level black shark guards, who had experienced hundreds of battles. How long had it taken for them to be killed instantly? Isn't this huge beauty too terrifying? In fact, even Zhu Xiaobao found it incredible. Although he knew that Jiumei was super strong, he did not expect it to happen so quickly. But there was no time to think about this. Zhu Rong had already found the flaw and shouted, "Kill!" As soon as the special move came out. Even Zhu Xiaobao didn't see it clearly. He only saw Zhu Rong's left hand flashing, and a short knife with hot golden light slashed across the chest of the black shark guard. With a scream, the battle-hardened black shark guard died of anger, with a huge crack on his chest.
"Ah! Master! Save me!"
Ji Jisheng shouted very spinelessly, and then actually cast an illusion. However, his illusion was just like a joke. It was only within a range of 1 foot, and was easily captured by Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong. It broke through. But it was this mini illusion that saved GZ. When Zhu Xiaobao tried to find GZ again, GZ had already fled to the Lord Jiuyin. The other Black Shark guard was not so lucky. He was killed by the joint efforts of Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong. He didn't even use his special move. It was just the positive and negative moves of the two people that killed him instantly. This Black Shark guard. At this time, many female soldiers came to the general's mansion one after another, because the area where the general's mansion was located was closest to the accommodation of the female soldiers. Subconsciously, Ji Jisheng still believes more in the fighting power of female warriors. The current scene is very strange. The four great lords are confronting each other, but they are in the illusion cast by the great lord of the human demon. However, in the illusion, there is white snow everywhere, and the great lord of the human demon has no follow-up attacks. It is maintained like this. He clung to this illusion because he knew that without the illusion, he would be no match for the great lord of ice and fire. However, the great lord of ice and fire, and the lord of wine and meat did not dare to relax at all. And it was also a bit strange. Why did the great lord of human demon not use subsequent attacks now? The surrounding female warriors were also confronting Yu Shuang, Yu Shui and the others, but none of them made a move. Yuli also stopped. When Jumei rushed to the basement just now, she had the opportunity and the manpower to besiege Jumei. But Yuli consciously pretended not to see it. She hoped that Jumei would leave all the women in the basement or kill them. That's fine. She hates these women taking up her dual cultivation time. The female warriors hesitated to take action because they all heard Yu Jiayi shouting and were a little confused about Yu Li's behavior of betraying her sisters. But they didn't completely believe Yu Jiayi's words. So they were in a stalemate. As the cold light of the great lord of ice and fire became wider and wider, the illusion of the great lord of human demons also became larger and larger, gradually surrounding everyone. Everyone in it could feel the biting chill. And what's even weirder is that the enemies on the opposite side can't see them anymore. They can only see their own people. Let's go back, the great lord of ice and fire said calmly. In fact, she could no longer hold on any longer. She continued to use the ice divine art, and she had reached the end of her strength. Everyone slowly retreated in the ice and snow. It was not until they left the general's mansion that they returned to normal. There were also many female soldiers gathered outside the general's mansion. But they were also at a loss because Yu Jiayi, they also heard what he said. Just like this, he retreated cautiously, then gradually accelerated, and finally quickly retreated to the Black Room double kill. At this time, Murong Feng was relieved. Unexpectedly, this time the fall happened smoothly, and all the women were rescued. At the same time, the illusion in the general's mansion also disappeared, and the great human demon who revealed his true appearance turned pale at this time. It was not that he didn't want to attack, but he had serious sequelae. In this cold environment, he has lost his attack power. In fact, at the beginning, the great master of the human demon was already about to succeed. If it were not for the golden light of the kitchen knife, he would have succeeded. But he had already taken the 72 foxtail needles in his hand. Unexpectedly, and all these 10,000 rays of golden light actually dissipated. So the great human monster did not dare to continue fighting at that time. Sister Fairy, why did you let them go? My women have been snatched away by them. Ji Jisheng shouted unwillingly. Snapped. The great ladyboy immediately slapped Ji Jisheng's mouth. But his voice was still soft. Enemies! I almost died under the kitchen knife. Oh? How is that possible? It's just Yu Xiubo's kitchen knife?